Chapter 1. I have fallen into darkness. Lu Jian traversed into another realm. In his previous life, he was merely a student who had just stepped into society. Before he could fully appreciate the splendor of the world, he succumbed to low blood sugar, fainted, and plunged into a frigid winter lake, meeting a chilling demise. The world he now inhabits is one steeped in the pursuit of immortality. Here, sects abound, and dark demons roam freely. It is a realm with a strong reign supreme. Having perused numerous novels about cultivation in his former life, Lu Jian effortlessly acclimated to his present reality. However, a lingering unease gnawed at him. While others who traversed realms often found themselves as lowly cultivators from humble beginnings or as wayward scions of illustrious families, ascending to greatness through the protagonist's dual memories and fortuitous gifts, his situation was distinctly different. According to his observations over the past few days, he had assumed a rather peculiar identity. Residing in a dim cave, shrouded in ominous shadows, he was constantly surrounded by a throng of zealous followers chanting slogans like, "Destroy the Demon Lord, Master of Dark Arts. And above heaven and below earth, I alone am supreme." Initially, Lu Jian hesitated to inquire about his true role. After careful observation, he reached a startling conclusion. He had inadvertently become a member of the demonic sect, and it appeared that he held a position of considerable influence. At the very least, he was a formidable figure within the dark arts. Upon realizing this, panic set in. In the novels he had read, such characters invariably met grim fates, either being besieged to death by righteous sects or serving as stepping stones for the protagonist's growth. Lu Jian pondered relentlessly, seeking a way to escape this predetermined destiny. Yet, another question loomed large. He was aware of his status as a demon lord, yet the precise extent of his power remained elusive. If he were merely a minor demon, he could easily repent and reform. However, if he were a major demon, his chances of survival would be bleak, even if he sincerely wished to amend his ways. Through subtle inquiries, Lu Jian gradually discerned the specifics of his identity. His predecessor was not only a master of the dark arts, but also the unparalleled demon king of this world. Commanding the demonic forces, he represented the pinnacle of evil cultivation, loathed by all righteous beings who would relish the opportunity to rend him asunder. Upon receiving this disheartening revelation, Lu Jian felt tears welling in his eyes. He was destined for a most tragic end, as depicted in his beloved novels. After several days of meticulous planning, he resolved to escape. Let the demon sect's leader deal with whomever he pleased. He would renounce this life. Living in a haunted lair among a cadre of psychologically twisted individuals left him in a perpetual state of dread. In contrast, Lu Jian yearned for the company of normal folk rather than those who incessantly shouted, "Let my demonic blood stain the heavens." One day, Lu Jian summoned one of his subordinates. "My dear apprentice, I shall enter seclusion for a time, perhaps a decade, perhaps longer. Inform the others not to disturb me during this period. Should I succeed, my powers will undoubtedly ascend to new heights, enabling me to confront those so-called righteous sects with greater assurance." His subordinate, perplexed, wondered why their leader, who had been invincible for 8 centuries, felt the need to seclude himself for further cultivation. Yet, the thoughts of a great leader were beyond the comprehension of mere minions. The news of Lu Jian's retreat spread swiftly within the sect, while he stealthily fled the demonic stronghold under cover of darkness. He devised a plan to seek out a righteous sect, masquerade as a humble disciple, and thus cleanse his identity without arousing suspicion. Surely, they would not expect that the notorious Demon King could be lurking within an inconspicuous minor sect. "Did you say your name is Lu Jian? A rogue cultivator? What is your cultivation level?" This was a group of cultivators embarking toward an academy renowned for gathering practitioners from across the continent. Lu Jian, concealed in the shadows, gleaned the unfolding narrative. The academy, known as Xianfu, specifically welcomed rogue cultivators from all corners of the land. Lu Jian could not let this opportunity slip away. Should he gain entry into Xianfu, he would be considered a righteous individual, thereby eliminating the risk of extermination. The middle-aged cultivator inquiring about him regarded Lu Jian with evident disdain, flanked by 6 men and 4 women, all younger than he, who shared a palpable aversion to Lu Jian. A striking young woman, unable to contain her impatience, interjected before Lu Jian could respond. "Do you not understand the rules? We are a pre-established team. A rogue like you cannot simply join us. The journey to Xianfu spans several days, and with your meager cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement, you would struggle to be anything more than cannon fodder." This expedition was intended for the Academy's decennial recruitment event, and they were reluctant to carry the burden of Lu Jian, whom they viewed as an encumbrance. Although Lu Jian inherited unparalleled dark arts from his predecessor, he lacked any memories of that life. Unsure of how to conceal his true strength, he reasoned that since he was heading to a school, he should not present himself as overly formidable. After all, educational institutions typically favored blank slates, finding overly experienced students difficult to instruct. The middle-aged man cast a dismissive glance at Lu Jian, offering a perfunctory smile. "Young brother, my sister may have spoken harshly, but she speaks the truth. Your cultivation is far too low. Ahead lies the shadowed demon gorge, where malevolent creatures abound. With your current abilities, you stand no chance of traversing that perilous path. It would be wise for you to return and train for several more years. While Xianfu is willing to accept students of your caliber, you must first ensure your survival long enough to reach it. I understand your apprehensions about learning too much and being rejected, but heed my advice. Abandon this futile desire and focus on refining your skills for a few more years before embarking on your journey." Embarrassed, Lu Jian sheepishly scratched his head, smiling amiably while internally cursing. The Shadow Demon Gorge? Malevolent creatures? He was their ultimate boss. If these fledgling cultivators were to encounter him, the overlord of their overlord, would they not be struck with terror? He feared that before he even embarked on his righteous quest, he might reveal his true identity. Though he had altered his appearance and concealed his aura, who could ascertain whether those dark entities possessed other means of recognition? Anxious thoughts clouded Lu Jian's mind, and his face betrayed his unease. Observing Lu Jian's demeanor, the middle-aged man's companions began to mock him. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Cultivation Techniques. Brother Lu is right. I find it most vexing to encounter individuals lacking any strength, merely relying on others for protection, like parasites. Do not presume we are unaware of your intentions. You simply wish to traverse the Shadow Demon Canyon under our protection. I hold in utter disdain those of your ilk, having encountered many like you. Truly, you exhibit no semblance of dignity. It would be far more prudent to carry provisions than to have burdens such as you. The crowd engaged in a spirited exchange, with voices overlapping one another. Lu Jian discerned that their willingness to take him along was inconsequential. They were merely relishing the opportunity to feel superior in the presence of a cultivator of lesser prowess. Their excitement grew, as if belittling him would elevate their own stature. Observing their increasingly excessive mockery, the middle-aged man struggled to maintain his composure, raising a hand to quell their jeers. Once silence fell, he turned to Lu Jian and said, "Young brother, it is not that we refuse to take you with us, but your cultivation is far too low. Should you proceed further, you may encounter perilous creatures that could spell danger for you. It would be best to return and try again in 10 years. Lu Jian resolutely shook his head. At this moment, he was not concerned about being recognized by the shadow demons ahead. The words of these imbeciles were too harsh. If he remained undetected, all would be well, but if he were exposed, he might just eliminate them all in a fit of rage. "Brother Lu, please allow me to accompany you. My family is impoverished, and in order to pursue the path of cultivation, we have exhausted all resources. My only hope now lies in joining the immortal manor to continue my training. Therefore, even if it means facing death, I must go." Lu Jian spoke with a tragic fervor, and then, as if recalling something, his expression turned enigmatic. "Moreover, I am not without merit. I have mastered a particularly unique technique that is exceptionally effective against those demonic creatures." Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, the group instantly perked up. Techniques of this nature were scarce, and for wandering cultivators, acquiring even a single manual could lead to fierce competition. Technique? Among us wandering cultivators, few possess a complete manual. The middle-aged man regarded Lu Jian with a knowing glance, musing that the youth was rather naive to speak so casually about such matters. In this world, it was not uncommon for individuals to resort to violence over treasure. Indeed, the expressions of those who had previously mocked Lu Jian had shifted, revealing a flicker of greed in their gazes. "Who knew you were so well concealed? What kind of technique do you possess? Is it suitable for female practitioners?" The girl who had vehemently opposed Lu Jian's inclusion raised an eyebrow and inquired, her tone considerably softer upon learning of his unusual treasure. Her question reflected the curiosity shared by the group, for not all techniques were suitable for everyone, and it would be wise to ascertain the specifics. Lu Jian, seemingly oblivious to the shift in the atmosphere, replied nonchalantly, "Suitable. Indeed, this technique is most appropriate for women, and mastering it would surely enhance their capabilities. Though, I must admit, the name is rather peculiar, likely unfamiliar to you all. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, the girl initially brightened, only to then scoff dismissively. Oomph, what technique could we possibly be unaware of? You speak as if you were something special. Pray tell, what is the name of this technique? The group turned their attention to Lu Jian, who smiled and nodded. Well, the name of my technique is the installation and dismantling of the Dongfang Hong tractor's main shaft. Have you heard of it? At this, the crowd frowned in confusion. Even Brother Lu, the most powerful among them, appeared contemplative. The installation and dismantling of the Dongfang Hong tractor's main shaft. What kind of technique is that? The name is quite lengthy. Are you certain this technique is suitable for female practitioners? Lu Jian solemnly nodded. Absolutely suitable. After all, who could resist a woman capable of mastering the installation and dismantling of the Dongfang Hong tractor's main shaft? Several girls in the group brightened at this notion, though a hint of puzzlement lingered. Just then, the earlier speaker chimed in cheerfully. Since you possess some utility, bringing you along might not be a bad idea. The others, each with their own motives, nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man, seeing no dissent among the group, ceased his objections and consented to allow Lu Jian to join their ranks. With the decision made, the group promptly resumed their journey. After a considerable trek, they finally arrived at the Shadow Demon Canyon, described by the middle-aged man. The area was shrouded in thick mist and exuded a chilling aura, instilling a sense of suffocating terror, even from the outskirts. The middle-aged man gestured, and the group cautiously followed in his wake, entering the Shadow Demon Canyon in single file. After an hour of travel without encountering any danger, just as the group began to breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly heard the sounds of a struggle not far ahead. Lu Linlang, your immortal manor's reach extends far too long. Our Shadow Demon clan wishes to maintain our distance from you. Why do you come here to court death? A deep voice reverberated through the mist, carrying an almost magical quality that left the members of Lu Jian's group feeling dizzy. Noticing their reaction, Lu Jian hurriedly feigned panic, appearing as though he were affected, though in truth, he felt nothing. At that moment, a woman's voice broke through the fog. What do you mean by maintaining distance? You ambushed students seeking entry into our immortal manor. Does that not count as interference? Furthermore, I am not here to eradicate you. Our students merely require a testing ground to validate their cultivation, and thus, we shall use you as our sparring partners. Upon hearing the woman's voice, the others in the group displayed expressions of excitement. It's Sister Linlang, one of the 4 strongest disciples of the immortal manor. Let us go. Our strength is lacking. Following her will surely ensure our safety. Lu Jian hurried to keep pace with the others, soon arriving at the source of the commotion. Before them, on a clearing, 2 factions stood in opposition. One side comprised bizarre and grotesque demons, each sporting a pair of eerie, multifaceted eyes. Opposing them was a celestial figure, a woman radiating an ethereal aura. She bore a serene countenance and emanated a holy brilliance that rendered her unapproachable. Chapter 3. Sister Linlang. Behind the woman stood a group of men and women clad in matching attire, appearing somewhat naive, likely new students or similar. Lu Jian pondered this, bemused by the resemblance to his previous world, where such uniformity was also a norm. The middle-aged man eagerly dashed to position himself behind Lu Linlang, while the others hastened to follow suit. Sister Linlang, we are all wandering cultivators, hoping to participate in the immortal manor's recruitment. Lu Linlang glanced back at the group, offering a dismissive nod without uttering a word. Amidst this scene, Lu Jian felt the atmosphere grow peculiar. The surrounding newcomers gazed at Lu Linlang with fervent eyes, their stares almost reverent. One might mistake this for a fan meeting, not wishing to appear out of place. Lu Jian quickly adopted a posture of admiration as he gazed at Lu Linlang. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the opposing side. His appearance was unremarkable, save for an additional eye that set him apart. At this moment, his dual-colored eyes fixated on Lu Linlang with an unsettling intent. Ah, indeed. I have long heard of the esteemed name of Lu Xinzi, and today, upon meeting her, she truly lives up to her reputation. However, you underestimate me far too much. Merely because you are a student from the Immortal Academy, ranked slightly higher, you dare to venture alone into my Shadow Demon Valley? I understand your intentions by eliminating me. Your fellow students can traverse here without the peril of losing their lives. Yet, how audacious it is for a mere female cultivator at the core formation stage to challenge my Shadow Demon Valley. Before Lu Linlang could respond, the minions behind her grew restless. How dare you? Who says senior Sister Linlang is alone? We are with her. The leading shadow demon cast a disdainful glance at the crowd behind Lu Linlang and scoffed. A bunch of insignificant pests. The minions were furious, yet they dared not advance, merely shouting encouragement from behind Lu Linlang. Senior Sister Linlang, stop wasting your breath. Show him the might of our immortal academy. Taking a deep breath, Lu Linlang slowly drew her long sword. Though her cultivation may be modest, it is sufficient to strike you down. As her words fell, Lu Linlang took the initiative and launched her attack. The long sword transformed into a silver dragon, charging directly at the shadow demon. Seeing that Lu Linlang did not even offer a greeting before attacking, the shadow demon, far from panicking, merely chuckled. Ah, what a righteous sect, launching a surprise attack. The shadow demon's dual pupil shifted, and it reached out to seize Lu Linlang's sword. The clash of sword and hand created a tempest, dispersing the surrounding fog in an instant. There is no need for righteousness against you filthy beings. Lu Linlang's sword danced gracefully, casting countless sword shadows that enveloped the shadow demon. The shadow demon, relying solely on its physical prowess, engaged in combat with Lu Linlang's sword. The onlookers were captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Lu Linlang, undoubtedly an exceptional student of the Immortal Academy, executed each move with an elegance akin to a breathtaking ballet of battle, a sight both pleasing and thrilling. This shadow demon is at least of the law demon realm. The law demon realm of the demon race corresponds to our human race's core formation stage. Yet even within the same realm, there exists a hierarchy of strength. This shadow demon is no match for Senior Sister Linlang. Senior Sister Linlang is magnificent. Quickly slay this demon. Go, Senior Sister Linlang. We believe in you. Listening to the minions' exclamations, Lu Jian gathered some information. There are both humans and demons here, with different races and realms. Yet he was uncertain of his own realm. In the main hall, he had heard those young practitioners refer to themselves as the true monarch of destruction, a title that sounded like a creature from Yunnan, though he was unsure of its toxicity. As he pondered, he joined the crowd in cheering. Go, Senior Sister Linlang. You are amazing. I love you, Senior Sister Linlang. Upon hearing this declaration, the surroundings fell silent, the minions staring at Lu Jian in disbelief, unable to comprehend his words. Confused, Lu Jian wondered what was wrong with them. Had he shouted an inappropriate cheer? You, shameless. You lecher. How dare you utter such vulgar words? A girl blushed and covered her face, indignantly expressing her discontent. Meanwhile, the surrounding men glared at him, their eyes filled with fury as if they wished to devour him whole. Lu Jian hurriedly waved his hands, apologizing. I'm sorry. I didn't understand your customs. Where I come from, such phrases are merely expressions of support. He had not anticipated that the supportive phrases he had used in his past life would be perceived as lewd in this context. It appeared this world was rather conservative, with a sense of propriety akin to avoiding any hint of immodesty. Amidst her fierce battle with the shadow demon, Lu Linlang caught wind of Lu Jian's words. Her heart trembling as she turned to glare at him. Feeling her gaze laden with warning, he thought, Lu Linlang actually heard me, and she can still focus enough to warn me. Be careful, Senior Sister, Lu Jian shouted, for at that moment, the shadow demon seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Arrogant fool, the shadow demon roared, its demonic energy surging forth, charging directly at Lu Linlang. Sensing the impending danger and hearing Lu Jian's warning, Lu Linlang furrowed her brows. Without turning back, she unleashed a hand, pure and white as jade, towards the shadow demon. Thousand-leaf Bodhi palm. Bang! The palm collided with the demonic energy, sending the shadow demon staggering back several steps. You possess the techniques of the Buddhist sect, the shadow demon exclaimed, astonished, clearly recognizing Lu Linlang's earlier strike. Lu Linlang replied with a cold smile, indeed, it is a technique of the Buddhist sect, perfectly suited to combat beings like you. As she prepared to strike again, the shadow demon clutched its chest, chuckling wryly. Brother, if not now, then when? This young woman possesses considerable skill. She must not be allowed to escape. Hearing the shadow demon's words, Lu Linlang cautiously retreated with her sword, guarding herself. Ah, do you have allies? Or is this merely bluster? As the shadow demon uttered those words without attempting to flee, Lu Linlang sensed the situation was dire. It appeared he truly had support. At that moment, a shadow on the grass beside the shadow demon began to writhe, and soon, a figure emerged. It was a middle-aged man, smiling as he regarded Lu Linlang. Quite impressive indeed. A promising talent, but alas, not of my kind. Otherwise, I could have trained you. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Lu Linlang retreated cautiously, her wariness at its peak. True demon. The man before her was of a higher realm than the shadow demon, having attained the true demon realm. This realm of demons is equivalent to the human race's nascent soul stage, a whole level above the core formation stage. True demon. It's truly a true demon. We are doomed. We are finished. To think there exists a demon of this realm here. The faces of the minions around Lu Jian turned pale, as if they had swallowed a dead fly. Yet, Lu Jian remained unfazed, unable to discern the differences in their realms. Everyone, do not lose hope. With senior sister Linlang here, we shall be safe. Was a mere crossing of realms. For a genius, isn't that merely a basic operation? Hearing Lu Jian's words, those around him were on the verge of tears. What nonsense are you spouting? A whole realm difference. That is an insurmountable chasm. The shadow demon across from them could not contain its laughter. Ha ha ha. Lu Linlang, you truly are unfortunate. My friend has just been visiting my shadow demon estate. Who would have thought this human genius would so eagerly deliver himself to us? Capturing this human prodigy to humiliate thoroughly would indeed be a significant achievement. You spend all your days hiding in the academy. It's not easy to get to you, yet here you are, walking right into our grasp. Lu Linlang's expression darkened as she tightly gripped her sword, knowing that today would not end peacefully. Find a way to escape. I will hold him off for a moment. Lu Linlang instructed the minions behind her, then lunged forward, thrusting her sword at the middle-aged man. The minions behind her were momentarily stunned, frozen in place, forgetting to flee. In that fleeting moment, Lu Linlang had already engaged in battle with the middle-aged man. Yet, despite her formidable aura when it came to actual combat, she found herself unable to withstand even a single strike. The man merely extended his hand towards Lu Linlang, and with that one gesture, she was sent hurtling backwards. At that moment, the onlookers behind her, having not yet managed to flee, were left aghast as they witnessed the gravely injured Lu Linlang being thrown back towards them. Fear gripped their hearts as they realized their fate was sealed, rendering them paralyzed in place. Only Lu Jian remained unperturbed, seeing Lu Linlang flying towards him. He instinctively caught her. Lu Linlang appeared feeble, her chest stained with bright crimson blood. Lu Jian shook his head in resignation, acknowledging her as a good person who, at a critical juncture, still fought valiantly for their escape, albeit with a cultivation level too low to endure even a single blow. Brother, didn't we agree to delay for a moment? Your words are imprecise. This is not a moment. It is an instant. Lu Linlang bit her silver teeth in irritation at Lu Jian's words, but given her grievous injuries, she lacked the strength to retort. Remove your filthy hands. Lu Jian glanced at his hands, which were merely resting on her shoulders. For heaven's sake, now is not the time for modesty. You are near death. Lu Linlang struggled to break free from Lu Jian's grasp, but with each movement, her wounds worsened, and she coughed up more blood. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man slowly approached, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he spoke. Come with us, Lu Linlang. We do not seek your life, but the suffering. Before he could finish, Lu Jian interrupted. Wait. Let's go. I can offer you a treasure technique I possess. The middle-aged man's expression soured momentarily at the interruption, but swiftly reverted to neutrality. He turned to Lu Jian, his gaze laced with intrigue. Oh, a technique? An energy refinement technique, perhaps? I am indeed quite interested. The shadow demons behind the man erupted in raucous laughter, clearly mocking Lu Jian. The so-called technique was a treasure for them, mere wanderers, but for those of their lineage, it held little value. Witnessing the ridicule directed at Lu Jian, the onlookers felt embarrassed. What foolishness was this? What technique could he possibly possess? Did he truly believe he could barter our lives for it? Now, not only would they perish at the hands of these demons, but they would also suffer such mockery. Lu Jian appeared oblivious to the derision in the middle-aged man's words. Seizing the opportunity to respond, that is splendid. My technique is suitable for all ages and genders, and particularly effective for your demon race. As he spoke, he slowly rose to his feet. It was time to instill some awe into these lesser demons. This was a prime opportunity to join the celestial realm, one not to be missed. Since these demons failed to recognize his method, he would have to provide them with a hint. The middle-aged man shot Lu Jian an impatient glance, approaching him while scoffing. Humph, what can a lowly fish like you possibly have? As he neared Lu Jian, an inexplicable weakness overtook him, causing him to suddenly kneel. The middle-aged man was startled by his own actions, bewildered by the inexplicable impulse to kneel. Embarrassment and anger surged within him, yet his face remained eerily calm. He extended his hands to push against the ground in an attempt to rise, only to discover he could not move. No matter how hard he tried, his legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, firmly glued to the ground. The surrounding spectators were left in shock, unable to comprehend what had transpired. What is happening? Why has this demon suddenly knelt? How humiliating. What is he doing? Is this some peculiar form of humiliation unique to their race? Incredible. Hearing the murmurs of the human spectators, the leader of the shadow demons wished he could disappear into a crevice. What are you doing? Why are you kneeling before this human brat? How mortifying. The leader approached, only to find himself collapsing to his knees beside the middle-aged man. Chapter 5. The unmatched treasure. The shadow demon leader quickly grasped the situation, kneeling upright and lifting his head with a haughty demeanor. What a worthless technique. Show it to me. If it does not meet my standards, I shall tear you to shreds. Despite his harsh words, his actions contradicted his bravado. The middle-aged true demon beside him also knelt straight, feeling a sense of shame and lowering his head in recognition of the absurdity. Jian feigned surprise, quickly bending down to assist the two. What is this? The ground is cold. Please rise before you catch a chill. As he did so, two unique marks from the demon race subtly entered their consciousness. Once they stood, their faces turned pale, one stumbling as if about to kneel again. Didistroy. The true demon stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought, while the shadow demon leader, overwhelmed, was already shedding tears of gratitude. Just as the true demon was on the verge of reciting a mantra, Jian hastily interrupted. My lords, I assure you I am not deceiving you. This technique in exchange for our lives will be most beneficial for you. Upon hearing Jian's words, both the middle-aged man and the shadow demon leader felt their legs weaken once more, kneeling again. Oh, if you insist, then let us proceed. Present the technique, and you may leave. Jian frowned, realizing these two were not as clever as he had hoped. He possessed no technique, merely using it as a pretext. They recognized him and understood his reasons for wanting to conceal his identity, thus attempting to cooperate. Yet their acting was pitifully poor. They had barely exchanged a few words before collapsing. Jian bent down again to assist them, but they frantically waved their hands, terrified. No, we are accustomed to this position. Standing is uncomfortable. Jian sighed, recognizing that if this continued, he would inevitably reveal himself. My lords, my technique was misplaced in that grove over there. Would you mind accompanying me to retrieve it? They nodded, then crawled after Jian as he led the way. Observing the trio depart, the surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence, still reeling from the earlier shock. What kind of technique could be so remarkable? By the way, since when did the demon race have such a tradition of speaking while kneeling? You and T understand, there are countless types of demons, and some possess customs that differ from ours. Nothing unusual. What shall we do now? Should we flee? What if that individual's technique fails to satisfy those two demons, and they return to exact vengeance? We must seize this opportunity to escape quickly. At this moment, Lu Linlang had been assisted to her feet by two girls. Though her consciousness was fading, she could still hear the conversations around her. He saved you all. It would be utterly unfair to abandon him here. You all should go. I will stay here and wait for him, Lu Linlang declared, breaking free from the grasp of the two girls and settling down in a lotus position. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the onlookers turned grim. Sister Linlang, why must you do this? Since this young brother has drawn away those two fiends, he surely intends for us to escape. We cannot let him down. Indeed, sister, as long as we preserve the Green Mountains, we need not fear a lack of firewood. We can return and diligently cultivate, and one day, we can avenge our young brother. Unmoved, Lu Linlang remained seated, her pallid face betraying her fragility, barely supported by the sword in her hand. Seeing this, the crowd sighed, a few contemplating departure, but at that moment, the shadow demons lurking nearby closed in. Could you keep your conspiracies down? Do you truly think we are invisible? Want to leave? How naive. You dare to call yourselves righteous. If that lad returns and finds you have abandoned him, it would break his heart. We cannot allow such a thing to happen. So you better stay put. As the shadow demons menacingly surrounded them, the group of Qi refining stage cultivators finally remembered the numerous demonic cultivators nearby. They swallowed hard. With their abilities, breaking through the encirclement was impossible. In the Eastern Grove, the true demon lord, the demonic arts are unparalleled. Above and below, I alone am supreme. The leader of the shadow demons and the true demon knelt in unison, their their expressions filled with profound reverence. Lu Jian waved his hand, signaling them to rise. He felt strangely like a cult leader, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. I have a world-altering plan and am about to infiltrate the Immortal Academy. Wait, you will help me stage a performance to ensure our safe departure. Consider it a significant contribution. The two nodded enthusiastically. They had never seen their demonic leader before and were fortunate to associate with such a distinguished figure. My lord, command us. We shall fulfill your orders, even at the cost of our lives. Lu Jian waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. I merely wish to test your acting skills. Suddenly, Lu Jian shot a cold glance at the two, causing them to kneel once more in fright. Let me make this clear. If you perform as poorly as before, don't blame me for being impolite. The two on the ground nodded repeatedly, like chickens pecking at grain. Such absolute pressure from someone in authority was incredibly effective on them. After devising their plan, the three stepped out of the grove, and as they walked, the shadow demon leader exclaimed excitedly, "Excellent. Truly exceptional. This technique is perfectly suited for our demonic clan." The trio approached the crowd, and the middle-aged true demon could not help but shed tears. Such a technique is indeed rare in this world. A splendid manual on the disassembly and installation of the Oriental Red Tractor. The name was somewhat tongue-twisting, nearly causing him to forget it. The middle-aged true demon glanced nervously at Lu Jian, and upon seeing no reaction, continued, "Hee, since you have provided us with such a useful technique, we shall keep our word. We are not like those self-proclaimed righteous hypocrites. All right, young brother, you may leave." Chapter 6. Spirit Tablet Test. The surrounding students were astonished by this scene. None had anticipated that Lu Jian's technique would genuinely sway these two demonic cultivators. Lu Jian nodded nervously, fearing that lingering here might expose him, so he beckoned the others to leave with him. It was only then that the crowd reacted, hastily supporting the injured Lu Linlang as they moved continuously towards the valley's exit. The Shadow Demon Canyon was merely half a day's journey from the Immortal Academy, and with Lu Linlang gravely wounded, the students hurriedly brought her back to the academy. Meanwhile, Lu Jian and the others found themselves barred from entry as scattered cultivators. They could not enter the academy without passing the assessment. The front of the Immortal Academy was teeming with people. The critically injured Lu Linlang caused quite a stir, though it quickly subsided. Most of those present were scattered cultivators, with some commoners lacking any foundation. They instinctively formed several long lines, with towering stone tablets emanating a gentle glow at the front. "These are the spirit tablets, used to test our talents," explained a middle-aged man to Lu Jian. Since leaving the Shadow Demon Canyon, his demeanor towards Lu Jian had noticeably improved. After all, had it not been for Lu Jian, they would have perished there. Lu Jian nodded as he observed the scattered cultivators placing their palms on the spirit tablets. The surface of the tablet began to reveal a golden sapling, which started to glow from its roots and gradually illuminated upwards. As more of the sapling lit up, branches and leaves began to emerge. The middle-aged man continued, "This spirit-testing tree has a total of 33 leaves. The number of leaves lit up varies according to different talents. If we can ignite 7 leaves, we can join the Immortal Academy. The Academy's admissions do not consider your past strength or cultivation, but primarily your talent. The higher your talent, the better treatment you receive upon entering the Academy. The Sister Linlang you saw before was admitted to the Immortal Academy 10 years ago. During her talent test, she ignited 27 leaves. Therefore, Sister Linlang did not follow the conventional route into the Academy. Instead, she was directly taken by the elders to become an inner disciple and personally taught." The middle-aged man spoke, his face brimming with envy. Ordinary students were incomparable to those inner disciples, who not only had access to abundant resources, but also enjoyed the protection of their mentors, placing them a cut above their peers. "Is there anyone capable of igniting all 33 leaves?" Lu Jian inquired curiously. The middle-aged man was taken aback, and even those in line nearby cast scornful glances in his direction. "How audacious! 33 leaves are a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Since the establishment of the Immortal Academy, I've heard that only one person has ignited all 33 leaves." The middle-aged man chuckled wryly and waved his hand. Such feats were beyond their reach, and while they might fantasize occasionally, it was better to keep such thoughts to themselves. At that moment, a young man from the nearby queue scoffed and remarked, "Not 33, but 35 leaves. I was young back then and came to the Immortal Academy to witness the spectacle. I saw that person instantly ignite all 33 leaves. Later, I heard that the spirit tablet we use for testing is merely a basic one. That great being's talent was so high that the basic tablet could not measure it. Fortunately, the basic and intermediate spirit tablets in the academy are linked, and the elder guarding the spirit tablet saw 2 leaves ignite on the intermediate tablet, so that great being's talent should be 35. Others seemed familiar with this secret and nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man felt somewhat embarrassed, as a mere scattered cultivator from a small place. He could hardly know such things. I see. What is that great being's name? Are they still in the academy? Aside from him, has anyone else ignited leaves beyond 33? The youth who spoke earlier cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man inquiring. The elder, of course, remained within the academy, but it was said he had now ascended to the status of an elder. As for whether anyone had accomplished what he did, that remained uncertain, for the Celestial Mansion Academy had never publicly disclosed such information. They feared that the demonic race would annihilate the prodigies of our human race. Thus outsiders were left in ignorance. Jian listened to the conversations of those around him while observing the movements of the group ahead. He noticed that when they approached the spirit tablet, their reactions varied greatly. Some effortlessly ignited the leaves at remarkable speed, while others struggled, sweating profusely just to light a single leaf. Clearly, the higher the talent, the more leaves ignited and the quicker they did so. Those of mediocre aptitude found even igniting a single leaf a daunting challenge. With this realization, Jian devised a plan. He would feign great difficulty and attempt to ignite merely 7 leaves. After all, he was an undercover agent, and it was unwise to stand out too conspicuously. The line gradually shortened until it was Jian's turn. The middle-aged man stepped forward, placing his right palm on the spirit tablet, anxiously watching its changes. As leaves began to ignite, sweat beaded on his forehead. Ultimately, the number of ignited leaves settled at 8, and no matter how he strained, he could not light another. The youth beside him glanced at the middle-aged man and nodded in acknowledgement. Name. Upon hearing the command, the middle-aged man, filled with excitement, declared his name, Lu Dezhu. Only those who succeeded would have their names recorded. Those who failed were not even worthy of that privilege. After announcing his name, Lu Dezhu turned back, excitedly nodding at Jian before stepping aside. Jian took a deep breath and approached the spirit tablet. He was not concerned about failing. Rather, he feared that his high talent might attract unnecessary trouble. As he stepped closer, Jian slowly extended his right hand, placing it on the spirit tablet. Simultaneously, he manipulated his body to portray a look of extreme exertion. What the heck? This guy is so phony. Not a single leaf has ignited yet, and he is already drenched in sweat. How on earth did he cultivate to the 3rd level of qi refining? Chapter 7. Extraordinary talent. Jian disregarded the mockery of the crowd, for to the untrained eye, he had not ignited a single leaf. However, he alone perceived a thin beam of light swiftly passing through the rudimentary spirit tablet into the academy. Quickly, he withdrew his hand. It seemed that talent could not be easily controlled. He glanced at the reactions of those around him. They had clearly not seen the light and believed Jian possessed no talent whatsoever. What is going on? This person has no talent at all. How did he even cultivate to the 3rd level of qi refining? With this, he still wants to enter the Celestial Mansion Academy? What an overestimation of himself. The youth standing before the spirit tablet shot Jian a sideways glance, assuming he remained rooted in place due to the blow to his pride. Don't block the way. Go back. You won't need to return again. With your talent, it's a miracle you can cultivate it all. But joining the Celestial Mansion Academy? That's impossible for you in this lifetime. Just as the youth finished speaking, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from the direction of the academy entrance. Wait! Everyone turned to see a woman clad in a flowing gown, resembling a celestial being, approaching. Upon seeing her, the youth before the spirit tablet hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Master Qi. The woman nodded and smiled at Jian, saying, You must be Jian. I am a master of Linlang. Come with me to my courtyard to cultivate. I shall take you as my inner disciple. At these words, the previously bustling testing ground fell silent for a moment, followed by an eruption of incredulous gasps. What incredible fortune this lad has. He has been accepted as an inner disciple by a master of the academy. What kind of backdoor deal is this? Such connections. Even a waste like him can become an inner disciple. Jian, who had thought all hope was lost, was astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Thank you, Master. He feigned surprise and quickly bowed. The woman smiled and gestured for Jian to follow her. As the two departed, the onlookers were filled with envy. This lad, I've heard Master Qi never takes disciples. Over the years, she has only had Lin Lang as her disciple, let alone accepting male disciples. Who on earth is this fellow? Could he be the illegitimate son of the dean? What could Master Qi possibly see in him? His low cultivation? His lack of talent? Heaven above, why am I not the dean's illegitimate child? Within the Celestial Mansion Academy, Lu Jian walked alongside the woman through the corridor. I usually do not take disciples, especially male ones. However, you saved Lin Lang's life, and the girl is quite stubborn. If I were to let you leave the academy just like that, I fear she would never be able to repay her debt of gratitude, leaving her with a lingering regret. The woman said, glancing back at Lu Jian, who quickly bowed again. But rest assured, even so, since you have entered my sect, I shall treat you as I do Lin Lang, imparting my knowledge without reservation. As for how much you can comprehend, that depends on your own aptitude. With a sigh, the woman continued, having witnessed the spectacle at the academy entrance, where her disciple appeared almost talentless, devoid of any semblance of aptitude. Lu Jian hastily clasped his hands, speaking respectfully. Thank you, master. However, I am rather dull-witted. It would be unnecessary for you to expend effort on my cultivation. I can start by studying some texts on my own, and if I encounter any uncertainties, I shall seek your guidance. Lu Jian had no desire to cultivate. He merely wished to lie low and blend in. The woman smiled, acknowledging that her disciple, while lacking intelligence, possessed self-awareness. That is acceptable, but remember, do not be greedy. In a few days, once Lin Lang has recovered, I will have her take you to the library to select some texts. If you have any questions, you may also consult your senior sister. Upon hearing about Lin Lang, Lu Jian inquired, Master, is my sister severely injured? Will she be all right? The woman smiled and shook her head. She is not in grave danger. I have already given her healing elixirs. In a few days, she will be well. Deep within the Celestial Mansion Academy, two elders were engaged in a match before the advanced spirit tablet, when, suddenly, a brilliant light flashed across it, and the tablet cracked and collapsed. A genius. An extraordinary genius. A talent that comes once in a millennium. Old Lu, hurry. They are currently testing the talents of those wishing to enter the academy. Quickly instruct someone to find out who is testing. Who could possibly shake the advanced spirit tablet? No. I will go myself. This talent is otherworldly. I must take him as my disciple. I have devoted my entire life. The elder exclaimed, rising hastily. He had never encountered such an exaggerated talent. One that could cause even the advanced spirit tablet to fracture. He took a few steps, only to find the other elder remaining seated, showing no inclination to rise. Why aren't you coming with me? This isn't like you. The elder scoffed. Have you lost your senses? Who in this world possesses such talent? Even during the time of the Tao ancestor, he could not have shattered the advanced spirit tablet. I had long advised you to replace the spirit tablet, which has aged significantly, yet you remain obstinate. The elder, having taken a few steps away, suddenly came to a realization, patting the back of his head in frustration. Alas, I wondered how such a prodigious talent could exist. The great Tao ancestor, revered as the most gifted immortal in the history of our righteous path, could only illuminate the spirit tablet entirely, but shattering it was beyond his capabilities. Mentioning the Tao ancestor brought a tinge of melancholy to both elders. Alas, how lamentable! Since the passing of the Tao ancestor, our human race has not seen such exceptional talents emerge. Had it not been for that calamitous battle 800 years ago, our people would undoubtedly still be thriving. That detestable demon. Who would have imagined that the demon race possessed such a formidable individual who could slay the Tao ancestor? Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. I can hardly contain my desire to storm into their demonic lair and flay that demon alive. Yet, regrettably, our cultivation is far too meager to even approach such heights. As he spoke, the elder returned to the chessboard. However, what do the demon's words from 800 years ago truly signify? I distinctly heard him declare that the Tao ancestor was the true alien race, the source of chaos in this world. This is utter nonsense. The other elder disdainfully scoffed, saying, Here we go again. Back in the day, you were merely a child, claiming to have heard the demon speak. That was clearly a figment of your imagination, and yet you took it to heart. Chapter 8. Do you dare insult me as a dog? Lu Jian, as an inner disciple, did not need to reside in the academy's dormitories with the new students. He had his own courtyard, living alongside his master and senior sister. Initially, his master inquired if he wished to stay in the new student dormitory, but Lu Jian would never agree. Living in a crowded space risked exposing him. With his independent courtyard, he had no intention of moving into a communal dormitory. His master did not press the issue, merely advising him to exercise caution. At first, Jian did not comprehend the significance of those words, but soon became apparent. In recent days, he had encountered multiple waves of trouble. The sole reason for their harassment was Lu Linlang. Her admirers were too numerous, and Jian felt overwhelmed. These sycophants took turns provoking him, insisting he engage in a life-and-death duel. Jealousy truly distorts one's appearance. He was now the only inner disciple permitted to reside in Qilan courtyard, and ever since the news spread, these individuals shouted for confrontation with Jian. Fortunately, Jian had not left Qilan courtyard, and those challengers were greatly intimidated by his master, thus refraining from reckless intrusions. Moreover, the academy forbade students from dueling unless both parties consented to a life-and-death match. Jian had entered the Immortal Academy with only a third-tier Qi refinement cultivation and seemingly lacked any talent, at least in the eyes of outsiders. Thus, how could Jian possibly engage in such duels? Rapidly advancing his cultivation would inevitably arouse suspicion. In exasperation, Jian sought out his master. "Master, look at them. Please say something. Master, my relationship with senior sister is entirely innocent, yet they insist on putting me to death." His master sighed and replied, "Your senior sister indeed has many suitors in the academy. I anticipated this outcome. Earlier, I asked you if you wish to reside in Qilan courtyard, yet you insisted on staying here. I cannot show favoritism by forcing you to move out. However, it may turn out well. As long as you remain in Qilan courtyard, the storm will eventually subside. The innocent will be vindicated, while the guilty will reveal their true nature, and by then, no one will trouble you." Jian considered this a viable solution. As long as his senior sister recovered and clarified their relationship, the matter would fade with time. He could continue to live his carefree life, free from troubles. However, ultimately, human plans do not align with fate. A few days later, an explosive piece of news spread throughout the academy. It was unclear who had circulated the rumor, but they claimed that Jian had repeatedly taken liberties with Lu Linlang in the Shadow Demon Canyon and, seizing the opportunity during her grave injury, committed some indecent acts. This caused an uproar throughout the academy. Not only were Lu Linlang's admirers in an uproar, but even some elders from the academy came to confront him. "Sister Qi, such a scoundrel must not be allowed to remain. Allowing such a lecherous individual into your ranks would tarnish your faction's reputation." An elder, one of the academy's senior members, had taken the initiative to approach, seeking to have Jian expelled from the sect. Qi Xinlan calmly regarded the elder and responded, "Brother Lin, how can you believe in such baseless rumors? Jian has been under my tutelage for several days, and I find him neither a rake nor a frivolous individual. Moreover, I have heard from Linlang about the events in the Shadow Demon Canyon. It was Jian who saved them using a technique, willingly sacrificing his own interests without taking advantage of their misfortune. Even if he is about to fail the talent assessment, he has not invoked past favors. I find my disciple quite commendable. Where lies the accusation of ill intent, and how could he tarnish our sect's reputation?" Elder Lin sighed and replied, "Sister, one cannot judge a person solely by their outward demeanor. He has only been here a few days. Naturally, he will keep a low profile to avoid revealing his true nature. I perceive him as despicable. He is not a good character, and it is better to expel him from our Immortal Academy as soon as possible. Besides, I have also heard that Jian displayed no talent during the assessment. Such a waste is of no benefit to us." Just as Elder Lin continued, Lu Linlang entered the room. She had recovered over the past few days and was aware of the recent events. Upon seeing Lu Linlang, Elder Lin's eyes brightened, and he said, "Linlang, you've arrived at the perfect time. Quickly, recount what transpired. How did that scoundrel take advantage of you? This concerns your reputation, and you are unaware of the rumors circulating outside, claiming you were." Elder Lin halted abruptly. Lu Linlang shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "Elder Lin, why do you not address those who spread rumors, but instead trouble us, the victims? If you have the time to meddle, why not advise your son to cease his slanderous accusations? It is not up to others to dictate whom my master accepts as a disciple." Elder Lin, momentarily taken aback, was left fuming, his beard bristling in anger. "Lu Linlang, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to your elder? I shall take it upon myself to discipline you for your insolence." The atmosphere in the living room grew tense, and Qi Xinlan cast a disapproving glance at Elder Lin, just as she was about to speak when an excited voice rang out from outside. "Senior sister, you've returned." Moments later, Jian stepped inside. He had been aware of the commotion and felt compelled to join, especially since this was his senior sister's first return to Chelan Courtyard after her injury. He had to see her. Upon seeing Lu Jian, Elder Lin, who had initially risen, settled back into his seat, nonchalantly stating, "So you are the infamous Lu Jian. It is indeed better to see than to hear. After several days, you are still at the third tier of Qi refinement. Pray tell, what fortunate event allowed you to cultivate to this level?" Lu Jian blinked innocently and feigned naivety, asking, "Who is this old man? What are you saying? I don't understand. He hasn't even pulled anything. Where would I go to pick up dog poop? Aren't we not allowed to keep dogs here?" Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Lu Linlang couldn't help but laugh. Elder Lin, however, was furious, his beard standing on end. It was one thing to be mocked by Lu Linlang, but how dare such a worthless individual ridicule him? "You dare to insult me as a dog." Elder Lin slammed his hand on the table, his eyes ablaze with rage, ready to seize Lu Jian. Without hesitation, Lu Jian hid behind Lu Linlang. "Go ahead, strike me. Fighting within the academy is a serious offense. Moreover, you would be committing an even greater crime by bullying the weak. My life may not matter, but you will pay dearly for it." Hearing Lu Jian's words, Elder Lin retracted his outstretched hand, his eyes burning with fury, yet lacking a target for his wrath. He could only slam his palm onto the table beside him, shattering it into pieces. "Well, well, such a sharp tongue you have, you little good-for-nothing. Just wait. Don't think you can hide in the academy forever." After Elder Lin stormed off, Lu Linlang turned to Lu Jian, who was clutching her clothing tightly, clearly shaken. "Are you not going to let go?" Lu Jian chuckled awkwardly before reluctantly releasing his grip on Lu Linlang's clothing. Qi Xinlan sighed, glancing at the shattered table before looking at Lu Jian. "I did not expect that by taking you as my disciple, I would inadvertently bring you trouble. If only you possessed the talents of your senior sister, they would dare not act against you. But alas, your aptitude is mediocre, and our sect is lacking in talent. It may be difficult to ensure your safety. Elder Lin holds significant power within the academy. You should not have mocked him. If he bears a grudge, your life could be in jeopardy." Lu Jian nodded, but did not seem particularly concerned. He believed that while he remained in the academy, no one would dare to harm him. Outside the academy, however, he would be free to unleash his potential. Mere insignificant opponents would not stand a chance against him. Yet, he did not wish to be forced out of the academy. It seemed that other sects and factions on this continent conducted aptitude tests for new disciples. Just this alone would be a hurdle he could not overcome. After all, having finally entered the immortal mansion, how could he leave so easily? His master was right. He lamented his mediocre talent, which had brought trouble to both his master and senior sister. "I will diligently train in the future to match my senior sister's pace, and then no one will dare to bully me again." Lu Jian felt that he could no longer be a mere bystander. In this world of cultivation, seeking an easy life was more challenging than climbing to the heavens. "Since my senior sister has returned, please take me to the library. I wish to select a few cultivation techniques to begin my practice." Qi Xinlan opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. She had intended to dissuade her disciple from pursuing a difficult path, but was surprised by his tenacity and his suggestion for an unlikely solution to his troubles. "Very well. If that is the case, let your senior sister accompany you. It will be beneficial for him to try." He would naturally retreat when faced with the reality of the situation. Lu Linlang said nothing, merely nodding before leading Lu Jian out of the living room. Once in the front courtyard, Lu Linlang finally spoke. "Are you certain you want to accompany me? There are rampant rumors outside. If they see us together, it may lead to further misunderstanding." Lu Jian approached with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Oh, senior sister, what are you worried about? I am your only true disciple. It is perfectly normal for us to walk together. If we sneak around, it would only raise suspicion. We have nothing to fear. Let us stride forth boldly." Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Lu Linlang said nothing further and turned to head towards the entrance of Chelan Courtyard. This was Lu Jian's first time stepping out of Chelan Courtyard since entering the Immortal Mansion Academy. Not long after they emerged, their figures attracted numerous gazes. Before they could reach the library, a familiar figure stumbled towards them in a panic. "Lu Daju!" Lu Jian exclaimed as the anxious man approached. "What are you doing here? You should head back." "Lu Jian, brother, what are you doing out at this time? Hurry back. I just came from the training ground. Lin Qing has heard you left Chelan Courtyard and is bringing people to confront you." The newcomer was Lu Daju, his expression urgent as he grasped Lu Jian's arm, attempting to pull him back. Lu Jian sighed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, brother Lu, for thinking of warning me. But you need not worry. They wouldn't dare lay a hand on me within the academy." Besides, my senior sister is here. Even if they attempt to act, they are unlikely to gain any advantage. Lu Daju was taken aback. Lu Jian's reasoning seemed sound, yet he remained uneasy. Brother Lu, do not be overconfident. While you may not fear them in the academy, you cannot remain here forever. You do not know, Lin Qing, although lacking talent and cultivation compared to senior sister Lin Lang, is the son of Elder Lin from the Lin Martial Academy. If they conspire against you, they need only find an excuse to draw you out of the academy, and you would be in grave danger. At Lu Daju's words, Lu Jian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Elder Lin? I believe I just saw him. You mean Lin Qing is his son? I heard my senior sister mention that this brat is the one spreading rumors about me. Lu Daju nodded with a wry smile. Yes, he is indeed a senior brother. Those scattered cultivators who came with us dare not offend him, so they were forced to embellish the truth with some falsehoods. I've tried to clarify that you were merely helping, that in a moment of crisis, you had no choice but to steady senior sister Lin Long's shoulder. But as a lowly cultivator, my words carry little weight, and I cannot aid you. Brother Lu. Lu Jian nodded, understanding Lu Daju's predicament. As a cultivator of low rank, he naturally could not afford to offend the elder's son. Hello, Lu Daju. I noticed something was off with you earlier. You came to warn me, didn't you? A cold voice suddenly interrupted from behind Lu Daju. He shivered involuntarily, turning to see a grim-faced man standing behind him, glaring coldly. Lin, Brother Lin, please do not misunderstand. I just happened to arrive here and encountered Lu Jian. We are old acquaintances, so we exchanged a few words. Lin Qing smirked, revealing a knowing smile. Oh, why are you so nervous? I haven't said anything. You are acting as though I intend to harm this young brother. As Lin Qing spoke, he smiled and nodded at Lu Jian before directing his gaze towards Lu Linlang, a hint of excitement and concern flickering in his eyes. Linlang, I heard you've been recuperating for a few days. Are you feeling better? I have some healing elixirs. I will send them to you later. Lu Linlang shot Lin Qing a glance before turning away, as if she had not heard his words. Lin Qing chuckled, seemingly accustomed to her indifference. He then turned his attention to Lu Jian, adopting a gentle demeanor. This must be Lin Long's junior brother, Lu Jian? Lu Jian nodded, thinking to himself how crafty Lin Qing was. Though he harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, he was careful not to display it outwardly, likely because of his senior sister's presence. Moreover, within the academy, he could not act against Lu Jian, so he simply concealed his hostility. So you are Lin Qing, senior brother? Lu Jian respectfully clasped his hands together and wore a beaming smile while facing Lin Qing. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Lin Qing's smile froze on his face. He shot Lu Jian a glare, ready to retaliate, but Lu Jian hastily clasped his hands again, exclaiming, Oh dear, my apologies. As a southerner, I have an accent. What I meant to say was, dogs raising dogs. No, Lin Shixiang, please don't misunderstand. In our region, we don't differentiate between dogs. Just ignore it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing managed to regain his composure and smiled once more. Oh, that essay first. If I recall correctly, ISNT the Southern Continent, a territory of the Demon Clan? Little junior brother, do you perhaps have some connection with him? Lu Jian was momentarily taken aback, surprised that this young man had hit the nail on the head. No, how could that be? I have no ties with the Demon Clan. Lin Qing's smile grew even brighter as he nodded. I see. I've heard rumors circulating in the academy recently that when you were at Shadow Demon Canyon, you befriended those two demon lords using a particular technique. I thought you might have some ties with the Demon Clan, but it seems I was mistaken. With a shift in tone, Lin Qing continued, However, it's important to be mindful of such gossip. If left unchecked, it could lead to complications. He feigned a look of concern and pondered for a moment before saying, Little junior brother, let us put this aside for now. Tomorrow, I'll be heading to the Fuma Mountain Forest, 70 miles east of the academy, to guide the new students in their training. You know, these training sessions arranged by the academy cannot be declined, although my father usually oversees these matters. Adding you at the last minute could lead to people saying we're giving our own special treatment. Next time, should there be an opportunity to battle those demonic creatures, I will certainly inform my father and ensure you can join. Once you return after slaying a few of those beasts, the rumors of your collusion with the Demon Clan will surely dissipate. Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, Lu Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded. That's wonderful. Thank you, Shixiao. Please arrange it for me as soon as possible. Lu Jian understood the implications behind Lin Qing's words. Elder Lin, who had the authority to arrange disciples for field training, could facilitate their exit from the academy. Once outside, it would be up to them what to do. However, Lu Jian had no intention of letting things escalate to that extent. From a mountain forest, you say? We'll be doing a beginner-esque task there tomorrow? How splendid. I'll find a reason to go out and let those little newbies experience what it's like to encounter a max-level boss right after entering the novice village. Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether Lu Jian might be a fool. He was allowing himself to be sent out of the academy without a hint of caution. Or perhaps he had given up on resistance, as every disciple was obliged to participate in the academy's trials. Lin Qing chuckled, his amusement evident. Very well. Little junior brother, I find myself growing increasingly fond of you. Let us consider this settled. In a few days, I will come to invite you to join me for training. Without waiting for Lu Jian's response, Lin Qing turned away, casting a cold glance at Lu Dazhu, who stood nearby. Hey, Lu Shitty, let us go. Prepare yourself. We have a head out tomorrow. As he lightly patted Lu Dazhu's shoulder, the latter trembled in fear. Lin Qing snorted dismissively and walked away. Once the two departed, Lu Linlang, observing Lu Jian still basking in joy, asked, Do you wish to perish? Lu Jian, puzzled, shook his head. Senior sister? I don't wish to die. Why would you say such a thing? Lu Linlang gazed in the direction Lin Qing had gone, replying, Are you not aware that he intends to transfer you out of the academy? Once outside, even if you perish in Fengma Mountain Forest, he could simply claim you were slain by those demonic creatures. In that case, you would die in vain. Lu Jian chuckled, saying, Senior sister, I believe Lin Shixiang is quite decent. He speaks sensibly and seems to care about others. It's a perfect opportunity for me to converse with him during this training and ask him to clarify the rumors outside. Then, I'll be able to move about the academy openly. Lu Jian's face was filled with excitement, brimming with hope for the future. Lu Linlang frowned at him, remaining silent for a moment before finally uttering two words, foolish child. With that, Lu Linlang turned and departed. Lu Jian hurriedly followed, only to hear Lu Linlang coldly state, I'm coming with you. Lu Jian paused in surprise, then sighed in resignation. His senior sister was both stubborn and foolish, truly a rare talent in cultivation. The two quickly made their way to the library. Lu Jian pretended to select foundational techniques for the qi refining stage before returning with Lu Linlang to Qilin Courtyard. The following day, when the time seemed right, Lu Jian borrowed some money from Lu Linlang and informed his master that he intended to venture outside the academy to purchase some daily necessities. Initially, his master wanted Lu Linlang to accompany him, but considering the recent rumors circulating, he dismissed that thought. Thus, having arrived at Xianfu Academy, it was Lu Jian's first time leaving the academy. The Fengma Mountain Forest lay to the east of the academy. After exiting, Lu Jian headed westward. After wandering for some time, he began to make his way towards Fengma Mountain Forest. Meanwhile, Lin Qing led the group of new students who were now nearing the forest. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Qing walked at the front of the procession. Behind him was a group of newly admitted students, whom Lu Jian would recognize from their earlier encounter at Shadow Demon Canyon. As they approached the Fengma Mountain Forest, Lin Qing turned to Lu Dazhu, who was lagging at the rear. Lu Shitty, among these junior brothers and sisters, your cultivation is the highest. Step forward and set an example for them. Lu Dazhu's expression shifted, but he dared not oppose Lin Qing's wishes and stepped ahead to lead the way. Everyone be cautious. While these wind demons may not be formidable, you are all newcomers, and they could still pose some difficulty. Following Lu Dazhu, Lin Qing squinted his eyes and cautioned the group behind him. Lin Shixiang, we are all your junior brothers and sisters. With you around, we should be safe. Shun Tiwi? A girl tentatively inquired. Their cultivation was too low, and Lin Qing was the strongest among them. Although it was said that his prowess was merely a result of Elder Lin's medicinal support, it was still a tangible realm, far beyond the reach of these fledgling cultivators who had just entered the foundation establishment stage. Lin Qing smiled and nodded before replying. Naturally, with your senior brother here, they're just low-level demon creatures and can't harm you. However, it also depends on the individual. You're all part of the same group, and if you follow my instructions well, I will certainly look after you. But there are some individuals. As he spoke, Lin Qing cast a malevolent glance at Lu Dazhu ahead. For days, he had been trying to win over the new students who had reported with Lu Jian, urging them to embellish the events at Shadow Demon Canyon and spread them widely. Yet Lu Dazhu, who was ungrateful, not only failed to align with him, but even dared to relay information to Lu Jian behind his back. The nearby girl quickly grasped Lin Qing's implication. Hey, Lin Shixiao, when you speak of some individuals, you must be referring to Lu Dazhu, right? He is currently clinging to a powerful ally and doesn't seem to regard you at all. Upon observing that Lu Jian had been accepted as an inner disciple, he naively believed that he had ascended to great heights. Such a fool, utterly devoid of intellect. Lu Jian lacks any talent, being a complete waste, and he truly thinks he has allied himself with the esteemed? And now, that Lu Jian merely hides behind that wretched girl, too cowardly to show his face. Before the girl could finish her sentence, Lin Qing struck her sharply across the face. Who are you calling wretched? Lin Qing's features contorted, his gaze fierce, instantly reducing the girl to a trembling heap on the ground. She could not comprehend what had transpired. Earlier, Lin Qing had urged them to spread rumors, mercilessly humiliating Lu Linlang. Yet now he turned on her for a single remark. The girl, clutching her reddened cheek, found herself at a loss for words. Lin Qing shot her a sidelong glance and scoffed. Linlang is not someone you worthless beings can slander. Did you truly believe the words I had you spread? With that, Lin Qing turned away. This insufferable harlot has been loftily perched above us, and now she has enticed a man to Qi Lan courtyard. This is a golden opportunity. If I do not seize this chance to bring her down from her pedestal, she may never deign to acknowledge my existence. Once I deal with that Lu Jian, I shall emerge to clarify the rumors, and then... Ha ha! Lin Qing could not contain his laughter, as events unfolded surprisingly favorably. Upon returning, he would need to ingratiate himself with Lu Jian, lest he perish at the hands of the demon clan, leaving him vulnerable to criticism. With this thought, Lin Qing felt considerably uplifted and turned back to assist the girl on the ground. He chuckled, "Ah, little junior sister, did I hurt you?" His hand brushed lightly against her cheek, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Lin Qing withdrew his hand, laughed heartily, and then turned to Lu Dazhu ahead. "Junior brother Lu, we are approaching the Wind Demon Stronghold. Go demonstrate to your junior brothers and sisters." Not far ahead stood colossal stone pillars, many of which bore cave-like openings. The Wind Demons, a type of demon clan, resided within these stone structures. They bore a resemblance to humans and possessed the innate ability to manipulate wind and rain, making them a formidable race. However, despite their natural prowess, they were notoriously clumsy in cultivation, resulting in a near absence of extraordinary experts among them. Lu Dazhu gazed at the towering pillars, swallowing hard. Although the Wind Demons were not adept at cultivation, as a mere foundation establishment practitioner, to launch an assault on their territory would be akin to courting death. If you wish to kill, then do it yourself. Why rely on others? Lu Dazhu unsheathed his spear, turning to face Lin Qing defensively. Lin Qing, with a disingenuous smile, clapped his hands and replied, well, I send you to slay those demons, and instead, you turn your weapon against me. He then addressed the onlookers behind him. Tell me, does he not have ties with these demons? Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, the crowd quickly caught on. Indeed, senior brother Lin is correct. On our way to the academy, I saw Lu Fu several times hesitating to strike those demons. I even witnessed him engaging in conversation with them, bowing and scraping. This is not the conduct of a righteous person. To bow before a powerful demon is nothing short of disgraceful. Such a person is bound to betray our kind sooner or later. As their voices rose in unison, Lu Dazhu's face turned ashen with fury. You ingrates! On our journey to the academy, you all called me Big Brother Lu, and now that I am no longer useful, you cast me aside. If it weren't for Lu Jian, you would all be dead in Shadow Demon Canyon. You lack gratitude and dare to speak ill of me. My unwillingness to associate with you becomes my fault. Lu Dazhu clenched his spear tightly, exclaiming, Brother Lu Jian did not journey with us, yet he saved our lives. Should I not assist him? He is now an inner disciple and still calls me Big Brother Lu. Unlike you ungrateful wretches who only follow the powerful. Though you claim to admire Sister Linlang, behind her back, you resort to despicable means. A true beast. Chapter 12. What caliber of big shot is this? Upon hearing Lu Dazhu's words, Lin Qing's gaze grew increasingly frigid, and those behind him began to encircle Lu Dazhu. What are you? Just because I appointed you as the leader, you presume yourself to be significant. I always said you were a foolish brute. Now that we are at the academy, you still cannot discern the hierarchy. Why ally with that waste? Lu Jian. Call your brother Lu Jian over here. If he does not kneel before senior brother Lin and call him grandfather, that will be considered having some backbone. The crowd erupted in laughter, and even Lin Qing joined in. Lu Dazhu, infuriated, tightened his grip on the spear, his eyes blazing with fury. Very well. Today, I shall take one life to balance the scales, and two shall be profit. If you wish for my demise, you shall not escape unscathed. With that declaration, Lu Deju's spiritual energy erupted, and his spear shot forth towards the nearest man. The man, startled by the sudden assault, stumbled. He was no match for Lu Deju and could not defend against the spear. Just then, a hand shot forth with incredible speed, seizing the spear's tip. Lu Deju looked to see it was Lin Qing. His heart sank. He was merely at the foundation establishment stage, while Lin Qing had already reached the core formation stage. Such a vast difference in cultivation realms was beyond his capacity to contend with. Lin Qing gripped the spear's tip and effortlessly snapped it in two. Before Lu Deju could react, Lin Qing's figure appeared before him. Bang! Lin Qing struck Lu Deju squarely in the chest with tremendous force, sending him reeling backward, blood spurting from his mouth. As Lu Deju lay on the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, the man who had been intimidated earlier rose to his feet. "Huh, I thought you were formidable. You cannot even withstand a single blow from our senior brother Lin. So, where's your brother Lu Jian now? I have never seen such a fool. Did you truly believe that Lu Jian was a treasure?" Lu Deju lay on the ground, feeling the world spin around him. He involuntarily spat out another mouthful of blood, and as his eyelids grew heavy, he lost consciousness. Lin Qing smiled and exchanged glances with the crowd. "Each of you, finish him off." The group nodded in agreement and approached Lu Deju. "Foolish brute, do not blame us. Blame only yourself for offending senior brother Lin and entangling with that waste." With that, one man drew a dagger from his waist, crouched down, and aimed for Lu Deju's abdomen. Just then, commotion erupted from the direction of the wind demon territory. Wind demons rushed out of their caves, fervently kneeling on the ground and chanting something. Lin Qing frowned, glancing at the wind demons, perplexed by their actions. The others looked curiously towards the wind demons, equally bewildered. What is happening? It seems they sense something. Is this truly the wind demon clan? Indeed, as the rumors suggested, the women of the wind demon clan are ethereal and breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, it is curious that the women of their tribe seldom venture from their caves. What significant event could have prompted their collective emergence? Observing the wind demon clansmen kneeling in reverence at the mouth of the cave, Lin Qing's expression darkened. He sensed that something ominous was about to transpire, yet he was at a loss as to what it could be. "Stop looking. Kill him. We must flee." Though the others were bewildered, they did not dare defy Lin Qing's command. Just as they prepared to act, an overwhelming wave of demonic energy surged from the eastern horizon. In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped them, rendering them immobile, as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. What is this? Such a terrifying presence. The Demon King. The Demon King. Run for your lives. The fear-stricken group felt tears welling in their eyes, yet they found themselves unable to move. The dread emanating from the approaching entity made them feel as though they were being targeted by an ancient, malevolent spirit. Lin Qing was bewildered. What kind of misfortune was this? He had merely stepped out to deal with a minor foe, only to encounter a Demon King, the likes of which he had never even heard of. The being did not even need to focus on them. Merely casting a glance in their direction left Lin Qing, a cultivator at the core formation stage, utterly paralyzed. "I want to go home. This place is too terrifying. I cannot bear to stay here any longer." Lin Qing lamented, gazing towards the source of the dreadful demonic energy, which was at least 200 miles away. Yet, even this faint trace of demonic energy transformed the wind demon forest into a realm of nightmares. The good news, the boss was 200 miles away. The bad news, the boss's health bar was already looming before them. The length of the health bar evoked a sense of despair, extinguishing any desire to fight back. Lin Qing felt as though death was his only escape. What caliber of powerhouse had he stumbled upon? Most absurdly, he was being watched. Why would such a being deign to glance at a weakling like him, a mere core formation cultivator? As the group silently prayed for the Demon King to turn away, the situation grew increasingly absurd. The demonic energy rapidly constricted, and in an instant, it loomed before Lin Qing and his companions. "I heard it was you lots spreading vile rumors about me." Lu Jian stood before them, his terrifying aura causing each of them to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Qing and the others gaped in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality of their situation. Lu Jian, you are a demon." Lu Jian smiled calmly and replied, "Congratulations, you are correct. It seems you have kicked a titanium alloy steel plate this time. Do not blame me for being heartless." The group felt their minds short-circuit. They could not fathom how a talentless waste could suddenly transform into a supreme Demon King. However, they soon began to sob pitifully. Lu Jian, brother Lu Jian, for the sake of our shared tribulations, spare us. We will never spread rumors in the academy again. Let us go, and we shall clear your name. It was Lin Qing who forced us to do this. Kill him instead. We promise. We will not utter a word about today. Chapter 13. This is a myth. Lu Jian gently shook his finger. In such matters, it is certainly more reliable to eliminate the living. Only the dead can keep a secret forever. Lu Jian's expression remained tranquil, yet to the onlookers, he appeared more fearsome than a devil. Lu Jian, you cannot kill me. My father is an elder of the academy. He will not let you go. Lin Qing's desperate screams echoed under the oppressive weight of terror, and he had completely lost his reason. Lu Jian frowned, realizing that this fool had yet to comprehend the gravity of his predicament. Why would a top-tier demon king fear an elder from a small academy? Such a trivial being was not worthy of guarding his stronghold. Oh, you threaten me with your old man? Perhaps another time, but for now, let's consider this settled. In a few days, I shall send him to reunite with you. Then you can ask him if he can kill me. Lin Qing's terror escalated, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Yet, Lu Jian's words appeared to awaken him slightly. Lu Jian, you cannot kill me. My brother is Lin Xiao, the academy's most brilliant genius. He cherishes me dearly. He is currently in seclusion, and once he learns that I died due to matters concerning Lu Linlang, he will kill your sister. You wouldn't want your identity exposed in the academy, would you? Lu Linlang is an orphan. Her entire family was slaughtered by your demon kin. If you act against my brother in the academy, your true nature will be revealed. Your sister cares for you deeply, and despite the rumors, she has never suggested expelling you. Would you really want her to discover you are a demon? That knowledge would hurt her more than death itself. Lu Jian furrowed his brow, surprised to uncover such hidden feelings. Indeed, he could not act against Lin Qing within the academy. The academy housed not only formations, but also hidden experts, making it risky to reveal himself. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Jian exhaled deeply. Seeing Lu Jian hesitate, Lin Qing quickly pressed on, "Let me go. I promise I will never." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Jian had already acted. With a swift flick of his finger, the heads of the individuals before him were severed from their bodies in an instant. Lin Qing remained wide-eyed in shock until his last moment, having believed he could negotiate his survival, only to find that Lu Jian's resolve was as swift as it was lethal. Lu Jian glanced at the lifeless bodies on the ground and coldly remarked, "No matter. Since I cannot strike as a demon king, I shall use your methods to crush him." Without further hesitation, Lu Jian picked up the injured Lu Dazhu and carried him towards the territory of the wind demons. The wind demons gazed at him with starry eyes, excitedly exclaiming, "The great demon destroyer, unmatched in demonic prowess, supreme amongst heaven and earth." Lu Jian nodded, then entrusted the gravely injured Lu Dazhu to the clan leader of the wind demons. "This human has a history with me. Take him away, and once he has recovered, let him leave at his discretion. Inform the surrounding demon clans not to trouble him, regardless of where he goes. As for you, do not return yet. Go join your fellow clansmen." The clan leader of the wind demons nodded vigorously, unsure of Lu Jian's motives, but recognizing that he was deemed a true deity among the demon race. Thus his words must be followed unconditionally. "When shall we depart?" "Your Excellency?" Lu Jian glanced at the nearby corpses before responding. Now, Lin Qing had perished in the wind demon forest, and the wind demon clan would undoubtedly face retribution from Elder Lin. It would be unwise for Lu Jian to act again in the immediate future. Should Elder Lin also perish here, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Though Lu Jian was a traveler from another world and did not harbor deep feelings for the demon race, he could not bear to witness their slaughter, compelling him to facilitate their departure. Furthermore, do not reveal to anyone that you have seen me. I am engaged in a matter of great secrecy that must not be disclosed. The wind demons nodded excitedly, then raised their hands in unison, preparing to chant their slogans. Observing this, Lu Jian quickly waved his hand. "Stop. Do not waste time. We must leave at once." Instantaneously, the wind demons took flight, gathering together and departing from their gathering place without delay. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jian was left speechless. Goodness, are they not even going to pack their belongings? The execution capabilities of the demon clan are indeed formidable. Lu Jian shook his head, realizing it was time for him to depart. He took a roundabout route and returned to the academy from the western side of the Immortal Mansion Academy. Upon arriving at Qilin Courtyard, Lu Jian secluded himself in his room. He had yet to peruse the cultivation methods from the library that he had taken out earlier. It was an opportune moment for him to refine his skills and enhance his standing within the academy. Lu Jian flipped through the several books in his possession and soon grasped their content. Subsequently, he naturally broke through to the foundation establishment stage. The cultivation methods of the demon clan differ significantly from those of the human clan, yet, in the face of his extraordinary talent, Lu Jian learned at an astonishing pace. He did not perceive this as anything unusual. He was unaware of the typical time frame required for a cultivator to ascend from the third level of qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage. However, he sensed that he might be progressing somewhat rapidly. Thus, he chose to maintain his status at the third level of qi refinement. With his current cultivation, masquerading as a human cultivator without revealing his true level was exceedingly simple. Yet, should a confrontation arise, it could become quite troublesome, as a single misstep might expose him. After studying the cultivation methods, Lu Jian sought out his master. Master, how long do you think it will take for me to break through from the third level of qi refinement to foundation establishment? Qi Xinlan cast a reproachful glance at Lu Jian, her beautiful eyes harboring a hint of sorrow. Did I not advise you before? Do not be greedy. Proceed steadily. Achieving the third level of qi refinement is no small feat. To break through to the fourth level, given your talent, will require at least a year. As for those who have entered the academy, if starting from the third level of qi refinement, it also takes nearly a year to reach foundation establishment. Your senior sister took a full 3 months to ascend from the first level of qi refinement to foundation establishment. At these words, Lu Jian gasped in dismay. Why is it so slow? I don't have the luxury of time to cultivate at such a leisurely pace. Based on my senior sister's cultivation speed, wouldn't I still have to wait 3 months to demonstrate my foundation establishment prowess? Master, what if someone were to break through from the third level of qi refinement to foundation establishment in less than half a stick of incense? What would that be considered? Before Qi Xinlan could respond, a voice emerged from behind Lu Jian. Lu Linlongs. That would be a myth. You clearly lack a sense of reality. If such a person existed, the dean would have already elevated them. Stop daydreaming. Instead of wasting time on fantasies, you should spend this time reviewing the cultivation methods you borrowed. Chapter 14. The Demon Suppression Tower. Lu Jian chuckled awkwardly. Hee, senior sister, you're back. I was just curious and asking casually. Lu Linlang let out a resigned sigh and casually tossed a brocade box to Lu Jian. This is for you. Upon opening the brocade box, a peculiar medicinal fragrance wafted forth. Inside was a resplendent golden pill. Lu Jian examined the pill closely. Senior sister, what is this? Qi Xinlan shot an unusual glance at Lu Linlang before shaking her head helplessly. This is a foundation establishment pill, distributed monthly to disciples ranked within the top 10 of the academy. Consuming it stabilizes your cultivation and purifies your spiritual energy, making breakthroughs significantly easier. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian hastily returned the pill to the box and offered it back to Lu Linlang. Senior sister, I cannot accept such a precious item. This is for you. It would be a waste for me to consume it. Lu Linlang's gaze narrowed slightly, refusing to take back the brocade box. Lu Jian awkwardly rubbed his hands with his sleeve, regretting having touched the elixir earlier. This item was indeed of no use to him. Consuming it would only expedite his already rapid cultivation. He wished to persuade his senior sister further, but Lu Linlang had already turned away. Reluctantly, Lu Jian tucked the brocade box away. The following day, feeling ready, Lu Jian revealed his cultivation at the fourth level of qi refinement. Senior sister, your pill works wonders. After consuming it yesterday, I broke through to the fourth level of qi refinement. I feel imbued with power, capable of striking down a bull with a single punch. Lu Linlang merely responded with a calm "oh" and fell silent. Observing her lack of reaction, Lu Jian sighed and exited Qilan courtyard, heading alone to the library. As an inner sect disciple, all the texts in the library were accessible to him. This time, he did not need to borrow any books. He could simply peruse them on-site, absorbing the knowledge instantly. In a mere half-day, Lu Jian had reached the stage of core formation, as delineated by human realms. Upon returning to Qilan courtyard, he heard whispers of Lin Qing's demise in the Wind Demon Forest. Calculating the time, it seemed someone had already ventured to the forest to investigate. It was about time they discovered Lin Qing's body. It was said that Elder Lin nearly lost his sanity upon seeing his son's corpse. Everyone assumed Lin Qing and his companions had perished due to a powerful demon beast during their trial, completely unaware that Lu Jian was the orchestrator behind it all. Elder Lin had initially planned to wreak havoc in the Wind Demon Forest, but soon realized it was deserted. Not a single demon remained, nor was Lu Daju, who had accompanied them. However, Elder Lin did not dwell on this matter, likely understanding the nature of his son's undertaking. Presuming that Lu Dazhu had been eliminated by Lin Qing himself. I will kill that wretch. If it weren't for her, how would Qing'er have ventured into the Wind Demon Forest? Qing'er always showed her kindness, yet she remained ungrateful, leading to Qing'er's demise here. Elder Lin lamented, bereft of his elder dignity, weeping uncontrollably. I will have that wretched girl. Let her serve my Qing'er in the underworld to appease my grievances. And that useless Lu Jian. If it were not for him scheming, Qing'er would not have ventured out. Elder Lin's fury was palpable as he declared, I will capture this pair of dog lovers. They shall pay their respects before Qing'er's spirit. Elder Lin pounded his chest in anguish, nearly fainting. Nearby, disciples attempted to console him. Master, do not grieve excessively. Your senior disciple has already departed. Please take care of your health. Moreover, even if you seek revenge, you need not personally intervene. There is still senior brother Lin Xiao, the strongest among our younger generation. Once he emerges from seclusion, we can orchestrate a confrontation between that wretch and him in a life-and-death duel. At that time, even if senior brother Lin Xiao were to obliterate her, no one would dare question our motives. As for that Lu Jian, once we deal with his senior sister, he is merely a useless pawn, easily manipulated. Upon hearing this, Elder Lin's lamentations ceased abruptly. How could I have forgotten about Xiao? Very well. Let Xiao take action. This is the best course. Let him publicly humiliate that wretch, stripping her of all dignity, and then eliminate her. Lu Jian remained secluded in his chamber, rarely venturing outside lately. He initially anticipated that Elder Lin would seek to trouble him, fulfilling the dying wish of his dog. However, to his surprise, the past few days had been unexpectedly tranquil. During this time, Lu Jian learned that Lin Qing indeed had an elder brother, Lin Xiao, who was the most distinguished genius at the academy, having reached the peak of the Golden Core realm, on the verge of advancing to the nascent soul stage. His current retreat was aimed at breaking through to that realm, though whether he would succeed remained uncertain. Lu Jian had managed to elevate his own cultivation to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Now, even if he faced Lin Xiao, he felt confident that relying solely on his righteous techniques would enable him to overpower him. Even if Lin Xiao were to break into the nascent soul realm, Lu Jian believed he could still handle him. In Lu Jian's understanding, it was typical for geniuses to engage in cross-realm battles. He dared not hasten his own breakthrough too much, lest he draw unwarranted attention, aiming only to catch up with his senior sister. While Lu Jian had been confined to his quarters, a significant event unfolded at the academy. The Demon Suppression Tower had been activated. Geniuses from the 4 major academies had gathered at the Xianfu Academy, eager to enter the tower. Lu Jian had heard nothing about this. His cultivation level was too low. And such events, reserved for the truly talented, would not warrant notification for him. Chapter 15. The tower contest. The Xianfu Academy was vast beyond measure, and Lu Jian had confined his activities to the vicinity of Qilan Courtyard in recent days. He merely sensed a slight reduction in the number of individuals around him, without any other peculiarities. At that moment, the majority of cultivators congregated before a towering structure on the western side of the academy, whispering excitedly among themselves. How wonderful! We just arrived at the academy and have already encountered the opening of the Demon Suppression Tower. It is said that geniuses from the other 3 academies have already arrived and are ready to ascend the tower. Alas, at this moment, Lin Xiao was in seclusion. Had he been present, victory would surely belong to Xianfu Academy. The students clad in Xianfu uniforms fervently discussed, while some less informed cultivators wondered about the commotion. What is this Demon Suppression Tower? What is happening? Why are there so many people? Little junior sister, you are unaware, are you? This Demon Suppression Tower exists solely within our Xianfu Academy. The other 3 academies have none. According to legend, this tower itself is a formidable magical artifact, capable of subduing demons and spirits with unparalleled power. Moreover, within this tower is imprisoned an exceptionally unique demon, locked away at its pinnacle. The nature of this demon remains a mystery, but its abilities are quite extraordinary. During a specific period, it uncontrollably releases an intense pressure. Cultivating under this pressure not only tempers one's will, but also refines spiritual energy. Thus, whenever this time arrives, the other 3 academies lead their geniuses to our Xianfu Academy to ascend the tower. Initially, everyone was amiable, but in recent years, the heads of the academies sought to add some incentive, establishing a prize for the genius student who ascends to the highest level. Consequently, every time the Demon Suppression Tower opens, a fierce competition ensues, involving not only personal cultivation, but also a battle for prestige. In the last opening of the tower, our Lin Xiao ascended to the 13th level, surpassing others by a full 2 levels. The prize that time was a coveted spirit cultivation pill. Upon hearing about the spirit cultivation pill, the crowd gasped. The spirit cultivation pill? It is a treasure sought after even by those of the nascent soul stage. Truly, Lin Xiao stands as an unrivaled entity among his peers. It is regrettable that Lin Xiao is in seclusion this time. Otherwise, victory would assuredly belong to our Xianfu Academy. As the conversation turned to this, a discordant voice suddenly emerged from the front. Lin Xiao? That cur. If it weren't for that despicable person ambushing Lu Feng from the Xianling Academy, he wouldn't even be worthy of claiming victory. A group of young men and women clad in fiery red robes appeared before the demon suppression tower, their demeanor haughty as they looked down upon the students of Xianfu Academy. What did you say? Lu Feng? I have never even heard of him. Does our Lin Xiao need to resort to ambush? You dare to spread rumors here. You've heard that Lin Xiao is in seclusion, so you feel bold enough to speak out. The Xianling Academy cultivator who had spoken with disdain was met with a dismissive snort from a nearby youth. Yu Bing, do not engage in a war of words. Let us speak through our strength. After being restrained by the youth, though unwilling, the individual refrained from further provocation. Who is this person? He seems rather influential. That is Lu Feng, the foremost cultivator beneath the nascent soul stage at the Xianling Academy. It is said that he reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm 3 years ago, having rarely encountered a rival since. This time, he has come to the Demon Suppression Tower, likely in search of an opportunity for breakthrough. He is merely a thin veil away from the nascent soul realm. Once he breaks through, he will be the first among our 4 academies to achieve that status. The surrounding cultivators from Xianfu Academy changed their expressions upon hearing this, realizing that Lu Feng was indeed formidable, rivaling even Lin Xiao. The Xianling Academy had sent 10 individuals, all among their most brilliant talents. Each of them was at the Golden Core stage, their spiritual energy contained, indicating an extraordinary mastery of it. Shortly after the arrival of the Xianling cultivators, 2 more groups of cultivators dressed in distinct robes arrived, hailing from the Window Academy and the Xinguang Academy, also comprising 10 members, all at the Golden Core level. Once the 3 academies had gathered, the cultivators from Xianfu Academy finally made their entrance. Leading them was Lu Jian and Lu Linlang's master, Qi Xinlan, followed closely by the 10 students participating in the contest for the Demon Suppression Tower. Lu Linlang was notably among them, alongside 9 other cultivators from Xianfu Academy. Upon seeing Qi Xinlan, the student from the other 3 academies bowed in unison. We greet Master Qi. Qi Xinlan waved her hand, signaling them to rise. It is enough. Where are the elders leading you? Are they not yet here? Lu Feng respectfully inclined his hands towards Qi Xinlan, reporting to Master. The 3 elders are currently deliberating with the headmaster over the rewards for this tower contest, and will arrive shortly. Qi Xinlan nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. We need not elaborate on the rules, do we? Most of you have participated in the previous tower contest. The Demon Suppression Tower has a total of 18 levels, and those who ascend to greater heights will be deemed the victors of this contest. As Qi Xinlan spoke, she cast a glance at the tower, not far away. There is but a quarter of an hour left until the demon releases its pressure. Before the pressure dissipates, strive to ascend as high as you can. Afterward, she addressed the onlookers. The tower does not limit the number of participants. Any willing student may attempt to climb. However, ascending the Demon Suppression Tower is no easy feat. You must act within your capacity. Upon hearing Qi Xinlan's words, the surrounding cultivators became animated. While they could not determine the eventual victor, entering the tower would undoubtedly benefit their cultivation. Observing the eager expressions of the crowd, Qi Xinlan shook her head in resignation. Although the contest does not restrict numbers, in reality, only a select few can withstand the pressure, let alone enter the tower. Thus, while it is claimed that there are no restrictions on the number of participants, in reality, the number of cultivators able to join is quite scarce. Chapter 16. Lu Jian's insomnia after waiting for a quarter of an hour. Just as Qi Xinlan had foretold, an unusual pressure suddenly descended from the top of the Demon Suppression Tower. Instantly, the expressions of the cultivators who had been observing nearby changed dramatically. What is this? Why do I feel as though a 1,000-pound stone is pressing down upon me? Is this the innate ability of the demon race? Merely the pressure alone possesses such terrifying power? In just a few breaths, The cultivators surrounding the tower were drenched in sweat. The pressure was omnipresent, not only affecting their bodies but also tormenting their minds. The cultivators, who had initially contemplated entering the tower, now stood at its periphery, their faces ashen, let alone daring to approach. After a brief moment of enduring, the nearby cultivators began to lament, struggling to distance themselves from the vicinity of the tower. The once bustling area gradually became sparse, while the talented individuals from the 4 academies, standing before the tower, appeared unfazed, clearly not troubled by this pressure. Qi Xinlan glanced at Lu Linlang, and then addressed the crowd. "All right, let us enter the tower." The group nodded in agreement and stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the first layer of the demon suppression tower. Lu Jian had no pressing matters that day, so he took the opportunity to tend to the few orchids his master had planted in the garden. With both his master and senior sister absent, he found himself alone in the Qilan courtyard. After watering the flowers for a while, Lu Jian returned to his room. Just as he was about to review some techniques, he suddenly heard a strange sound. The noise was exceedingly unpleasant, causing great discomfort. Lu Jian turned his head towards the west side of the academy, from where the sound emanated. What is that dreadful noise? Why is it so unbearable? Initially, Lu Jian thought the sound would dissipate quickly, but after half a stick of incense, it only grew louder. Reluctantly, he decided to leave the Qilan courtyard. He wanted to investigate what was causing the cacophony that was so disturbing. However, on his way, he noticed something peculiar. Aside from himself, it seemed that no one else could hear the noise. He observed that the other students appeared completely unfazed, showing no signs of hearing anything unusual. Lu Jian scratched his head and turned back to the Qilan courtyard. Am I the only one who can hear this? No, I can't ignore this. I must fit in. So, Lu Jian resolved to disregard the strange noise and resumed his leisurely activities. However, by midnight, he was at his wit's end. That ghastly sound had persisted throughout the day. Damn it, is there no end to this torment? Lu Jian, who typically did not require sleep, had suffered from insomnia in his previous life. Thus, in this lifetime, having transmigrated into the body of a demon lord, he cherished the rare opportunity to enjoy a few restful nights thanks to his cultivation. He greatly valued this precious time, so the disturbance from this noise was utterly intolerable. The wailing echoed in his mind, rendering him incapable of falling asleep. It reminded him of the agonizing insomnia he had endured in his past life, which was akin to a living hell. Lu Jian sat up abruptly, took a deep breath, and then slammed his palm down in frustration. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. With that, Lu Jian grabbed his pillow and headed west towards the academy. Meanwhile, the competition for the tower had intensified. The talented students from the 4 academies were either succumbing to the pressure and withdrawing from the contest, or climbing to greater heights. The onlookers outside the demon suppression tower could not see what transpired within, but a large Yuan Guang mirror outside displayed the rankings in real time. Countless cultivators gathered before the mirror, anxiously observing the fluctuations in rank. Who is this Lu Feng? He has reached the 13th layer. Our senior sister Linlang has only made it to the 11th layer. The cultivators from the Immortal Academy wore worried expressions as they gazed at the prominent title displayed before them. Lu Feng, 13th layer, peak of foundation establishment. From the Immortal Spirit Academy. Following this, another line appeared. Jiang Yubing, 12th layer, peak of foundation establishment from the Immortal Spirit Academy. What? Who is this Jiang Yubing? Is the Immortal Spirit Academy really that formidable, dominating the top 2 spots? Jiang Yubing? ISNT that the scoundrel who insulted our senior brother Lin Xiu? If our senior brother Lin Xiu were here, they would not even stand a chance. The members of the Immortal Academy looked discontented, clearly feeling aggrieved. This time, only senior sisters Lin Lang and Luo Xian had come from their academy. While other students were not lacking in cultivation, they paled in comparison to the 2 prodigies. How infuriating! Just when the demon suppression tower opens, our senior brothers Lin Xiu and Jian Fan are absent. If they were here, these people would never have the upper hand. The crowd murmured in discontent, and at that moment, cultivators from other academies who had exited the tower gathered before the Yuan Guang mirror. Upon seeing the rankings displayed, their expressions turned grave. The 13th layer. How terrifying must that pressure be? They had all experienced that dreadful weight, and they understood its horrors. After the 7th layer, every step up the staircase felt like risking their lives. Lu Feng, this monster, actually made it to the 13th layer. Though they were all at the peak of foundation establishment, the gap was insurmountable. The cultivators from the other academies shook their heads in despair, unable to fathom what a sight they would present standing on the 13th layer. Just then, the rankings in the Yuan Guang mirror shifted once more. Lu Linlang, who had originally held third place, finally advanced, entering the 12th layer. Cheers erupted from the crowd of the Immortal Academy. Senior sister Linlang. She is caught up. At that moment, not far from the Yuan Guang mirror, Qi Xinlan observed the changes in the rankings and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Beside her stood two men and a woman, dressed in the robes of their respective academies, clearly the three tardy elders. Elder Su from the Immortal Spirit Academy noticed Qi Xinlan's unusual demeanor and curiously inquired, "What is the matter, junior sister Qi? Isn't Lu Linlang your disciple? Why you seem so troubled upon seeing her rank improve?" Just as Qi Xinlan was about to respond, another woman interrupted her with laughter. How could that be? Su Si Siyoung, junior sister Qi must be overjoyed to have such a talented disciple like Linlang. This girl only seems to grow on me. With her exceptional talent and dedication to hard work, she is undoubtedly an ideal disciple. At this point, the woman's expression turned a bit puzzled. By the way, junior sister Qi, I heard you recently took on a new male disciple. Why isn't he here to compete for the tower? You've only taken Linlang as a disciple for so many years. I assume this new disciple must also be an extraordinary talent? Chapter 17, Fourth Layer of Qi Refinement. Hearing the woman's words, Qi Xinlan smiled. You mean Jian? His cultivation isn't sufficient. He is still far from being able to enter the demon suppression tower. My disciple's talent is somewhat lacking, only at the fourth layer of Qi refinement. If we're speaking of entering the tower, he still has a long way to go. The three beside her frowned slightly. Senior sister, what do you mean by somewhat lacking in talent? I fear that what you consider lacking is merely a shade below Linlang's level. Isn't it? Qi Xinlan let out a sigh. Lu Jian does not possess a lack of talent. Rather, he is almost devoid of it. I have little hope for his cultivation. I merely wish for him to steadily progress to the foundation establishment stage, extending his lifespan by a few years, and that would suffice. Regarding the higher tiers, there are little hopes for Lu Jian, given his innate talents. Qi Xinlan did not elaborate on the matter, simply informing a few individuals of Lu Jian's circumstances before turning her attention back to the fluctuating rankings within the Yuan Guang mirror. At that moment, the rankings had shifted once again. Jiang Yubing, who had previously been on the 12th tier, had ascended to the 13th, while Lu Linlang and another female cultivator from the Divine Light Academy, Xiao Ruolin, remained on the 12th tier. Inside the demon suppression tower, Lu Linlang was drenched in sweat, each step forward causing her heart to pound violently. Nevertheless, she steadily approached the entrance to the 13th tier, just as she was about to reach the staircase. A delicate white hand grasped her arm from behind. Lu Linlang struggled to turn around and saw Xiao Ruolin's pale face, glistening with sweat and etched with pain. Linlang, we can't go any further. We've reached our limit. Lu Linlang shook her head, determined to continue her ascent. Xiao Ruolin, summoning all her strength, tugged at Lu Linlang. Though the pull was gentle, the oppressive force caused both to stumble and fall to the ground. Lu Linlang landed atop Xiao Ruolin, gasping for breath. After retreating slightly, she felt a measure of relief. Junior sister Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Ruolin weakly raised her hand, pointing towards the staircase. If you go any higher, you'll be injured. Understanding Xiao Ruolin's concern, Lu Linlang acknowledged that she had indeed reached her limits. Merely reaching this point was already beyond her usual capacity. Gratefully, she nodded at Xiao Ruolin and attempted to push herself up from her position, but after several unsuccessful attempts, she resignedly lay back down on Xiao Ruolin. At this moment, Xiao Ruolin was utterly exhausted, devoid of any energy to move. Sister, don't move. Let us wait until it's over. In the 13th tier of the Demon Suppression Tower, Jiang Yubing had arrived at his own limit. At the staircase, Lu Feng noticed Jiang Yubing's presence in the 13th tier and remarked, Junior brother, let us attempt to break through to the 15th tier. If we set this record, the name of our Immortal Spirit Academy will forever be etched within this Demon Suppression Tower. Jiang Yubing managed a strained smile in response. Indeed, though Lin Xiao is absent this time, we shall surpass his record. Come, senior brother, allow me to aid you in reaching the 15th tier. Lu Feng nodded and grasped Jiang Yubing's hand. Together, they braved the terrifying pressure, their bodies emanating a faint glow of spiritual energy that repelled the oppressive force. This was their unique combined technique, and under its influence, they began their arduous ascent. Before the Yuan Guang mirror, the members of the Immortal Mansion Academy observed Lu Feng and Jiang Yubing's rise with gloomy expressions. They shattered records. Even senior brother Lin Xiao could only reach the 13th tier. When did the Immortal Spirit Academy become so formidable, with one person reaching the 14th tier, and even bringing another along? Alas, even if senior brother Lin Xiao were here, surpassing these two would be a challenge. Sister Lin Lang has also reached her limit at the 12th tier. This is our home turf. Yet the Immortal Spirit Academy has stolen the spotlight. If they leave a record in the Demon Suppression Tower, future discussions of our academy will mention Lu Feng and Jian Yubing. The crowd from the Immortal Mansion Academy lamented. And Elder Su, observing from a distance, smiled as he stroked his beard. Ah, it seems the crown this time belongs to the Immortal Spirit Academy. The three beside him sighed in resignation. Despite their reluctance, they could only accept the outcome. The Immortal Spirit Academy had surpassed Lu Linlang and Xiao Ruolin by an entire tier, making any chance of catching up impossible. Just as everyone believed the conclusion was set in stone, the data within the Yuan Guang mirror shifted once more. The 15th tier. They had actually ascended to the 15th tier. This had never happened before. How had these two madmen accomplished this? The 15th tier. This record would likely remain unchallenged for ages. As the number beside Lu Feng and Jiang Yubing's names changed to 15, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Just 3 more tiers, and they could reach the pinnacle. Impossible. No one can reach the top. Even nascent soul cultivators struggle to approach the summit. Yet, even if they could not reach the top, others had lost all hope. The title of champion was already within the grasp of the Immortal Mansion Academy. The onlookers gathered around the Yuan Guang mirror, shook their heads in disbelief before some began to disperse. At that moment, the Yuan Guang mirror shifted once more. Below Lu Linlang and Xiao Ruolin, a new line of bold text appeared. Has someone else entered the Demon Suppression Tower? Who is this? I don't recognize them. Lu Jian, first tier, Qi, refinement 4th layer, from the Immortal Mansion Academy. What does this mean? ISNT, the Qi refinement stage divided into early, middle, late, and peak. There are no tiers within it. One speaker expressed confusion, recalling that only the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages were described in such layers, while the golden core stage was not. Are your eyes all right? Can you not read properly? It clearly states Qi refinement 4th layer. In an instant, the Yuan Guang mirror erupted with astonishment. Qi refinement 4th layer. I can't even approach the Demon Suppression Tower at foundation establishment 9th layer. How did a Qi refinement 4th layer enter? Chapter 18. Is senior sister a lesbian? Following the sound, Lu Jian made his way to the front of the Demon Suppression Tower, finally locating the source of the noise. Here it is. This shameless person has hidden so far. Lu Jian muttered before promptly entering the tower. The others had retreated to a distance from the Yuan Guang mirror, too intimidated to approach. However, Lu Jian felt no trace of the terrifying pressure. If he were to extend his consciousness, he would certainly sense the presence of others and the oppressive force surrounding him. Yet, within the academy, he never did so, as it was entirely unnecessary, and revealing himself would compromise his position. Upon entering the first tier, the Yuan Guang mirror displayed Lu Jian's information. He glanced at the staircase leading to the second tier and promptly ascended. At that moment, the crowd before the Yuan Guang mirror stood in shock. What the? How is he moving so swiftly? Who is this person? Why have I never heard of such an individual in our academy? A Qi refinement 4th layer. His speed in climbing the tower surpasses Lu Feng by a considerable margin. Is there a problem with the Yuan Guang mirror? Who is Lu Jian? Did it display his cultivation incorrectly? Most of the individuals present had never encountered Lu Jian, as he seldom roamed the academy. Suddenly, someone recalled something and exclaimed, Lu Jian? Lin Long's junior brother? The one who once disrespected senior sister Linlang. At the mention, the crowd collectively remembered. It's him, that useless Lu Jian. I was present during the talent assessment. This waste had no talent whatsoever. He was merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement back then, and now he has only reached the 4th layer. How could such a waste ascend the tower? The crowd from the Immortal Mansion Academy was filled with voices of skepticism, struggling to believe their own eyes. However, the crowd before the Yuan Guang mirror was soon rendered speechless by the astonishing transformations occurring within it. The name Lu Jian was followed by rapidly changing numbers. 5 layers, 6 layers, 7 layers, 8 layers, 9 layers, 10 layers. He was ascending at an incredible speed, pausing not even for a moment, maintaining a steady pace of climbing 1 layer every 10 seconds, akin to a person briskly ascending a staircase. In the distance, several elders were left speechless by this spectacle. Who is this? 4th level of Qi refinement. At such a level, one would be unable to approach the demon suppressing tower. Not only did he enter, but he did so at such remarkable speed. The other three were momentarily unable to believe their eyes, erupting into incredulous exclamations. At that moment, Qi Xinlan was particularly astounded, doubting her own vision. Just moments ago, she had seen Lu Jian and, feeling incredulous, witnessed him storming into the demon-suppressing tower with a pillow in hand. Lu Jian? Should he be asleep in his room right now? Upon hearing Qi Xinlan's words, the other three looked over in confusion, prompting her to explain. This is the male disciple I just accepted. Lu Jian. As Lu Jian approached the 12th layer, he finally halted, having caught sight of a familiar figure. Senior sister, what are you doing here? At that moment, Lu Linlang was sprawled atop Xiao Rulin, both of them panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Lu Jian's jaw nearly dropped at the sight. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning if he were dreaming. Upon noticing Lu Jian, Lu Linlang was equally taken aback. She had never anticipated encountering her junior brother here. Lu Jian. Lu Linlang's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment from her earlier exertion, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Realizing Lu Linlang's shameful demeanor, Lu Jian quickly turned away, not wanting to gaze upon her or Xiao Rulin. Senior sister, rest assured, I saw nothing. I won't tell anyone about today's events. With that, Lu Jian hurriedly ascended to the 13th layer. As he ran, he shook his head in resignation. How shocking. He never expected his senior sister to be involved in such affairs. It made sense now. No wonder he had never heard rumors of her with any man other than himself. For the truth was indeed this. It explained why she had such disdain for men. A mere shoulder brush elicited such a strong reaction. She must not like them at all. Watching Lu Jian's retreating figure, Lu Linlang felt as if her mind had short-circuited, questioning if her exhaustion had led to hallucinations. Yet the next moment, Xiao Rulin's words confirmed her suspicions. 4th level of Qi refinement. On the 15th layer of the demon-suppressing tower, Lu Feng and Jiang Yubing were gasping for breath, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, Jiang Yubing had intended to sacrifice herself to allow Lu Feng to reach the 15th layer, but ultimately, both ascended together. Standing at the center of the 15th layer, they found themselves unable to move even an inch. Nevertheless, they were utterly exhilarated, for they had achieved a height that no one had ever reached before. Jiang Yubing grasped Lu Feng's hand tightly, and in each other's eyes, they saw the thrill of their accomplishment. Just as they prepared to rest, they suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from the stairway. Lu Feng and Jiang Yubing exchanged shocked glances, realizing that someone else was keeping pace with them. Moments later, a figure emerged before them. The surrounding air grew thick for a few seconds. Lu Jian, with a conflicted expression, gazed at the two men, who were equally drenched in sweat and panting. Lung Yang? A broken sleeve? What on earth? Shouldn't this place be characterized by simple folk? Wasn't it supposed to be conservative in thought? How did it leap so boldly from the Qin and Han dynasties straight into the flourishing Tang era? Seeing Lu Jian suddenly appear before them, Lu Feng and Jiang Yubing were left agape with astonishment. The oppressive aura surrounding them made it hard to breathe. Lu Feng struggled to speak, managing only a stammered syllable. You. Noticing the piercing gaze directed at him, Lu Jian nervously waved his hands. No, I'm not interested in that. You two carry on, I saw nothing. Believing he was being invited to join them due to his handsome appearance, Lu Jian had no intention of engaging. After refusing the two, he swiftly turned and ascended the stairs. At that moment, he felt utterly disheartened, regretting his decision to come out tonight. What an awkward situation. As for these two men, how would he face his senior sister after this? Chapter 19. Eating one's own melon, the Yuanguang mirror was now enveloped in silence. The spectators watched as Lu Jian reached the 16th layer, utterly a loss for words to express their feelings. Since beginning his ascent of the demon-suppressing tower, Lu Jian had only briefly paused at the 12th and 15th layers. Apart from that, his speed remained unchanged. The overwhelming pressure had not affected him in the slightest. Failing to diminish his pace, Lu Jian was oblivious to the external reactions. For him, that so-called pressure was imperceptible. As the eerie sounds grew louder, he took a moment to adjust his emotions. Earlier, he had been filled with rage, but upon seeing his senior sister, he had momentarily forgotten the purpose of his venture. Once composed, Lu Jian entered the source of the strange sounds, the 18th layer. At the end of the 18th layer, a man was pressed against the wall, his mouth moving in a rhythm that only Lu Jian could hear. Lu Jian exhaled, clutching his pillow with determination as he approached. "What are you howling about? It's the middle of the night. Are you going to let anyone sleep?" Upon hearing Lu Jian's voice, the man looked up in confusion, revealing a pale face and eyes devoid of pupils, only white. He struggled to move closer to Lu Jian, but the wall seemed to have fused with his body, preventing him from budging an inch. "After so many years, you are the first student to reach me. Damn you, human brat. Tell that old fossil to kill me if he wishes. If I ever break free, I shall flay him alive." The man erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. But before he could finish, he was stunned into silence. Lu Jian approached him without an ounce of fear, standing right before him. "Human brat, are you not afraid I will kill you? To reach this point, you must be a genius among your kind. Perhaps you are that old dog's disciple." Before the man could finish his sentence, Lu Jian extended his hand and slapped him twice. The force of the blows left the man dazed. He gazed at Lu Jian in disbelief, feeling an instinctive tremor from the impact. You are." Lu Jian, seething with anger, pointed accusingly at the man's nose and declared, "I warn you, if you make another sound, I will end you." The man struggled to swallow, then nodded fearfully. In that instant, the strange sounds that had been echoing in Lu Jian's ears vanished, and the world fell silent. Lu Jian nodded in satisfaction, casting a sidelong glance at the man before turning to descend the stairs. As Lu Jian's figure vanished at the staircase's entrance, the man could no longer contain his tears. Bowing his head in a fervent whisper, "Heavenly Sovereign," Lu Jian quickened his pace, believing he had arrived at a special venue within the academy designed for certain practitioners with unique preferences. However, the man's earlier words filled him with an unsettling premonition. He seemed to belong to a demonic race, trapped here by some unknown force. Lu Jian felt it prudent to depart swiftly to avoid unnecessary trouble. At that moment, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the demon-suppressing tower had dissipated. Yet, the several prodigies within had long since exhausted themselves, collapsing on the ground as they watched Lu Jian jog past them. Reaching the 12th floor, Lu Jian covered his eyes with his hand and dashed down like the wind. "I saw nothing. I saw nothing. Senior sister, I didn't see anything." At that moment, Lu Linlang had just descended from Xiaorul inside, but her severely depleted body was unable to recover quickly. "Why you stop?" she called out. Witnessing Lu Jian's rapid descent, she wished to intercept him but lacked the strength, helplessly watching him disappear at the staircase's end. Beside her, Xiaorul gasped for breath, seated on the ground to regain her composure. Is it your junior brother? So formidable? What kind of elixir has he consumed?" Lu Linlong's beautiful eyes narrowed in contemplation, still bewildered by the events unfolding. Not only was she confused, but the onlookers who had seen Lu Jian ascend the 18 floors in one breath were equally perplexed. However, one thing was certain. Their academy had triumphed in the tower seizing contest. The crowd eagerly gathered before the demon-suppressing tower, encircling it tightly. Upon exiting the tower, Lu Jian was momentarily taken aback by the throngs of people outside, who stared at him in stunned silence as if they had encountered a ghost. Not daring to linger, he hastily plunged into the crowd, which erupted into a wave of jubilant cheers. "We won! We won! Incredible! Our academy has claimed the victory." Lu Jian paused, then raised his arm in exuberance. "Ha! We won! We won!" Unsure of the reason behind the celebration, he thought it wise to blend in with the collective joy. The surrounding individuals regarded him with astonishment. What was he doing? Was it necessary to be so boastful? Could he not exhibit a bit of humility? After his exclamation, Lu Jian quietly inquired of a nearby cultivator brother, "What have we won?" The cultivator's jaw nearly dropped in shock as he stared at Lu Jian, hesitantly replying, Our academy's genius reached the pinnacle of the demon-suppressing tower, defeating all the prodigies from the other 3 academies to claim the crown." Upon hearing this, Lu Jian scanned the crowd with curiosity, pondering who could be so audacious. He observed the expressions of those around him, each more vivid than the last. What was happening? Why did he seem like an outsider in this celebration? Did he truly not realize he was the one who had reached the summit? Listening to the discussions around him, Lu Jian began to grasp the situation. Could the person you speak of be me? Who else could it be? Lu Jian inhaled sharply. Then the tower I just ascended was the demon-suppressing tower. A wave of dizziness washed over Lu Jian as he realized the gravity of his actions. Reflecting on how he had inadvertently achieved such an incredible feat while believing it to be merely an ordinary tower. How would he conceal this from others? He was not particularly concerned about being discovered as a demonic entity, given his level of cultivation. It would be nearly impossible to detect unless someone of a higher realm investigated him. Chapter 20. The truth cannot be hidden yet. Here he was, a mere 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator, effortlessly surpassing all the prodigies from the 4 major academies, claiming the peak of the demon-suppressing tower. This was undeniably absurd. Before Lu Jian could reflect further, the crowd surged around him, returning to the front of the demon-suppressing tower, which included those who had participated in the tower seizing contest. Lu Linlang and Xiao Rulin leaned on each other, gazing at Lu Jian, still struggling to comprehend the unbelievable scene. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from a distance. Ha ha! It seems we have results. Let me see who this year's champion is. An elder with an ethereal presence approached, swiftly covering the distance to stand before the tower. Ding dang, he has come in person. Wow, after being at the academy for so long, this is the first time I've seen the dean. I heard he is a pinnacle expert in the transformation realm. Even the city lord treats him with utmost respect. The elder's arrival reignited the excitement in the crowd. Qi Xinlan also approached, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Uncle Master Deng. Dean Deng nodded, then turned his gaze toward the several students in front of the demon-suppressing tower. They were divided into 4 distinct groups, representing the practitioners who had participated in the contest. Qi Xinlan stepped forward, her expression troubled. Uncle Master, this time. Dean Deng smiled and waved his hand, recognizing the unease on her face. He understood her sentiments. It was evident that their academy had not claimed the championship, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although he had not seen the rankings in the primordial light mirror, as the dean, he was well aware of the few prodigies among the 4 academies. He had a clear understanding of the competition's outcome in his heart. Dean Deng cast a reproachful glance at Qi Xinlan, then looked at the jubilant students of the academy, feeling immensely gratified. I am genuinely pleased. I did not expect our students to display such magnanimity. Although we did not secure the championship, the students can remain so composed and sincerely congratulate the Xianling Academy, which is truly commendable. As he spoke, the dean smiled and approached Lu Feng. Haha, Lu Feng. I knew it had to be you, the champion this year. Sighing, Lu Feng felt a bit awkward, bowing his head shyly. Dean Deng, it's not me. Dean Deng paused, murmuring, not you? After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Jiang Yubing beside him. Ah, young man, your dean has mentioned you before, saying you are a genius second only to Brother Lu. Indeed, you are extraordinary. Have you reached the... What floor? Jiang Yubing bit his lip, uttering a few words. The 18th floor. Dean Deng gasped, unable to contain his surprise. Goodness, you actually... Before he could finish, Jiang Yubing interjected, Dean Deng, it's not me. It's your academy's. Dean Deng was taken aback, and then a smile broke across his face. He turned swiftly to Lu Linlang, exclaiming, Linlang, you are truly impressive. I knew it. As Dean Deng struggled to ascertain who had reached the top floor, Qi Xinlan had no choice but to step forward. Uncle Master, over here, over here. She led Dean Deng to stand before Lu Jian. This is my disciple, Lu Jian. He is the one who ascended to the 18th floor. Dean Deng studied Lu Jian for a long moment, finally whispering to Qi Xinlan beside him. 4th level of Qi refinement? Dear nephew, you have gone a bit too far. If you wish to bestow some benefits upon your little disciple, could you not do so discreetly? Even if I were to first present the prize to Linlang, you could then have her privately pass it on to her junior disciple. What decorum is there in such a public display? At this moment, Kixinlin was also quite conflicted. But with thousands of eyes fixed upon Lu Jiandeng as he ascended to the highest tier, there was no room for deception. Just then, elders from the other 3 academies approached, examining Lu Jiandeng as if he were a curiosity, while awkwardly bowing to Director Deng. Master Deng, who would have thought your academy harbored such a talented student? At the 4th level of Qi refinement, he has reached the 18th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Unbelievable. Even the ever-composed Director Deng could not maintain his calm in light of their remarks. What insolence! You little rascals jesting with your master, he began, sensing the strange atmosphere around him. The cultivators from Xianfu Academy looked on with excitement at the 4th level Qi refinement youth before them, while those involved in the tower competition wore expressions of dejection, clearly struggling to accept the situation. Director Deng took a sharp breath, stepping forward to grasp Lu Jianding's shoulder. Wait a moment, I must verify this. With that, Director Deng's figure vanished before the Demon Suppression Tower, taking Lu Jiandeng with him. All that remained were a crowd of bewildered cultivators, staring in astonishment. At the back mountain of Xianfu Academy, Director Deng and Lu Jianding swiftly arrived at a stone platform. This matter felt unusually significant. A fourth-level Qi refinement individual should not have even approached the demon suppression tower. Yet, this young man not only entered but also triumphed. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. He resolved to study this youth closely, at the very least to ascertain how he ascended to the tower's peak. On the stone platform lay a chessboard, and without concern for decorum, Director Deng seated himself, taking hold of Lu Jianding's hand to sense his energy. A flicker of nervousness crossed Lu Jianding's face, though inside, he remained entirely unperturbed. Given the director's cultivation level, it would be impossible to uncover his secrets. However, his prowess as a member of the human race could not be concealed, for his understanding in that regard was not profound. If thoroughly examined, it would still be discernible. Indeed, after a moment, Director Deng released Lu Jianding's hand, his expression tinged with disappointment. Ah, I see now. You are at the core formation stage. Young man, why do you conceal your cultivation? Chapter 21. 3 days. Lu Jianding blinked and then recited the explanation he had prepared. Director, it is like this. Previously, during the talent assessment, I was deemed untalented. Fortunately, I was accepted as an inner disciple by my master. But my aptitude was so poor that I dared not trouble her or my senior sister with my training. Instead, I sought out a few cultivation manuals in the library and practiced on my own. Then, inexplicably, I advanced to the core formation stage. Yet, being of limited talent, I heard my master say that it took my senior sister nearly a year to progress from foundation establishment to core formation. I could hardly believe I had cultivated so quickly, feeling quite anxious, as if I had gone astray in my practice. My master has repeatedly warned me not to be greedy, yet I secretly peruse the manuals from Qi refinement to core formation. Although I feel I have reached the core formation stage, I had almost no prior exposure to cultivation matters, so I did not dare to confirm it. I also refrained from reporting to my master, fearing her reproach. Thus, I maintained my cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement. As Director Deng listened, he stroked his beard, nodding thoughtfully once Lu Jianding finished. I see. But how could you lack talent? Logically, reaching core formation implies some degree of aptitude. Most individuals may spend their entire lives without progressing from Qi refinement to core formation. I have already tested you. Your core formation cultivation is genuine and cannot be feigned, so there is no need for excessive concern. By the way, how long did it take you to progress from Qi refinement to core formation? Lu Jianding exhaled, hesitated, and then uttered 2 words. 3 days. He compromised, for in reality, he had only taken half a day, and that was due to his penchant for reading word by word. Director Deng nodded, his expression revealing disappointment. Oh, 3 years, that is somewhat talented. It still pales in comparison to your senior sister. Although you cultivated on your own, Lu Jianding could not help but glance at the director, who was lost in thought, and interjected, Director, it was not 3 years, it was 3 days. Director Deng froze, his hand stilling mid-stroke of his beard. 3 days? You progressed from Qi refinement to core formation in just 3 days? The astonishment in Director Deng's voice was profound, and he leaped to his feet from the chessboard. He looked incredulously at Lu Jianding, stammering, You cannot be deceiving me, can you? You truly only cultivated for 3 days. Lu Jianding instinctively took a step back, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the director's fervent gaze. Was this old man about to devour him? He had intended to elaborate, as he had only recently entered the academy. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of the demon suppression tower, it would not do to appear entirely inept, so he had chosen a more moderate time frame. However, seeing the director's reaction, he realized he had indeed frightened him. Haha, director, it was 3 days. I have not been in the academy long, and previously due to a twist of fate, I acquired a cultivation manual. However, that manual was flawed, and I only managed to cultivate to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. After entering the academy, I perused the higher level manuals and inadvertently advanced from Qi refinement to core formation. In the coming days, I had intended to explore the methods for reaching the nascent soul stage, but I hesitated to visit the library for fear of misapplying my cultivation techniques. At this point, Lu Jianding cautiously inquired, Director, may I continue my cultivation? Director Deng's eyes widened, still reeling from the earlier shock. It was only when Lu Jianding posed his question that he realized he had lost composure. He awkwardly smiled and returned to the chessboard. What? What did you say? Lu Jianding repeated his question. Director, may I continue my cultivation? Director Deng exhaled, his heart tumultuous with waves of emotion. Yes, cultivate, cultivate. My goodness, who possesses such talent? 3 days from chi refinement to core formation. Such aptitude is unheard of. You are nearly comparable to the Tao ancestor. After a brief pause, Director Deng finally spoke. No, absolutely not. Your cultivation speed is far too rapid. Had I not discovered this, it would have hindered your progress. Hearing this, Lu Jianding looked at him in confusion. What is it, Director? Why must I not continue my cultivation? Director Deng sighed, explaining to Lu Jianding. Others do not share your dilemma. Transitioning from core formation to nascent soul, even the most gifted individuals in our academy, like Lin Xiao, cannot achieve it overnight. It requires not only an abundance of spiritual energy, but also a profound understanding of the Tao. However, with your innate talent, it seems you are naturally aligned with the Tao, thus sparing you the troubles of comprehending the grand principles. At this point, Dean Deng shifted the conversation. Nonetheless, the accumulation of spiritual energy remains essential. The transition from foundation establishment to core formation signifies a qualitative leap and serves as a pivotal step towards reaching the pinnacle. Prior to reaching the nascent soul stage, in the parlance of our cultivators, it is merely the foundation of a towering edifice. Only upon ascending to the nascent soul realm does one earn the qualification to strive for greater heights. Yet, this very step has historically ensnared countless cultivators, rendering them unable to transcend despite exhausting their lifetimes in pursuit. However, precisely due to this prolonged stay in the core formation stage, they manage to accumulate vast amounts of spiritual energy. A solid foundation ensures that the achievements post-breakthrough are naturally elevated. But you are different. Your rapid advancement poses a risk. Should you recklessly enter the nascent soul realm, it would be akin to a water lily without roots. Though the realm may be swiftly attained, it would lack substance, and any further ascent would only become increasingly arduous. Lu Jian listened attentively, nodding frequently. I understand now, Dean. You are advising me to solidify my foundation in the core formation realm before attempting to ascend to the nascent soul stage? Dean Deng nodded with satisfaction. Precisely. This is the most critical step. If executed well, your future accomplishments could be boundless. Wait a moment, I have something to give you. With that, Dean Deng turned and went behind a large boulder. Lu Jian was puzzled, observing that the boulder was cracked, with jagged fissures marring its surface, giving it a rather menacing appearance. After a brief moment, Dean Deng emerged holding a small, yellowed booklet. Chapter 22. Genius often meets an early demise. Dean Deng handed the booklet to Lu Jian, stating, "This is the supreme induction chapter, an unparalleled method for our human race to absorb spiritual energy and nourish oneself. Take it back and diligently practice. It will enhance your understanding of the spiritual energies between heaven and earth." Lu Jian flipped through the booklet, recognizing it from his previous visits to the library. "Dean, I have seen this book before in the library." Dean Deng nodded and said, "Indeed, this is a foundational method of our human race, yet it is of utmost importance. My disciple assumed you were mediocre, thus refraining from imparting our foundational cultivation techniques to you. This is understandable. After all, if one lacks talent, reaching the foundation establishment stage is already a stroke of luck, and there would be no need for the methods of accumulating spiritual energy. However, now, I must provide you with this crucial lesson. This technique will accompany you throughout your life. It must be committed to memory." Lu Jian carefully stored the booklet, though a twinge of anxiety stirred within him. Would this technique be applicable to someone of the demon race? Yet, he refrained from voicing this concern, deciding to research it upon his return. Dean Deng resumed his seat at the chessboard, scrutinizing Lu Jian before inquiring, "It is curious, with your current realm, you should not have ascended to the peak of the demon suppression tower. How did you manage to do so?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jian thought it was finally the crux of the matter. He now understood that a special demon was suppressed at the pinnacle of the demon suppression tower, and his ability to reach the top was hardly surprising. After all, he was their ultimate adversary. The so-called pressure of the demon race bore no influence on him. "Dean, I truly do not know. I was merely wandering around the academy, and when I stumbled upon the demon suppression tower, I thought it looked intriguing and wanted to take a look." Then, Lu Jian felt that creating questions was more effective than answering them. Why he could ascend to the tower's peak was a matter for the dean to ponder. Given the dean's previous demeanor, he seemed not to suspect Lu Jian's identity as a member of the demon race. This made sense. If demons had infiltrated the human race, They would not invest such resources to send a top genius as an undercover agent. With Lu Jian's talent, he would be a treasure anywhere, necessitating careful protection to avoid any mishaps. Din Deng appeared contemplative, grasping Lu Jian's hand for a meticulous examination before slowly speaking. That demon is the leader of a clan from the Night Demon tribe. Many years ago, I captured him in the Valley of Divine Fall. The Night Demon tribe possesses extraordinary talent. During a specific month on a full moon night, they involuntarily create a unique domain. No one knows the reason for this, not even they themselves. This domain is exceedingly peculiar, repelling all entities that approach. Even their own kind cannot draw near during this time. As Din Deng spoke, he absent-mindedly stroked his beard, gazing at Lu Jian with a question. Prior to entering the Demon Suppression Tower, did you engage in any peculiar activities? Did you not feel that pressure? Lu Jian shook his head and replied, No, I did nothing special and felt nothing at all. I thought it was just an ordinary tower, so I wanted to see it. Upon encountering that demon, I felt a bit frightened and left. The Dean furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The demon race is incredibly diverse, and most possess unique talents. Unraveling their secrets is exceedingly challenging. As for the Night Demon tribe, they are even more enigmatic. Even among their own kind, they are regarded with disbelief. If there is any distinction between you and others, I can conceive of one aspect. You entered the Demon Suppression Tower unintentionally, wholly unaware of its peculiarities, while others were already informed of its uniqueness. You unwittingly opposed that pressure, whereas others were prepared for confrontation. Perhaps this is the reason you ascended to the tower's peak without awareness. Lu Jian nodded inwardly, pleased that the old man had finally convinced himself. Din Deng, satisfied with his reasoning, thought to himself that when the Demon Suppression Tower opened next, he must investigate further. Such information regarding the demon race must be reported to the City Lord's mansion. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Jian quickly shifted the topic. Dean, what is the City Lord's mansion? Din Deng chuckled, stroking his graying beard as he explained, You, my boy, have a rather narrow perspective if you do not even know what the City Lord's mansion is. Do you believe that our 4 academies are the pinnacle of this continent? Not at all. We are but a drop in the ocean. At this juncture, Din Deng suddenly ceased speaking, his gaze piercing as he looked at Lu Jian and said, With your talent, remaining in the academy is indeed a waste. However, guiding you to the nascent soul stage, given the resources of my celestial academy, is still feasible. At that point, I shall personally recommend you to the Tianshui Academy in the City Lord's mansion, where there are broader horizons and numerous extraordinary prodigies. However, the Tianshui Academy not only evaluates talent, but also requires one to be at least at the nascent soul stage to enroll. For now, stay in the academy. And when you reach the nascent soul stage, I will recommend you to Tianshui Academy. Lu Jian nodded, but felt little enthusiasm for Tianshui Academy. Din Deng, of course, could not perceive Lu Jian's thoughts. He merely felt that this lad was unfazed in the face of such an opportunity, maintaining his composure. He nodded with great satisfaction and then cautioned, There is one matter you must pay special attention to. Your talent is exceedingly remarkable. It is critical that you do not expose it in front of others, not to mention the competitive nature among our human race. Even the demon race harbors a desire to eliminate our geniuses. If you shine too brightly, you will inevitably attract the attention of the lurking demons among our human race, and they're certain to take action against you. Over the years, the demon clan has grown formidable, infiltrating our human academies and sects, with incidents occurring frequently, all aimed at hunting down our talented youths. Talents are often short-lived. Learn to temper your brilliance. Only then can you journey further. Lu Jian nodded again. He was not overly concerned about this point. While talents may be prone to premature demise, that applies to ordinary talents. He possesses a fully leveled character, and mere abnormalities cannot easily thwart him. Chapter 23. The Battlefield of Divine Fall. Din Deng imparted a few more words of caution to Lu Jian, advising him to seek him out should he encounter any uncertainties. Lu Jian gratefully nodded, then inquired, Dean, should I undergo another talent assessment? Din Deng shook his head, sighing as he glanced at the high-level spirit tablet nearby. Never mind. It seems your assessment coincided with the shattering of the spirit tablet. Hence your talent could not be evaluated. Din Deng believed that Lu Jian's talent should have left a mark on the high-level spirit tablet. Yet he found it hard to believe that it was solely his talent that shattered it. The talent assessment was merely to identify suitable candidates for cultivation. However, comparing talents was indeed unnecessary. Knowing one's talent could lead to self-imposed limitations, fostering the belief that talent alone dictates everything. It is better to remain oblivious. With the sky high and the sea vast, allowing oneself to soar freely, is it not? Lu Jian nodded. This was for the best. If his talent were too exceptional, it would draw undue attention. After discussing this, Din Ding took Lu Jian back to the front of the demon suppression tower. At this moment, the crowd had yet to disperse, awaiting the outcome. The dean has returned. Perhaps this Lu Jian has some issues. How could he possibly ascend the demon suppression tower so effortlessly? The initially excited crowd began to harbor doubts, particularly after witnessing Lu Jian being taken away by the dean, further questioning his identity. Upon Din Ding's arrival, he led Lu Jian directly before Xinlan. Disciple, your apprentice shows great promise. I have conducted another talent assessment, and his talent is merely slightly inferior to Lin Lang's. Moreover, prior to entering the academy, your apprentice had certain fortuitous encounters and has now reached the core formation stage. As Din Ding spoke, he cast an unsatisfied glance at Xinlan. You are truly careless. How could you not conduct a thorough examination and let him roam free like this? If you allow him to cultivate haphazardly, who knows what chaos may ensue? Take him back and be diligent in your guidance, lest you delay his progress. Xinlan stood frozen, unable to comprehend a single word from her senior's statement. Core formation stage? His talent is only slightly inferior to Linlang? Is this truly my talentless disciple? That day, she had witnessed Lu Jian's talent assessment, where he exhibited no talent whatsoever. Seemingly perceiving Xinlan's thoughts, Din Ding added, on that day, the high-level spirit tablet happened to shatter, likely due to residual waves affecting the low-level tablet. This lad was unfortunate to encounter that. However, after the residual waves dissipated, the low-level spirit tablet restored. Had it been tested again then, such a talent would not have been overlooked. Disciple, do not blame yourself. Just be earnest in your teaching moving forward. Hearing Din Ding's words, the surrounding cultivators were equally taken aback. Core formation stage? Why is he concealing his cultivation? I understand now. He must be wary of the demons taking notice of him. Goodness, he thinks too highly of himself. His talent, albeit high, pales in comparison to senior brother Lin Xiao, truly lacking in worldly experience. The crowd buzzed with chatter, prompting Din Ding to raise his hand for silence. Everyone, please calm down. We must address the matter at hand. The crowd quieted, and Din Ding turned his attention to those participating in the Demon Suppression Towers contest. Although Lu Jian possessed only the early stage of core formation cultivation, he indeed reached the pinnacle of the Demon Suppression Tower. Given his current level of cultivation, ascending to the top was utterly impossible. However, the Demon Clan has some peculiarities. Their pressure has vulnerabilities, which I must further investigate. Nevertheless, there are no restrictions in the rules of this tower contest. All students from the 4 major academies are permitted to ascend the tower. Therefore, the reward for this contest shall be bestowed upon Lu Jian. The others had no objections to this, but Lu Feng and Jiang Yubing appeared displeased. The two had painstakingly climbed to the 15th floor, only to be surpassed by this young lad's opportunism. However, as Din Ding stated, the rules did not prohibit such actions, and they could only endure. Noticing the expressions of the crowd, Din Ding smiled, then flipped his hand, producing a pale green token. Lu Jian, this is the reward for your victory. Lu Jian accepted the token, finding it unremarkable. However, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. This is a pass to the battlefield of divine fall. Remarkable. This item holds a value of tens of thousands of spirit stones in the black market. Moreover, it is in high demand. It is said that the battlefield of divine fall is teeming with treasures, including elixirs that can elevate one to the divine in a single night. Furthermore, the spiritual energy within surpasses that of the outside world by 100-fold. Cultivating within is 100 times more effective than outside. It is a realm of countless opportunities. As Lu Jian listened to the crowd's exclamations, he felt no stirring of excitement. Amidst their fervent gazes, he returned to his master and senior sister's side. Senior sister, what is the battlefield of divine fall? Lu Linlang exhaled deeply, her beautiful eyes regarding her junior with a hint of peculiarity. The battlefield of divine fall is a special space, a remnant of a cataclysmic battle. It is currently jointly controlled by humans, demons, and monsters. What you hold is our human race's pass to enter the battlefield of divine fall, allowing you to use our transmission array to enter there once. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian weighed the token in his hand. Once? It's a consumable. What use is this to me? Lu Linlang, observing Lu Jian's nonchalant demeanor, assumed he did not grasp the significance of entering the battlefield of divine fall. Do you not understand? The battlefield of divine fall is rife with opportunities. Countless cultivators devote their lives yearning to enter there just once. Once inside, not only can you accelerate your cultivation speed, but there are also innumerable divine artifacts and elixirs. A single opportunity is enough to elevate you to a higher tier. Lu Jian listened attentively, yet still could not muster enthusiasm. The so-called elixirs and artifacts held little value for him. His primary character was already at max level, and his secondary character merely needed to cultivate to a sufficient extent. There was no need to vie for any artifacts or elixirs. I don't understand, and I have no interest. If you wish for it, take it for yourself. Saying this, Lu Jian tossed the token to Lu Linlang. She instinctively caught it, momentarily stunned, before tossing it back. This is yours. I do not want it. Lu Jian caught the token again, throwing it back. You give me an elixir, and I'll give you the token. We'll be even. Lu Linlang, exasperated, narrowed her beautiful eyes, hesitating before tossing the token back once more. Observing the back and forth of the token between the two, Dean Deng's face turned green. Did he just give away a piece of worthless trash? They did not want this or that. Chapter 24. I want to engage in a resource battle. The surrounding cultivators watched in disbelief, gnashing their teeth, while others yearned for what they could not obtain. These two treated it like tossing garbage. At that moment, a clear, cold voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Junior brother Lu, since none of you seem interested, why not give it to senior sister? I wouldn't mind at all. As Lu Jian turned towards the voice, he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman in a long gown gracefully emerging from the crowd. Her beauty rivaled that of Lu Linlang, resembling a fairy who had stepped out of a painting, breathtakingly enchanting. Her skin was as white as snow, and her exquisitely sculpted features radiated an ethereal aura, leaving one feeling serene, as if transported to a realm of immortality. The woman approached Lu Jian, her smile illuminating her starry eyes with a hint of mischief. Junior brother Lu, what do you think? Or should senior sister challenge you to a resource battle? Upon hearing her words, Lu Jian remained relatively unperturbed, but the crowd erupted into whispers. Is senior sister Luo really challenging him to a resource battle? Surely not. That would be taking advantage of him. He has just entered the initial stage of foundation establishment, while senior sister Luo is one of the 4 major disciples, already at the peak of foundation establishment. Although the academy does not prohibit battles among practitioners of the same level, no one has ever dared to challenge a weaker disciple without shame, to break through to nascent soul. This is too reckless. Listening to the murmurs around him, Lu Jian gradually grasped the concept of a resource battle. While the academy forbids fighting between practitioners, it does provide designated arenas for resolving personal grievances. A resource battle is a specific type of challenge where practitioners compete for treasures awarded by the academy. If someone feels that another does not deserve a particular treasure, they may initiate a resource challenge. Typically, such battles occur between practitioners of the same realm or from a lower level to a higher one. It is rare for a higher level practitioner to challenge someone of a lower realm. However, this time, senior sister Luo, in her capacity as one of the 4 major disciples, was audaciously challenging Lu Jian, who had just entered the foundation establishment realm, which left everyone astonished. Resource battles cannot be declined. Lu Jian was indeed unfortunate, as he had not yet acquired sufficient strength to safeguard such a treasure. It might be wiser to simply hand it over to senior sister Luo and gain a favor in return. Lu Jian glanced at the token in his hand, intending to speak, but just then, Lu Linlang unexpectedly snatched the token from him. Luo Xian, my junior brother has already gifted the token to me. If you wish to fight, then let it be with me. What skill is there in bullying a practitioner who has just entered foundation establishment? Luo Xian maintained her composure, chuckling lightly. Ah, Linlang's sister, it's not as simple as just gifting it away. Regardless of whom junior brother Lu gives the token to, the academy awarded it to him. If junior brother Lu could simply transfer it to avoid a resource battle, what significance would such battles hold? Besides, junior brother Lu may not necessarily lose. If he wins 3 resource battles, the pass to the divine fall battlefield will naturally belong to him. At that point, he can gift it to you without issue. Lu Linlang furrowed her brow and turned to Director Deng for his opinion. Director Deng was quite pleased with such matters. He did not wish for a talent like Lu Jian to remain a sheltered flower in a greenhouse. This moderated resource battle was an ideal opportunity for him to hone his skills. While life and death contests do not permit fatal outcomes, resource battles allow for genuine combat without the risk of fatality. Practitioners of the same realm can indeed engage in combat, Director Deng remarked, stroking his beard. Lu Jian, observing from the sidelines, understood the director's intent. He sighed and took the token from his sister's hand. Very well, if it is a resource battle you want, then I shall accept. Lu Linlong's expression shifted. Do you think you could defeat her? Lu Jian smiled, about to respond, but Lu Oxian promptly finalized the arrangement. All right, junior brother Lu, we shall meet at the training ground in 3 days. Lu Jian shrugged nonchalantly. 3 days? That should be ample time for me to break through to the nascent soul stage. Even without accumulating spiritual energy, I will surely prevail. In Lu Oxian's eyes, the path to the divine fall battlefield was undoubtedly hers to claim this time. Without further ado, she turned and departed from the magic suppression tower. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lu Jian returned to Qilin Courtyard. Within Qilin Courtyard, he addressed his master and sister. No more pretense. I must lay everything bare. I transitioned from Qi refinement to foundation establishment in just 3 days. Earlier, the director had informed Lu Jian that he would conceal his true talent from the public eye, but he could not hide it from his master and sister. I do not wish to deceive you. It just feels surreal, and I initially thought it was merely an illusion, which is why I hesitated to tell you. Lu Jian's following words fell on deaf ears, as both Qi Xinlan and Lu Linlang were still grappling with the astonishing notion of just 3 days. 3 days? The half-incense duration you mentioned for the transition from Qi refinement to foundation establishment. Could that be referring to you? Lu Jian sheepishly nodded. Indeed, that was me. Lu Linlang and Qi Xinlan exchanged a glance, each reflecting profound astonishment in their eyes. What extraordinary speed of cultivation! What manner of disciple have I taken on? In the Qingshan courtyard, Lu Oxian possessed a private residence. Her master was away for the past few days and was not present in the courtyard. Most of the other disciples in her courtyard were also absent from the academy. Upon returning to her quarters alone, she cautiously locked the door. Sitting at her vanity, she retrieved a necklace concealed beneath her garments and placed it on the table. After a moment, the necklace suddenly emanated a greenish glow. Why did you rashly challenge that boy to a resource battle? This increases our risk of exposure. It's merely a pass. If you focus on your tasks, I can arrange for you to enter the Divine Fall battlefield through our Demon Clan's teleportation array. Our target is the talented disciples of the human race. His abilities are on par with Lu Linlang and do not warrant our intervention. A woman's voice echoed in Luo Xian's mind. Luo Xian exhaled deeply and clarified. I have no interest in that pass. There is something peculiar about that Lu Jian. The talent of the Night Demon Clan cannot be deciphered even by our own kin. Yet he ascended to the top of the tower without any hindrance. This is utterly astonishing. My concern lies not in his talent, but in whether he possesses unique methods that could counter our demon clan. A battle against him will serve as an excellent opportunity to probe his depths. If this person truly poses a threat to our clan, we must eliminate him post-haste. Chapter 25. You have truly achieved greatness after persistent requests from Lu Jian. Lu Linlang finally accepted the pass to the Divine Fall battlefield. I think I should wait a few more days before heading to the Divine Fall battlefield. If you lose in 3 days, you will still owe them. Noticing Lu Linlong's slightly pained expression, Lu Jian smiled. For ordinary practitioners in this world, resources and opportunities sometimes hold greater value than life itself. Lu Jian found it difficult to comprehend Lu Linlong's urgency in seizing every training opportunity, as he did not require arduous cultivation. Sigh, I should try to acquire a few more of these passes for my sister. After all, I'm a leader. Securing a few passes should not be too challenging. However, I might need to seek assistance from my Demon Clan subordinates. In the ensuing days, Lu Jian diligently studied the Taishang Induction Sutra. He was pleased to discover that this technique was also applicable to him. However, each time he activated it, the commotion was rather substantial. His body felt like a bottomless pit. No matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed, it could never be filled. This compelled Lu Jian to frequently venture out in search of remote, spirit-rich locales to absorb spiritual energy. After 2 consecutive days of effort, he progressed from the initial stage to the mid-stage of the core formation. However, his mid-stage core formation was entirely distinct from that of others. During these days, he inquired with his senior sister and gained a rough understanding of his own level. Ultimately, he concluded that the amount of spiritual energy required for him to reach mid-stage core formation was a staggering 100-fold compared to his senior sisters. Lu Jian felt that this level should suffice. although he was merely at the mid-stage of core formation. The quantity of spiritual energy he absorbed had entirely surpassed that of a peak core formation practitioner, making it quite feasible for him to defeat one. Thus, on the final day, Lu Jian refrained from further cultivation and instead strolled through a nearby town. Fuyuan Town, situated to the southeast of the Xianfu Academy, was the nearest settlement to the academy. At this moment, in a private room on the second floor of a tea house within the town, a middle-aged man with a somewhat gloomy complexion was sipping tea while gazing at the street ahead. At last, at the end of the street, a man caught his attention. He glanced at the man and then at the peculiar bloodstain in his hand, which resembled an arrow pointing directly at the man at the street's end. "Why is my elder brother deceiving me? He said he would be in seclusion, yet here he is in such a place." The middle-aged man sighed, realizing that his elder brother's intentions were far beyond the comprehension of his subordinates. He withdrew his hand, and the bloodstain vanished into his palm. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Come." The middle-aged man responded, and an elderly man respectfully entered. "My lord, I am the steward responsible for monitoring this academy. May I inquire what orders you have for me?" The middle-aged man did not glance at the elder at all, merely gesturing for him to sit opposite him. After the elder settled down, he noticed that the middle-aged man was fixated on the figure slowly walking down the street. Following his gaze, the elder was taken aback. "Lu Jian? My lord, are you interested in the student?" Upon hearing the elder's words, the middle-aged man finally turned his head. "Oh, you know him?" The elder nodded. "Of course, this lad has just recently conquered the demon suppression tower. For some unknown reason, he seems to be immune to our Night Demon clan's innate abilities. Currently, our clan's talents lurking within the academy are preparing to challenge him, seeking to probe his capabilities." The middle-aged man listened intently, nodding in approval. Indeed. You Night Demons are truly valiant." The elder's expression brightened at the middle-aged man's words, and he excitedly replied, "Thank you for your praise, my lord. We are merely doing what we ought to do." The middle-aged man's next statement, however, rendered the elder's face pale with shock. "You have truly made progress. It is the first time I have heard that someone from our demon clan wishes to duel the celestial sovereign. Even the top experts from the demon and human races would have to think twice." The elder turned ashen upon hearing this. "And my lord, he is the celestial sovereign? You're not jesting with me, are you?" The middle-aged man smiled without responding. Only when Lu Jian sauntered downstairs did he lean out of the window, smiling and waving at Lu Jian. "Elder brother, over here." Lu Jian looked up and recognized a familiar face. He froze for a moment, realizing this was one of his subordinates from the main sect. Internally, Lu Jian lamented. Having narrowly escaped that demon den, why had his subordinate followed him here? He sighed and turned back to ascend the stairs. Upon entering the private room, the elderly man had already collapsed, trembling to the ground. "Destroying demon, true monarch," the elder stammered. Lu Jian hurriedly helped him up and pressed him back into his seat. "Do not shout. I cannot reveal my identity." The elder, being forced back into his seat, dared not breathe loudly. Ignoring him, Lu Jian turned to the middle-aged man. "How'd you find me? You aren't stalking me, are you?" The middle-aged man looked puzzled at Lu Jian's question. "Elder brother, you left your blood essence at the main sect, specifically to allow us to locate you." Lu Jian rubbed his temples, realizing that he had inadvertently played the fool. As soon as he left the main sect, his subordinates had known his whereabouts. "I must find an opportunity to return and destroy that thing." Lu Jian sat down at the tea table, offering an awkward smile. "Oh, I see. Haha, I was just joking with you. I have had some realizations and needed to experience some worldly tribulations, so I came here to live a little." As he spoke, Lu Jian turned to the elder. "And who might you be?" The elder, upon being addressed, trembled even more, momentarily unable to articulate anything coherent. The middle-aged man interjected. "This is the leader of the Night Demon clan. They have arranged for people to infiltrate the Xianfu Academy. I intended to bring him to introduce you, elder brother, so you could assign him tasks. However, I heard they are currently busy arranging a duel with you." Lu Jian was utterly perplexed, while the elder excitedly knelt again. "Celestial sovereign, I truly had no knowledge of this. I will notify Luo Xian immediately to cancel tomorrow's resource battle. Celestial sovereign, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold it against her." Lu Jian promptly helped the elder to his feet and pressed him back into his seat. "Do you truly need my passage? Surely our demon clan is not so impoverished." The elder, about to rise, was once again restrained by Lu Jian's hand on his shoulder, forcing him to remain seated. "Celestial sovereign, The reason Luo Xian wishes to engage you in a resource battle is not for your human passage, but because you have ascended the Demon Suppression Tower and are immune to our Night Demon clan's innate abilities. She fears you may possess special techniques that could threaten our clan, which is why she seeks to test you. Lu Jian nodded, understanding the situation. No need to be anxious, since it is for my clan's benefit. What crime is there? There is no need to inform her to cancel the resource battle. Doing so hastily may raise suspicions. Also, do not disclose my identity to her. Otherwise, I fear she may not dare to go all out in tomorrow's resource battle. Having witnessed the acting skills of these demons, Lu Jian noted that few could maintain their composure upon learning of his identity. Apart from the subordinate seated beside him, who still appeared normal, the others likely regarded him as a specter. The elder nodded, though anxiety lingered in his heart. Lu Jian chose not to dwell on the matter further and turned his attention to his subordinate. Ah, you have arrived at just the right moment. I have a request for you. The middle-aged man respectfully nodded. Elder brother, please speak. Lu Jian smiled and continued. Do you have a way to procure a passage for humans to enter the divine descent battlefield? The middle-aged man nodded, his expression calm. Yes, elder brother. How many do you require? What do you need them? Lu Jian pondered, realizing he wouldn't need them immediately, but preferred to obtain them sooner rather than later. Within the next couple of days. As for the quantity, do your utmost. The middle-aged man nodded, appearing somewhat troubled. Time is a bit tight. It may be difficult to arrange. Elder brother, would 20,000 be sufficient? I can deliver them to you the day after tomorrow. If that is inadequate, I can source from elsewhere. At most, I can gather 100,000 within 4 days. Lu Jian stared in astonishment at his subordinate. 100,000? Wasn't it said that the black market required over 10,000 spirit stones? Wasn't it claimed that such items were exceptionally rare and valuable? Yet, from his tone, it seemed as if this item was practically worthless. Nevertheless, it appeared that only 10 or 8 would suffice. As soon as Lu Jian finished speaking, the elder beside him waved his hand, and 10 pale blue tokens, which Lu Jian had seen before, materialized on the table. Heavenly Master, I have them here. Lu Jian gazed at the tokens on the table, somewhat perplexed. Does our demon clan not possess its own teleportation array? Surely, you must not rely on the human teleportation arrays to enter the Godfall battlefield? Why must one carry a human pass? The middle-aged man chuckled and replied, Brother, you do not need a teleportation array to enter the Godfall battlefield, but those demon cultivators who lack mastery over spatial power cannot do without them. Our demon clan has an abundance of teleportation arrays. However, since Captain Xiao is responsible for the undercover operations and surveillance in this area, it is only prudent to carry a human pass. After all, his subordinates cannot use our demon clan's teleportation arrays. They must traverse through the human arrays instead. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian nodded, realizing that the demon clan had spies everywhere. You play the infiltration game well, but do the humans have spies in our demon clan? The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. No, our demon clan members cannot disguise themselves. Each clan possesses unique talents, which the humans and beasts cannot replicate. Lu Jian nodded, thinking it wise not to inquire further, lest he inadvertently reveal his identity as a traveler. After all, he was a member of the demon clan. Yet he knew so little about these matters. It was bound to arouse suspicion. Lu Jian exchanged a few more words with the two men, then, having stored away the tokens, returned to the academy. Meanwhile, Captain Xiao, upon returning to his quarters, felt a tumultuous anxiety. He paced restlessly in his courtyard and, after much deliberation, decided to contact Luo Xian. Someone, connect me with Luo Xian. A woman emerged from a side room and, noticing Qiu's solemn expression, expressed her concern. We just contacted her a couple of days ago. Reaching out again so soon might increase her risk of exposure. Qiu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved, no, I must remind her to be cautious. You go inside and contact Luo Xian. No, I shall go myself. This matter is of utmost importance, and I cannot afford to be careless. Meanwhile, within the academy, Luo Xian's garments were arranged outside the screen, and beneath the delicate veil, a pale blue necklace shimmered, emitting a soft green light. Unbeknownst to her, the necklace was signaling an urgent matter as she focused on preparing herself. Tomorrow was the day she would face Lu Jian. She had not dedicated herself to training in recent days, believing that as a peak core formation cultivator, battling a fledgling in core formation would pose no challenge. Any peculiarities could be dealt with once pushed into a corner. After donning her dress, she finally noticed the incessantly flickering necklace. Curiously, she grasped it, noting its accelerated flashing frequency. It was evidently trying to communicate something significant. Hastily, she approached her vanity. "Master, what has happened?" Upon her inquiry, a voice echoed in her mind, Captain Chio's voice, which surprised her. It was always her master who contacted her, but this time it was Captain Chio himself. "Luo Xian, I have finally reached you. There is something crucial I must convey immediately." Luo Xian furrowed her brow in confusion, asking, "What is it, Captain?" He sighed deeply and replied, "We are in grave trouble. I've just learned that the Heavenly Master is currently at your academy, and tomorrow, you are set to engage him in a resource battle." Luo Xian stood frozen, momentarily unable to comprehend his words. Their Night Demon Clan was not considered a high-ranking demon clan. The title Heavenly Master was beyond their reach. The Heavenly Master is at our academy? Tomorrow, I am to battle him? It can't be. Could it be Lu Jian? Chapter 27. Sister, why is your acting so exaggerated? Luo Xian felt a wave of dizziness, pressing her hand to her forehead as Captain Chio's voice echoed once more. "Luo Xian, I have met the Heavenly Master. He wishes for you to give your all tomorrow, and he has instructed me not to reveal his identity to you. Yet, I am truly concerned. While you should exert your full effort, remember, do not speak out of turn or offend the Heavenly Master." Even after the connection was severed, Luo Xian remained in shock. She finally understood why Lu Jian seemed immune to the talents of their Night Demon Clan. If their talents could affect him, that would indeed be peculiar. After receiving this news, Luo Xian felt a surge of panic. The Heavenly Master hoped she would give her utmost, clearly wishing to conceal any flaws. But now that she was aware of his identity, how could she possibly act without caution? The following day, when Lu Jian arrived at the training ground, it was already teeming with people. In the center, a high platform had been cleared, and Luo Xian stood atop it like a celestial being descended from the heavens, her garments flowing, exuding an ethereal grace. She had evidently been waiting for some time, and it was only when Lu Jian appeared that she turned to face him. Lu Jian, too, looked at Luo Xian and, for some inexplicable reason, sensed a flicker of evasion in her gaze, an unnatural tension that made his heart skip a beat. Could it be that she had already discerned his true identity? Slowly, Lu Jian ascended the platform, and the onlookers below murmured among themselves. What bad luck for Lu Jian, lacking the ability, yet he dares to challenge her. It's nothing short of self-humiliation. With so many spectators, he is bound to make a fool of himself. How will he show his face in the academy afterward? But to be beaten by a fairy like Sister Luo Xian, he might consider himself fortunate. To the side of the platform, a row of seats housed Din Deng and several elders of the academy, including Lu Jian's master, Qi Xinluan. His sister stood beside their master, both bearing expressions of deep concern. As Din Deng saw that Lu Jian had made it onto the platform, he raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Once silence fell, he addressed them. "All right, I will preside over this resource battle. You all understand the rules. We will determine the victor without causing injury to one another. Do you comprehend?" Lu Jian and Luo Xian nodded in affirmation. "Then let us commence." At Din Deng's signal, Lu Jian immediately displayed his cultivation at the mid-core formation stage. Mid-core formation? This lad has advanced remarkably quickly. In just 3 days, he has ascended from the initial to the mid-stage. What a pity that such talent is to meet an inevitable defeat. Luo Xian, being at the peak of core formation and having long mastered this realm, was merely a step away from the nascent soul stage. Such prowess would make it exceedingly easy to vanquish a mid-core formation cultivator. Listening to the murmurs below, Luo Xian hesitated to make her move. Seeing this, Lu Jian felt compelled to remind her, "Sister Luo, do not underestimate me. Although I am but mid-core formation, I may yet prove a worthy opponent." Luo Xian was momentarily taken aback, then took a deep breath and smiled. "Junior brother Lu, I shall not hold back." As she spoke, she slowly extended her palm, layers of radiance emanating from it, showcasing her peak alchemical cultivation. As one of the 4 disciples of the academy, Luo Xian's prowess was indeed remarkable. Observing this scene, Lu Jian nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that this was more like it. With Luo Xian prepared, Lu Jian wasted no time. He harnessed his spiritual energy and, in a few swift movements, appeared before her. He struck out with his palm. Ah! Luo Xian was immediately propelled out of the arena, finally coming to a halt only upon crashing into the wall of the training grounds. The entire venue erupted in astonishment. A hush fell over the spectators as they gazed in disbelief at Luo Xian, who had been sent flying, their jaws practically touching the ground. Lu Jian was also stunned. He stared incredulously at Luo Xian, and upon regaining his composure, he couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had clearly not touched her. Yet she had flown out on her own. This performance was too exaggerated. If others couldn't see through it, then something was amiss. Sure enough, whispers began to spread from the stands. What's going on? What is Sister Luo doing? Why is she deliberately going easy? This is too obvious. That boy's hand didn't even touch Sister Luo. Just then, Luo Xian, clutching her chest, struggled to her feet. With a wry smile, she clasped her hands together towards Lu Jian. Junior brother Lu, you have one. Hearing her words, Lu Jian felt akin to a foolish son of a landlord. This performance was far too half-hearted. Ding Ding also felt perplexed, rising from his seat to inquire, when suddenly a figure appeared beside Luo Xian. It was a man whose arrival once again stirred the arena into a frenzy. It's senior brother Lin. He has emerged from seclusion. Could it be that he had broken through to the nascent soul stage? Lu Jian stood atop the platform, glancing at the man beside Luo Xian. Lin Xiu looked at Luo Xian with concern. Sister Luo, are you all right? Luo Xian, somewhat puzzled, did not understand why Lin Xiu had suddenly appeared. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Lin. Lin Xiu nodded, then turned his gaze to Lu Jian on the platform. Sister Luo, no need for further words. I understand your intent. The resource battle was meant to be a fair contest, yet Lu Jian was not your match. So privately letting Lu Linlang intimidate you is quite despicable. How shameless to employ such tactics to force you to feign defeat. Fear not, sister. If you're afraid of that Lu Linlang, I am not intimidated by that little girl. Just wait. Once I deal with this Lu Jian, I shall take care of Lu Linlang and avenge you. Luo Xian was left bewildered by the unfolding events. No, that's not it. Lin Xiu's lips curled into a cruel smile as he waved his hand. Sister, no need for further explanations. If it were not so, why would your performance be so exaggerated? You must be unwilling to accept defeat, hence letting others see you are not truly vanquished. Fear not, there are still 2 rounds in the resource battle. Allow me to retrieve that pass for you. Chapter 28. I will not hold back, Lin Xiu concluded, then swiftly leaped onto the platform. Boy, are you daring enough to battle me? A wave of gasps erupted from the stands. Everyone had heard Lin Xiu's words and believed his reasoning was quite sound. Despicable scoundrel, unable to defeat Sister Luo, resorting to such underhanded methods. Sister Luo, do not fear. Senior brother Lin will uphold justice. Senior brother Lin, be sure to make him pay. The crowd's outrage echoed around Lu Jian, who felt utterly helpless. Just moments ago, Lin Xiu had implicated his sister, yet none of these people were condemning Lu Linlang. It appeared that in the world of cultivators, appearances were indeed justice. Lin Xiu, what do you mean someone threatened Sister Luo privately? Lu Linlang fumed from the stands, glaring at Lin Xiu as if ready to confront him at any moment. Elder Lin chuckled softly, glancing at Lu Linlang. Wild girl, you know in your heart what you have done. If you had not intimidated Luo Xian in secret, how could she possibly lose to a mid-stage alchemist like this waste? I never expected you, who feigns indifference and fairness at the academy, to resort to such extremes for a mere pass. I suspect the rumors about you and this boy were not without basis. You are a disgrace to our academy. I have long said you should roll out of our academy with that waste Lu Jian. Remaining here will only tarnish our institution's reputation. Lu Linlang trembled with rage at Elder Lin's words. She loathed being called a wild girl. Elder Lin was clearly aware that her family had perished at the hands of the demonic clans, and he was intentionally rubbing salt in her wounds. Qi Xinlan restrained the soon-to-explode Lu Linlang. Linlang, do not fall for their tricks. In the academy, do not act recklessly. Lu Linlang bit her lip, her shoulders trembling. Yet she understood her master was correct. Once she drew her sword, even her master could not protect her. So this is senior brother Lin? Truly a dog-eat-dog scenario. Lu Jian clasped his hands in greeting to Lin Xiu, a broad smile on his face. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Lin Xiu's brows shot up. Boy, have you lost your mind? Lu Jian, unfazed, chuckled and continued, Senior brother Lin, on what grounds do you accuse me of instructing my sister to threaten Sister Luo in secret? Lin Xiu crossed his arms, smirking coldly. On what grounds? Simply because you and your sister are both worthless. If it were not for your underhanded tactics, how could Sister Luo have fallen to you? Luo Xian was growing anxious. She had not anticipated events spiraling in this direction. No, Sister Linlang did not threaten me. I am before Luo Xian could finish. Her voice was drowned out by the furious shouts around her. Sister Luo, do not fear. Since senior brother Lin has vowed to take charge for you, he will ensure this boy pays. Luo Xian felt utterly helpless, unable to admit she was simply too intimidated to confront their demonic clan leader. On the platform, Lin Xiu watched the scene unfold with great satisfaction. Having emerged from seclusion yesterday, he had also received news of his brother's demise from Elder Lin. Lin Xiu was devastated. Yet with the Wind Demon clan now unreachable, he could only heed his father's words and take down these two vile individuals. He could not allow their happiness to be built upon his brother's suffering. They must pay the price. What Qing'er cannot possess, no one else shall have. Lin Xiu cast a disdainful glance at Lu Linlang, then turned his gaze back to Lu Jian. Lu Jian maintained his smile, seemingly oblivious to the uproar below. He, according to senior brother Lin's logic, I made my sister threaten Sister Luo because I feared losing. I wonder, compared to senior brother Lin, who possesses the greater cultivation? Lin Xiu snorted. This question required no answer, as the crowd below had already blurted it out. Of course, certainly, it is undeniable that Lin Xiu possesses a higher level of cultivation. He is universally acknowledged as the most formidable genius at our Immortal Mansion Academy. Even among other institutions, Lin Xiu stands out as an exceptional talent. Lu Jian shrugged and remarked, "Is that so?" When the Demon Suppression Tower was opened, I distinctly heard individuals from the Spirit Academy refer to Lin Xiu as a worthless being. If that is the case, then perhaps the reputation of Lin Xiu is somewhat exaggerated. Enraged, Lin Xiu felt the urge to retaliate, but restrained himself, allowing Lu Jian to bask in his arrogance for a moment longer. Soon enough, he would pay dearly for his insolent words. Ha! It must have been the useless Jian Yubing who said that, right? How laughable. You are even more ridiculous. If you doubt my prowess, why not come and test it? Lu Jian nodded, chuckling lightly. Of course, I am eager to experience it firsthand. After all, once I defeat you, the fabricated rumors you spread will crumble into nothingness. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, the audience erupted in astonishment. What? This kid is delusional. He believes he can challenge Lin Xiu. This is no simple match among peers. Lin Xiu is unmatched in the core formation stage. If he loses control, this boy could very well be killed. From the stands, Lu Linlang watched Lu Jian with concern and exclaimed, "Come back. Don't fight him. He is doing this deliberately." Lin Xiu scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Linlang. This is not your place to speak. This is a resource battle. We must fight regardless. Unlike you and your brother, I am not so despicable. Rest assured, I will not take his life." As Lin Xiu spoke, a cruel smile crept across his face. He indeed would not take a life, for a resource battle should not end in death. However, if by chance he rendered this boy's cultivation useless, he would not bear any responsibility for it. Thus, Lin Xiu strode toward Lu Jian, declaring, "I am not unreasonable. If you retract those filthy words and kneel to offer your apologies, I shall let this matter rest." Chapter 29. Is there no martial skill he cannot master? Lu Jian, unfazed, chuckled lightly. I cannot be as magnanimous as you, Lin Xiu. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I will not let you off the hook. Lin Xiu's cruel smile returned, and the atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Such bravado. One wonders if your physique is as resilient as your tongue. With that, Lin Xiu vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Lu Jian. Lin Xiu raised his arm, thrusting toward Lu Jian with astonishing speed. The spectators below could hardly follow his movements, yet his palm was already upon Lu Jian. Golden light palm, a profondeur technique. As the audience gasped in shock, a thunderous clash echoed through the arena. Dust billowed as two pairs of resplendent golden hands collided. The overwhelming surge of spiritual energy forcing nearby spectators to stagger back. At that moment, Lu Jian stood calmly, extending his palm to block Lin Xiu's golden light palm. He too wielded the golden light palm, a technique he had diligently studied in the library. Lu Jian not only cultivated rapidly, but also learned martial skills with remarkable swiftness. In just one day, he had mastered dozens of techniques, acquiring at least one from each tier of martial skills. However, the heavenly tier techniques required formidable cultivation to utilize effectively. As the dust settled, the audience gasped in astonishment. Golden light palm. He too can wield it. How is it possible that Lu Jian has mastered a profound tier technique in such a short time? The battle commenced, and the atmosphere in the arena ignited with fervor. Even the esteemed Dean Deng and the elders in the stands could not contain their excitement, rising from their seats. This was incredible. This boy's spiritual energy was as vast as an ocean. Despite being at the mid-core formation stage, he could contend with Lin Xiao, who had reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Dean Deng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed. Others were focused on the martial skills Lu Jian had mastered, but he was more concerned about Lu Jian's spiritual energy. Different cultivators required varying amounts of spiritual energy at the core formation stage, determined by the strength of their spiritual C. Given the current situation, Lu Jian's spiritual C must be at least 100 times more robust than Lin Xiao's. Lin Xiao, taken aback by the failure of his initial strike, was caught off guard. Impressive. You've also learned the golden light palm. Let us see how you handle this, Lin Xiao declared, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that coalesced into a spear before him. The spear emitted a fearsome roar as it shot toward Lu Jian. Spirit Spear, another profound tier technique. As the audience reacted in shock, a spear appeared before Lu Jian as well. The two spears clashed, and the vast spiritual energies surged and ultimately canceled each other out, vanishing without a trace. What? He can wield the spirit spear too? How has he trained so extensively? Where does he find the time to master two profound tier techniques? Lin Xiao snorted dismissively, concealing the tumult within his heart. This Lu Jian not only matched his martial skills, but also possessed spiritual energy that rivaled his own at the pinnacle of the core formation stage. This indicated that Lu Jian's spiritual C was immensely expansive, far beyond his own. Such a person, once they enter the nascent soul stage, would undoubtedly surpass ordinary nascent soul cultivators. If allowed to grow, Lin Xiao would find himself in grave trouble. Resolute in his decision, Lin Xiao ceased his probing and resolved to exert his full strength to cripple Lu Jian's cultivation. With a cold gaze, Lin Xiao unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy from his dantian, which swiftly condensed into a razor-thin beam along his arm. Starwind Holy Slash. Lin Xiao uttered the words, and the beam solidified further. A ground tier technique. Lin Xiao is serious now. This boy is doomed. The surrounding noise quieted. For the same scene unfolded, once more Lu Jian too manifested this technique. On his arm, a similar beam coalesced, its solidity matching Lin Xiao's. As the two beams descended simultaneously, they once again vanished without a trace. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience rose to their feet once more. A ground tier technique? How has he trained so extensively? Mastering a ground tier technique typically requires at least 3 months. How long has he been at the academy? It's incredible enough that he has learned 2 profound tier techniques, but now he can master a ground tier technique as well. At this rate, he might just be able to contend with Lin Xiao. The elders in the stands, their eyes shining with admiration, exchanged glances filled with envy toward Qi Xinlan. This is a treasure. Lu Jian's talent and comprehension are simply astonishing, far beyond that of an ordinary genius. Why is such a person not my disciple? Who spread the word that he was a waste? Unlike the astonished crowd, Elder Lin, while also incredulous, did not fear Lin Xiao's defeat. It appears that Lu Jian is not as inept as he claims. However, Xiao's strength is formidable, making it uncertain whether he could even be a match for him. As long as Lu Jian is not a nascent soul cultivator, the possibility of defeating Xiao is non-existent. At this moment, Lin Xiao is somewhat infuriated. Regardless of the martial techniques he employs, Lu Jian can replicate them effortlessly. This humiliation stings deeply. The so-called waste in his eyes has managed to match him blow for blow using mere martial skills. What does that make him? Lin Xiao frantically gathers spiritual energy, continuously shifting between different martial techniques, unleashing a barrage towards Lu Jian on the platform. The ground erupts with flying debris, the solid base shattering under the onslaught. Yet Lu Jian stands unscathed atop the platform. White flame finger, profound light slash, earth-shattering mountain palm, void divine spear. One martial technique after another crashes onto the platform. And no matter what Lin Xiao unleashes, Lu Jian counters it. The onlookers transition from astonishment to numbness. What kind of cultivation talent is this? Is there no technique he cannot master? Chapter 30. Your brother is the one I killed. The dazzling martial techniques wreak havoc on the platform, forcing the surrounding crowd to retreat continuously. Two figures collide at great speed, only to part again swiftly. Lu Jian and Lin Xiao are locked in a fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Having cast aside their martial techniques, they engage purely with their spiritual power and physical strikes. The pure energy resulting in crystalline ice shards that leave the audience in awe. This kid, is he truly this strong? He can actually stand toe-to-toe with Senior Lin? How has he achieved this? I thought he wouldn't last 3 moves. Unexpectedly, he has persevered to this extent. A drug test. We must administer a drug test. This lad must be on something. I heard that there's a potion on the black market that can unleash a person's potential, allowing for a rapid enhancement of their cultivation. However, such potions have severe side effects. On the platform, Lin Xiao and Lu Jian clash once more. Lin Xiao's expression is twisted with rage. This so-called waste, who possesses a lower cultivation level, can still match him. This is utterly unacceptable. Oof. Let me share a secret with you. I intend to cripple you. It has nothing to do with whether Lu Linlang poses a threat to Luo Xian. My brother Lin Qing was infatuated with your senior sister in life. Once I deal with you, I shall send her to accompany my brother. As for you, the waste, it is best for you to live quietly as a cripple. Ha ha. Lin Xiao's voice is drowned out by the sounds of their battle, heard only by Lu Jian facing him. Furrowing his brow, Lu Jian then collides fists with Lin Qing again, both being jolted back by the overwhelming spiritual force. Lin Xiao smirks. Indeed, Lu Jian's prowess has astonished him, yet only solidifies his resolve to annihilate him. Junior brother Lu, you are quite impressive. I shall unleash my full strength now. If you can't withstand it, make sure to retreat promptly, lest I lose control and harm you. Lu Jian chuckles, gesturing for him to unleash his full might. Senior Lin still hasn't given it his all. I see this lad has reached his limits, still trying to act tough, unwilling to lose face. It seems this battle is nearing its conclusion. At this moment, Dean Deng and the elders in the stands can no longer suppress their frowns. They can discern that Lin Xiao has unleashed all his strength at the pinnacle of the core formation stage, and they are left wondering what other tricks he may have. Even if he possesses some hidden techniques, defeating Lu Jian in such a short time seems nearly impossible. Lu Jian's spiritual energy appears boundless, and he absorbs spiritual energy at an astonishing rate, replenishing his strength amidst the battle, resembling a perpetual motion machine, utterly tireless. Unless Lin Xiao's combat power escalates to another realm, there is no chance of victory in such a short time. Elder Lin observes the bewildered expressions around him and sneers. Just watch. Xiao has become serious. This kid is doomed. Elder Lin leisurely crosses his arms, preparing to witness Lu Jian being reduced to a cripple. Meanwhile, on the platform, Lin Xiao smiles before his expression turns grave. He raises his right hand, as boundless spiritual energy begins to converge into his palm. Golden light palm. As the words leave his lips, Lin Xiao's figure appears before Lu Jian like a wraith. Boom! Golden light palm meets golden light palm. Debris flies, dust rises, and the spectators can barely see the silhouettes of the two. Another golden light palm? What is Senior Lin doing? Isn't that a technique Lu Jian can use too? Wasn't he supposed to give it his all? Why revert to a previously used technique? Moreover, it's an Earth-grade technique. Surely it cannot harm Lu Jian. As the crowd murmurs in confusion, 2 figures burst forth from the dust cloud. High above, Lin Xiao relentlessly assaults Lu Jian with martial techniques, while Lu Jian continues to defend. While countering, Lu Jian remains vigilant to Lin Xiao's changes. He is not merely expending effort. He is intentionally drawing himself upwards. Upon realizing this, Lu Jian deliberately slows his movements. Regardless of what this fellow intends to do next, he will unleash a powerful strike using his advantage in spiritual energy. When they collide again, Lu Jian senses something different. Lin Xiao's energy has become erratic, as if he is about to lose control, and it begins to rampage. Upon separating once more, a terrifying aura suddenly erupts from Lin Xiao's body. Boom! A terrifying shockwave sweeps across the entire training ground, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Nascent soul. This is a power only a nascent soul cultivator can wield. Senior Lin has broken through. Witnessing this scene, Dean Deng's expression shifts dramatically. Lin Xiao could have broken through long ago, yet he chose this moment to do so. It seems he is truly pushed to his limits, seeking to deliver a lethal blow to Lu Jian with absolute superiority in realm. Lin Xiao, stop! Dean Deng immediately takes to the air, attempting to intercept Lin Xiao. Intra-academy duels are only permitted between cultivators of the same realm. It is strictly forbidden for higher realm cultivators to battle those of lower realms. It's over. Lu Jian is finished. That is a nascent soul realm cultivator. One whole realm above him. Lu Jian cannot possibly withstand the attack of a nascent soul cultivator. In the sky, Lin Xiao wears a cruel smile. In his eyes, Lu Jian is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet, when he gazes at Lu Jian, he finds him devoid of the panic he had anticipated, instead remarkably composed. Hearing Ding Dang shout from below, Lin Xiao has no time to ponder and must act. Boom! Lin Xiao strikes with a palm, instantly reaching Lu Jian. His hand pierces through Lu Jian's chest, yet before he can revel in his triumph, that figure dissipates like smoke. Not only is Lin Xiao taken aback, but even Ding Dang is momentarily stunned. In the next moment, Lu Jian's voice suddenly echoes from behind Lin Xiao. Senior Lin, since you have divulged your secret, I too must share one of mine. In truth, your brother is the one I killed. Boom! An immense surge of spiritual energy erupts behind Lin Xiao, producing a terrifying sonic boom. Then, a colossal hand, overshadowing the heavens, materializes above Lin Xiao's head. Chapter 31. Striking the young. The elders emerge. The gigantic spiritual hand crashes down, carrying an unparalleled and terrifying pressure that smashes into Lin Xiao. His body is forcefully slammed into the ground, limbs fracturing instantly, blood splattering everywhere. An incredulous gasp erupted from the audience below. It was a celestial tier martial technique. The ethereal extermination of immortals. How could this be possible? This was a skill that could only be wielded by those in the nascent soul stage. He is merely at the mid-stage of the core formation. How could he possibly unleash a celestial tier martial art? At this moment, the elders in the stands could no longer contain their astonishment and rose to their feet once more. This, crossing realms in battle, and emerging victorious. Unheard of, unprecedented. Ding Dang stood frozen in place, momentarily rendered motionless. He realized that Lu Jian's spiritual power had initially been insufficient to perform a celestial tier martial skill, but his speed of absorbing spiritual energy was astonishingly rapid. He had just absorbed an immense amount of spiritual energy in a short span of time, and just as he was about to surpass his limit, he released it all at once. This allowed him to execute the celestial tier martial technique, the ethereal extermination of immortals. Lu Jian gradually descended from the sky, and at that moment, one could hear a pin drop in the entire arena. The enormous handprint had shattered the platform, and Lin Xiao was now left gasping for breath. He had just entered the nascent soul stage and was utterly unable to withstand a technique meant only for those in that realm. Lin Xiao spat blood, his eyes bulging as he stared at Lu Jian. What did you say? You killed. Before he could finish his sentence, a series of crisp cracks resonated from his bones, and with a sudden tilt of his head, he fell silent. Brother Lin was killed by him? This cannot be a dream. Watching Lu Jian descend slowly, everyone was in shock, unable to believe the scene they had just witnessed. You little wretch, I will kill you. You have slain my disciple. I shall fight you to the death. Elder Lin of the stands slammed his hand on the table, his spiritual energy surging around him, ready to charge at Lu Jian. At that moment, however, Qi Xinlan's figure flickered, and she positioned herself before Elder Lin, her gaze indifferent as she calmly spoke. Brother Lin, as an elder, do you truly intend to bully the young? With Qi Xinlan blocking his path, Elder Lin's eyes were ablaze with fury. He killed my disciple. Should he not die for this? Qi Xinlan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she replied, the arena competition is fraught with such risks. Moreover, it was your son who sought to take another's life first, forcing Lu Jian to act in self-defense. Should it be necessary for your son to claim another's life for him to be deemed at fault? Elder Lin's eyebrows furrowed in anger, but he began to regain some composure from his earlier rage. This was the academy. If he acted recklessly, not only would he be unable to kill Lu Jian, but he would also face the wrath of the dean. Realizing this, tears streamed down Elder Lin's face as he looked toward Ding Dang, pleading, Master, you must stand for me. This little wretch disregarded the bonds of brotherhood and killed his own senior. This is a resource battle. Taking a life is unacceptable. He is clearly guilty and must pay with his own life. Upon hearing Elder Lin's words, Lu Jian opened his mouth to respond, but was halted by a gesture from Ding Dang. He glanced at Elder Lin before speaking. Qi's words hold merit. It was your son who sought to take a life first, and Lu Jian is not at fault. Elder Lin was taken aback, staring incredulously at Ding Dang, exclaiming, Master, how can you? Dean Deng shot Elder Lin a disapproving glance, reprimanding him. Do you still have the audacity to cry? Your son displayed remarkable cunning. Fearing that I would intervene, he resorted to deceit. Had he remained on the stage, he might have survived under my protection. The current situation is merely his own doing. He has no one to blame. Elder Lin stood frozen, his cries silenced. He stared blankly at the crowd before resentfully saying, Good, good, good. You all protect this little wretch. He cast a fierce glare at Lu Jian before abruptly sweeping his sleeve and turning away from the arena, even leaving Lin Xiu's body behind. Seeing that Elder Lin had departed, Dean Deng waved his hand to the crowd. All right, disperse. I doubt anyone will challenge Lu Jian in the final resource battle now. His strength has undoubtedly made him the unrivaled champion of the academy. Dean Deng approached Lu Jian and patted him on the shoulder. This is your first time taking a life? I assent it. There is no need to be anxious. The world of cultivation is far more brutal than you can imagine. Once you leave the academy, remember to show no mercy. You did nothing wrong today, so do not feel guilty. Lu Jian nodded. Dean Deng likely thought he was in shock from the events, but in truth, Lu Jian's focus remained on Elder Lin, who had just departed. Even in a straightforward battle, Elder Lin would no longer be able to kill him. He could even contend with him without needing to log in with his main account. However, judging by Elder Lin's earlier demeanor, it was evident that he still held intentions against him. Lu Jian resolved to make a grand exit from the academy soon, giving Elder Lin an opportunity. If he believed he could kill Lu Jian, he would certainly not pass up that chance. When the time came, after dealing with that old man, he would trace his family lineage and eliminate any potential threats, ensuring that he resolved this issue once and for all, avoiding the kind of endless plot seen in those cultivation novels he had read in his past life, where one dealt with the younger generation only to be confronted by the elders. After leaving the arena, Lu Jian handed the pass for the Falling God battlefield to his senior sister. At this moment, Lu Linlang was at the pinnacle of the core formation stage and required entry into that resource-rich special space to break through. The following day, Lu Linlang departed the academy, entering the Falling God battlefield through the human transmission array at the City Lord's estate. Lu Jian followed discreetly, concerned that Elder Lin might covertly target his senior sister. However, his worries proved unfounded. Since the battle in the arena, Elder Lin had vanished. It was said that he left the academy that very day, and no one knew where he had gone. This thwarted Lu Jian's original plan. Elder Lin was far more astute than he had anticipated. He had not allowed hatred to cloud his judgment. Chapter 32. Assassinating the Dark Overlord. I understand the rules. How many spirit stones are required? Elder Lin was currently in a dilapidated ancient temple, alongside a man clad in a black cloak. Upon hearing Elder Lin's words, the cloaked man nodded. The target this time is that student from your Immortal Mansion Academy, named Lu Jian, correct? We have already verified his information. He is at the mid-stage of core formation and should be able to reach the pinnacle soon. His cultivation talent is formidable. He can fight across realms, making him a rare genius. The man in the black cloak sighed softly. It will be troublesome. Such a target is sure to receive special protection, and to kill him, we may need to first breach the Immortal Mansion Academy. That cost is beyond your means. Elder Lin was not surprised by this. He was well prepared. There is no need to act within the Immortal Mansion Academy. I have a way to draw him out. The cloaked man raised an eyebrow in curiosity. You could draw him out? Where will this take place? Elder Lin nodded and replied, the Falling God battlefield. There, he will have no protection. In that case, can we negotiate a lower price? The cloaked man considered it. The Falling God battlefield? A fine location. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. We will accept this contract. Elder Lin gritted his teeth in frustration, uttering a few words. Fine. Come tomorrow to collect. But you must ensure that the little wretch dies. You are the largest assassination organization. You cannot be untrustworthy. The cloaked man scoffed disdainfully, saying, Our targets have never escaped us. A mere genius who has not yet reached the Yuan-ing stage cannot tarnish the reputation of our Inquisition. Elder Lin has spared no effort this time to enlist the services of this renowned assassin organization. They have never failed to eliminate a target. Once they set their sights on someone, that individual is destined to appear on their list of heretics. Since the establishment of this organization, no name has lingered on that list for more than 6 months. Despite this, Elder Lin remains somewhat uneasy. Is there truly no one you cannot eliminate? I have heard that with sufficient remuneration, you could even take down the leaders of the top powers. Surely this cannot merely be a ploy of yours? The figure in the black robe angrily flicked his sleeve, clearly displeased with Elder Lin's skepticism. Once we take on a contract, not only can we eliminate the leaders, but we can also make the world's most formidable individuals vanish. At this moment, the black-robed figure suddenly chuckled. Heh, to put it more accurately, there exists one being in this world. No, a demon, whose bounty we will not accept. The black-robed man was amused by his own clever jest, unable to suppress a laugh. Ha! It seems no one would willingly seek their own demise by attempting to assassinate that demon king. Thus, without an employer, there can naturally be no talk of failure. In that sense, we have indeed never missed a mark. Turning around with a serious demeanor, the black-robed man continued. Rest assured, since we have accepted your contract, we will not relent until we achieve our goal. Although you have only paid for the assassination on the fallen god battlefield, should we fail, there will be no additional charges for subsequent attempts. Our organization values its reputation above all. Since that Lu Jian has made the list, we will spare no effort to eliminate him. This is our promise. Upon hearing this, Elder Lin nodded in satisfaction. Thankfully, he had arrived early. Otherwise, if that little brat were to grow stronger, the price for dealing with him would indeed become exorbitant. After finalizing their agreement, the black-robed figure promptly departed from the ancient temple, while Elder Lin busily began preparing the spiritual stones necessary for this assassination mission. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jian had been at the Immortal Mansion Academy for 2 months. Presently, only Lu Jian and his master remained in the Jian courtyard. During these days, Lu Jian had refrained from further cultivation, maintaining his cultivation at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment. He had no intention of exerting himself in cultivation. As long as he could blend in at the academy without interference, that sufficed. Moreover, he had recently subtly inquired with Luo Xian about the situation of the demon clan. According to Luo Xian, while members of the demon clan could cultivate using the human clan system, there existed an insurmountable barrier preventing them from mastering the pinnacle of the human clan's Tao ancestor realm. No matter how exceptional a demon's talent or comprehension, they could only cultivate up to the Tao ancestor realm, but could never cross that critical threshold to become a true powerhouse. Thus, Lu Jian had no plan to continue his cultivation. He possessed his own demonic powers, and he was uncertain whether pursuing both paths would lead to conflict. He feared that before he could master either, his mixed cultivation could backfire. Furthermore, there were no remaining powerhouses of the Tao ancestor realm among the human clan. It was said that they had been eradicated 800 years ago. This was a significant reason for the enmity between the human and demon clans. Hearing this tale filled Lu Jian with unease. He certainly embodied the archetype of a villain. Perhaps at this very moment, a gifted youth, stripped of their supreme bone, was swearing vengeance against him in secret. Though he was the leader of the demon clan, such characters often met the most tragic fates in novels, especially when villains believed they had the upper hand while the protagonist managed to turn every danger into an opportunity, ultimately besting the antagonist. Lu Jian felt the need to exercise greater caution and find a way to ensure that the demon clan could not locate him, thereby securing his safety. During these days, Lu Jian had been idling at the academy, engaging in song and poetry with other students, entirely avoiding any serious cultivation. One day, upon returning to the Jian courtyard, he received troubling news from his master. His senior sister, Lu Linlang, had gone missing. She had been stationed at the fallen god battlefield and used to send back regular updates. However, recently there had been no word from her, and the spiritual candle in the academy that reflected her vitality had dimmed significantly. Linlang had likely encountered some misfortune. Kixinlin's expression was fraught with worry. The flame of the spiritual candle indicated the life signs of the person it was connected to, with Lu Linlong's candle flickering weakly. It was evident she was in grave danger. Chapter 33. The human city-state. Kixinlin informed Lu Jian that she needed to visit the fallen god battlefield immediately to investigate the situation regarding his sister. However, Lu Jian felt that this was unwise. The fallen god battlefield was vast, and the likelihood of his master finding his sister alone was slim. It would be better for him to go. If any danger arose, he could activate his higher identity. Master, let me go instead. I also need to prepare for my breakthrough, and was planning to visit there. Rest assured, I will bring my sister back safely. Hearing Lu Jian's words, Kixinlin hesitated for a moment. However, Lu Jian had now acquired the ability to contend with Yuaning cultivators, thus could navigate the fallen god battlefield. Kixinlin possessed a single pass for the battlefield, given by the academy's headmaster. After careful consideration, she decided to entrust it to Lu Jian. Jian, be careful. Once you locate your sister, return immediately. Do not linger on the battlefield. Lu Jian nodded and departed from the academy that very day, heading towards the city lord's mansion. Located 100 miles away, he had previously visited, witnessing how his sister utilized her pass. Thus, this time, he encountered no difficulties. After registering his name and academy, he promptly entered the transmission array to the falling god battlefield. When Lu Jian regained his bearings, he found himself in the midst of a dilapidated city. The city was a crumbling ruin. Despite its considerable size, it bore the scars of countless wars over millennia, with not a single intact structure remaining. Was this the city-state of the human clan within the falling god battlefield? Occasionally, cultivators passed through the streets, most wielding weapons and exuding a fierce demeanor. Clearly seasoned veterans of battle, the cultivators hurried along the roads, and Lu Jian frequently spotted groups exchanging treasures discovered within the falling god battlefield. As Lu Jian made his way towards the outskirts of the city, he passed by what appeared to be an inn, when suddenly he overheard a familiar name. I remember. She's called Lu Linlang, right? Lu Jian immediately halted in his tracks, looking up to see the voice coming from the second floor of the ancient building. He glanced at the inn sign and proceeded upstairs. In the grand hall on the second floor, a group of over 10 elegantly dressed young men and women were drinking and laughing. Lu Jian noticed their garments were identical, emblazoned with the insignia of the Tianshui Academy. Were these individuals from the Tianshui Academy affiliated with the city lord's mansion? Lu Jian performed a respectful gesture towards them, aware of Tianshui Academy, as Headmaster Deng had previously mentioned that it was a gathering place for various prodigies, with the minimum requirement for admission being the Yuaning realm. Although the individuals before him appeared quite youthful, their cultivation levels were indeed at the Yuaning realm. Who are you? The crowd in the hall simultaneously turned their gaze towards Lu Jian, a fair-skinned man among them, who, with a perplexed expression, clasped his hands in greeting and inquired. I am from the Immortal Mansion Academy. I just overheard a few of you mention my senior sister, Lu Linlang. Might you have met her? Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, those who were initially curious about him quickly lost interest. Immortal Mansion Academy? Another group hailing from such a humble place. You people from the Immortal Mansion Academy are quite bold, daring to venture into the divine fall battlefield before even reaching the nascent soul stage. This is no place for individuals like you. Not only are you inexperienced, but you also lack discernment. Our young Master Zhao's willingness to consider those few shabby items you found is her fortune. How dare she refuse to hand them over, since she enjoys scavenging so much? Let her do so outside. We certainly have no interest in them. Ha ha! Lu Jian calmly observed the raucous crowd, unexpectedly having found the main culprit. Oh, then where is she now? The fair-skinned man, who had spoken earlier, smiled darkly and replied, You are somewhat perceptive. I had intended to wait for you to explode in anger for our amusement, but it seems that will not be necessary. Begone, and tell your master that she is dead. She has offended young Master Zhao of the city lord's household, and she should have already perished outside the city. In due time, let your academy's head come with a formal apology to our Zhao family, and this matter will be settled. Lu Jian's gaze gradually turned cold as he regarded the man before him. You must be young Master Zhao, correct? From your words. Before Lu Jian could finish, a young woman standing to the side interrupted. You are Lu Jian? Turning in confusion, Lu Jian saw a playful-looking young girl approaching from a nearby table. She appeared to be unassociated with the group, and upon reaching the center of the crowd, she bowed apologetically to young Master Zhao. I beg your pardon for interrupting your enjoyment, young Master Zhao. We shall take our leave. With that, she quickly turned to Lu Jian and whispered, Hurry, I know where your senior sister is. At her words, Lu Jian glanced back at the man who had turned away to drink and revel with the others, and then followed the girl downstairs. The priority was to locate his senior sister. Dealing with those arrogant young lords could wait. The girl led Lu Jian to a remote marketplace, ensuring they were alone before speaking. I am Xiao Rulin from the Divine Light Academy. We previously met at your Immortal Mansion Academy's Demon Suppression Tower. Lu Jian recalled that this was the girl who had been pinned down by his senior sister, though he had only noticed her briefly at the time. Oh, it's you. What happened? What is wrong with my senior sister? Xiao Rulin let out a breath, cautiously glancing towards the direction of the tavern before continuing. Those individuals are not to be trifled with. They are from the Heavenly Water Academy. The one who spoke to you is Zhao Linfei. He is the second son of the Zhao family from the city lord's household, and your senior sister has found herself in trouble because of him. She's trapped outside the city. Lu Jian furrowed his brow and asked, What transpired? Xiao Rulin sighed. These young masters wield considerable power within the city lord's household. Their admission to the Heavenly Water Academy is not due to their own talent, but rather the influence of their families. While they are domineering within the academy, the rules are strict, requiring each student to complete assigned tasks regularly. This time, they entered the divine fall battlefield for that purpose. However, rather than seek out what they need, they have turned their sights on other cultivators in the battlefield. As Jian listened, he quickly grasped the circumstances. 2 days prior, by a stroke of luck, Linlang had discovered a Dao fruit in the divine fall battlefield, which was precisely one of the items needed for the Heavenly Water Academy's mission. Consequently, young Master Zhao and his companions sought to negotiate with Linlang for it. Accustomed to their lofty status, they first asserted their identities and casually presented some pills in exchange for the Dao fruit. They expected Linlang to graciously hand it over, viewing it as a favor. However, upon encountering their rude demeanor, Linlang refused to trade, especially since the value of their offered pills paled in comparison to the Dao fruit. Frustrated by her refusal, they attempted to coerce her into surrendering the fruit. Realizing she was outnumbered by individuals at the nascent soul stage, Linlang, wishing to avoid trouble, reluctantly agreed to the exchange. Originally, this matter should have concluded there. Yet yesterday, an unknown rogue, having learned of the Zhao family's interest in the Dao fruit, sought to ingratiate himself by presenting several Dao fruits he had collected over the years. Whether this act wounded Zhao Linfei's pride, I cannot say, but it incited him to retaliate against Linlang. We, young Master Zhao, are doing you a great favor by considering your shabby items. Not only do you fail to hand them over voluntarily, but you also dare to barter with us. Do you not realize the standing of the Zhao family within the city lord household? Countless people flatter young Master Zhao. Even your academy's dean must treat him with respect. No one would dare to disrespect him. Linlang, upon hearing their taunts, was furious. Yet, she recognized that the forces behind these individuals were beyond her means to confront. Initially, she intended to disregard them, hoping to avoid escalation. However, the young masters persisted, and eventually, through unknown connections, Zhao Linfei summoned soldiers from within the human city-state to expel Linlang from the city. Standing atop the city walls, Zhao Linfei looked down at Linlang with disdain. Some people simply do not understand their place. Linlang, I have no use for your trash. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded a Dao fruit over the walls, landing at Linlang's feet. Kneel here. If I'm in a good mood tomorrow, perhaps I will allow you back in. Otherwise, prepare to perish outside. This will also teach your Immortal Mansion Academy a lesson. When you meet me, know your place. With that, young Master Zhao departed with his companions, but Linlang would never kneel to him. She turned and left the city. After recounting the events, Xiao Ruolin sighed gravely. This is a significant predicament. Young Master Zhao's influence is immense. He has already completed the Academy's mission, yet remains here. For the Zhao family, expelling a cultivator from the city is trivial. They would not risk offending the Zhao family over such a minor issue. It seems that senior sister Linlang cannot leave the divine fall battlefield. If she cannot return, it could spell disaster. At Xiao Ruolin's words, Jian's brow furrowed. Where's my senior sister now? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ruolin replied, she has likely gone to the territory of the demon race. In the battlefield of the fallen god, the demonic forces reign supreme. Consequently, our human race and the beast clans are, in truth, half-allies, united against the demonic legions. Should the human teleportation array be inoperative, we shall have no choice but to resort to the beast clan's teleportation array. However, the journey from here to the beast clan city-state is fraught with peril, and I fear for Sister Linlang. At this point, Xiao Ruolin ceased her words. Moreover, the beast clans are highly unlikely to permit our passage. Though we share an alliance, the relationship is not as amicable as it may seem. It is merely a necessity imposed by the pressure of the demonic forces. Without cause, the beast clans would not grant access to a solitary human cultivator. Jian nodded gratefully to Xiao Ruolin. Sister Ruolin, I am truly thankful for your guidance. I shall now depart the city in pursuit of my sister. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruolin was momentarily taken aback. You intend to leave the city? That cannot be. If that young Master Zhao sees you returning with your sister, you may be denied entry. At that point, you would be condemned to wander the battlefield of the fallen god, and without the protection of a city, survival beyond 7 days would be impossible. Jian acknowledged her words with a nod, yet this posed no issue for him. If problems could not be resolved, then it was the creators of those problems who must be dealt with. They were merely a few second-generation heirs. Once he dealt with them, no one would obstruct his entry into the city. Thank you for the warning, but I cannot stand idly by while Sister Linlang faces danger alone. Moreover, I have promised my master to bring her back safely. I cannot break my word. Sighing, Xiao Rulin produced a map fashioned from an unknown material from her sleeve. Very well, do as you wish. This is a map of the fallen god battlefield. While it is not comprehensive, it encompasses the areas that have been explored. You may attempt to head in the direction of the beast clans, and see if you can find a way. Lu Jian accepted the map, glanced at it briefly, and then tucked it away. After inquiring further about the individuals from the Tianshui Academy, he left the city. Upon exiting, he followed the map towards the beast clans. The fallen god battlefield is a vast, fragmented space, scarred by past conflicts. As he journeyed, Lu Jian extended his spiritual awareness. Yet the chaos of the heavenly laws here severely hampered his ability to perceive his surroundings. Additionally, he felt an unusual sensation upon entering, as though some force was restraining his cultivation and perception. This feeling was exceptionally strange, even causing a peak-level demon, lord like him, to feel an inkling of resistance. Chapter 35. The Abyssal Prison in the Fallen God Battlefield. Within the Moonfall Gorge, Lu Linlang clutched her chest, her pallid visage evading the pursuit of several cloaked figures behind her. After departing the human city-state, she indeed ventured to the Beast Clan's stronghold. Yet, as Xiao Rulin had foreseen, the Beast Clans displayed no intention of allowing Lu Linlang to pass. Why do you, a human cultivator, not use your own race's teleportation array? This is the heart of the Beast Clans. How could we permit a human to enter freely? Depart. Should you disturb us again, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. In desperation, Lu Linlang had no choice but to leave the Beast Clan's city once more. Yet, at this juncture, she found herself without refuge. If she could not utilize the Beast Clan's teleportation array, the demonic one was utterly out of the question. Even if she could access the demonic teleportation array, she would refuse. It would be better to perish in the fallen god battlefield. As Lu Linlang pondered her next move, a group of individuals clad in black cloaks suddenly obstructed her path. Upon encountering her, they wasted no words and immediately attacked. All were nascent soul cultivators. Fortunately, Lu Linlang had recently achieved the nascent soul stage during her time in the battlefield. However, even so, facing a dozen nascent soul experts was overwhelming, and she could not withstand their assault for long, suffering severe injuries and forced to evade desperately using the terrain. The assailants showed no intent to kill. Instead, they systematically cornered Lu Linlang into a dire situation. At this point, seeing that Lu Linlang could no longer resist, the cloaked figures ceased their attacks. Lu Linlang, do you remember me? One of the cloaked figures removed his disguise, revealing a twisted and sinister visage. It's you? Lu Linlang gasped, struggling to articulate her words amidst her dire condition. Elder Lin wore a malevolent grin as he slowly approached the gravely injured Lu Linlang. Indeed, it is I. Did you not expect me to await your arrival here? You believe that just because you did not kill my disciple, I would not take action against you? Allow me to be frank. I have no intention of sparing either of you wretched souls. Lu Linlang's brows knitted together, beads of crystalline sweat now adorning her exquisite face. Wretched souls. You. Her condition was dire, leaving her incapable of uttering a complete sentence. Elder Lin scoffed dismissively. Conserve your energy. I shall not kill you just yet. After all, you were the woman most cherished by Qing in life. To let you die here would be a disservice to him. As Elder Lin spoke, he gestured to his companions. Seize her. Use her to lure that little beast here. When the time comes, we shall eliminate that little beast, and this woman shall serve another purpose. The surrounding cloaked figures nodded, slowly advancing towards Lu Linlang. In her current state of despair, Lu Linlang glanced at the approaching figures and then at the abyss behind her, realizing there was no escape. Ha, wild girl. Did you think we forced you here for no reason? Behind you lies the Moonfall Cliff, a prison constructed by the Demon Clan to confine those abyssal giants. I know you despise the Demon Clan the most, do you not? Consider your options. Will you come with me? Or will you leap into the abyss to join those demonic monstrosities? Oh no, you likely won't even reach the bottom of the cliff before being slain by the demonic energy above. But that would be unfortunate. You would have no chance of escape, forever to remain with those demons who annihilated your entire family. Elder Lin's face bore a smile, as he had discerned Lu Linlang's thoughts, knowing she could not endure such humiliation and would comply with his demands. When that time came, Lu Jian and Qi Xinlan would inevitably enter the fallen god battlefield, and once they arrived, their demise would be assured. Lu Linlang braced herself with her sword, forced to retreat step by step. Better than dragging others down with me. Upon hearing her words, Elder Lin's pupils constricted. No, she intends to jump. Elder Lin reacted swiftly, but was still a moment too late. Lu Linlang resolutely leaped, casting one last glance at Elder Lin's furious expression. She offered a bitter smile before allowing herself to plummet into the abyss. Elder Lin could only watch helplessly as she fell. Below the Moonfall Cliff, the demonic energy surged. It was a prison constructed by the demon clan to contain formidable beasts. Not even a nascent soul cultivator, let alone a transformation stage cultivator, would dare enter recklessly. Curse that wretched girl. She would rather die than submit to my will. One of the cloaked figures exchanged glances with the others, one of them speaking up. You promised it was foolproof. Now that she is dead, will Lu Jian still come to the fallen god battlefield? We are only tasked with eliminating Lu Jian here. If we are to breach the Immortal Academy, that would require a different price. Elder Lin's expression darkened considerably. According to his original plan, he could have lured Lu Jian into the fallen god battlefield. However, it was unexpected that Lu Linlang could be so resolute. Several individuals, even though Lu Linlang had already met her demise, Elder Lin's words were left unspoken when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure racing towards them from the opposite side of Luoyue Cliff. Lu Jian. It was he. It was indeed he. Elder Lin's face lit up with excitement. He never anticipated that this little beast would come on his own. This certainly made things easier. There was no need to trick him into the battlefield of the fallen gods. Prepare to act. This is the target for this time. Several individuals. Before Elder Lin could finish his words, Lu Jian had already arrived on the opposite side. Then, to Elder Lin's astonishment, Lu Jian leaped without hesitation and plunged into Luoyue Cliff. A madman. This lunatic. Is he throwing his life away? Watching Lu Jian vanish from sight, Elder Lin was enraged, stamping his feet. It wasn't he that he was displeased to see Lu Jian seeking his own death, but rather that allowing him to die like this would be far too lenient. The figure in the black robe beside him shrugged and chuckled. Well, the trouble is resolved. Regardless, the target is dead, and we have completed our task. We previously made it clear, no refund on the spirit stones. Elder Lin gasped in anger. He dared not unleash his fury upon the individuals from the Heretics Tribunal and could only curse the already vanished figures of Lu Linlang and Lu Jian. But now, he had no choice but to accept this outcome. Chapter 36. Mora Lu Linlong's body continued to plummet, the icy aura beneath her drawing ever closer. Like a demonic abyssal ruler poised to swallow her whole. Lu Linlang understood that below lay the vast shackles of demonic energy. Should she fall into it, she would be instantly consumed, her life extinguished. She exhaled deeply, clasping her hands together as a mantra slipped from her lips. Thousand spirits rejuvenate, righteous chi ascendant. Noble garb of rainbows, guard my true essence. A faint golden light began to emanate from beneath Lu Linlong's garments, enveloping her in a protective glow. This was her personal protective garment, which she would only don in matters of life and death. Though not a supreme treasure, it should suffice to withstand the terrifying demonic energy for a time. Just as Lu Linlang awaited her impending fate, a familiar voice suddenly echoed through the tranquil gorge. Sister. At that moment, Lu Linlang, whose heart had been shrouded in despair, froze in place, gazing intently in the direction of the voice. A familiar figure was racing toward her. It was none other than Lu Jian. Lu Linlang felt her eyes welling with tears. She had been cast out from the human city, with no one daring to assist her. Yet as she prepared to embrace her demise, he had come. But, observing the determined gaze of the approaching figure, Lu Linlang let out a soft sigh. Once more, she clasped her hands, forming a hand seal in an instant. Go! Countless rays of brilliance fell from her body, coalescing into a suit of armor that flew toward Lu Jian. The luminescence enveloped Lu Jian, surrounding him entirely. At that moment, Lu Jian could hardly pay attention to the changes around him, for Lu Linlang had already descended into the abyss of demonic energy. Lu Jian accelerated once more, plunging into the sea of demons. The demonic energy surged, clouds of darkness roiled. Chains of black twisted and intertwined, akin to venomous pythons, mercilessly strangling any living being that dared to escape this place. Lu Linlong's body fell into the depths, and in an instant, she was pierced by the terrifying demonic energy. The frigid aura coursed through her entire being, and her consciousness began to fade. Lu Jian finally caught up, embracing Lu Linlang's form as they gently descended into the valley below. The surrounding terrifying demonic energy halted before them, unable to advance even a fraction closer. Lu Jian gazed at the unconscious Lu Linlang in his arms, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he made it in time. Lu Linlang's face was shrouded in dark energy, but fortunately, she had not been tainted for long. She merely fainted from the turmoil within her spirit. Their figures continued to descend slowly, and as they passed through the layer of demonic clouds, they entered the true valley floor. In the darkness, roars of fury erupted beneath Lu Jian. Ah, human race. I smell their essence. How long has it been? How long? Living humans. Hurry, come to my mouth. Enormous hands reached up from the depths, hastily grasping at the plummeting Lu Jian and Lu Linlang. Lu Jian glanced at the grotesque figure below, a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms. Get lost. A powerful pressure radiated outward, causing the creature's already twisted face to turn pale in an instant. It retracted its outstretched hand, fearfully prostrating itself on the ground. Heaven, Lord, I understand my mistake. I truly understand my mistake. Please do not kill me. Do not kill me. Lu Jian ignored the creature's wails, gently landing at the valley's bottom, where he set Lu Linlang against a protruding stone platform. He pressed his fingers together and lightly touched Lu Linlang's brow. Dark energy gradually extracted from her body, and her tightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Seeing this, Lu Jian breathed a sigh of relief and then sat beside Lu Linlang. Before him, the creature was extraordinarily tall. Now on the ground, it resembled a towering edifice, standing 2 full heads taller than Lu Jian. Who are you? What are you doing here? Lu Jian discerned that this was a member of the demon race, but there were numerous types within that race, and he had encountered only a few. The creature continually bowed its heads, lamenting, reporting to you, my lord, I am a member of the demon clan. Due to my youthful ignorance, I violated military orders and was thus imprisoned here. This place is where our demon race confines its offenders. I have been here for 100 years. Originally, there were 11 others imprisoned with me, but they could not endure it and have perished here. Lu Jian nodded. This valley floor was strewn with rocks, devoid of any prison, yet there were many protruding stone platforms. Lu Jian observed that on some of these platforms lay the remains of various demon forms. They were evidently also members of the demon race, but from different tribes. What is your name? What crime did you commit to be imprisoned for 100 years? The creature wept profusely, tears streaming from all 3 heads. My lord, my name is Moro. I was originally responsible for searching for the relics left by our demon ancestors in the battlefield of fallen gods. However, 100 years ago, I discovered a particularly bizarre relic, one that was neither human, nor demon, nor beast. I reported this matter upward, but was told to cease involvement. Eager to achieve merit, I privately led a team to explore that relic, but in the end, I was the only one to emerge alive. We sacrificed hundreds of brothers, yet we did not even find the entrance to that relic. According to military regulations, my ambition and recklessness led to the deaths of hundreds of brothers. Hence, I was imprisoned here for 100 years. Lu Jian nodded, saying, all right, rise. I have some tasks for you. If you complete them satisfactorily, you may leave this place. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Moro was filled with excitement, repeatedly bowing. My lord, please give your orders. I shall accomplish your will, even if it means being torn apart. Lu Jian waved his hand and then tossed Moro a map, saying, you need not be torn to shreds. I am currently unable to leave and require you to venture outside. I shall escort you to my clan city. On the reverse side of this map, there's a list. Have them refer to it and retrieve the individuals I require from the human realm. Chapter 37. Encounter as Lu Jian spoke. He cast a glance at Lu Linlang, who remained with her eyes tightly shut. Of course, he could lead his senior sister away from this place, but doing so would leave him unable to provide an explanation. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of the core formation, the demonic beings beneath the valley far surpassed him in strength. Escaping was beyond his capabilities. Moreover, his senior sister was injured, and this locale was not without its merits as a place for recovery. As for the elder Lin and the others whom he had seen at the cliff's edge, they had likely departed by now, deterred by the sight of Lu Jian and Lu Linlang plummeting into the abyss. They would not dare linger here any longer. This matter, Lu Jian intended to resolve on his own. Once he exited the battlefield of the fallen gods, he would seek out that old wretch and investigate the identities of the lesser characters surrounding him. Since learning of his senior sister's deep-seated hatred for the demonic race, Lu Jian's reasons for concealing his identity had multiplied. He glanced at the protective garment enveloping him, feeling a tumult of emotions. This garment could not withstand the terrifying demonic energy. Upon contact, it had already lost its luster. Yet, it was her last means of survival. Lu Jian instructed Molo with a few words, cautioning him to proceed with care. He was engaged in a covert operation that could overturn the world, and it was imperative that Molo not expose his identity. Go, have the humans surrender those few boys. Do not kill them, and the rest is up to you. Do not implicate me. Simply find a plausible excuse. Molo nodded vigorously, fully believing Lu Jian's ruse. Lu Jian looked up at the endless dark clouds above and inquired, "Is there a way to exit without revealing my identity?" Molo's mind whirled, and he replied, "Yes. Fear not, Your Excellency. Leave it to me. As long as we can depart from here, I will ensure they assist you without a whisper of suspicion from the humans." Satisfied, Lu Jian nodded. This subordinate could grasp his intentions with mere words. "Good. Let us proceed." As Lu Jian spoke, he struck the roiling demonic clouds with his palm. Countless strands of demonic energy swiftly retreated, parting to form a passageway. Molo, filled with excitement, nodded and soared upward, hastening along the path Lu Jian had cleared from the valley's depths. Opening this prison required immense cultivation, but for Lu Jian, it was hardly a challenge. After sending Molo on his way, Lu Jian turned his attention to Lu Linlang. "Senior sister, I apologize. Having not brought any healing elixirs." Lu Jian had no use for such items. Now, to aid Lu Linlong's recovery, he could only search her person. After a brief exploration, he finally discovered a small sachet in her sleeve. Upon opening it, he found several crimson pills. Recognizing them as the fire recovery pills, which were used for healing, he carefully retrieved one and fed it to Lu Linlang. The pill dissolved upon contact, and after a brief moment, color returned to her face. Seeing this, Lu Jian finally felt a sense of relief. He leaned back against the rocky wall, casually tossing a pill into his mouth. It had a pleasant flavor, reminiscent of chocolate. Lu Jian gazed up at the gathering demonic clouds, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lu Linlang unconsciously furrowed her brows. In the sky, the demonic clouds churned ominously, akin to a celestial punishment, enveloping the entire Lu residence in an abyss of despair. A tall figure stood with his hands clasped behind him. At his feet, a small girl of 7 or 8 trembled uncontrollably, her tiny teeth biting down on her lip, striving to suppress any sound. Yet, he noticed her. The terrifying figure leaned down, and little Linlang found herself unable to see his face, only feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. "Little girl, do you hate me?" An icy chill pierced her heart, and tears streamed down Lu Linlong's cheeks uncontrollably. She bit her lip until it bled, yet still could not produce a sound. The man smiled, his laughter devoid of discernible emotion. He extended his right hand and slowly pressed his finger against Lu Linlong's forehead. A chilling sensation coursed through her, making her tremble as she hugged her knees tightly, engulfed by the fear of death. However, the man did not slay her when she next opened her eyes. He had already risen. He let out a long sigh. "I leave in your hands." In her dreams, Lu Linlang was drenched in cold sweat, her body trembling uncontrollably. Observing her distressed expression, Lu Jian hurried to check her condition, but his senior sister was merely startled. Physically, she was unharmed. "Did you have a nightmare?" Lu Jian shook his head and leaned back against the stone wall. In her dream, urgent calls echoed in Lu Linlong's ears. "Linlang! Linlang!" She lifted her gaze, her cheeks stained with deep tear tracks. "Annie Xinlong, I am all alone." A shadow enveloped her small frame in an embrace, sorrowfully exclaiming, "Linlang." At that moment, the demonic clouds in the sky dissipated, yet beneath the sun, the Lu residence lay in ruins. In the dark demonic cave, Lu Linlang kept her eyes tightly shut, but tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. A melody, unlike any she had ever heard, filled the air. "I hear the departure of winter. I awaken in a certain year and month. I long. I wait. I anticipate, yet the future cannot be arranged accordingly." On a gloomy day, in the evening, outside the car window, someone awaits in the future. Looking left, right, forward, love must take several turns before arriving. I wonder who I will meet and what dialogue we will share. The one I await, how far in the future is he? As Lu Jian hummed along, tapping against the rock wall, he mused one day. The mystery will be unveiled. Lu Jian sighed softly, the sentiment resonating with himself. Just as he contemplated, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Something soft had leaned against him. He was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously reached out to embrace Lu Linlong's shoulder. Her body quivered slightly, yet she did not resist. Chapter 38, All-Out Assault. After a considerable time, Lu Linlang finally spoke. "What is this song? Why have I never heard it before?" In a soft voice, she inquired. Lu Jian, feeling somewhat embarrassed to admit he had penned it himself, replied with a half-truth. "It is a song from my hometown, rarely heard by others." Lu Linlang exhaled deeply, glancing at the ink-dark, demonic sea above. "Will we perish here?" Having spent months in this place, she was acutely aware of its nature. Surviving the passage through the demonic sea was already a miracle. Escaping from here seemed an impossibility unless another miracle occurred. Lu Jian nodded in acknowledgement. Perhaps. Meanwhile, Morwa had arrived at the stronghold of the demon clan. The Falling Moon Canyon was not far from the demon settlement, and he hastened his way, reaching the city gates in no time. At that moment, the gates were tightly shut, as it was the designated hour for prohibiting exits. The guards quickly noticed the unusually tall figure and immediately drew their bows, warning Morwa, "Halt. This is the sacred ground of our demon clan. Who are you?" Morwa approached, calling out anxiously, "I am Morwa of the demon clan. I bear the decree of the celestial lord. Open the gates." As he drew near, the guards atop the city wall recognized him. 3 heads and 6 arms. Indeed, he was of the demon clan. The gates are now closed. No one is permitted to enter. However, if you possess the decree of the celestial lord, wait here while I inform my superiors. The captain of the guards did not dare to hesitate. Within their clan, no one would dare to falsely convey the celestial lord's orders. Before long, a scholar-like man hurriedly arrived, guided by the captain. His countenance was grim, and his scholar's robe bore splotches of dark, dried blood. Upon seeing Morwa, his pupils dilated in shock. "You are Morwa? How dare you escape from the Falling Moon Canyon?" Morwa recognized the man as well, his former superior, Captain Chiu. "No, Mayor Chiu, it is indeed I, but I did not escape from prison. The Celestial Lord personally came to the Falling Moon Canyon to entrust me with a message." The scholar on the city wall dismissed him, stepping forward with a foot planted firmly on the battlements. "Nonsense. If the Celestial Lord had come to the Falling Moon Canyon, why would he not personally deliver his orders? What need is there for a sinner like you to speak in his name? You traitor of the demon clan. Speak. How did you escape from the Falling Moon Canyon? Have you allied with the monster clan?" Morwa was taken aback, not expecting such a situation. Ordinarily, no demon would dare impersonate the Celestial Lord. Yet, being a prisoner severely diminished his credibility. I truly was sent by the Celestial Lord." The scholar on the wall grew furious, slowly extending his hand, his gaze icy. A shimmering spear materialized in his grasp. "You seek death. How dare you slander our demon lord?" Realizing the scholar was about to act violently, Morwa felt despair. He was certainly no match for him, and dying here seemed utterly unworthy. Just then, another figure appeared atop the wall. Upon seeing this person, the previously furious scholar hurriedly sheathed his spear and bowed respectfully. "Mr. Yi." The man nodded, turning his attention to Morwa below, a cryptic smile gracing his features. Recognizing him, Morwa quickly bowed deeply. "Mr. Yi." He knew this man to be one of the Celestial Lord's guardians. Mr. Yi waved his hand, signaling Morwa to rise. "You claim to have met the Celestial Lord? What was his appearance?" Morwa respectfully described Lu Jian's looks. Beside the Celestial Lord, there was a human girl. Mr. Yi nodded, then extended his palm, a crimson thread pointing directly towards the Falling Moon Canyon. "Indeed, it is my elder brother. Let him enter." Upon hearing Mr. Yi's words, the scholar was momentarily stunned before hastily instructing the guards to open the gates. As they swung open, Morwa rushed inside and ascended to the battlements. "What tasks does my elder brother require of us?" Mr. Yi asked, waving a metal fan. Morwa quickly produced a map hidden in his robes, respectfully presenting it to Mr. Yi. Here. The Celestial Lord commands us to set out immediately and besiege the human settlement. Find a pretext to force them to surrender these few individuals. They may be tortured, but they must not be killed." Mr. Yi glanced at the list before handing it to the scholar beside him. "Have you understood?" The scholar nodded respectfully. "This is simple. I shall lead our demon army to surround that dilapidated human city. Forcing them to surrender a few individuals is no trouble." As he spoke, the scholar tucked the map into his robes. "However, Mr. Yi, there is one matter that may pose some difficulty." Mr. Yi, fanning himself, inquired with a smile, "Are you concerned about the monster clan intervening?" The scholar nodded. Indeed, a single human poses no threat, but should they ally with a monster clan, it could become troublesome. If we besiege the human settlement now, they will undoubtedly send word to the monster clan. They will surely mobilize, as without their alliance, they are no match for us. Mystery nodded with a chuckle. I understand. You may proceed. I shall personally visit the monster clan. The scholar, excited, nodded vigorously. With Mr. E personally involved, there was no need for concern regarding the monster clan. Dispatch the orders. The entire army is to mobilize. The demon clan operated with remarkable efficiency, quickly assembling all forces within the city. Mr. E surveyed the mighty demon army before turning to Moroa. Does the Celestial Lord have any further instructions? Moroa nodded, speaking softly. The Celestial Lord requires a discreet exit from the Falling Moon Canyon. Mr. E nodded, casting a glance towards the canyon. I understand. You will have to endure a little longer. A few minutes later, a small demon squad escorted Moroa out of the city, heading towards the distant Falling Moon Canyon. Mr. E leisurely fanned himself, strolling alongside the demon soldiers. Chapter 39. The army approaches in the Falling Moon Canyon. Lu Jian checked Lu Linlong's injuries once more. She had recovered considerably. Yet, the injuries to her bones would not heal quickly. At present, she could only move her upper body, while her legs, though gradually healing, required several more days. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jian searched the canyon, contemplating how best to escape. Seeing Lu Jian's demeanor, Lu Linlang sighed. Don't waste your effort. If it were possible to escape, these demons would not have perished here. She had also witnessed the corpses of demons sitting cross-legged on stone platforms, who had not managed to leave this place even in death. With their combined cultivation, it was utterly impossible for the two of them to escape. Lu Jian shook his head. Sister, when you were unconscious, I encountered a being with 3 heads and 6 arms. But now he has vanished. He must have escaped from somewhere. I need to search for hidden exits. Lu Linlang was taken aback, then remarked, 3 heads and 6 arms? That is undoubtedly a member of the demon clan. Fortunately, he has left. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Lu Jian nodded, lamenting that he understood more about the demon clan than even its leader. Just as he was about to speak, an unusual sound echoed from above. Lu Jian hurried back to the stone platform, watching the commotion above. Lu Linlang, perplexed, also looked up to see the dark clouds swirling overhead. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave surged down from the clouds, and in an instant, the once pitch-black sea of clouds split open. The gap widened until it was fully opened. Sunlight poured through the canyon's rift, illuminating the depths below. Lu Linlang stared in astonishment at Lu Jian, murmuring, "It has vanished." Lu Jian raised a finger, signaling Lu Linlang to be quiet. At that moment, a group of armored soldiers swept down from above the canyon, each wielding long spears, herding a monstrous being with 3 heads and 6 arms toward the depths of the gorge. How audacious! Attempting to escape prison. Do you really think you can get away? You'll be captured again. You might as well stay put. The creature struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from the shackles that bound it. It shouted in desperation, I won't go back. I won't go back. Let me go. I never want to return to this place. Lu Jian watched this scene, nodding in satisfaction. What a performance. Beside him, Lu Linlang anxiously clutched Lu Jian's sleeve, her breath becoming shallow. If that group of demonic soldiers discovered them, they would be in grave danger. As the soldiers drew closer to the canyon's base, Lu Linlang held her breath in trepidation. Suddenly, the creature let out a chilling cry. To their horror, the chains binding it snapped. This is bad. It has broken free, one of the soldiers shouted, but it was already too late. The creature, no longer restrained, turned and soared upward into the canyon. Quick, pursue. We must not let it escape. The squad of demonic soldiers, disregarding everything else, immediately gave chase. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished into the depths of the gorge. Lu Linlang gazed at the sunlight streaming into the canyon, blinking in disbelief. It was as if these demons had intentionally opened the door of their prison for them, arriving hastily and departing just as swiftly, leaving behind an open portal for their exit. We, once he have to die. Lu Jian smiled, then without hesitation, he turned and hoisted Lu Linlang onto his back. A splendid opportunity. Senior sister, let us go. Without waiting for Lu Linlang's reaction, Lu Jian leaped and began to scale the rock face. With the demonic energy no longer obstructing him, he effortlessly ascended out of the Falling Moon Canyon. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, Lu Linlang let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Jian assessed their surroundings and began to walk in a specific direction. After they had traveled some distance, Lu Linlang suddenly spoke. Lu Jian, you should go on without me. They won't let me into the city. Lu Jian understood her predicament and reassured her, senior sister, it's all right. By the time we return, that young master, Zhao, may have already left. Lu Linlang gave a wry smile. How could it be that simple? Even if he has left, the soldiers won't allow me entry. The Zhao family holds considerable influence within the city lord's estate, and no one would risk offending them on my account. Lu Jian remained silent, calculating that the demons must have commenced their actions by now. Once they dealt with that young master Zhao, no one would obstruct their path. Lu Linlang gently rested her head on Lu Jian's shoulder, murmuring, it's fine. If necessary, I'll kneel. At least they will allow you entry. In the human city, Zhao Linfei stood atop the battlements, his cold gaze fixated on the decaying enlightenment fruit below. Although the enlightenment fruit was indeed a celestial fruit, it would lose its efficacy within days once detached from the enlightenment tree. How arrogant! That fellow Lu Jian still hasn't he returned? Zhao Linfei glanced at those beside him, and they nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the Academy of Immortal Estates is becoming increasingly unruly. Brother Zhao, let us not wait any longer. Let them fend for themselves. We should inform the city lord not to let those two enter. They are bound to meet their demise sooner or later. A cruel smile crept across Zhao Linfei's face as he bitterly remarked, that would be too merciful. I want to see them kneeling at the city gates, begging for mercy. If I let them go now, others will think I'm an easy target. I want everyone to know the consequences of crossing me. How dare those two waste materials from the Academy of Immortal Estates challenge me? Just as Zhao Linfei continued his tirade, a sudden, urgent ringing of bells echoed through the human city. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The demons are assaulting the city. Waves of soldiers anxiously grasped their weapons and ascended the battlements. In an instant, the walls were brimming with cultivators. Observing the unfolding scene, Zhao Linfei frowned but had no choice but to momentarily retreat. He gazed into the distance, yet saw no sign of the demonic army. Quick! Contact the demon clan. We need their swift support. Each captain hurriedly darted across the battlements, relaying commands. The tense atmosphere sparked excitement among Zhao Linfei and his companions, who peered anxiously into the distance. Moments later, the sky darkened ominously. A battalion of demonic soldiers emerged on the horizon, exuding an air of lethal intent. As the countless demonic soldiers finally reached the city below, Zhao Linfei and his companions felt the overwhelming sense of pressure. Among the demonic horde, a scholar sat atop a ferocious beast, raising his head to reveal a malevolent smile. Chapter 40. Lured by as they beheld the dark sea of demonic soldiers below, the soldiers atop the walls wore grave expressions. Suddenly, an enraged roar resonated within the city. Old Demon Xiao, why do you assault our human city without cause? We have always coexisted peacefully. What madness is this? Accompanying that voice, a formidable middle-aged man descended rapidly from the sky, landing on the battlements. He surveyed the encirclement of the demonic army, feeling the gravity of the situation. The demons already wielded significant power on the Divine Fall battlefield, and now they seemed to have come out in full force, prepared for a decisive battle with the humans. This left him feeling tense and bewildered, unsure what had transpired. The scholar outside the city sneered, looking at the middle-aged man atop the walls, and slowly began to speak. Ah, so it is Lord Bai. How can you still question why we are here? Are you not aware of what your people have done? The scholar's words momentarily stunned Lord Bai. Listening to old Demon Xiao, it seemed they had indeed committed some grave offense, provoking the demonic army. However, he simply could not fathom what they could have done to warrant such a mobilization of the demons. What could cause such fury? Hesitating, he turned to his aide beside him and asked, what's going on? Have we done anything significant recently? The aide pondered for a moment, shaking his head with a pained expression. Not really. The biggest thing we've done recently is renovate the taverns in the main city. Hearing this, Lord Bai furrowed his brow, turning to the scholar atop the beast and demanding, old Demon Xiao, speak plainly. No need for riddles. The scholar smiled. Heavenly Sovereign has ordered us to find a pretext, but for now, I cannot recall why we need to seek someone from the human realm. Moreover, I did not even recognize the names on the list. It would be quite difficult to fabricate an excuse. Let us leave it to you to figure it out. So, let us cut to the chase. Who called for Zhao Linfei? Zhao Linfei, who had been hiding behind the crowd to observe the commotion, suddenly froze. Astonished to hear his name, instinctively he stepped back, but at that moment, the onlookers on the city walls turned their shocked gazes towards him. making Zhao Linfei the most conspicuous figure atop the battlements. Observing this scene, the scholar smiled slyly. Ah, it's you. Come with us. You dared to offend our demon clan, and thought you could hide within the city? Do you really believe this fortress will protect you? Zhao Linfei trembled under the scholar's imposing aura and nervously inquired, My lord, when did I offend your demon clan? The scholar scoffed derisively. What do you think? Zhao Linfei racked his brain, but he had not exited the city in days. How could he possibly have antagonized them? Beside him, Lord Bai cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Linfei and then spoke. Is there a mistake? Young master, Zhao has remained within the city these past few days and has not ventured out. How could he have offended your demon clan? The scholar slowly extended his right hand, and a long spear materialized in his grasp, emanating a terrifying pressure that enveloped everyone under the protective formation, instilling them with a sense of impending doom. Enough with the trivialities. Either hand over the man, or face the slaughter of the city. I'm not here to negotiate. Lord Bai's expression darkened. His own power was comparable to that of the demon before him, yet he knew he would be no match in a true confrontation. With the main city besieged, losing the stronghold of the human race on the Shattered God battlefield would be a death sentence. This place was too vital for humanity and could not be compromised. Young Master Zhao, perhaps you should accompany them for the time being? If it is indeed a misunderstanding, clarity can be achieved. Lord Bai turned to Zhao Linfei, whose face had turned pale. He glanced at the ominous assembly of the demon clan and thought that if he fell into their hands, even a clear explanation would be futile. Uncle Bai, you are one of our Zhao family. Can you truly bear to see them take me away? Surely, there must be another way. If I perish here, my father will not spare you. Upon hearing this, Lord Bai frowned slightly, about to speak, when several students from the Tianshui Academy hastily interjected. Brother Zhao, the demon clan is too powerful. They only require you, and if we refuse to hand you over, they will surely slaughter the city. You should go with them. As Lord Bai said, you can clarify the situation. Zhao Linfei, infuriated, exclaimed, Are you even human? How have I treated you all? At this critical juncture, you wish to deliver me to the demon clan? Observing the bickering atop the city walls, the scholar suddenly recalled something. Ah, there are a few more people. Let's take them as well. He then began to recite several names. As each name echoed through the air, the previously encouraging crowd turned ashen. Realizing they had all been named, panic ensued as they knelt before Lord Bai, pleading, My lord, you cannot heed his words. If we are taken by the demon clan, we will be doomed. The monster clan is our ally, is it not? If we can just hold out until they arrive, we can surely repel them. Upon hearing their words, Zhao Linfei grew agitated. Yes, Uncle Bai, the monster clan will not stand idly by and allow us to be besieged by the demon clan, right? If we lose our stronghold, they too shall eventually be consumed by the demon clan. Lord Bai regarded Zhao Linfei, realizing that among them, he posed the greatest dilemma. While the loss of others could be managed, the death of Zhao Linfei would certainly bring him trouble. He turned to his aide and inquired, Have we contacted the monster clan? What did they say? The aide's expression soured as he hesitated before responding, We made contact. They expressed a strong desire to assist, but Lord Bai shot him a glare, urging him to speak plainly. They said that as soon as they received the news, they gathered their forces to come to our aid. But as soon as they attempted to leave the city, they were repelled. One person? Blocking an entire city as forces? Lord Bai was taken aback. Are you telling me a fable? They cannot be so inept. The aide, looking grim, leaned closer to Lord Bai and whispered a name. Upon hearing it, Lord Bai's face transformed in shock. It's him. He has also come to the Shattered God battlefield. At the monster clan's stronghold, mister. He lounged on the city walls, leisurely fanning himself while savoring exquisite monster clan wine. You truly know how to indulge, don't you? This top-tier Chichio Qiangyao is indeed your specialty. A stunningly beautiful woman beside him chuckled lightly. Mr. E, if you desire more, we have an abundance. Who would have thought that someone of your stature would visit such a humble place as the Shattered God battlefield? May I inquire how long you plan to stay? Mister. He smiled, downing his drink in one gulp. I happen to be here to meet a friend. It's purely coincidental. Rest assured, my friend has some grievances with a few human youths, and as long as the humans surrender those boys, we will not trouble them. Upon hearing this, the woman sighed in relief. She had feared that the demon clan sought to monopolize the Shattered God battlefield. While this battlefield may not hold much significance to the elite, for the lower-ranked cultivators, it was akin to paradise. Should the demon clan attempt to seize it, it would undoubtedly provoke a conflict among various factions, potentially resulting in another grand battle. However, presently, no one wished to engage in warfare with the demon clan. For the reason was clear. Only the demon clan possessed the most formidable combatants in this world. When Lu Jian and Lu Linlang arrived at the human stronghold, the demon clan's forces had already retreated. Yet, chaos reigned within the human city. No one paid attention to Lu Jian and Lu Linlang as the instigators of the turmoil. Young Master Zhao and his companions had already been taken by the demon clan. Under the pressure from the demon clan, Lord Bai had no choice but to surrender Zhao Linfei and the others. Although the Zhao family held some sway in the city lord's residence, it paled in comparison to the significance of a human stronghold on the shattered god battlefield. If young Master Zhao were to perish, the Zhao family might bear a grudge. However, losing the human stronghold would invite punishment from the city lord's residence. No matter how powerful the Zhao family was, they were merely beneficiaries of the city lord's protection. Lord Bai understood the gravity of the situation well. As for the wrath of the Zhao family, they could take it up with the demon clan if they were able. When Lu Jian and Lu Linlang entered the human stronghold, the elders of the Zhao family had already arrived in response to the news. But with Zhao Linfei's fate uncertain, they naturally could not spare a thought for Lu Jian and his companion. Lu Jian, uninterested in becoming embroiled in these matters, prioritized escorting his senior sister back to the academy for healing. They utilized the teleportation array to depart the shattered god battlefield, and Lu Jian then led Lu Linlang directly back to the Xianfu Academy. Upon seeing the severely injured Lu Linlang, Qi Xinlan could not help but choke back her tears. She immediately summoned Din Deng to treat Lu Linlang's injuries. After 3 days of recuperation, Lu Linlang had mostly recovered and could move about without any issues. During this time, she shared half of the treasures she brought back from the fallen god battlefield with Lu Jian. Among these were magical artifacts, spiritual fruits, and numerous elixirs. As Lu Jian gazed at the shimmering treasures, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister, you are incredible. Did you find all of this? I happen to be in need of these items." Seeing Lu Jian's enthusiastic expression, Lu Linlang smiled with pride. "I knew you would find them useful. These should be sufficient for you to reach the nascent soul stage." Lu Jian nodded eagerly and carefully stored the items away. However, a sigh escaped him as he realized that her prolonged stay at the fallen god battlefield was solely to gather these treasures. He felt a pang of guilt. He had no use for them. Yet these resources had nearly cost Lu Linlang her life in that perilous place. Yet, he could not reveal his true identity to her. So he meticulously tucked the treasures away. 2 days later, that bothersome little brother followed Lu Jian once again. In a tea house in the town outside the academy, Lu Jian looked at Ban Shi and smiled. "Little brother, why do you always follow me?" Ban Shi chuckled in response. "I can't help it. I fear that you might find yourself in some inconvenient situation." Lu Jian sighed, as his current inconvenience was precisely having to meet him in a tea house. He had only recently learned from Luo Xian that his little brother's name was Ban Shi, though other clan members referred to him as Mr. Yi. "By the way, is that true blood still at the main hall? You would have to return every time to check, would you?" Ban Shi smiled and then extended his hand, revealing a blood-red arrow pointing towards himself. Lu Jian nodded, gently gesturing with his palm, causing the blood-red hue to vanish without a trace. "Elder brother? You?" Lu Jian smiled and quickly changed the subject. "I need to ask you something. A girl named Lu Linlang, her entire family was annihilated by our demon clan. Do you know who did it?" Ban Shi glanced at the vanished blood color, looked back at Lu Jian with confusion, then sighed helplessly without uttering a word. With a casual wave, a booklet appeared before them. "Lu Linlang, why does that name sound somewhat familiar?" Lu Jian froze for a moment, thinking, could it be? With Sister S cultivation, it wouldn't be surprising if even my assistant recognized her. Ban Shi continued to flip through the booklet, but upon reaching the last page, he found no relevant information. Exhaling deeply, he closed the booklet. "Elder brother, wait a moment. I truly know this name. I just can't recall." When Ban Shi began pacing the room, and after a while, he seemed to remember something. He suddenly turned with a peculiar look at Lu Jian. Elder brother, I just recalled. Wasn't he that you're doing? That Lu Linlang is from the Lu family in Taiyan Prefecture. Back then, you traversed thousands of miles to annihilate her entire family, but you left behind a little girl named Lu Linlang." Chapter 42. Demon Clan Luo Xian. Upon hearing Ban Shi's words, Lu Jian staggered a few steps, nearly losing his balance. "I did that. What enmity or grievance? I traversed thousands of miles to wipe out their family? Are you joking?" Ban sure shook his head, fanning himself with his folding fan as he returned to the tea table. I'm not joking, but I'm not sure the reasons we have had no interactions with the Liu family. There's no enmity to speak of. Back then, elder brother, you said you were going into seclusion, and after you emerged, your first act was to travel thousands of miles to Taian Prefecture and kill the Liu family. Lu Jian was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Am I insane? I have no grievances, yet I traversed thousands of miles to wipe out their family? Ban sure sighed. Elder brother, wasn't tea that you're doing? How do you not know the reason? Perhaps you went astray during seclusion and fell into madness? Lu Jian opened his mouth, angrily retorting, Nonsense. I'm a demon by nature. Ban sure paused for a moment, then awkwardly laughed. Yes, elder brother. You've been quite respectable lately. I momentarily forgot. Lu Jian plopped back in his chair, feeling somewhat dazed. While this event technically could not be considered his doing, but rather that of his predecessor, the Demon Lord, if he told Lu Linlang that he had traversed here and inadvertently became the Demon King, she might not believe him. Even if she did, she would hardly accept his current identity. How could she face her beloved little senior brother when the terrifying figure from her nightmares overlapped with him? Seeing Lu Jian lost in thought, Ban sure sighed. Sigh. Elder brother, why trouble yourself over a mere human woman? There are many women in our demon clan whose beauty and talent rival hers. If elder brother truly has such intentions as he spoke, Ban sure closed his fan. I could arrange for a few enchanting women from our clan to spend a scandalous holiday with you, Ban sure said with a smile. It would also let that Lu Linlang see you surrounded by beauties, and she would naturally cease her entanglement. Lu Jian shot Ban sure a sidelong glance and replied, Oh, that sounds splendid. If that is the case, you might as well just kill her now. It would save trouble. Iban shi nodded seriously, rising to leave the private room. That is not a bad idea. I'll go now. Lu Jian stopped Ban sure. Come back. Ban sure obediently returned to his seat, waving his fan. Lu Jian looked at him, knowing he had no good solutions. After chatting for a while, Lu Jian returned to the academy. For several consecutive days, Lu Jian did not leave his room. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of bells suddenly echoed throughout the entire Immortal Academy. This was the Academy's urgent call for all personnel. Lu Jian stepped out of his room, and Qi Xinlan had also emerged. Yina, holy, something big must have happened. Lu Jian nodded, but did not see his senior sister. She must still be recuperating, so Master didn't let her come out. The two hurried toward the Academy's center, where the expressions of fellow students and elders were grave. Something significant must have occurred. Otherwise, they wouldn't have summoned everyone with the spirit bell. What could it be? Could it be that someone is attacking the academy? Everyone was abuzz with speculation. Upon arriving at the scene, however, the sight before them left everyone stunned. Luo. On the high platform of the academy's main hall, a massive copper pillar towered into the sky. A woman, her clothes fluttering yet her body marred with injuries, was bound by iron chains to the pillar. That woman was none other than Luo. Lu Jian's pupils constricted, and he surmised what had transpired. Given the current situation, it was highly likely that Luo had been exposed. Din Deng's expression was dark, and beside him stood an elder whom Lu Jian did not recognize but had heard of. He was the elusive Grand Elder of the Academy. Din, what happened? Why was Sister Luo captured? What crime has she committed? A murmur of doubt arose from the crowd. Din Deng glanced at the elder beside him and nodded. The elder stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, She is not your sister. She belongs to the demon clan. Upon hearing this, the noisy crowd fell silent, shock evident on their faces as they gazed at Luo, bound to a copper pillar. Her head hung low, revealing a stunning visage marred by a gruesome wound. The Grand Elder cast a glance at Luo and addressed the crowd. She is a spy sent by the demon clan to infiltrate our human academy. 3 days ago, I captured her at the demon suppression tower. But this woman is quite defiant. She admits to being a demon, but says nothing about her accomplices. The Grand Elder snorted disdainfully, pointing at the crowd below. Luo, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Your demon clan has infiltrated our human academy with the likely intent of hunting our talented students. Today, all the students of our Immortal Academy are present. Name your companions, and I shall grant you a chance for survival. Otherwise, you shall face a gruesome end here as a warning to others. Luo lowered her head, her complexion pale and lifeless. No, I'm the only one. Upon hearing her words, the Grand Elder exhaled in anger. So, you are prepared to meet your demise? Bound to the pillar, Luo remained silent. From the crowd, Lu Jian let out a breath and slowly began to withdraw. The Grand Elder's gaze was cold as a pure spiritual energy coalesced into a dagger in his hand. Do you truly believe I will not kill you? This is your last chance. Speak. Besides you, who else is a spy from your demon clan? After the Grand Elder's inquiry, Luo Xian continued to remain mute. A flicker of cold light flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes as he growled, "Fine. This is your own doing." As his words fell, the dagger in his hand radiated a brilliant light and slowly flew toward Luo Xian bound to the copper pillar. Witnessing this, Luo Xian exhaled and gradually closed her eyes. Just then, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. The crowd at the Immortal Academy looked up in astonishment, only to see ominous demon clouds swirling above, obscuring the sun. In an instant, the entire Immortal Academy was shrouded beneath this terrifying cloud. Chapter 43. Has this demon master's power diminished? Seeing the rolling demon clouds, the Grand Elder and Dean Deng exchanged glances. Indeed, there are accomplices. Their intention to publicly execute Luo Xian was to draw out her comrades. Now that their goal has been achieved, they will not allow Luo Xian to perish. They have openly come to the Immortal Academy. The Grand Elder snorted, his fighting spirit surging. Dean Deng nodded, his excitement mirrored in his gaze at the ominous clouds above. However, gradually both noticed something amiss. The power of the demon clouds was coalescing into an unfathomably terrifying magnitude. This, Dean Deng stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. This terrifying demon cloud was beyond the capabilities of a cultivator of his level to contend with. At that moment, Luo Xian raised her head, biting her lip as tears streamed down her cheeks. Heavenly Sovereign, Dean Deng and the Grand Elder, upon hearing Luo Xian's murmurs, turned pale with shock. Activate the Great Formation. Activate the Great Formation. It is that demon. Several elders quickly joined forces to activate the formation, immediately enveloping the entire Immortal Academy in a shimmering barrier. Dean Deng anxiously shouted to the bewildered students below, "Everyone, flee! Do not stay in the academy. This formation cannot withstand him." Upon hearing this, the students below panicked and scattered, causing chaos throughout the academy. The demon clouds gathered, overshadowing the academy in an instant. The sunlight was blocked, and the entire academy seemed to plunge into darkness. "Release her." A voice of authority resonated from the clouds above. Dean Deng and the Grand Elder's faces turned pale. They could not fathom that merely executing a demon clan cultivator would provoke this demon lord. Dean Deng looked at the students still trapped and shouted furiously, "Old he, do not be afraid. We shall fight him. Let us buy some time for these children." The Grand Elder, grave of expression, nodded in agreement. At that moment, from the clouds above, a massive hand, as dark as ink, descended upon the academy. It was as if the scene heralded the end of the world. That fearsome giant hand blotted out the sun, casting the entire Immortal Academy into a shadow of death. Boom! The giant hand struck the academy's formation, which could not withstand even a moment before shattering into pieces. Witnessing this, Dean Deng and the Grand Elder shouted in unison. The two powerful cultivators unleashed their full might, countering the descending giant hand. Boom! Another loud crash resounded. Moments later, two figures soared into the air, only to be sent crashing back down. The disparity in their realms was too vast to withstand even for an instant. Dean Deng looked at the panicking crowd, despair filling his heart. It is over. This demon lord's power is simply unfathomable. Beside him, the Grand Elder clutched his chest, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. No, this demon lord's power has diminished. He has not killed us. Dean Deng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized, how can this be? Could it be that he showed mercy? The two of them, as top-notch experts in this realm, should not have survived a single blow from the world's most formidable demon lord. Dean Deng struggled to rise, but his meridians were blocked, rendering him immobile. Just then, that giant hand had already arrived. It transformed into a sea of demons, instantly enveloping Luo Xian, bound to the copper pillar. When the sea of demons dissipated, Luo Xian had vanished from her bindings. High above in the dark clouds, Lu Jian supported the gravely injured Luo Xian, sighing gently. "Let's go. I will take you back to the demon clan." Luo Xian's face was pale, streaked with tears as she sobbed. "Heavenly Sovereign, save my brother." Lu Jian followed her finger's direction, recognizing it as the demon suppression tower. He nodded, realizing that the demon within was her brother. Luo Xian must have been captured while attempting to rescue him. Why did you not say so earlier? Luo Xian lowered her head, weeping, I dare not. I dared not jeopardize the heavenly sovereign's grand designs for personal matters. Lu Jian sighed upon hearing this. She might have believed that her infiltration of the Immortal Academy was part of a grand scheme. He gazed toward the direction of the demon suppression tower and struck out once more. The massive demonic hand descended again. This time, there was nothing left to obstruct it. Boom! The towering demon suppression tower was instantly reduced to rubble. The Black Sea of Demons once again retrieved the demon clan male from within the tower, bringing him back to the heavens above. The crowd within the academy stood in stunned silence, unable to act. In the Qilin courtyard, Lu Linlang leaned against the doorframe, gazing up at the terrifying demon clouds. She bit her lip until it bled, yet felt no pain. It is him. Her chest heaved with emotion, seemingly transported back to the nightmare of yesterday. After the destruction of the demon suppression tower, the demon clouds did not linger. In an instant, they dissipated above the academy. Lu Jian accompanied the Luo Xian siblings on a journey to a village located several dozen miles from the academy. Within this village stood an ancient residence, the designated meeting point for the Night Demon Clan. As Lu Jian descended, he gently placed the siblings before a stone table in the backyard of the old house. Both were gravely injured, and it seemed unlikely that they would recover anytime soon. Commander Chiu was also present in the old house and hurried to the backyard upon hearing the commotion. His expression darkened upon seeing the wounded Luo Xian siblings. Upon noticing Lu Jian in the yard, Commander Chiu quickly knelt in reverence. Your Excellency. Lu Jian waved his hand, signaling him to rise. No need for that. Saving lives is of utmost importance. Attend to their injuries first. They are gravely wounded. If you require anything, consult Ban and have him prepare it. Although my little brother can be bothersome, he is quite capable when it comes to getting things done. Hearing this, Luo Xian and the young man beside her struggled to sit up. Your Excellency, we wouldn't want to trouble Mr. Yi. Lu Jian chuckled lightly. What trouble could it possibly be? He has nothing but idle time on his hands anyway. This was a perfect opportunity to send him away. Moreover, he was planning to depart from the Immortal Academy soon. Staying here was no longer viable. Today, he had been compelled to intervene, but had shown restraint, which might have raised suspicions. Thus, he saw this chance to head to the Tian Shui Academy at the City Lord's Mansion. After much contemplation, he felt a pang of guilt towards his senior sister, yet he resolved to sever the budding emotional ties while he still could. Chapter 44. Ambush. Upon returning to the academy, Lu Jian found Dean Deng overseeing the repair of the Grand Formation, while the students had retreated to their respective areas. Lu Jian returned to Qilin courtyard and informed his master of his intention to seek a location rich in spiritual energy to break through to the Yuan Ying stage. With Elder Lin's whereabouts currently unknown, Qi Xinlan was already aware of the earlier incident where he intended to take Lu Linlang from the Divine Fall battlefield. Initially, she was reluctant to let Lu Jian venture out alone, but after he assured her of his caution, she acquiesced. After leaving the academy, Lu Jian made his way directly to the Divine Fall battlefield, where the spiritual energy was exceptionally abundant, a fact he had sensed during his previous visit. Now, he needed this energy to expedite his breakthrough to the Yuan Ying stage. This was the perfect place for it. Once he reached the Yuan Ying stage, he would meet the requirements to enter Tianfu Academy. Finding a secluded spot in the Divine Fall battlefield, he began to absorb the spiritual energy in copious amounts. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Demon City's dungeon, the scene was grim. Speak, 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 crack. The whips, forged from demonic energy, lashed mercilessly against Zhao Linfei's body. He could not help but emit a series of anguished cries. Yet at that moment, the torment of his heart eclipsed the pain of his body. This sadist had been torturing him for 3 days without uttering a single question. Brother, I beg you, I'll confess anything you want. Zhao Linfei pleaded desperately. But you must ask, how would I know what you wish me to confess? Sobs. The demon man before him furrowed his brow, pausing with a whip in hand. He was at a loss as to what questions to ask, as he had not been given any directives, only strict orders to conduct a thorough interrogation. With a derisive snort, he declared, Oh, still refusing to yield? Let us see whose resolve is stronger, your stubbornness or my whip. With that, he raised the whip once more. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flowed into Lu Jian's dantian. Yet his spiritual sea felt like a bottomless pit, utterly insatiable. After 5 continuous days of cultivation, Lu Jian finally reached the pinnacle of the Jian stage. Now, He stood just a step away from the Yuan stage. Din Deng had previously mentioned that the transition from Jian to Yuan required not only spiritual energy, but also profound comprehension of the Tao. Otherwise, no amount of accumulated energy would suffice to break through that barrier. However, Jian felt no such impediment. Once his spiritual energy reached a certain threshold, he sensed that the breakthrough would occur naturally. He was unsure why this was the case. Perhaps it was due to his exceptional talent, which made the notion of overcoming obstacles to reach Yuan seem trivial. 3 days later, Jian had condensed his spiritual energy to the brink of becoming tangible. It was then that he endeavored to breach the Yuan stage. As expected, there were no hindrances, and he smoothly transitioned into Yuan. After achieving this new stage, Jian lingered in the Divine Fall battlefield for an additional 3 days before departing. Upon returning to the academy, he first visited his senior sister. After a few days apart, Lu Linlang appeared considerably better. Once he confirmed that she was out of danger, Jian sought out Din Deng. The dean was elated to see Jian's breakthrough and promptly presented him with a written recommendation letter, urging him to hurry to Tian Shui Academy for enrollment. With Din Deng's endorsement, Jian would be exempt from the talent assessment at Tian Shui Academy. Each of the 4 major academies had a designated recommendation slot, allowing favored students to bypass the talent test. Jian, feeling quite pleased with himself, shared the news throughout the academy, not from a sense of pride, but rather to draw out Elder Lin, who had long harbored intentions against him. In this vast sea of people, locating him was a daunting task, but if he were to provide an opportunity, Lin would undoubtedly seize it. Along the path from the Immortal Academy to the city Lord's mansion, Elder Lin's expression darkened. He had received word that Jian, whom he had presumed dead in the Divine Fall battlefield, had resurfaced in the academy. Upon learning this, Elder Lin immediately contacted the assassins from the Heretical Judgment Agency. They were indeed reliable. Upon confirming Jian's survival, they assured him that they would continue their assassination attempts. 2 of you, this route is the only way from the Immortal Academy to the City Lord's mansion. That little wretch will undoubtedly take this path to report to Tian Shui Academy. Elder Lin spoke as 2 middle-aged figures cloaked in black nodded in agreement. It is truly astonishing. This individual's talent surpasses our expectations. Just a few days have passed, and he has already advanced from Jian to Yuan. Such a person, if not eliminated soon, will only become increasingly difficult to deal with in the future, remarked one pale-faced middle-aged man. The Heretical Judgment Agency had just gathered intelligence indicating that Jian had indeed broken through to Yuan. Considering his ability to defeat Yuan cultivators even while at Jian, the agency had dispatched 2 experts at the transformation stage to handle matter. Both were at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, making the task of eliminating a newly ascended Yuan cultivator exceedingly simple. Even if he could combat across stages, he would be no match for the combined assault of 2 experts at the pinnacle of transformation. Elder Lin was quite pleased with this outcome, expressing his surprise at the agency's reliability. With 2 of you involved, success is guaranteed. If you happen to encounter that little wretch, could you spare the trouble of simply crippling his cultivation and delivering him to me? One of the middle-aged men chuckled, casting a glance at Elder Lin. It seems your animosity runs quite deep. However, you might not get your wish. Elder Lin was taken aback and quickly inquired why. Why not? This small request should pose no issue for you 2, should it? The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. The Heretical Judgment Agency only kills. We do not take on other tasks. If we fail to eliminate him, his name will remain on the judgment list, which would be a disgrace to us. Therefore, he must die. Hearing these words, Elder Lin felt a profound sense of regret. Letting that wretched creature die so easily is truly too lenient. Elder Lin sighed, just as he was about to speak, when suddenly the middle-aged man beside him pressed down on his shoulder. Silence. He is coming. Chapter 45. This big shot is unhinged. Upon hearing this, Elder Lin hurriedly glanced towards the distant path. Indeed, at the end of the road, a familiar figure was approaching leisurely. Elder Lin promptly sealed his lips, patiently awaiting Jian's arrival. The assassins from the Inquisition were indeed quite professional. They would spare no effort, even when facing a nascent soul cultivator of a lower realm. Only when Jian was within a distance from which escape was impossible did the 2 god transformation experts spring into action. Elder Lin quickly followed suit. He was unwilling to miss this riveting scene. The 3 intercepted Jian, and Elder Lin coldly sneered, Jian, Did you ever expect that I would be waiting for you here? Did you think that after killing Xiao'er, I would let you off so easily? You survived the Moonfall Valley incident, but today I see no escape for you. Lu Jian calmly regarded the three before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Are they your family? He inquired. Last time on the Lu Ocean battlefield, I saw quite a few nascent soul cultivators with you. Are they your kin as well? Elder Lin and the two god transformation experts exchanged bewildered glances. Even at death's door, he still had the audacity to concern himself with such matters. Let me be frank. These two are experts of the god transformation realm, and they are here solely to kill you. You have already made it onto the Inquisition's kill list. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. It would be better to die sooner and find relief. With a smug smile, Elder Lin relished the prospect of Lu Jian's demise. Hearing this, Lu Jian expressed a hint of regret. So, they are not your family? Did you bring your family tree with you? Let us not complicate matters. After I kill you, I shall follow your family lineage and eliminate all on my path, thus sparing everyone the hassle. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Elder Lin's eyes widened in shock. The middle-aged man beside him could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Even facing death, he still wants to indulge in banter. Do not think that just because you can fight across realms, you can contend with us god transformation experts. The Inquisition has never failed to kill. As the middle-aged man's words fell, a sharp gust of energy suddenly shot from his waist, aimed directly at Lu Jian. Despite having a substantial advantage in realm, he unhesitatingly opted for a sneak attack. This was the terrifying aspect of the Inquisition. They never underestimated their enemies, employing the most reliable methods, even with absolute superiority. However, this time, even though they had overestimated Lu Jian's strength, a substantial gap remained. As the crimson-black light surged towards Lu Jian's face, he exhibited no signs of panic. Just when the three believed the strike would succeed, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Lu Jian calmly extended his hand and effortlessly grasped the black beam. As he held it, the black light revealed its true form, a diminutive crimson-black dagger. Lu Jian glanced at the dagger in his hand and then exerted a gentle force. The dagger could not withstand his casual grip. With a resounding crack, the weapon shattered into fragments. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The three opponents stared in disbelief, their jaws dropping to the ground as they stammered. You actually crushed a superior great spirit weapon with your bare hands? The pale-faced middle-aged man was so startled by this sight that his complexion regained some color. What kind of monster is this? That was a superior grade spirit weapon. Even they, as god transformation cultivators, would need to exert all their strength to leave a mark on it. Yet, this nascent soul cultivator before them had shattered it with a mere fleshly hand. Lu Jian nonchalantly smiled, tossing the shards aside. What a worthless trinket, as flimsy as paper. The two god transformation cultivators instinctively took a step back. Who are you? Even if they were fools, they should now realize that Lu Jian's cultivation far surpassed theirs. The mere fact that he could crush a superior grade spirit weapon with one hand indicated that his physical strength had reached an astonishing level. Lu Jian chuckled. You will soon find out. As his words fell, a surge of black flames erupted from his palm, small yet distorting the space around it with its heat. Upon witnessing this, the two god transformation experts turned pale. Without hesitation, they turned to flee. By the heavens, it's the infernal fire. It's that demon lord. This was a unique flame possessed solely by the demon clan sovereign. No one else in the world could wield it. There was no mistaking it. At this moment, the two god transformation experts were on the verge of tears. This joke had gone too far. This big shot is insane. Why disguise himself as a novice of the nascent soul realm? With his cultivation, not to mention the two of them, even the president of the Inquisition would be met with a slap from this demon lord. Whether they could survive now depended solely on his whims. Watching the two god transformation experts vanish before his eyes in an instant, Elder Lin swallowed hard. Lu Jian snorted, flicking his finger, and a flicker of black flame appeared at Elder Lin's brow. In an instant, the flames ignited his entire being. Elder Lin did not even have time to scream before he disintegrated into nothingness, leaving no ashes behind. It was better to eliminate this man sooner rather than later. While he could not deal with Lu Jian himself, if he sought trouble with his master and senior sister, it would indeed be difficult to guard against. Lu Jian paid no mind to the now-defunct Elder Lin and calmly took a step forward. The next moment, he stood before the two god transformation experts. Where do you think you're going? Though his voice was soft, it compelled the two god transformation experts to prostrate themselves on the ground. Demon Lord, a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. You know, our Inquisition never takes contract from you. It was that Lin fellow who failed to recognize your identity, leading to this monumental misunderstanding. Please show mercy and allow us to return. We will immediately inform the president to remove your name from the kill list. Lu Jian frowned. He had been meaning to ask what this Inquisition was. Hearing the two mention it again, he inquired, "What exactly is this Inquisition you speak of?" Chapter 46. Indeed, quite thirsty, the two god transformation experts exchanged terrified glances, fearing that this demon lord was toying with them. Though the Inquisition was not an exceptionally powerful force, it was certainly well known. This demon lord had existed for countless ages. No one knew more about the world than him. "My lord, are you jesting with us? Our Inquisition is the largest assassin organization in this world. We are merely mercenaries, with no intention of offending you." Lu Jian frowned. It seemed he had caught the attention of an assassin organization. Elder Lin, fearing he could not handle Lu Jian, had paid to place him on the Inquisition's kill list. However, this posed no significant trouble for Lu Jian, as these individuals only struck in secluded or deserted places. Little did they know, Lu Jian himself often operated in such realms. After clarifying the situation, Lu Jian did not hesitate to activate the flame of departure once more, reducing the two experts of the transformation realm before him to nothingness. Having completed this, Lu Jian did not linger and made his way directly to the City Lord's mansion. Previously, he had visited the City Lord's mansion to enter the Divine Fall battlefield, but he only went to the remote human race teleportation array and did not enter the main city. The City Lord's mansion is what the locals call this magnificent city, but its official name is Linen Mansion, one of the 13 prefectures of the human race. Upon entering the city, Lu Jian casually inquired about the location of the Tian Shui Academy. This esteemed academy is situated in the western suburbs of Linen Mansion, covering a vast area and renowned far and wide, making it one of the symbols of Linen Mansion. When Lu Jian arrived at Tian Shui Academy, he noticed a considerable number of individuals in Tian Shui Academy uniforms gathered at the entrance, chatting casually in groups. Beside them stood a massive spiritual monument, around which a crowd of cultivators were testing their talents. Curiously, Lu Jian approached, observing that the spiritual monument used for talent testing here differed from the one he had seen at the Xianfu Academy. The monument at Xianfu Academy had only 33 leaves, while this one boasted a full 66. A graceful young woman nervously approached the spiritual monument, carefully placing her palm upon it. Almost immediately, 36 leaves illuminated the monument. Witnessing this, the onlookers shook their heads in disappointment. Such a pity. Alas, Tian Shui Academy requires a minimum of 37 leaves of talent for admission. Just a fraction short. Lu Jian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At Xianfu Academy, one only needed to illuminate 7 leaves to gain entry. Yet here, the starting requirement was a staggering 37. The young woman, having failed to meet the threshold, sighed and turned to leave the crowd. Soon after, a scholarly-looking young man stepped forward. "Let me give a try." Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jian inquired of a nearby bystander, "Brother, what is going on here? Is today the day Tian Shui Academy recruits students?" The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Jian, his expression filled with disdain. "Young brother, you must be from the countryside, right? This is how it is every day. Tian Shui Academy only recruits students once a year, but they have set up a spiritual monument at the entrance. Any cultivator who has reached the nascent soul stage and is confident in their talent can come here to test themselves." As the middle-aged man spoke, he gestured towards the groups of Tian Shui Academy students standing guard at the entrance. "See those people? They come here every day. If they discover a talented cultivator, they will immediately swarm them. Although they are all students of Tian Shui Academy, they come from different factions and are quite ravenous for talent. It is said that competition for resources within Tian Shui Academy is extremely fierce, so those from larger, stronger factions have a distinct advantage." Lu Jian nodded, pondering how this resembled the rivalry of street gangs vying for territory. If he were to enter the academy, would he not have to choose a faction as well? The thought made him smirk inwardly. He would have to choose the faction led by Uncle Bao, for he had promised to take the gang to the moon. While Lu Jian was amusing himself with these thoughts, the scholarly young man completed his talent test. Looking at the spiritual monument displaying 31 leaves, he shook his head in resignation and turned to leave the crowd. With this talent, he could have been a direct disciple at Xianfu Academy. Why must he seek admission to Tian Shui Academy? Lu Jian asked the middle-aged man beside him. The man looked at Lu Jian as if he were a curious creature. Incredulous. "Young brother, your thoughts are perilous. Being a king in a small place still subjects you to scorn. Only a place like Tian Shui Academy, overflowing with prodigies, is the dream of us cultivators. Once you enter Tian Shui Academy, wherever you go, you will be held in high regard. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lu Jian felt a twinge of hesitation. According to him, the competition at Tian Shui Academy was fierce. How could he possibly remain idle? One after another, nascent soul cultivators departed glumly from the spiritual monument, and not a single one succeeded in meeting Tian Shui Academy's admission standards. Just as Lu Jian was preparing to exit and seek directions for those with recommendation letters, a girl standing before the spiritual monument suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Lu Jian turned his gaze towards the monument, where 53 leaves were clearly illuminated. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Such talent! Unbelievable! 53 leaves in Tian Shui Academy. That would be regarded as exceptional. Amid the commotion, the originally idle students of Tian Shui Academy rushed over, surrounding the girl with smiles. "Little girl, what is your name?" The girl, feeling timid under their gaze, stammered, I am Xiao Xiaoying. Upon hearing her name, the surrounding students grew even more enthusiastic. "Sister Xiaoying, join our Tian Yin Academy. We specialize in formations." Before the speaker could finish, another interjected, "Join our Qi Ling Academy. Don't be foolish. Your two academies are mere side paths. Joining our Hai Ling Academy is the right choice. What use are formations and artifacts? Strength is what truly matters." Watching the students nearly come to blows over recruitment, Lu Jian nodded. Indeed, they seemed quite desperate. Chapter 47. What is your talent level? Dozens of Tian Shui Academy students surrounded Xiao Xiaoying, and ultimately, she made her choice. Under the guidance of a charming senior sister, she joined the Alchemy Academy. Observing their departing figures, the other Tian Shui Academy students felt deep regret. Why choose alchemy? What good is refining pills, except for making a bit of money? It doesn't enhance one's strength. Sighing, they lamented, joining our martial arts academy would have been far better. With her talent, she could at least rank in the top 20 here. We have waited here for so many days and finally encountered a gifted individual, only to have her snatched away by the Alchemy Academy. The crowd shook their heads in disappointment, clearly unwilling to accept this outcome. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jian squeezed through the crowd, producing Director Deng's recommendation letter. He clasped his hands and addressed a few students, senior brothers and sisters. "I have been recommended by Xianfu Academy. May I inquire where I should report?" The crowd turned to Lu Jian, their interest waning. "Xianfu Academy? Another one who has taken the backdoor route. You small academies are quite amusing, using your quotas in such a manner. Those recommended are nothing but worthless. Not a single one worth mentioning. The highest talent among you can only illuminate 35 leaves. Such talent does not even qualify for admission to our Tian Shui Academy." They discussed among themselves, wearing expressions of amusement. Lu Jian glanced at them, but said nothing. Meanwhile, voices of discontent began to rise among the crowd. 35 leaves of talent? That doesn't even qualify for admission to the academy. Is this a joke? It's utterly unfair. Why should he gain entry based on a recommendation letter while our talents are no less than his? Why can't we even enter the door? Hearing the commotion around him, a man from the Tian Shui Academy stepped forward, raising his hands to calm the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a matter beyond our control. The deans of the 4 major academies indeed possess the privilege to recommend students for entry into our Tian Shui Academy. This was established from the very inception of our institution as a benefit for the 4 academies. There is no question of fairness. If you desire this opportunity, you may seek your fortune at the 4 major academies." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Jian. Perhaps, if one were to curry favor with the dean, this coveted spot could be secured. The surrounding members of Tian Shui Academy erupted in laughter. The implication of his words unmistakable. Lu Jian was merely a sycophant, having obtained his recommendation through flattery rather than merit. The onlookers, comprised of talented cultivators, grew increasingly agitated. They possessed talents no less than Lu Jian's, yet they found themselves relegated to the entrance, unable to gain entry into the academy. Meanwhile, this fellow, merely due to his proximity to their dean, was granted access to the Tian Shui Academy, a dream for countless cultivators. Is there any justice in this? What nonsense! We refuse to accept this. What a farcical recommendation letter. Let him prove his talents. If he truly possesses the qualifications to enter Tian Shui Academy, we shall not object. But if his abilities are inferior to ours, let it be dismissed. The man who had spoken earlier smiled as he surveyed the raucous crowd, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no precedent for this. With a recommendation letter in hand, there is no need for a talent assessment. After all, let us maintain some decorum in public. He turned to the members of Tian Shui Academy. A few junior brothers and sisters. He is indeed holding a recommendation letter. Perhaps it would be more fitting for him to join your academy? The members of Tian Shui Academy frowned in disdain, and a woman quickly took a step back. We from the Symbolic Path Academy do not want him. Let him go to the Artifact Spirit Academy. The students of the Artifact Spirit Academy were quick to express their discontent. Our academy is already full. Let him go to the Celestial Transformation Academy. As the suggestions circulated, it became evident that no one was willing to take Lu Jian under their wing. Observing the scene before him, Lu Jian thought to himself that this was rather too pragmatic, though he was uncertain how many leaves his talent could illuminate. Surely it could not be this dismal. No one wanted him. Just then, the woman who had earlier taken Xiaoying returned, her face aglow with satisfaction at her day's achievements. Upon her arrival, all eyes turned toward her. Sistad Yili, there is still one more student wishing to enroll. Perhaps you could take him as well. Let him join your Alchemical Path Academy. Upon hearing this, Yi Li's smile widened even further. What a delightful turn of events. I have just acquired a highly gifted junior sister, and now I have the chance to welcome a junior brother into Tian Shui Academy. Oh dear, my fellow seniors. How can I accept this? You have already taken one junior sister. As for this junior brother, before Yi Li could express her reluctance, the crowd waved their hands dismissively. You will see for yourself. He has a recommendation letter. He comes recommended by the Celestial Mansion Academy. This is not a favor. It is a chance for you to take on a burden. Since you have already gained a genius today, surely you do not mind taking on a bit of dead weight as well. Upon hearing this, Yi Li hesitated, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she glanced at the crowd and then at Lu Jian. It dawned on her why no one wanted him. It was due to the recommendation. With his talent, he would surely be at the bottom of the ranks within the academy, a mere liability. A recommendation letter. Well, we at the Alchemical Path Academy are not currently accepting new students. Yi Li feigned a look of difficulty, but the crowd merely laughed. Sistad Yili, do not make excuses. Today you have gained a significant advantage. Should you not bear some responsibility now? Besides, what high talent do you need to refine alchemical potions? I see this lad as quite suitable for your needs. At the very least, he could help you organize your formulas. Seeing the crowd insistently attempting to foist Lu Jian upon her, Yi Li let out a resigned sigh. Very well, let him join our Alchemical Path Academy. This should not be seen as us taking advantage without responsibility. It is a fair compromise, is it not? Hearing her words, the crowd nodded in satisfaction, finally resolving this troublesome matter. With a reluctant demeanor, Yi Li approached Lu Jian and snatched the recommendation letter from his hands. From this moment on, you are a disciple of our Alchemical Path Academy. Let me ask you one thing. What was your talent when you entered the Celestial Mansion Academy? Lu Jian shrugged and replied, I am not sure, but I've been told it is quite high. Chapter 48. Shattering the high-level spirit tablet upon hearing Lu Jian's words. Yi Li was momentarily taken aback. Quite high. But precisely how high? Lu Jian pondered for a moment and replied, I truly do not know, but must be around 3 or 4 stories tall. He genuinely had no idea of his talent level. During the assessment at the Celestial Mansion Academy, the lower-tier spirit tablet had failed to register his abilities. Afterward, Dean Deng did not allow Lu Jian to undergo further testing, leaving him in the dark about his own talents. However, he thought to himself, if his senior sister could illuminate 33 leaves, and his cultivation speed was several times hers, then he cannot be too far behind. As Lu Jian spoke, the students of Tian Shui Academy could not contain their laughter. Huh, how amusing. He actually does not know his own talent. Junior sister, you have struck gold. Bringing him back will surely provide endless entertainment for your Alchemical Path Academy. Their laughter echoed around him, causing Yi Li's expression to darken. She glared at Lu Jian, thinking to herself, what is wrong with this person? How can he not know his own talent? Or is it that his talent is so low that he is embarrassed to admit it? Yi Li sighed and pointed to the spirit tablet nearby, gesturing for Lu Jian to approach. Test it. Lu Jian shook his head, disliking talent assessments for fear of revealing too much about himself. I don't see the necessity for that. Yedi fronet, head irritation grojin. I insist. Test it. A grown man should not shy away from his talents, even if they are modest. The crowd erupted in laughter. Indeed, your sister Yi does not find it embarrassing. Why should you? Hurry and test it. Let us all witness the spectacle. With a resigned breath, Jian turned and walked toward the spirit tablet. Let us agree on this. Regardless of my talent level, since you have accepted me into your alchemical path academy, you cannot go back on your word. Li, exasperated, thought to herself that she had been ensnared. No backing out. Once you have joined our alchemical path academy, you will forever be our disciple. Jian nodded, then calmly extended his right hand to press against the spirit tablet. The crowd watched expectantly, but after a long while, the tablet showed no reaction at all. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, and then gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! What sort of wealthy second generation is this? How rich must his family be to have nurtured such a useless individual to the nascent soul stage? He possesses not a shred of talent. This financial backing rivals that of the Zhao family. The useless Zhao Linfei was similarly elevated to the nascent soul stage by his father. After all, how many elixirs must this require? Listening to the surrounding discussions, Yili felt as if she might burst into tears. Tianshui Academy values strength and talent above all. However, there are certainly many privileged individuals who have gained entry through connections. While these individuals may wield power within the academy, they are often met with disdain from their peers. It seems that Jian is one such individual, having leveraged his family's influence to acquire a recommendation letter through unknown means. Such individuals are merely nuisances within the academy, relying on their family's power and often accompanied by hired thugs, making it difficult for ordinary people to contend with them. As Jian approached after successfully testing his talent, Yili instinctively took a step back. Senior sister, I have completed my test. Yili suppressed her anger and exhaled deeply. Ah, your talent is remarkably high, reaching the 3rd or 4th floor in height. I must say, I am quite enlightened. I beg you, do not call me senior sister in the future. I cannot bear that title. Jian shrugged, unwilling to dwell on the matter, suggesting they enter the academy first. Can we proceed inside now? Mississippi. After taking a deep breath and shaking off her fury, Yili commanded, follow me. Once Yili and Jian departed, the gathered students could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into a chorus of mirth. Ha ha ha. I feel much better knowing they took away a promising talent only to receive a useless one in return, and even trade. Ha ha ha. Yili is in for a rough time trying to present this waste to her master. Our alchemy department will surely become a laughingstock. Minutes earlier, as Jian placed his hand upon the spirit tablet, a swift flash of light surged into Tianshui Academy. At that moment, the elders within the academy were engaged in discussions regarding resource allocation at the advanced spirit tablet. Our artifact spirit division has received far too little in the way of medicinal allocations. Where is Elder Yu from the alchemy division? How did this happen? Can't even produce a few elixirs? Elder Xie, visibly displeased, searched for Elder Yu among the crowd of elders, but found him absent. Elder Yu has just taken on a promising new disciple and is currently teaching him. Upon hearing this, Elder Xie grew even more irate. You have taken on many disciples, but have yet to produce any commendable elixirs. Just then, an unexpected commotion erupted in the hall. All eyes turned to the advanced spirit tablet, brows furrowing in concern. What is happening? Has someone shaken the advanced spirit tablet? That cannot be possible. What extraordinary talent must this person possess? Has the spirit tablet outside the academy failed to measure their aptitude? As the elders debated, a sudden clear sound echoed from the advanced spirit tablet. To their astonishment, the tablet shattered into pieces before their eyes. In that moment, the hall fell into a profound silence. After a few seconds, the elders regained their senses, launching themselves into the air as a flash of lightning, racing toward the entrance of Tianshui Academy. My goodness, what sort of prodigy is this? The advanced spirit tablet could not even measure his talent and simply shattered. We must seize him. If we can train such a disciple, we shall dominate the academy. All resources will flow toward our sect, solely because of this extraordinary talent. Bright red flashes streaked toward the academy's entrance. Upon landing, Elder Xie immediately seized a student of Tianshui Academy. Where is he? Who just tested their talent at the spirit tablet? The student, taken aback by Elder Xie's fierce countenance, stammered in fear, never having seen the normally composed elder in such a state of fury. Chapter 49. Already joined the alchemy division, a crowd of elders gathered at the entrance of Tianshui Academy, their anxiety palpable. They urgently questioned their disciples about who had tested their talent at the spirit tablet. However, quite some time had passed since Jian's departure, and several cultivators had tested their talent in the interim. Many students were bewildered by the commotion, but seeing the elder's urgency, they hurriedly responded. 5 individuals tested their talent, the highest being a girl named Xiaoing, who has already been taken by the alchemy division. The other 4 did not pass their talent tests. Upon hearing this, the elders pressed on with their inquiries. Among those who failed the tests, was there one with absolutely no talent? If someone has the power to shatter the advanced spirit tablet, their talent would not have been displayed on the spirit tablet outside the academy. The students, confused, initially thought the elders were searching for Xiaoing, only to realize they were actually after Jian. Yes, there is one with no talent. That lad is named Jian. He possesses a recommendation letter from the Immortal Academy and has already joined the alchemy division. He just left. The elders' faces fell, each displaying an expression of anguish. Damn it, such a genius, wasting his potential. Should we not rather feed him to the dogs? The crowd stood in shock at the elders' lamentations. Wait, a talentless individual can still be called a genius? That waste? Is he truly worth such a fervent pursuit from so many elders? Elder Xie, gritting his teeth in anger, scolded, "You know nothing. What are you even doing here? How could you let the alchemy division take him away? Return and transcribe the Supreme Induction Classic 10,000 times." The members of the Artifact Spirit Division exchanged pained glances, but some still protested. "Elder, why punish us? What do we care for such a waste? His joining the alchemy division is a blessing for us." Elder Xie, throwing his sleeves in frustration, retorted, "A waste? You dare to label someone who can shatter the advanced spirit tablet with mere talent as a waste? What does that make you? If you could leave even the slightest mark on the advanced spirit tablet, I would concede your point." As Elder Xie's words hung in the air, the students stood in disbelief. What? A talent capable of shattering the advanced spirit tablet? Is he still even human? Throughout our civilization, few have left their mark on the advanced spirit tablet. The other elders were equally distraught, filled with regret. And you, all of you, transcribed the Supreme Induction Classic 10,000 times. The gathering was on the verge of tears, having inexplicably suffered an undeserved calamity. The elders remained steeped in their regret over losing such a talent. Yet soon, someone exclaimed, "Everyone stop dawdling. We must pursue him. Such talent cannot be allowed to engage in alchemy. While Elder Yu is still unaware, let us deceive that lad into coming back, and he can choose his own master later." The elders, enlightened by this suggestion, sprang into action. Indeed, others believed he possessed no talent. Perhaps Elder Yu would disdain him, making it possible for them to claim him. They took to the skies once more, transforming into streaks of light as they sped toward the alchemy division. Elder Yu gazed at the delicate and graceful Xiaoing, his heart brimming with satisfaction. "Excellent. Her talent is remarkable. I shall accept you as my personal disciple, and with careful guidance, I assure you that your future in the realm of alchemy will be boundless." Xiaoing was equally exhilarated. She never imagined that she would be personally received by an elder of the Alchemy Institute, let alone become a direct disciple. This was akin to soaring to the heavens in a single leap. For an ordinary cultivator, becoming an inner disciple of the Tianxue Academy is already an unparalleled honor, let alone being a personal disciple of an elder within the academy. Disciple pays respects to master, Xiaoing exclaimed, kneeling in excitement. Witnessing this scene, Elder Yu felt immense comfort, stroking his beard with a smile. Good. Please rise. I shall arrange for Sister Yi Li to impart some fundamental alchemy knowledge to you, and then I will personally demonstrate for you." Just as the two were in high spirits, Yi Li entered with a gloomy expression, accompanied by a young man, Jian. Upon seeing Yi Li, Elder Yu was quite pleased. "Ah, Yi Li, you have done well. You have found such a talented protege." Yi Li smiled, albeit awkwardly. Master, it's nothing. I just went out for a bit and brought back another disciple for you." Hearing this, Elder Yu's eyes lit up. "Oh, is that so? Truly a double delight." He turned his eager gaze towards Jian, but before he could inquire, Yi Li awkwardly interjected, "Master, he possesses a recommendation letter from the Xianfu Academy." Yi Li handed Elder Yu the recommendation letter. Elder Yu paused momentarily, accepting the letter without glancing at it. A recommendation letter? But what of his talent? Yi Li responded once more, "None at all, not a bit." Elder Yu's skepticism grew, wondering if he had misheard. No talent? Then how does he possess such profound yuaning cultivation? How many elixirs must that require? This is simply a waste. Realizing this, Elder Yu felt a surge of indignation and turned to Yi Li. "What is the meaning of this? How can you bring someone without talent to our Alchemy Institute?" Yi Li explained the situation outside with a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing her words, Elder Yu, furious, prepared to confront those students. However, at that moment, two elders from within the academy entered with cheerful expressions. Haha, old Yu. We heard you have accepted 2 new disciples. Congratulations. It was Elder Xie from the Weapon Spirit Institute and Elder Lu from the Tianyan Institute. Seeing these two, Elder Yu was puzzled, wondering why they were interested in his disciples. What do these 2 old fellows want with my disciples? Chapter 50. This lad truly has no talent? Noticing Elder Yu's peculiar expression, Elder Xie chuckled and explained, "Oh, it's nothing. We just can take a look and ask if you would be willing to part with one. My Weapon Spirit Institute is rather short on fresh blood." Hearing Elder Xie's words, Elder Yu immediately frowned. These shameless ones, they even wish to snatch my prized disciple. He promptly positioned himself in front of Xiao Xiaoying, forcing a smile as he said, "Haha, the academy has regulations. Once a faction is chosen, it cannot be changed unless one is expelled." However, Elder Yu soon realized that the two seemed utterly uninterested in Xiao Xiaoying. Both were gazing intently at Lu Jian, their eyes sparkling as though they had encountered a rare treasure. Lu Jian felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny, an involuntary shiver running down his spine. These 2 old geezers. Elder Xie and Elder Lu also sensed that their intense gaze was inappropriate, quickly averting their eyes. I cannot help it. A genius like this. I have never heard of such talent. How could one not be enamored? Elder Xie wiped the corner of his mouth, grinning broadly as he said, "Old Yu, since you have accepted 2 disciples today, I won't let you suffer a loss. Pick any weapon from my Weapon Spirit Institute. It's yours. How about you let me take this disciple instead?" Elder Xie pointed at Lu Jian, then withdrew his finger. Elder Yu's frown deepened. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to send Lu Jian away, only to find someone offering to take him off his hands so quickly. Yet, the attitude of the 2 elders made him feel that something was amiss. "Well, you see, he is. Just as Elder Yu was about to agree, Elder Lu interjected, "Wait. Old Xie, how can you be so unfair? The decision is not even finalized yet. And you're implying that if Old Yu agrees, this young lad is yours?" Elder Lu chuckled and nodded at Elder Yu. "Brother, we have known each other for many years, and I have never asked you for anything. But today, for some reason, I feel a deep connection with this young man. Let him join my Tianyan Institute. Consider this a humble request from a younger brother. In the future, whatever you need, my Tianyan Institute will always be at your service." Elder Yu was taken aback by this unexpected declaration. Something was definitely off. This old fellow must have taken some strange medicine today. Why has he ever addressed him as brother? He usually only referred to him as young Yu. To suddenly become so sweet-tongued over a talentless waste was simply perplexing. Elder Yu glanced between the 2 elders and then at the bewildered Lu Jian. He turned to Yi Li, whispering, "Is this lad truly without talent? Are you certain?" Yi Li, equally confused by the situation, hesitated before nodding. "No, not at all." The spirit monument showed no response. Hearing her words, Elder Yu grew even more uncertain. Let me think it over." Elder Xie and Elder Lu immediately became anxious. "What is there to think about? Old Yu, when did you become so stingy? It's not as if we're asking for that little girl behind you. It's just a talentless lad." Xiao Xiaoying, behind Elder Yu, curiously examined Lu Jian, unable to comprehend what made him special. Seeing Elder Yu hesitate, Elder Xie turned to Lu Jian. "How about this? Let the young man decide for himself. Young friend, come walk with me. I will accept you as my personal disciple, and all resources of my Weapon Spirit Institute will be at your disposal. What use are elixirs when you can only consume a few, with powerful spiritual weapons? That is true strength." Elder Lu, not to be outdone, chimed in, "What nonsense. Elixirs are limited in quantity. But what if you could wield 100 or 80 spiritual weapons? You could easily defeat thousands of cultivators of the same rank with mere formations." Elder Lu smiled at Lu Jian, saying, "Young friend, what do you think? I am quite sincere. If you do not wish to be a disciple, I can still take you under my wing as a junior disciple." Just as Lu Jian's status was about to be equalized with his own, Elder Yu could no longer contain himself. "You too. There must be something fishy going on. What is really happening? Speak clearly now, or this disciple of mine shall not be taken away." As Elder Yu's voice fell, dozens of elders rushed in from outside. "You too. Do you still have any shame left? I can no longer bear to listen. Wasn't it agreed that we would first coax this lad out? Yet here you are, seizing the opportunity and fighting amongst yourselves. So, we have no part in this, do we? Young friend, do not heed their words, whatever conditions they offer. I shall match them twofold." As Elder Yu witnessed the swarm of elders pouring in, he felt a bit dizzy. What on earth was happening today? Did this disciple he had taken on possess some hidden exceptional quality that he had failed to notice? At this moment, Yili was equally bewildered, completely unable to comprehend what was transpiring. The useless person she had desperately tried to shake off had suddenly become a coveted prize. Moreover, it was the elders from the academy personally vying for him. It would have been one or two, but now, nearly all the elders from the academy had gathered. Since the establishment of the Tianshui Academy, she had never witnessed such a scene. Beside her, Qiao Xiaoying stared in shock at Lu Jian, who was surrounded by everyone, her mouth agape. What sort of talent must he possess to warrant such shameless competition among these elders? At that moment, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed from afar. Ha ha! Who is it? Who is it? I have heard that our academy has welcomed a peerless genius. To think he shattered a high-level spirit tablet solely based on talent. Quickly, let me see what kind of prodigy possesses such qualifications. Upon hearing the words from outside, Elder Yu's face turned pale. Talent shattering a high-level spirit tablet. Once he regained his composure, he looked at his colleagues with deep anguish, exclaiming, "Well, you beasts, such a significant matter, and you kept it from me." Chapter 51. The utterly useless one. Elder Yu squeezed through the crowd, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Jian. "What are you doing? This is my disciple. Do you dare to take him by force?" Realizing that the matter had been exposed, the assembled elders expressed their regret. "No, Elder Yu, this talent, it would truly be a waste to have him refine pills." Elder Yu shook his head. "I do not care. He shall refine pills. Besides, what is wrong with refining pills? If he could produce a supreme, 9-turn immortal pill, he could also be invincible in this world." The elders gritted their teeth in frustration. "A supreme 9-turn immortal pill? Do you even have the formula? If you truly possess the formula, we will have nothing to say." Elder Yu indeed did not have it. He had merely heard of the legendary pill formula and had never even seen it. However, it was said that this pill could work wonders, allowing one to break through to the Tao ancestor realm with just one. At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed from behind the crowd. "Refining pills. It would indeed be a pity. The path of alchemy had long been interrupted in the great battle a millennium ago. To gamble such talent on whether it could restore the lineage is far too risky." The crowd turned in unison to see the elder who spoke, quickly bowing in respect. "Dean." The elder nodded and stepped forward, observing Lu Jian with satisfaction as he stroked his white beard. "Indeed, you are Lu Jian, correct? This talent is truly astonishing." Lu Jian hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. "Dean, I am indeed Lu Jian." Dean Shi nodded, then turned to Elder Yu. "Little Yu, I shall not put you in a difficult position. This lad is remarkable. I wish to take him as my personal disciple and personally guide him in his cultivation." Upon hearing this, Elder Yu's expression turned bitter, for he had not anticipated that the dean would also take an interest in his disciple. Dean Sheen waved his hand, smiling. "Surely, you do not wish for such a gifted child to be wasted in alchemy? Moreover, should I take this disciple, it would not be exclusive. He can still learn your alchemical techniques and carry on your legacy. What do you think? How about that?" Elder Yu hesitated for a moment. But in the academy, Dean Sheen was not someone to offend. Besides, his words indeed held merit. The path of alchemy had been severed a millennium ago. To pursue such a talent down a broken road was indeed too perilous. Now that Dean Sheen had taken Lu Jian as a personal disciple, he could still impart knowledge of alchemy, which would allow both paths to coexist. "Very well, I shall leave it to your arrangements." Dean Sheen nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Lu Jian. "Are you willing to accept this arrangement?" Lu Jian thought to decline, wishing to remain low-key, feeling content with alchemy. However, upon seeing the other elders frantically signaling him with their eyes, clearly indicating that he must not offend the dean, he nodded instead. After all, he had no intention of cultivating, wasting a year or so. Who would care about a disciple with little cultivation? In time, he might even be sent back to the Alchemy Institute, still a faceless figure. "I am willing." Dean Sheen nodded in satisfaction, his spirits lifted. "Excellent. Then it shall be so. Although you are my personal disciple, within the academy, you must not seek special treatment. Like other new students, you must undergo trials and compete for the resources you need. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me at any time." Speaking, Dean Sheen produced a jade token and handed it to Lu Jian. "Take this. With this token, you may move freely within the academy." Lu Jian carefully accepted the token. Bowing in gratitude once more, Dean Sheen quite pleased, offered a few more instructions before allowing Yili to take Lu Jian and Xiao Xiaoying to arrange their accommodations. Throughout the journey, Yili had yet to recover from her earlier shock. Did you truly shatter the high-level spirit tablet with your talent? Lu Jian shrugged, helplessly replying, Did I not tell you? My talent is quite high as the third or fourth floor. It's you who did not believe me. Hearing this, Yidi forsa simile. This is a bit too high, isn't it? Now, I truly cannot bear the title of your senior sister. You are the dean's personal disciple. All the other disciples here are your junior brothers and sisters. Lu Jian found himself puzzled. Hadn't the dean said that although he was his personal disciple, there would be no special treatment? How had he, despite entering the academy last, become the eldest senior brother at Tianshui Academy? Yili did not respond to this question, but soon enough, Lu Jian would learn the answer. This was not merely a matter of not seeking special treatment. It was a matter of standing out among the crowd. He had not anticipated that he would be the dean's only personal disciple. Moreover, even his uniform was different from the others. It was so conspicuous, so recognizable. He felt as if he were announcing to the world that he was the dean's sole favored student. At this point, Lu Jian finally understood why they said competition at Tianshui Academy was fierce. He was, in essence, being roasted over an open flame. Everyone knew he was the dean's personal disciple, meaning he must strive to be the best in everything to live up to his unique status. Should he, as the personal disciple, cultivate too slowly, not only would he embarrass himself, but Dean Qin would also lose face. Fortunately, Lu Jian did not concern himself with these matters. After spending 3 months in the academy, Lu Jian barely managed to reach the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. This pace of cultivation would not even place him within the top 50 in the academy. As for the new students' monthly tasks, Lu Jian only chose the simplest ones that required some expenditure. Each new student here must undertake a task once a month, with the freedom to choose. The challenges vary, and so do the rewards. Lu Jian consistently opts for the task of entering the Divine Fall battlefield to gather medicinal herbs, a task deemed the simplest for those privileged heirs possessing a pass. However, for those students unable to afford such a pass, it is an arduous endeavor. Lu Jian, lacking no passes, has chosen this task repeatedly for 3 months. Consequently, he has earned himself a notorious title within the academy, Max Level Waste. His innate talent is unparalleled, yet he has devoted not a moment to cultivation. Upon discovering the antics of his beloved disciple at the academy, Dean Qin was heartbroken. He never imagined he would tarnish his reputation by accepting a disciple who would bring him such disgrace. Little did he foresee that Lu Jian, donning the robe of a direct disciple, would herald the onset of his nightmares. Chapter 52. The Resource War after enduring 3 months. Dean Qin could no longer tolerate it. Was it a failure in his teaching? Did Lu Jian have any misconceptions about cultivation that he failed to inquire about? The pace of his cultivation. Sigh. Dean Qin's expression was a muddle of emotions, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Jian feigned deep remorse. Master, I have indeed exerted myself. Yet, for reasons unknown, my progress in cultivation has stagnated since entering the nascent soul realm. I have perused countless tomes in the library, but for some reason, I simply cannot comprehend them. I am too ashamed to approach you with my inquiries, hence. Dean Qin sighed heavily. Lu Jian was not incorrect. The dean had witnessed his diligent efforts time and again in the library. His disciple was earnest, yet his advancement was painfully slow. Seizing Lu Jian's hand, Dean Qin scrutinized him closely. Your talent. Could it truly be misplaced in cultivation? Indeed, the heavens are fair. They bestowed upon you such extraordinary aptitude, yet it is not applied to the path of cultivation. Lu Jian displayed an expression of anguish and resolutely declared, Master, I have brought shame upon you. Please, cast me out from your tutelage. I shall return to the Alchemy Institute, where I can at least tidy the alchemical furnaces and organize the formulas, which would still hold some value. Dean Qin was taken aback for a moment, then admonished him with a tone of exasperation. What nonsense is this? It is rare for me to take on a disciple. How could I allow you to merely clean alchemical furnaces? For the next few days, refrain from undertaking any tasks. Whenever you are free, come to me, and I shall personally guide you. With that, Dean Qin dejectedly waved his hand, signaling Lu Jian to depart. After leaving the dean's residence, Lu Jian found himself at a loss and decided to meander along the bustling streets of Linen Prefecture. The long street not far from Tianshui Academy was dotted with numerous stalls where cultivators traded goods. Currently, it was the time of the Academy's annual resource war. rendering the atmosphere especially lively. This resource war differed entirely from that of the Immortal Mansion Academy. It was a competition open to all students of the academy. Before the resource war commenced, Tianshui Academy would delineate a specific area to serve as the battlefield. Subsequently, all participating students could enter this designated zone. The rules of engagement were straightforward. Seize. As long as one managed to acquire items, be they elixirs or magical artifacts, they could claim them as their own. However, if one were outmatched and lost their belongings to others, they could only blame their lack of strength. Though Jian did not lack resources due to his non-participation in cultivation, every month the academy distributed a pay-yuan pill to the top 50 ranked students. Despite his ranking having long fallen beyond the 100 mark, his master still discreetly provided him with pay-yuan pills. Not wishing to disappoint Dean Qin's goodwill, Jian consumed the pills at a normal rate, thereby elevating his cultivation to the mid-nascent soul stage. For ordinary students, however, the resource war represented a vital opportunity to acquire resources. Additionally, for those harboring grievances, the battlefield served as an ideal venue for settling scores. Tianshui Academy encouraged students to engage in conflict, prohibiting such actions within the academy but turning a blind eye once on the battlefield. Though deadly violence was forbidden, other actions were permissible, making entry into the resource war a perilous venture. While it might not be as merciless as the true realm of cultivation, it aimed to replicate the experience as closely as possible. Currently, students were diligently preparing for the resource war. Participation in the resource war required certain prerequisites. One needed to possess corresponding resources to enter. Students lacking sufficient spirit stones or treasures had to either join the retinue of a wealthy scion or pool their resources together, electing the strongest among them to enter the battlefield. Besides claiming their seized resources, the student who amassed the most treasures would receive an additional grand prize prepared by the academy. Initially indifferent to these matters, Jian grew more knowledgeable about the regulations as he overheard discussions. Strolling leisurely, he observed the vibrant array of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants surrounding the marketplace, as well as many items he could not name. These street vendor goods were of average quality, yet numerous students, hoping to strike gold, scoured the stalls. Further ahead, an inn caught Jian's attention. He noticed numerous cultivators entering, yet the inn appeared devoid of patrons. Curiosity piqued, he followed the crowd inside. Upon entering, Jian discovered that these individuals were not there to dine or drink, but rather to access the inn's backyard. The backyard was a garden adorned with four-colored blossoms. Unlike any garden Jian had encountered in his past life, he had never seen so many fruit trees in a backyard. At that moment, the garden was bustling with cultivators, predominantly students from Tianshui Academy. Most were familiar faces, and they recognized Jian as well. "Senior Liu," they called out. Though Jian's strength was lacking within the academy, he was undeniably the dean's cherished disciple. He nodded in acknowledgement and casually chose a seat. Upon his seating, the crowd exhibited expressions of confusion. "Senior Liu, are you here to participate in the resource war? Are you also here to hire fellow cultivators?" Jian misunderstood and quietly inquired about the matter. "What's happening here? I merely came to observe." The speaker laughed awkwardly, shaking his head. "Senior Liu, you should rise quickly. These seats are reserved for the affluent heirs. To sit here without the requisite wealth would be a grave loss of face." Jian shrugged, still not comprehending. "What does this have to do with the resource war?" The individual explained, Senior Liu, you are aware of how fiercely competitive resource acquisition is at Tianshui Academy. The resource war is a crucial avenue for us lower-tier cultivators to obtain resources. However, some competent cultivators, unable to present the necessary treasures for participation, come here to serve as bodyguards for the heirs. He gestured towards the elevated platform ahead. Soon, cultivators will ascend to be chosen by those heirs. It is akin to a talent auction. The highest bidder wins. As long as the price is sufficient, one can hire these capable cultivators to join in the resource war. Chapter 53. Little brother, why have you followed me again? Jian grasped the situation. This was indeed a venue for the wealthy heirs to hire cultivators for the resource war. Yet, these privileged youths had no shortage of cultivation resources. Their participation in the resource war was merely to establish a semblance of authority. Typically, the academy forbade students from engaging in mutual conflict. However, these privileged scions, relying on their family's influence, resort to bullying others. This has rendered them rather unpopular within the academy, incurring the ire of many. Yet, due to the constraints of the academy's regulations, Even when enmities arise, they are resolved on the battlefield of resources. Thus, when they hire these cultivators, they essentially engage thugs. Whether they seize resources is not the primary concern. Brother Liu, it would be wise for you to refrain from remaining here. Those capable of bidding in this arena must possess at least 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The cultivators here are generally reluctant to partake in any escort missions, but they have no choice in the face of resource scarcity. Consequently, their fees are exorbitant. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian prepared to rise. He truly had no top-grade spirit stones to his name. He lacked even low-grade ones. Just as he was about to step aside to observe, a derisive voice rang out nearby. Who might that be? Ah, it's you, the utterly useless one. A laughter followed. Lu Jian glanced in the direction of the sound and saw a man, flanked by admirers, sauntering into the venue. Lu Jian recognized him. This was the second son of the Lin family from Lin Prefecture. Are you not mistaken about your seat? Shouldn't you be up on stage for us to choose from? Lin Jiang approached with a mocking smile, settling beside Lu Jian. Before Lu Jian could respond, the nearby cultivators were already displeased. What did you say? Is there no decorum? Do you not know that upon encountering the Academy's direct disciple, one should address them as senior brother? Lin Jiang cast a disdainful glance at the group beside Lu Jian and sneered, "Humph, a bunch of paupers." Although Lu Jian was the direct disciple of the Academy's dean and the eldest senior brother of Tianshui Academy, he did not bully those without backgrounds or power. Hence, he maintained an excellent reputation among the lower-tier cultivators. Previously, when on a mission, Lu Jian had disapproved of Lin Jiang's oppression of the lower-level students and had chastised him using his status as senior brother. At that time, Lu Jian was still in his prime. Being the Academy's direct disciple, he was at the height of his influence. Thus, even though Lin Jiang harbored resentment, he had no choice but to endure. Although the Lin family wielded considerable power in Lin Prefecture, it would be unwise to provoke a direct disciple of Tianshui Academy. However, as Lu Jian increasingly distanced himself from others, their concerns dissipated. Brother Liu, as a direct disciple, you are not like the others. Lin Jiang said with a sarcastic tone, if you truly deserve the title, you would be qualified to attend this gathering and occupy this seat. Alas, some individuals, despite having peak talent, squander their potential and are rendered useless. I've heard that the Dean's direct disciples receive ample resources, but judging by your pitiful state, you likely lack the qualifications and the face to claim such resources. Upon finishing his taunt, laughter erupted from those around him. Since Brother Liu dares to sit here, he must surely have 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. But that remains to be seen, after all. He is the Dean's direct disciple. The Dean wouldn't allow his disciple to be humiliated. Perhaps he has secretly prepared spirit stones and elixirs for Brother Liu. However, those spirit stones and elixirs are likely a waste. Brother Liu's cultivation is barely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, while our young Master Lin has already achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul. If I recall correctly, Brother Liu entered the academy 3 days earlier than young Master Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiang chuckled. Indeed, even if the dean had spirit stones and elixirs, he wouldn't waste them on a useless person. Even if one wishes to use elixirs to enhance their cultivation, not just anyone is worthy. Lu Jian observed the group calmly, but the surrounding cultivators were incensed. Even without cultivation, Brother Liu is 100 times stronger than you, who rely on your family's influence. In the academy, who didn't he know that, despite his slow cultivation progress, Brother Liu never fought for resources? He never used elixirs to forcibly elevate his cultivation. Unlike you, before the crowd could finish, Lin Jiang and his group burst into laughter. He wishes he had that. The so-called eldest brother of Tianshui Academy. Just like you paupers. For a single cultivation nourishing pill, he would buy your worthless lives. Lin Jiang glared viciously at Lu Jian sitting nearby. If you could produce 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, then sit. If not, you should leave before embarrassing yourself here. Lin Jiang waved his hand lightly toward the table ahead, and a small mountain of top-grade spirit stones cascaded from his storage ring onto the table. Gazing at the glimmering spirit stones, the cultivators wore bitter expressions. While these spirit stones were astonishing, they paled in comparison to the spatial ring Lin Jiang possessed. Such an item was not something ordinary cultivators could own. Moreover, the fact that it could hold 100,000 spirit stones indicated that Lin Jiang's spatial ring had a vast internal space, far beyond that of an ordinary one. Witnessing the awestruck crowd, Lin Jiang smirked dismissively. Unseen by the world, this is merely. Before he could finish, The scene before him left him speechless. For at that moment, a pile of spirit stones also appeared on Lu Jian's table. The spirit stones shimmered brilliantly, their quantity rivaling that before Lin Jiang, and their quality was evidently superior. Top-grade spirit stones. Gasps erupted from the crowd, many incredulous at what they beheld. This was simply outrageous. A single top-grade spirit stone was worth 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. There were indeed a staggering 100,000 here. Lu Jian, staring at the sudden mound of spirit stones before him, found himself momentarily dazed. He numbly turned to the man who had just waved his hand over his table. Upon recognizing the man's face, Lu Jian felt tears welling up. "Little brother, why have you come again?" Ebansher fanned himself lightly, smiling nonchalantly. "Apologies, but I genuinely have no interest in such low-tier goods like top-grade spirit stones. They serve no purpose and take up space. I only brought these. Do you think they will suffice, young master?" Chapter 54. Fit for feeding dogs? Hearing Ebansher's words, those around could not help but gasp in shock. Young master? Brother Lu is actually this wealthy. This was simply astonishing. He looked down upon top-grade spirit stones and instead produced top-grade spirit stones. What kind of illustrious family was this? Even a mere subordinate could flaunt a spatial ring and carry a fortune. Observing the scene, the lower-tier cultivators were filled with awe. Initially, they thought Brother Lu treated them with courtesy because they shared the same lowly origins, only to realize that he simply preferred not to show off, clearly from a powerful background. Yet he never bullied others. In contrast, Brother Lu stood head and shoulders above those arrogant science. Gazing at the towering pile of top-grade spirit stones, Lin Jiang and his crew were left dumbfounded. Lin Jiang swallowed hard, discreetly retracting his right hand that bore the spatial ring. This was simply too outrageous. A mere follower wielded such a vast amount of top-grade spirit stones. Although he was the second son of the Lin family, he would never casually hand over his spatial ring to a subordinate. The Lin family could produce 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, but only the family head could authorize such a transaction. It was not something he could freely access. Now, Lu Jian's subordinate could command such a fortune. This clearly indicates that the 100,000 top-tier spiritual stones are of little significance to his family. Lin Jiang managed to force a smile, just as he was about to speak when a burst of laughter erupted behind him. 100,000 top-tier spiritual stones? Is that a lot? It may suffice to intimidate the Lin family, but it certainly does not impress me. The crowd turned towards the voice and beheld another man slowly entering the venue, accompanied by a diverse group of men and women. It was Jian, the son of the governor of Linen Prefecture. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as everyone recognized the speaker. Lu Jian, too, was familiar with this individual, the eldest son of the governor. The entourage consisted of the prominent sons and daughters of various influential factions within Linen Prefecture. Though they wielded some power, they were mere trifles compared to Jian. Upon seeing Jian, Lin Jiang quickly rose to greet him. "Brother Ji, are you also here to participate in the resource battle?" Jian cast a discontented glance at Lin Jiang and retorted, "Brother Lu, you are a direct disciple of the dean, yet present such trifling items. It is no wonder you find yourself in this predicament." Lin Jiang, feeling rather embarrassed, nodded repeatedly. As one of the factions allied with the governor, he dared not offend Jian. He led Jian to his previous position and promptly retracted the top-tier spiritual stones from the table. "Brother Lu, I apologize for the spectacle," Jian said with a smile, bowing slightly. He then exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby woman, who understood his cue and, imitating Lin Jiang's earlier gesture, swept her hand across the table. Instantly, 100,000 top-tier spiritual stones appeared, neatly arranged. The onlookers were left speechless. This was indeed a show of might. I've heard that Jian has long held a grudge against Brother Lu. He is not merely a privileged heir. His cultivation talent is exceptionally high. Initially, the governor intended for him to become a direct disciple of the dean, but the dean declined. Now that the dean has accepted Brother Lu, it would be of little concern if Brother Lu possesses genuine strength. However, Brother Lu's talent is maxed out, yet he cannot cultivate. Jian is evidently quite dissatisfied. This is a slap in the dean's face. Not only must he surpass Brother Lu in cultivation talent, but he also seeks to overshadow him in wealth and influence. This spells trouble. Despite Brother Lu's considerable background, how could he possibly rival the strongest faction in Linen Prefecture? Hearing the whispers around him, Jian let out a cold chuckle. He was indeed filled with resentment. He had entered the Tianshui Academy based on his own merits, his talent ranking among the top 10. Yet that obstinate dean refused to accept him as a disciple, claiming he had no intention of taking on students. Yet, in a twist of fate, he accepted Lu Jian as his direct disciple. Now, even he had to address this waste as senior brother, which was utterly intolerable. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to slap Lu Jian's face hard. He wanted that old fool to realize how foolish it was not to take him as a disciple. Ji Xian waved dismissively at the girl beside him, who promptly collected the top-tier spiritual stones. "Heh, Brother Lu, these are mere inconsequential trinkets. Spiritual stones, no matter how exquisite, have their limits, unlike precious artifacts or elixirs, which are truly priceless treasures." As he spoke, he flipped his hand, revealing a blood-red fruit resembling a qilin. The fruit was uniquely shaped, appearing as if it were a living qilin. It was the qilin demon fruit. This was a supreme, healing elixir. It is said that as long as one's primordial spirit remains intact, a single qilin demon fruit can restore one's physical form. However, such fruits are only found in the vast wilderness of the demon clan. For an ordinary person to even catch a glimpse is nearly impossible. A true priceless treasure. As the crowd gasped in awe, Ji Xian felt a swell of pride. Holding the qilin demon fruit, he casually took a bite. The flavor leaves much to be desired, but it suffices for a little nourishment. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers displayed expressions of utter dismay. He actually treated such a precious medicinal item as a mere snack. Is this real? Am I hallucinating? This is too outrageous. The entourage behind Ji Xian basked in their superiority, relishing the bewildered expressions of the crowd. At this moment, Yi Banshi leaned down and whispered to Lu Jian, "Young master, shall we deal with him?" Lu Jian exhaled in resignation, showing little interest in the unfolding drama. Compared to this spectacle, he was more concerned about Yi Banshi's lack of true blood and how he had precisely located him. "Do as you wish, handle it however you like. No need to report back to me." Yi Banshi nodded and with a flick of his hand, gathered the top-tier spiritual stones from the table. He then looked towards the back of the crowd and beckoned in a particular direction. "You, come here." A man with a somewhat dark complexion hurriedly approached Yi Banshi. Yi Banshi pointed at the qilin demon fruit in Ji Xian's hand and inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Such a fine item. Why haven't we received any? Why not bring some for our young master to replenish his strength?" Upon hearing this, the dark-faced man appeared troubled and hesitantly replied, "But we do have this. However, we usually reserve it for feeding dogs. It's not meant for human consumption." Upon hearing this, Ji Xian instantly erupted in anger. "Feeding dogs? What audacity! If you don't have it, just say so. No need to feign." At Ji Xian's words, Yi Banshi turned to the dark-faced man, who sheepishly smiled. I truly don't have any." Observing this, Lin Jiang scoffed disdainfully. "You dare speak such grandiose claims without anything to back them up. I see you can only muster 100,000 top-tier spiritual stones, likely borrowed from somewhere. You dare claim to feed qilin demon fruits to dogs? That is simply preposterous." The dark-faced man shot Lin Jiang a sidelong glance and chuckled lightly. "Don't misunderstand. I said I don't have any, but I never claimed my subordinates don't. After all, I generally leave such trivial matters to my servants." The crowd erupted in disdainful laughter at his words. Unfazed, the dark-faced man mimicked Yi Banshi's earlier gesture, pointing to a direction behind the crowd. "You, yes, you, come here." From the back emerged a youthful figure, radiant and ethereal, rushing forward. "Sir, what are your orders?" Even Ji Xian and his companions were momentarily taken aback by this servant's demeanor and appearance, resembling a celestial being. This individual, feeding dogs? The dark-faced man clapped the youth on the shoulder and said earnestly, "My young brother, you have no idea. These people are eating what we feed to our dogs. Quickly, show them the dog food you brought." The young man nodded and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned over 30 qilin demon fruits, floating in the air above his palm. "Is this what you mean? I just happened to bring Dahuan along and brought some dog food for him." The sight of those 30 qilin demon fruits left the crowd utterly dumbfounded. He really has them. Surely, this cannot be intended for feeding dogs. What kind of family is this that uses such sacred medicine for their pets? As Lin Jiang witnessed the pressure mounting on his side, he could not contain his anger and exclaimed, "Humph, it's merely over 30 qilin demon fruits. You are merely indulging in empty talk. I do not believe you truly." Before he could finish his sentence, a large black dog staggered into view from the crowd. Upon seeing the dog, The young man broke into a smile. Da Huang, you mischievous little thing. You came sniffing for a treat, he said, casually tossing the 30-odd Jian demon fruits to the big black dog. Without hesitation, the dog lay down and began to munch on them. Witnessing this scene, Jian could hardly contain his frustration, his chest heaving with indignation. Holding the Jian demon fruit in his hand, he found himself at a loss, unable to decide whether to eat it or not. In a moment of determination, he tossed it to the dog lying on the ground. However, to his astonishment, the dog did not even spare a glance and swatted the fruit aside with a paw. The young man shot Jian a sidelong glance and coldly remarked, "Our dog is not something you can feed. Your fruit is of such poor quality that even the dog shakes its head at it. It is best not to offer it. Our Da Huang does not consume such refuse." This sight nearly pushed Jian to his breaking point. You, he stammered, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. The young man let out a cold snort before respectfully standing behind Ban Shi. Ban Shi waved his folding fan, shaking his head in resignation. So that is it. No wonder I had not seen you before. It turns out you were merely feeding a dog. Everyone, I apologize. There are numerous matters at home that require my attention, and I have unfortunately overlooked such trivialities. Lu Jian lifted his head, glancing at Ban Shi and then at the two individuals behind him. The young man playfully winked at Lu Jian, who awkwardly raised a hand in response. Lu Jian had seen these individuals at his headquarters before, but he was taken aback to find them accompanying him this time. Jian, observing the company around Lu Jian, felt a surge of anxiety. He could not fathom Lu Jian's background. He considered himself ordinary, yet this entourage was wealthier than he could imagine. Carrying 100,000 top-tier spirit stones was one thing, but they had the audacity to feed Jian demon fruits to a dog, even in their city lord's mansion. Such an act would be unthinkable, but seeing his own prestige overshadowed, Jian could not allow himself to appear diminished. In Linen Prefecture, on his own turf, there were individuals wielding greater power than him. How could he endure this? Jian exhaled sharply, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. I did not expect Brother Lu to have such substantial family resources. However, some things cannot simply be bought with money. While the Jian demon fruit is rare, it is merely a trinket gifted to my father by the demon clan. If we're to speak of value, it is the items that require strength and connections to possess that truly hold worth. Jian continued, flipping his wrist to reveal a radiant golden elixir that materialized in his hand. The elixir was adorned with dragon patterns, its brilliance subtly contained, immediately indicating it was no ordinary item. The Ascending Dragon Elixir. At once, a disciple from the Alchemy Academy recognized the elixir. This is the Ascending Dragon Elixir. Among our human race, only a great master can concoct it. It is said that just one elixir can allow a talentless individual to ascend to the divine transformation realm. Listening to the exclamations around him, a faint smile appeared on Jian's face. Indeed, this is the Ascending Dragon Elixir, crafted by the robbery master of the Jialan Mansion. My father has some connections with the robbery master, which is how we came to possess one. However, I have no use for this elixir, Jian said, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Jian. Brother Lu, I see you have been stuck at the nascent soul stage for quite some time. Given your talent, I fear you will not break through to the divine transformation realm for at least a decade or so. How about this? Although this is a gift from my father's friend, if you are willing today. Before Jian could finish his sentence, an uproar erupted from the crowd once more. The Ascending Dragon Elixir. So many? Jian followed the gazes of the crowd and was immediately taken aback. A man with a dark face had pulled out a string of Ascending Dragon Elixirs strung together like beads, fiddling with them in his hands. Goodness! Ascending Dragon Elixirs made into a bracelet? The dark-faced man paid no heed to the crowd's astonishment. Instead, he flipped his hand again, producing several more strings of Ascending Dragon Elixirs. He respectfully offered the bracelets to Lu Jian and Ban Shi. Ban Shi, without hesitation, began to fiddle with one. Lu Jian, on the other hand, was left in a state of shock. What are you giving me this for? The dark-faced man chuckled. Master, since we have nothing to do, why not play with them? These are truly delightful. They have excellent quality and become more lustrous the more you handle them. Lu Jian shot the man a sidelong glance before tossing the Ascending Dragon Elixir bracelet back. You can keep it. I have no such interest. At this sight, Jian and the group of young masters behind him were left wide-eyed. The Ascending Dragon Elixir, which the mansion lord treasured, was being used by these individuals to make bracelets. Moreover, they were playing with them. Jian silently stowed away the ascending dragon elixir in his hand, swallowing back the words he had intended to use to humiliate Lu Jian. He had anticipated seeing Lu Jian beg for the elixir, but if they could use ascending dragon elixirs to make bracelets, then even if he made a pendant with his single elixir, it would hardly be impressive. What is your relationship with the robbery master of the Jian mansion? Jian asked in bewilderment. This ascending dragon elixir is not something just anyone can acquire. Even his father, as a mansion lord, received one only because of his gratitude towards the robbery master. Yet these individuals possess dozens of them. What kind of relationship could they possibly have with the robbery master? One could only imagine it was akin to a life-saving grace. The dark-faced man chuckled. We have had some dealings. He almost let slip too much before quickly correcting himself. Yixuan awkwardly smiled. It was astonishing that one of Lu Jian's subordinates could have such a connection with the robbery master. How enlightening. I merely wanted to jest with Brother Lu today, not realizing he is so deeply concealed. Jian declared. I am truly impressed. I bow to your superiority. Jian decided not to pursue the matter any further. Given the current circumstances, continuing would only lead to his own humiliation. Lu Jian waved his hand, realizing he had now become the center of attention, and he had no desire to linger at this so-called genius auction any longer. He promptly stood up, gesturing to Ban Shi and the others. Let us find another place to converse. Ban Shi and the others nodded, following Lu Jian as they departed the back garden of the tavern. In a small tea house within Linen Prefecture, Lu Jian could no longer hold back his curiosity and asked, Little brother, how did you find me? I thought I had already. Ban Shi chuckled, flipping his palm to reveal a blood-stained mark resembling an arrowhead. Big brother, I still have. Lu Jian looked at the crimson mark on Ban Shi's hand, feeling utterly bereft of tears. This time, Lu Jian did not erase that trace of blood. He concluded that even if he did, they would still find him without difficulty. Ban Shi smiled and then retracted his hand. Lu Jian turned to the black-faced man and the young boy beside him and inquired, From where did you acquire those ascending dragon pills? I recall that our relationship with the human race is rather mediocre. How could that master of highway robbery be so generous as to bestow upon you so many ascending dragon pills? The black-faced man chuckled sheepishly and replied, Brother, our demon clan is not bound by such mundane constraints. If we fancy it, we simply take it. Lu Jian did not refute him. It seemed that the master of highway robbery had indeed faced some difficulties. However, one could only wonder how he would feel if he knew that the prized elixirs he held dear had been transformed into mere trinkets by his underlings. In Linen Prefecture, before the Yuming Tavern, Jian emerged with a sullen expression. Behind him followed a group of young masters and ladies. The auction had concluded, and Jian had selected several cultivators of interest. Today, he was filled with indignation and intended to seize an opportunity to settle scores with Lu Jian during the resource competition. Yet, he had heard that Lu Jian was unlikely to participate in the resource battle, which left him exceedingly vexed. Without Lu Jian in the competition, how could he possibly reclaim the humiliation he had suffered today? Though he could not match in financial resources, he was confident that in terms of cultivation, that waste would surely not be his opponent. As long as he could defeat Lu Jian in the resource contest and humiliate him thoroughly, it would suffice as retribution for today's grievances. As Jian made his way towards the academy, he pondered how to compel Lu Jian to join the resource battle. At that moment, a striking figure suddenly appeared before him. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a woman, resembling an ethereal fairy, standing at the entrance of the academy. He had not anticipated that such a stunning beauty could exist within the institution. Which academy does she belong to? Why have I never seen her before? Jian queried with a grin, glancing back at his companions. The young masters appeared momentarily dazed, racking their brains, but failing to recall where they had encountered her. At that instant, the woman intercepted a girl exiting the academy. Excuse me, do you know Lu Jian? Upon hearing the beautiful woman mention Lu Jian's name, Jian's expression darkened. The girl who had been stopped smiled and asked, Are you looking for senior brother Lu? Who are you to him? Lu Linling responded with a smile. I am his senior sister. The woman furrowed her brow, as it was her first time hearing someone claim to be Lu Jian's senior sister at Tian Shui Academy. Apart from the elders, everyone else was either Lu Jian's junior brothers or sisters, given that he was the direct disciple of the academy's head. Senior sister? We do not have a senior sister for senior brother Lu here. Confused by the girl's words, Lu Linling momentarily failed to grasp their meaning. I come from the Xianfu Academy. Upon hearing Lu Linlong's words, The girl immediately understood, her expression brightening. Oh, I see. You must be here to find senior brother Lu. Please wait a moment. I will help you find him. Lu Linlang expressed her gratitude, and the girl quickly stepped into the academy. A light-hearted voice suddenly rang from behind Lu Linlang. Hee, senior brother Lu's senior sister. How come I have never heard him mention you? Lu Linlang turned around to see a group of Tian Shui Academy disciples standing behind her, with Jian at the forefront. Chapter 57. Always the best. Lu Linlang did not recognize the individuals before her, but they were all clad in the attire of Tian Shui Academy. Who are you? She inquired. Jian smiled and cupped his hands, saying we are all junior brothers and sisters of senior brother Lu. In this academy, there is no one who does not know of senior brother Lu's illustrious name. Lu Linlang felt more puzzled. These individuals possessed considerable cultivation, the weakest among them being at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Lu Jian had only been at Tian Shui Academy for 3 months. Where had all these capable junior brothers and sisters come from? Oh, have you seen Lu Jian? Jian smiled nonchalantly and replied, we just saw senior brother Lu, but he is currently occupied and cannot be disturbed. After all, senior brother Lu is a prominent figure in our academy and is often very busy. If you have something to discuss with him, we can assist you. Lu Linlang furrowed her brow. Although these individuals appeared outwardly friendly, she sensed a hint of malice. No need. I will wait for him here. With that, Lu Linlang turned away. Witnessing this, Jian let out a cold chuckle. He gestured to the woman beside him, who immediately understood. What trouble could this be? You must be here to deliver something to senior brother Lu, right? We can help you take it in, the woman said, and in a blur, she appeared directly in front of Lu Linlang. Startled, Lu Linlang attempted to distance herself from the woman, but found her movements sluggish. Transformation realm. The woman smiled and nodded. Indeed, while we cannot engage in combat here, exerting a bit of pressure is still permissible. As she spoke, her delicate finger reached forward, and upon retracting, she had already snatched the wrapped brocade box from Lu Linlang's waist. The group had long been observant of the package at Lu Linlang's side, surmising that she might be delivering something to Lu Jian. The woman once again blurred, appearing next to Jian, where she respectfully presented the brocade box to him. Jian received it with a smile, mockingly regarding the furious Lu Linlang. Return it. As Lu Linlang prepared to advance, the woman once again blocked her path. Lu Linlang, being merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, was in no position to contend with the transformation realm cultivator. Jian waved his hand dismissively, signaling the woman to step aside. He weighed the brocade box in his hand and remarked, what treasure could warrant such anxiety? With that, he opened the box. Upon seeing its contents, Jian could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, essence cultivating pill? The crowd behind him joined in laughter. Ha ha, I thought it was some grand treasure. Turns out it's such rubbish. You people from Xianfu Academy truly have not seen the world. Lu Linlang seethed, her chest heaving with anger. Yet, she understood that she could not act here, and even if she did, she would not be able to contend with the individuals before her. Jian cast a sidelong glance at Lu Linlang, sneering, you made such an arduous journey to Tian Shui Academy just to deliver this useless item. TSK. Senior brother Lu is the headmaster's prized disciple and does not lack for such trifles. You think your junior brother Lu relied solely on a letter of recommendation to enter Tian Shui Academy like some waste? He is no longer that. How touching. Fearing that your junior brother would be bullied due to his letter of recommendation, you traveled all this way to deliver essence cultivating pills. Ha ha. The essence cultivating pill, which was a top-tier elixir at your Xianfu Academy, was regarded as mere fodder, unworthy even of a dog's attention at Tian Shui Academy. Jian said, disdainfully handing the brocade box back to Lu Linlang. However, his hand accidentally slipped, causing the pill to fall to the ground. The onlookers hurriedly rushed forward, exclaiming, oh no, such a precious pill. Quickly pick it up. We must not let it get dirty after coming such a long way. While they spoke of retrieving the pill, the group began trampling over it. In the blink of an eye, the essence-cultivating pill was crushed to pieces. Observing the shattered remnants on the ground, Jian shrugged his shoulders. My apologies, these people are used to being careless, so it is inevitable they're a bit clumsy. As he spoke, his hand flipped, causing the brocade box to tumble to the ground as well. Observing Lu Linlang, whose face was ashen with anger yet utterly helpless, Jian couldn't help but chuckle heartily. Aha! It appears that such matters are truly not suited for individuals like us to handle. He gestured toward the brocade box and the fragments of the Peiyuan pills scattered on the ground, saying with a smirk, "Then I shall trouble you, senior sister, to tidy up yourself." With that, Jian waved to the group behind him and, with an air of self-satisfaction, led them into the academy. Lowering her head in silence, Lu Linlang knelt down and carefully gathered the pill fragments back into the brocade box, uttering not a single word throughout the ordeal. After Lu Jian and his companions parted ways, having nothing else to occupy their time, they prepared to return to the academy. Upon reaching the previous tavern's location, a few cultivators from Tianshui Academy rushed toward them in a flurry. Lu Jian recognized them, having maintained a decent rapport with them. "Senior brother Lu, this is bad. Your senior sister has arrived," one of them exclaimed anxiously. Lu Jian furrowed his brow. "My senior sister? Indeed. She claims her name is Lu Linlang. She came to our academy to seek you. But, by sheer misfortune, she encountered Ji Xian and his crew. As they hurriedly recounted the events to Lu Jian, they led him swiftly toward the academy. Along the way, Lu Jian pieced together what had transpired. Without a moment's delay, he made his way back to Tianshui Academy. At the academy's entrance, Lu Jian spotted the familiar figure he hadn't seen for days. She was crouched on the ground, meticulously placing the fragments of the pills into the brocade box, while Ji Xian and his companions had long since entered the academy. Letting out a sigh, Lu Jian composed himself and approached her, kneeling down to assist in gathering the remnants. "Senior sister." Upon hearing Lu Jian's voice, Lu Linlong's body trembled slightly. Lu Jian sighed again as he placed the last fragment into the brocade box. "Do not heed their nonsense. This is not refuse. I am still in the nascent soul stage, and what I require most are Peiyuan pills." Lu Linlang smiled, her exquisite face still bearing traces of tears. "Stop deceiving me. They said you are the direct disciple of the academy head and would not lack for such items." Taking the brocade box from Lu Linlong's hands, Lu Jian carefully tucked it close to his chest. "Those cannot compare to what you provided, senior sister. What you give is always the finest. The protective garment that could withstand demonic energy, the pills and artifacts discovered from the Shinduo battlefield. None of those were resources Lu Jian needed. Yet they were the best that Lu Linlang could offer." Chapter 58. SHR Dinger's master of the manor, Lu Linlong's cheeks flushed slightly as she pressed her lips together. Remaining silent, Lu Jian smiled gently and pointed toward the bustling streets of Linen Prefecture nearby. "Senior sister, since you rarely visit, shall I show you around here?" Lu Linlang shook her head. "I must return. I merely came to see you on my way." Lu Jian did not press her further and prepared to escort Lu Linlang back to the Immortal Academy, concerned that she might encounter danger along the way. He accompanied her until she could see the academy before bidding her farewell. Before parting, Lu Linlang cautioned Lu Jian not to clash with those individuals from today. She was already aware that the leader was the son of the prefect of Linen, understanding the gravity of the situation. Lu Jian readily agreed. "Of course, I will certainly avoid any conflict with them." As if to mock his own words, he thought otherwise. Upon returning to Tianshui Academy, Lu Jian sought out his master. "The academy head, you have arrived. Take a seat. Now, tell me, what has caused your cultivation to stagnate in the mid-nascent soul stage? I shall provide you with guidance." The academy head, Qin, was quite pleased to see Lu Jian take the initiative to seek him out. He hadn't anticipated that, just after telling Lu Jian he would offer him special training, the boy would come so promptly. Lu Jian smiled, bowing respectfully to Qin. "Master, I did not come to cultivate. I have something to report to you." Qin looked at him with curiosity, asking, "What is it? Do not hesitate to speak." Lu Jian nodded, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Master, I have decided to partake in the resource battle." Qin was momentarily taken aback by Lu Jian's announcement. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure. "You wish to participate in the resource battle?" At that moment, Qin felt deeply moved. This child was so driven. In a bid not to bring disgrace upon himself, he had voluntarily chosen to enter the fiercely competitive resource battle. However, despite his admiration, Qin felt compelled to advise, "Dear child, I must implore you not to do this. You could be killed." The cultivators allowed into the resource battle were all at the very least at the peak of the nascent soul stage, with numerous ascension stage participants as well. With Lu Jian's mid-nascent soul cultivation, entering would be akin to courting death. Especially since he was the academy head's direct disciple, he would undoubtedly attract attention. Who wouldn't wish to seize the opportunity to bestow a thrashing upon the academy's sole direct disciple? Afterward, even if they left the academy, they could boast of having bested the head's disciple. Yet, Lu Jian was hardly deserving of such notoriety. If he truly possessed strength, no one would dare provoke him. However, Jian had heard that his beloved student held a rather notorious title within the academy. Maxed out useless. Not only would his actions disgrace the academy, but Jian feared that Lu Jian might not even emerge from the resource battle unscathed. Noting the concern etched on his master's face, Lu Jian replied with determination, "Master, rest assured, this time I shall not bring shame upon you. I will not settle for anything less than first place, or, at the very least, second." Jian could only cover his face with his hands in exasperation, unable to believe a word of what Lu Jian had said. What on earth has gotten into you? Have you lost your senses? I forbade you from going." Lu Jian had anticipated this outcome, realizing that his prolonged idleness had eroded his master-esque confidence in him. Even if he told the truth now, it would not be taken seriously. But that was of little concern. The facts would speak for themselves. This resource battle was a commitment he would see through. "Master, I am not speaking in jest. I came to borrow some treasures for the resource battle." Jian angrily waved his hand, exclaiming that his disciple was on a path to self-destruction. "Leave. Focus on your cultivation and do not indulge in such unrealistic dreams." After departing from the headmaster's residence, Lu Jian let out a sigh. He had failed to procure any treasures from his master, yet he remained unperturbed. Ban and the others were still in Linen Prefecture, and seeking them out would suffice. After all, his reputation as a second-generation scion would soon spread, aligning well with his persona. Leaving the academy, Lu Jian returned to the tea house where he had previously met Ban. Ban had not yet departed, though the other two companions had already left. Upon seeing Ban again, Lu Jian felt a twinge of embarrassment. When there are matters at hand, I seek out Zhong Wuyan. When there are none, I turn to Xia Yingshan. Typically a nuisance, yet there were indeed matters only he could resolve. "Little brother, may I borrow some fine items from you? I am to engage in a resource battle and require some treasures." To enter the resource battle, one must present a certain amount of resources, for if one intends to seize from others, one must be prepared to be seized upon in turn. However, Lu Jian had little interest in the treasures of the cultivation world. Even the finest spiritual weapons could be shattered by his bare hands, rendering them of little use to him. Ban nodded without further inquiry. With a casual wave of his hand, an array of dazzling treasures spread across the tea house's private room. "Elder brother, choose what you wish, take whatever you desire." Lu Jian was rather straightforward, promptly selecting several inconspicuous treasures. After requesting a spatial ring from Ban, Lu Jian stored the treasures he had chosen. "Brother, there's one more favor I need to ask of you. I intend to confront a few individuals in public, one of whom is somewhat troublesome. Jian, the son of the provincial lord of Linen." Ban nodded before Lu Jian could finish, understanding that his elder brother wished to teach the young man a lesson under the guise of a righteous person. However, should the provincial lord intervene, it would be inconvenient for Lu Jian to reveal his identity, thus desiring Ban to take action. "No problem. Just let me handle it." Lu Jian felt gratified. His younger brother was indeed quite capable, making him reluctant to part with him. Ban, holding a folding fan, then asked, "By the way, brother, do you wish for him dead or alive?" Lu Jian paused, as he had not considered this aspect. "You decide." Ban nodded, uncertain of his brother's true intention. Typically, he would expect Lu Jian to want the man dead. Yet recently, Lu Jian had exhibited a gentler demeanor, leaving him indecisive. Even as Lu Jian departed, Ban refrained from inquiring further. After all, his role was to interpret his brother's wishes. How could he admit ignorance? Since his brother had not explicitly stated his desires, he would allow the young man to exist in a precarious state, waiting to gauge Lu Jian's intentions in due course. Chapter 59, Lu Jian, Mid-Yuanying, direct disciple of the Dean. The Resource War of Tianshui Academy occurs annually, marking the institution's grandest competitive event. This year's Resource War promises to be unprecedented in its scale. The battleground for this event is once again set in the undulating mountains of the western outskirts of Linen. The Linen region spans vast expanses with numerous desolate areas. 100 miles west of the main urban center lies the Wuhui mountain range, a territory rife with various demonic beasts. While Linen is predominantly human, numerous beasts still inhabit it. The demon and human races belong to different factions, yet it is nearly impossible to entirely prohibit these creatures from existing in human domains. Moreover, no one would attempt such an endeavor, as the human realm is also populated by demons and fiends, though in limited numbers, posing little threat. Furthermore, These demons and fiends can serve as a means for human cultivators to hone their skills. The Wuhui mountain range is a prime gathering spot for demons, shrouded in perpetual fog and toxic gas, rendering it inhospitable for human practitioners. Yet for the demons, it is a rare sanctuary. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Wuhui mountain range, Jian floated above the dense forest, surrounded by several elders from Tianshui Academy. Esteemed colleagues, this year's resource war will take place in this very area. All major factions in Linen will gather to witness our academy's competition. Jian instructed the elders to ensure the safety of the spectators beyond the designated battleground. The elders nodded in agreement. This reminder was routine, yet no untoward incidents had ever occurred. After all, this was still within the human domain. Although the other two races occasionally targeted human prodigies, they had yet to be foolish enough to act during such a grand event. The resource war was not only a significant occasion for Tianshui Academy, but also for Linen, as many powerful figures from various factions would converge here, both to support the academy and to scout for promising talents. The earlier they identified potential geniuses, the sooner they could plan accordingly. A nurtured talent is harder to network with than one still in their formative stages, whose horizons are limited and thus easier to connect with. Let's commence the array's setup. Observing no dissent among the assembly, Jian flipped his hand, conjuring a sphere resembling a dragon pearl. He hurled it into the air, where it began to spin. Shortly, the orb emanated radiant light, enveloping the surrounding area of the Wuhui mountain range. After completing this task, Jian felt a lingering unease. He circled the perimeter of the mountain range once more, and upon finding no irregularities, he entrusted the site to several elders and returned to the academy. 3 days later, the resource war would officially commence. The once desolate outskirts of the Wuhui mountain range suddenly buzzed with activity as countless cultivators gathered around the elevated platforms constructed by Tianshui Academy's formation. Among the crowd were not only academy students, but also independent cultivators from Linen, all eager not to miss this annual spectacle. At the entrance to the resource war, Jian observed the entrance as they filed in. He sighed in relief once most participants had entered, relieved that Jian heeded his advice and refrained from joining the competition. While there was no limit on participants, most students were aware of their own capabilities. Those not at the peak of yuanying would only invite humiliation by entering. After confirming that Jian was not among the entrants, Jian ascended to the platform. Just as he departed, Jian arrived. "Excuse me, is this where one registers for the resource war?" At the entrance, 2 junior sisters stood on either side, and upon seeing Jian, they quickly bowed. "Brother Lu." Jian nodded in acknowledgement. One of the junior sisters explained, "Yes, Brother Lu, this is indeed the entrance. You simply need to present the corresponding treasures you carry to gain entry." Without further ado, Jian displayed the items from his spatial ring. Upon witnessing the impressive quantity and quality of treasures, the sentinels at the entrance bowed once more. "Brother Lu, please proceed inside. The resource war will last for 3 days, and the exit will only open thereafter. Once you enter, you must remain for the entire duration, as no entry or exit will be permitted." Jian nodded, glancing around at the surrounding platforms, reminiscent of an arena. Excluding those participating in the resource war, it appeared all non-participating students had gathered. Tianshui Academy boasted thousands of students, yet only around 500 were involved in the competition. Wasting no more time at the entrance, Jian stepped into the area, cloaked by the formation. After Jian departed, the 2 junior sisters shared puzzled glances. "If I recall correctly, Brother Lu is only at mid-yuanying, right? Why would he participate in the resource war? Moreover, I've heard he is notoriously uninterested in seizing resources." They mused. It seems the rumors were mistaken. Though he claims not to care, he evidently does. After exchanging a few words, they remembered to record Jian's information. On the elevated platform surrounding the array, Jian had just taken his seat, and the heads of several prominent families offered him respectful bows. "Old Qin, you appear more vigorous than ever. It has been some time, and your cultivation seems to have advanced." Jian smiled and returned the gestures to the family heads seated beside him, all of whom were leading figures from various clans in Linen. Although Jian was not particularly fond of their company, the necessary decorum must be observed. Before them stood several enormous Yuan Guang mirrors, which would reflect the events occurring within the resource war in real time. Due to the vast scale of the battleground, ordinary cultivators could not witness the happenings therein. Thus, these metalite mirrors are required to reflect the intricate details of the resource battlefield. At present, the resource battle has yet to commence officially. Only one Metalight mirror, recording the participants' information, displays lines of bold text. While Director Jian converses casually with several clan heads, a name suddenly materializes upon the mirror. Lu Jian, mid-stage nascent soul, personally instructed by the director. Chapter 60. The resource battle commences. As soon as this information appeared, it swiftly ascended to the top of the leaderboard, standing out conspicuously. "Oh, is this your esteemed disciple, Elder Jian? Quite remarkable indeed," remarked one of the clan heads. A mid-stage nascent soul cultivator participating in the resource battle. "How extraordinary!" Hearing the praises from the clan heads beside him, Director Jian was momentarily taken aback. He hastily glanced towards the Metalight mirror not far off, and, sure enough, saw Lu Jian's name displayed prominently. Upon looking again at the formation of the resource battlefield, he spotted a familiar figure at the entrance. That ungrateful disciple. Thinking this, Director Jian maintained his composure, forcing a smile as he nodded at the clan heads. Indeed, he is quite the troublesome disciple. The clan heads, noticing Jian's demeanor, hurriedly waved their hands in protest. "You are too modest, Elder Jian. Your disciple must possess extraordinary talent. How can one deem him as troublesome?" They insisted. With mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, he dares to partake in the resource battle. This audacity alone is beyond what ordinary individuals can match. You haven't taken on disciples in a century. This is your sole direct disciple in 100 years. He must possess exceptional qualities. Feeling increasingly awkward, Director Jian smiled sheepishly. The more they praised, the more uncomfortable he felt. It would be better to shift the conversation and divert their attention from Lu Jian. However, as often is the case, events defied his wishes. Before he could change the topic, the crowd erupted in astonished gasps. "Look, Senior Brother Lu is also participating in the resource battle within Tianshui Academy." No one was unaware of Lu Jian. His status as the director's direct disciple was indeed glaring. Moreover, he donned a unique outfit exclusive to direct disciples, making it nearly impossible to overlook. Mid-stage nascent soul. How dare he? If he were truly a genius, it would be one thing, but he was unfortunately an utter failure. Any fully realized nascent soul cultivator could easily overpower him. Though Lu Jian had decent relations within the academy, there were still those who deemed him unworthy of his reputation. At this moment, many in the stands shook their heads in resignation. Listening to the surrounding discussions, the clan heads beside Director Jian were left in shock. From their words, it seemed that while Lu Jian was indeed the director's direct disciple, he was regarded as a mediocre failure. The clan heads exchanged awkward smiles, tacitly avoiding the topic and turning a deaf ear to the surrounding chatter, as if they had not heard anything at all. Director Jian sat upright in his seat, maintaining a composed expression. However, deep down, he wished he could split the earth and hide within it. He exhaled deeply, his lips twitching involuntarily. Everyone, please enjoy this exquisite brew unique to Tianshui Academy. Do not hold back." Upon hearing this, the clan heads hurriedly lifted their cups, downing their drinks before exclaiming, "Excellent wine. Truly exceptional. Tianshui Academy is indeed, truly." One individual intended to express the abundance of talent, but considering Director Jian's feelings, ultimately refrained from voicing it. After sharing a drink, the area in the center of the stands fell into an awkward silence once more, while the surroundings remained abuzz with conversation. Amid this chatter, the resource battle had officially commenced. At this moment, the Metalight mirrors began to display the unfolding scenes, originally focused on several esteemed talents from Tianshui Academy. They were now overshadowed by a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. All eyes were drawn to one particular Metalight mirror, showcasing Lu Jian's figure. At this moment, Lu Jian was swiftly navigating through the forest. The resource battlefield was extensive, with hundreds of cultivators concentrated in this area, yet encountering one another was no easy feat. Other cultivators had concealed themselves, unwilling to reveal their positions. However, Lu Jian harbored no such concerns. He had come here for one purpose, to engage in battle, especially with Jian, whom he intended to confront directly. The mist within the formation was noticeably thinner compared to other regions of the Wuhui mountain range, and the lurking beasts had already vacated the area. After traversing the forest for several hours, Lu Jian had yet to encounter anyone. This left him somewhat vexed. It seemed everyone was waiting to play it safe, hoping to strike during the latter stages of the resource battle when resources became concentrated among a few individuals. At that point, they could conserve their energy and acquire more resources. In the stands, the spectators were equally puzzled by Lu Jian's erratic behavior. What was he doing? Did he possess no experience whatsoever? Even without experience, surely he had heard others speak of such matters. Why was he running around aimlessly? Was he not exhausting himself for no reason? Heaven forbid he tire himself out before the actual battle began. Yet within the resource battlefield, Lu Jian did not perceive his actions as wasteful. His spiritual sea was 100 times that of an ordinary person's. This minor expenditure was far outweighed by his capacity for absorption and hardly constituted a drain. After searching a while longer, Lu Jian finally caught sight of a figure. It was a young man clad in Tianshui Academy attire, calmly standing in his path, neither dodging nor flinching. Upon Lu Jian's approach, the young man greeted him with a casual bow. "Ah, senior brother Lu, I did not expect you to participate in the resource battle." Lu Jian paused, recognizing the individual before him. "Oh, junior brother Qi, have you seen Ji Xian?" Qi Yunju, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Ah, senior brother Lu, you seek Ji Xian? I have not seen him. Perhaps you will not have the chance to meet him." Furrowing his brow, Lu Jian thought, "What? Is he dead?" Hearing Lu Jian's words, Qi Yunju was somewhat speechless. "Well, not exactly. However, since we have encountered each other here, I can no longer afford to regard our camaraderie." As Qi Yunju spoke, he bowed once more to Lu Jian. "Senior brother Lu, this is a resource battle. Although you have treated us lowly-born cultivators well, now that we are participants, do not blame me for taking action." Upon hearing Qi Yunju's words, Lu Jian smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, the spectators in the stands were keenly observing the unfolding scene. It appeared an altercation was imminent. Though Qi Yunju had just stepped into the full realization of nascent soul, he was no ordinary cultivator. Senior brother Lu, being only a mid-stage nascent soul, could hardly be a match for junior brother Qi. When the time came, losing resources would be a minor issue, but according to the traditions of resource battles, Qi Yunju would show no mercy. Senior brother Lu was likely to be beaten to the point of being unable to compete. Chapter 61, Unrivaled at the Same Stage. Witnessing Lu Jian face Qi Yunju, Director Qin let out a deep sigh and then turned his face away. Perhaps it was for the best. An early conclusion would prevent his disciple from wandering aimlessly on the resource battlefield. He did not believe Lu Jian stood a chance against Qi Yunju, after all. One was mid-stage nascent soul, while the other was fully realized. A near impossibility for victory. The clan heads beside him, witnessing the spectacle, also averted their gazes, focusing on other metalite mirrors. "Oh, is it the scion of the Lin family? Indeed, remarkable. Look at that hiding posture, quite intriguing. Who is this talented individual?" To my astonishment, I have discovered a cave inhabited by an otherworldly beast. Indeed, it is a remarkable place, offering both opportunities for offense and retreat. The crowd, in an unspoken agreement, refrained from gazing at Lu Jian's Yuan Guang mirror, despite it being the sole source of combat at that moment. Hearing the murmurs from those around, several clan heads realized that Lu Jian was undoubtedly destined for defeat, and a dismal one at that. It was perhaps best not to witness the impending loss, allowing Dean Qin a modicum of dignity. Within the resource battlefield, Lu Jian regarded Qi Yunzhou, whose aura radiated the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, and smiled. "Junior brother Qi, it is I who should feel embarrassed. However, you may keep your treasures. I shall refrain from taking them." Qi Yunzhou, lacking a spatial ring, carried his treasures with him. Momentarily taken aback by Lu Jian's words, Qi Yunzhou was swiftly caught off guard as Lu Jian vanished from his previous location. When he reappeared, it was directly before Qi Yunzhou. Without hesitation, Qi Yunzhou unleashed a punch. Lu Jian made no attempt to evade, channeling 100-fold of spiritual energy to return the strike. The collision was thunderous. Spiritual energy erupted in a dazzling display. Qi Yunzhou let out a pained cry and was sent sprawling. Before he could reach the ground, Lu Jian was upon him once more. "Junior brother Qi, you should rest here for a moment." With that, and under Qi Yunzhou's terrified gaze, Lu Jian struck the side of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Casting a glance at the now incapacitated Qi Yunzhou, Lu Jian pressed on, weaving through the forest. In the stands, silence reigned. All present gaped in shock at the unfolding spectacle. Soon, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. "Am I seeing things? What on earth is happening? One blow. Just one blow. He couldn't withstand a single strike." Listening to the students' exclamations, Dean Qin felt utterly humiliated, covering his forehead in despair. How embarrassing. Not even able to withstand a single blow. After all, Qi Yunzhou was a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner. Surely, He should have managed to exchange a few moves. And Qi and Zhou, couldn't he have shown me a bit of respect? With a furrowed brow, Qin chose to ignore the Yuan Guang mirror. At that moment, he was preoccupied with contemplating whether to assign Qi and Zhou to sweep the alchemy furnace or to have him tend to the chickens behind the academy. Meanwhile, the stands erupted with cheers. Senior brother Liu is incredible. No wonder he is the dean's prized disciple. He is merely a mid-stage nascent soul, yet he has defeated a peak practitioner with a single attack. How absurd! Dean Qin frowned, sensing something amiss in the fervent voices. It seemed as though Lu Jian had indeed bested Qi and Zhou. He cautiously looked towards the astonished clan heads beside him, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground as they stared at the Yuan Guang mirror. Is this a trick of the light? To compete with a peak nascent soul at mid-stage is nothing short of prodigious. He actually incapacitated a peak practitioner with a single blow. Hastily, Dean Qin turned his gaze to the Yuan Guang mirror, but by then, Lu Jian had already concluded his battle and was once again traversing the forest. Yet, this was enough to signify everything. Lu Jian had triumphed, and decisively so. Dean Qin straightened his posture, nodding sagely. Quite impressive. Remarkable indeed. The clan heads exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Dean Qin, how did you train this disciple of yours? A mid-stage nascent soul completely overpowering a peak practitioner. Such talent is beyond comprehension. Listening to their astonishment, Dean Qin could not help but smile knowingly. What a jest. I have not imparted any teachings. It is all due to innate talent. This lad hides his abilities well. To defeat higher-tier opponents, his spiritual reservoir must be extraordinary. At that moment, the burden that had weighed heavily on Dean Qin for months lifted as he finally felt a sense of fulfillment in life. No longer would anyone dare label him as having taken on a waste of potential. This was no mere waste. This was a true genius among geniuses. Within the resource battlefield, Lu Jian's presence stirred the atmosphere. He was exuding an air of confidence. His figure was everywhere on the battlefield. Initially, many had kept their distance, but witnessing such a prime target, they could no longer restrain themselves and emerged from their hiding spots, eager to seize the resources Lu Jian possessed. However, Lu Jian was an unstoppable force. Like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, he charged at any who confronted him, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. His spiritual energy surged like the ocean, seemingly inexhaustible. The entirety of the battlefield was left in awe. What has happened? When did senior brother Liu become this formidable? We cannot compete. It's impossible. Who spread the rumors that he was merely a waste? His spiritual energy is abundant, and his combat skills are incredibly diverse. On the battlefield, dazzling martial techniques continuously unfolded. One peak practitioner, engaged with Lu Jian, was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the onslaught. How many high-tier techniques has he mastered? Some I have never even heard of. At this moment, Lu Jian had captured everyone's attention, and no one dared to regard him as an ordinary mid-stage nascent soul practitioner. Thus, he unleashed his full potential. Yet, Lu Jian's advantages were glaringly obvious. Despite being able to hold his ground for a time, defeat was inevitable. Senior brother Liu, I concede, the practitioner shouted. If he did not yield now, he would surely be engulfed by the raging spiritual energy. With that declaration, the cacophony of martial techniques finally ceased. Zhao Qinghu gasped for breath. His long sword dulled and devoid of luster. He could no longer endure. If the battle continued, he would likely meet his end here. Senior brother Liu, I admire your prowess. I concede. As he spoke, Zhao Qinghu began to remove his belongings, offering them to Lu Jian. You may take whatever treasures you desire. Descending from the air, Lu Jian surveyed the items Zhao Qinghu presented. I'm not interested. Have you seen Ji Xian? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinghu paused. Yixuan? So you're looking for him? He understood now. Lu Jian's participation in the resource battle was not merely for resources, but to settle a personal vendetta. Though unaware of the specifics of their conflict, Zhao Qinghu was still impressed by Lu Jian's courage. Senior brother Liu, I advise you to hide for now. Ji Xian may be a second-generation heir, but he is unlike others who rely on pills to elevate their cultivation. His strength ranks among the top 10 in our academy. Do not be deceived by his arrogant demeanor. His power is not to be underestimated. If you have grievances, I suggest you bide your time. Lu Jian, unfazed, chuckled lightly. Are you implying that you've encountered him? Zhao Qinghu shook his head, responding, not personally, but I did see Lin Jiang earlier. He is Jian's right-hand man and should know his whereabouts. He gestured towards a direction. Lu Jian followed the direction indicated by his companion's finger. Yet the mist obscured his vision, rendering everything indistinct. "Thank you, Zhao Shidi," Lu Jian declared, immediately dashing towards that direction. Zhao Qinghu stared in astonishment at this scene. Words of caution caught in his throat. He had intended to dissuade Lu Jian from acting impulsively. While Lu Jian was capable of besting a consummate practitioner like himself, standing against those privileged heirs here would yield him little chance of victory. Although Lin Jiang was also a master of the yuanying stage, he possessed wealth. Having already hired an early-stage transformation master and several other consummate practitioners. No matter how exceptional Lu Jian was, he could not contend against such a multitude of cultivators alone. Zhao Qinghu's sentiments were echoed by the spectators in the stands, who could not help but shake their heads in dismay. Senior Lu is too reckless. Lin Jiang may be manageable, but the group of cultivators he has employed is formidable. The individuals accompanying Lin Jiang were indeed talented, albeit lacking the resources necessary for their cultivation, which compelled them to join Lin Jiang's retinue. Even if it were only Senior Lin Bei who engaged, he alone would suffice to overpower Senior Lu. An early-stage transformation master against a mid-stage yuanying practitioner, Lu Jian stood no chance whatsoever. Din Qin, overhearing the murmurs around him, could not help but furrow his brow. His disciple had proven his talent, yet his temperament left much to be desired. Even prodigies require time to mature. To act against one's better judgment, knowing defeat was inevitable, was not valorous but rather foolish. As he observed Lu Jian drawing closer to Lin Jiang's group on the Yuanguang mirror, Din Qin felt as though he were seated on a bed of nails. Although the resource battlefield prohibited killing, it permitted infliction of harm. Should Lu Jian falter, it was highly likely that Lin Jiang would not easily relent. If he intervened to rescue him, it would contravene the Academy's rules. Conversely, should he refrain from acting, his only direct disciple might be rendered incapable. Din Qin anxiously scrutinized the Yuanguang mirror, his palms growing clammy with sweat. The heads of various clans watched the unfolding scene with regret, shaking their heads in disapproval. They all acknowledged Lu Jian's exceptional talent, yet his temperament was sorely lacking. Initially, they had entertained thoughts of recruiting Lu Jian, but that notion was now tacitly abandoned. A prodigy incapable of growth was of less worth than one with slightly inferior qualifications. After all, those without a future were hardly worth courting. In the resource battlefield, Lu Jian remained oblivious to the discussions surrounding him. He was presently searching in the direction Zhao Qinghu had indicated. Before long, Lu Jian indeed heard a cacophony of curses, seemingly directed at Lin Jiang. At this moment, Lin Jiang stood before a pile of rubble, a man beneath him clutching his chest and glaring up at him with fury. "Huh, what happened to your previous arrogance? Why the silence now? You and your sister have offended me, yet you dare to participate in the resource battle. Was it merely for slapping that little wretch twice? If I were to kill her, you would just have to endure it." Lin Jiang's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as he slowly leaned down towards the injured man. "What? Realizing you cannot escape, are you intent on fighting me? Do you think you are worthy? I would deign to notice your sister. Is her good fortune? Still not convinced? Let me tell you, staying at the academy is a privilege for you. Dare to return home without permission, and I will make you aware of the power of the Lin family." As Lin Jiang spoke, he forcefully stomped on the man's wound, eliciting a pained scream and a cold sweat. "Lin Jiang, if you have the guts, face me one-on-one. Hiding behind these lackeys is no bravery." Hearing this, Lin Jiang's companions displayed displeasure. One cultivator addressed the man on the ground. "Lu Shidi, I apologize, but we are merely following orders. Just admit your fault, and this will all be over." Lu Yunfeng shot a disdainful glance at the speaker. "Go to hell. Your sister is bullied by this brute daily, and you expect me to apologize? Since you offer us no way out, then let us all perish." The man spoke through gritted teeth, his expression grim, yet he refrained from retorting. Upon hearing Lu Yunfeng's words, Lin Jiang's smile turned cruel. "All perish? You lowly beings dare to speak such words? Your worthless lives are not fit to be compared with mine." Lin Jiang once more stomped down on Lu Yunfeng's injury. "Ah!" Lu Yunfeng cried out in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably. "What? You think marrying your sister to me is a hardship? Are you resentful towards me or the Lin family? Today, you will learn that offending the Lin family means you will not leave Linen City unscathed." As Lin Jiang crouched down, he declared, "I will render you powerless, and then we shall see if you dare to bark at me." He extended his hand, a layer of spiritual energy enveloping his palm, slowly moving it toward Lu Yunfeng's dantian. Do not think that a modicum of talent allows you to challenge the Lin family. Clearly, you have yet to grasp your own place. I will make you a cripple without a dantian, and then I shall relish watching you beg me to accept your sister. Lu Yunfeng, overwhelmed by despair, closed his eyes, devoid of the strength to resist. Even if he possessed the will to fight, he could not hope to kill Lin Jiang under the protection of so many masters. Regret consumed him, wishing he could shield his loved ones from this torment. Originally, he had intended to risk his life in this resource battle, unaware of the transformation masters surrounding him. Now, as he faced the prospect of becoming a cripple, Lu Yunfeng was engulfed in hopelessness. The searing pain scorched his abdomen, the sharp spiritual energy piercing through his flesh towards his dantian. Lin Jiang, unhurried and seemingly savoring the slow torment, was enjoying this methodical cruelty. Suddenly, a whimpering voice emerged from the nearby woods. "No, don't. I will go with you. Please do not harm my brother." Lin Jiang's lips curled into a smile. He had been awaiting this very voice. He halted his actions, rising slowly to regard Lu Miao as she stepped out from the forest. "Ah, junior sister, you have finally decided to show yourself?" Seeing the silhouette standing at the edge of the woods, Lu Yunfeng was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining his senses, he roared in fury. "Who told you to come here? You were supposed to escape while you had the chance." Tears streamed down Lu Miao's face as she gazed at Lu Yunfeng. "Brother, you will die." Lu Yunfeng could not contain a cough of blood, seething. "Even in death, it is no concern of yours. You. Lin Jiang chuckled derisively. "How touching. However, I never said I would kill you, brother. The Academy has rules against killing. However, if he happens to be rendered incapacitated, that is not my fault." Observing Lin Jiang's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Miao trembled uncontrollably. Wiping her tears away, she stammered, "Let my brother go, and I will go with you." Lin Jiang regarded Lu Miao with a cold smile. "Kneel. Is this how you plead?" Lu Miao froze, tightly gripping her skirt, her pale hands quivering uncontrollably. Lin Jiang reveled in the moment, about to speak when one of the nearby cultivators sighed. "Lin Jiang, that is enough. Lu Shimi usually bears with everything in the academy. Why must one press her so hard?" Lin Jiang cast a contemptuous glance at the man, sneering coldly. "Take your money, handle your affairs, and spare me the trivialities. If you dare to betray me at the last moment, this will be your fate." As he spoke, Lin Jiang once again stomped his foot on Lu Yifeng's chest. The other cultivator glanced at Lin Jiang, but, recalling the Lin family's influence in Linen Prefecture, could only swallow his anger. He could not remain in the academy forever. Once outside, the Lin family's power would make retaliation exceedingly simple. Witnessing this scene, Lu Miao's tears flowed anew as she gazed at Lu Yifeng, who was on the verge of losing consciousness, slowly releasing her grip on her skirt's hem. "Fine, I will kneel." At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Facing such a behemoth as the Lin family, her so-called talent felt like a mere joke. Lin Jiang nodded in satisfaction, pleased that he achieved the desired effect. He wanted these people to understand the methods of the Lin family in the resource battle. Thus, if anyone dared to offend him in the future, they would think twice. Lin Jiang's eyes turned cold as he watched Lu Miao slowly bend her knees. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment compelled him to reveal a disdainful sneer. On the viewing platform, the assembled cultivators were seething with indignation. This brute, not only bullying others, but also humiliating them. Lu Shidi and Lu Shimi had done nothing to offend him, just because he had taken a fancy to Lu Shimi. He was forcing her to her doom. The Lin family was far too oppressive. Are we, the lower-tier cultivators, not human? A warrior may be killed, but must not be humiliated. Lin Jiang should be expelled from the academy. The crowd erupted in furious shouts, causing the Lin family head to darken in countenance. Silence. The Lin family is not something you can discuss. Finally, unable to contain himself, he slammed his palm down in anger. An overwhelming pressure radiated from him, causing the cultivators present to turn pale, their shouts dying down immediately. Beside him, Dean Sheen frowned in discontent, then waved his hand, causing the invisible pressure to vanish without a trace. "I will not interfere with the duels within the resource battle, but if this escalates outside, do not blame me for being impolite." Hearing Dean Sheen's warning, the Lin family head finally regained his composure and quickly clasped his hands in apology. "I was out of line." Dean Sheen remained silent. The resource battle was intended to allow students to experience the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Lin Jiang's actions were indeed excessive, but such incidents were merely the tip of the iceberg in this brutal reality. Watching Lu Jian draw closer to Lin Jiang's location in the Yuanguang mirror, Dean Xin sighed helplessly. He feared his disciple might meet a tragic end here. In the resource battlefield, Lu Miao slowly bent her knees. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a gust of wind lifted her up. "Lu Shimi, what are you doing?" Upon hearing that calm voice, everyone's gaze turned towards Lu Miao's side. There stood a young man clad in dark garments, curiously observing her. "Lu, brother Lu." Lu Miao was astonished at the sudden appearance of the eldest disciple of Qianshui Academy, Lu Jian. Lu Jian frowned, having missed the preceding events. He arrived just in time to witness Lu Miao preparing to kneel before Lin Jiang. He turned, looking angrily at Lin Jiang and his companions. "I just learned that in our academy, one must perform such grand gestures upon seeing a senior brother. Lin Jiang, and the rest of you, do you have an issue with me? Why is it that when you see me, you merely call me senior brother and nothing more?" Lin Jiang and his companions were taken aback. They had not expected Lu Jian to participate in a resource battle. Once they regained their composure, Lin Jiang felt a surge of excitement. He had not sought Lu Jian, yet Lu Jian dared to approach him. Chapter 64. Those who are heartbroken should not listen to slow songs. The companions beside Lin Jiang quickly clasped their hands. "Brother Lu." Lin Jiang sneered derisively. "What brother Lu? Just a useless waste who cannot cultivate. Outside the resource battlefield, I might still show you some respect for the dean's sake. But here, what are you worth?" As Lin Jiang spoke, he slowly approached Lu Jian. Having reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, he regarded Lu Jian, who was merely at the mid-nascent soul stage, with disdain. "Since you have come to me, I shall take good care of you for Brother Ji. Let you understand that some people are not to be trifled with." Lin Jiang revealed a cruel smile and charged directly at Lu Jian. He decided to take matters into his own hands. A mid-nascent soul cultivator was easy prey. "Brother Lu, be careful." Seeing Lin Jiang suddenly attack, Lu Miao exclaimed in alarm. Lu Jian cast a casual glance. Such cultivation, relying on pills, was superficial and lacked foundation, far inferior to those at the peak of the nascent soul stage. On the viewing platform, seeing his son actively attack Lu Jian, the head of the Lin family turned pale. Jiang Er had failed to recognize Lu Jian's terrifying combat prowess and mistakenly regarded him as a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Others watching couldn't help but chuckle. He had such a strong protective entourage, but chose to make a fool of himself. Now he had truly met his match. In the resource battlefield, Lu Jian calmly observed Lin Jiang charging at him with reckless abandon. When Lin Jiang was almost upon him, he countered. Seeing Lu Jian dare to receive his palm strike, Lin Jiang's eyes lit up, seeking death. He barely uttered those words when the two palms collided. Boom! Lin Jiang felt as though he had crashed into an immovable barrier, unable to budge an inch. He was stunned. Looking at Lu Jian, who wore a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, panic began to set in. You! Lu Jian chuckled. "Oh, what is it? You were quite fond of calling me a top-level waste, weren't you? So what do you consider yourself?" The next moment, a torrent of spiritual power surged forth. Lin Jiang had no time to react before he was sent flying backward by this overwhelming force. Boom! It was only after several cultivators caught him that Lin Jiang managed to halt his flight. He looked at Lu Jian in terror, and just as he was about to speak, blood began to pour from the corner of his mouth. He quickly clutched his chest, roaring at his companions beside him. Capture him! Capture him!" His companions stood in shock, momentarily unable to recover from the previous scene. Lu Jian had utterly defeated Lin Jiang, who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, with only mid-nascent soul cultivation. "What are you waiting for? Capture him! Capture him!" As his companions remained motionless, Lin Jiang erupted in anger, pointing at Lu Jian and screaming frantically. He had been defeated by the very waste he had mocked. Who would still take him seriously from now on? Hearing Lin Jiang's words, his companions exchanged incredulous glances at Lu Jian. Perhaps Lin Jiang was simply too incompetent, allowing Lu Jian to defeat him without any defenses. If it were not for that, defeating a higher realm cultivator with a lower one was simply too extraordinary. Disregarding Lin Jiang, they turned to Lu Jian. "Brother Lu, we are merely here for the pay. Do not hold it against us." Their task was to ensure Lin Jiang's safety, but with him now in such a state, they felt it was somewhat inappropriate. If they did not subdue Lu Jian, they might find themselves without work in the future. This was their critical avenue for obtaining resources, and they could not risk their reputation in front of so many witnesses. The only transformation stage cultivator in the protective team, Lin Bei, waved at one of the men. Who should you go? The man nodded and proceeded towards Lu Jian. In Lin Bei's view, a true consummate Yuanying would suffice to resolve the situation at hand. As Lu Jian observed the approaching figure before him, he glanced down at Lu Yunfeng, who lay on the ground, gravely injured. Why not come to me all at once? You might as well attack together, he declared. Those who are sorrowful should refrain from slow songs. Let us indulge in something with a brisk tempo. The adversaries were momentarily taken aback by Lu Jian's words. Senior brother Lu, are we really going to join forces? They stammered. Lu Jian merely smiled and nodded, then soared into the air amidst their astonished gazes. Confusion spread among them, as they could not fathom Lu Jian's intentions. But in the next instant, the very fabric of space around them began to quiver, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards Lu Jian. What kind of monster is this? The speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy is simply terrifying. The onlooker's eyes widened in disbelief, having never witnessed someone draw an energy at such an alarming rate. Before they could recover from their shock, Lu Jian suddenly sprang into action. A resplendent blade of light sliced down swiftly from his hand. Boom! A consummate practitioner wielding a long sword met this strike. His expression shifted dramatically. Be careful. His power is that of a consummate being. Do not treat him as merely a mid-Yuanying cultivator. Upon hearing this, the others drew their weapons with grave expressions, warily eyeing Lu Jian suspended in midair. Lu Jian chuckled softly and then began to unleash a flurry of attacks with his arms. In the next moment, an array of heavenly tier martial skills poured down. Boom! 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 Lu Jian's movements were astonishingly swift. The tranquil battlefield transformed into chaos as an overwhelming barrage of martial techniques erupted, sending dust and debris flying. The terrifying waves of energy engulfed the battlefield, leaving the few cultivators within it dazed. Just a moment ago, all seemed calm, yet they were now surrounded by a tempest of martial prowess. Each technique was a heavenly tier skill, each imbued with the strength of a consummate being. What was most alarming was that none of them were repeated. By the heavens, how many heavenly tier martial skills has he mastered? Even if one were to start learning from birth, it would be impossible to casually wield a heavenly tier martial technique. The relentless bombardment of martial skills left them reeling. At this point, there was no chance for retaliation. Merely surviving under such a deluge of energy was already a stroke of fortune. Lu Jian hovered high above, resembling an unyielding machine. He relentlessly propelled his arms, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon Lin Jiang and the others. Let you experience the sheer firepower of our predecessors, the cannonade of Van Fleet. But I wonder, do you possess the resolve to endure it? This particular maneuver had no other advantage but its sheer abundance. The overwhelming quantity was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Fear stemmed from a lack of spiritual energy. Yet at this moment, Lu Jian was entirely free from such concerns. Chapter 65. Divine Tier Martial Skill, the Great Wilderness Hand Seal. During the past few months, Lu Jian had devoted himself to studying in the library. On the surface, he appeared to learn nothing, but in reality, he had thoroughly practiced nearly half of the martial skills contained therein. Now, the bombardment of martial techniques from the library of Tianshui Academy was enough to stagger not only several consummate beings, but even those of the transformation god stage. In the stands, as they witnessed the explosive scene reflected in the Yuanguang mirror, the vast assembly of thousands fell into a stunned silence. Never had they seen such a display in battle. One individual exuded the might of an entire army. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer. Senior brother Lu, strike him, strike him. Do not let them bully us. It turned out that senior brother Lu had not even exerted himself earlier. When confronting other disciples, he had been holding back. Now he unleashed his full power. The senior brother of Tianshui is truly fearsome. Unlike the others, upon witnessing Lu Jian's horrifying rate of energy absorption, Dean Xin and several clan heads stood up in astonishment. A hundredfold. His spiritual C is at least 100 times that of an ordinary person. What kind of monster is this? A hundredfold spiritual C. The rate at which he consumes energy cannot possibly keep up with how fast he absorbs it. Battling him at the same level is akin to signing one's own death warrant. Just by virtue of this hundredfold spiritual C, no one could outlast him. In the next moment, Lu Jian unleashed his martial skills, leaving the spectators once again in awe. Previously, when Lu Jian faced opponents, he had displayed numerous techniques. But the quantity he wielded now was incomparable. If his earlier martial skills were akin to a light drizzle, then what followed was a torrential downpour, overwhelming enough to leave one's scalp prickling. What kind of talent does he possess? A normal person would find it exceedingly challenging to learn even 8 or 10 martial skills. Surely, he cannot have mastered them all with just a single glance, can he? In the resource battlefield, Lu Jian continued his relentless bombardment, showing no signs of pausing. The cultivators below were in disarray. They had not even managed to fend off one heavenly tier martial skill before another descended upon them. Even with their consummate strength, they could not withstand the unceasing onslaught of heavenly tier techniques. Lin Shixiao, why aren't you making a move? If this continues, we shall perish here. Lin Bei dragged the gravely injured Lin Jiang to safety and returned to the group. Observing the frantic efforts of his comrades, a tempest of anxiety swirled within him. Could this truly be the capability of a mid-Yuanian cultivator? Looking towards the similarly injured Lu Yunfeng, he noted that despite the chaotic bombardment, Lu remained unharmed. This was utterly terrifying. It indicated that Lu Jian's control over power had reached an unfathomable level. The abundance of martial skills was matched only by their precision. Flowing like an extension of his own limbs, chaos interwoven with order. Lin Bei exhaled deeply, raising his gaze towards Lu Jian, suspended above. It was time for him to intervene. Otherwise, a few consummate beings could not hope to stop Lu Jian. Lin Shixiao, quickly. We cannot endure any longer. Interrupt him. Stop him. The consummate cultivators were nearly in tears, desperately wishing for a moment's respite. If this continued, they would either be struck down or exhausted to death. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei wasted no time. He drew the long sword from his back and swung it towards the descending martial skills. The terrifying energy cleaved a path. Lin Bei soared into the air, charging directly towards Lu Jian. Senior brother Lu, enough is enough. With me here, no amount of heavenly tier martial skills will avail you. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bei closed the distance to Lu Jian, his gaze resolute, the icy blade of his sword aimed directly at Lu Jian. Witnessing this scene, the spectators in the stands gasped in alarm. It's over. Lin Bei, at the early transformation god stage. Yet even so, he was still a full realm above senior brother Lu. The flicker of hope ignited in the crowd was swiftly extinguished. With Lin Bei present, senior brother Lu was indeed. Just as the crowd could not help but lament, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once more. The storm of martial skills abruptly halted, vanishing without a trace. The consummate cultivators below finally had a moment to catch their breath. Seeing Lu Jian abandon this futile assault, Lin Bei smiled. But before he could launch an attack on Lu Jian, he suddenly felt a paralyzing pressure descending from above. His pupils constricted, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at Lu Jian. There stood Lu Jian, a faint smile gracing his features high above in the sky, his hands forming a peculiar seal. Upon recognizing the seal, Lin Bei felt a chill run through him. Divine tier martial skill. The Great Wilderness Hand Seal. How is this possible? Lin Bei could hardly believe that Lu Jian could perform a divine tier martial skill, one only accessible to those at the transformation god stage. Yet he could not afford to be unprepared. Lin Bei hurriedly sheathed his sword, attempting to shield himself, but it was too late. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy converged upon Lu Jian, and in the next moment, it transformed into an overwhelming pressure that crashed down towards Lin Bei. With a calm demeanor, Lu Jian coldly commanded, "Sit down." Boom! Lin Bei's body was propelled back to the ground like a cannonball. As dust billowed around, it quickly dissipated, revealing a terrifying deep pit. At this moment, Lin Bei lay at the center of the pit, struggling to support himself on his long sword, attempting to rise to his feet, yet failing repeatedly. He had endured an attack meant only for those who had reached the divine transformation stage, and his consciousness remained intact solely because of his concurrent cultivation of the physical body. Otherwise, he would not have withstood such a blow. Lu Jian slowly descended, gazing at Lin Bei with a smile. "Lin Shitty, shall we continue?" Lin Bei let out a bitter laugh, slumping helplessly to the ground. He raised his long sword, pointing towards Lin Jiang, who had been dragged aside. Lu Shixiao, please go ahead." Lu Jian chuckled and immediately approached Lin Jiang, who was now alone, with no one daring to stand in his way. The several perfected practitioners instinctively took a few steps back. Lin Jiang had long lost his earlier composure. After witnessing Lu Jian's terrifying combat prowess, he realized the true nature of this monster. Why you? Don't come any closer. But his pleas were utterly futile as Lu Jian advanced step by step, causing Lin Jiang to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Jian stood before Lin Jiang, calmly observing his face contorted with fear. Where is Ji Xian? Lin Jiang shook his head in terror. I don't know. Lu Shixiang. I truly don't. Hearing this, a faint smile crossed Lu Jian's face. Ah, now you remember to call me Shixiang? Then you should understand what attitude is appropriate when facing your Shixiang Shiji. Lin Jiang was momentarily stunned. Huh? Just as he began to speak, Lu Jian's foot was already upon him. The piercing screams echoed throughout the resource battlefield. Only when Lin Jiang was left gasping for breath did Lu Jian finally relent with satisfaction. The surrounding practitioners stared in shock at this scene, yet none dared to intervene. It was evident that Lu Shixiang was exacting personal revenge, not merely fighting for resources. Chapter 66. Ji Xian on the viewing platform, witnessing his son's dire state. The head of the Lin family seethed with resentment. Yet Lu Jian had not violated any rules, which forced him to suppress his fury and maintain a facade of calm. At this moment, Ding Xin was also watching Lu Jian's performance through the Yuan light mirror, trembling with excitement, hardly believing what he was witnessing. A cross-boundary defeat of an opponent. This. Ding Xin understood all too well what this meant. Such a feat could only be accomplished with extraordinary talent. It wasn't just a matter of 100-fold spiritual see. It also required exceptional comprehension to grasp divine transformation techniques at the Yuan infant stage. With this thought, Ding Xin couldn't help but mutter in frustration, this boy, all along, he was merely pretending to be foolish. Ding Xin hurriedly rose, making his way to the viewing platform where several elders were seated. Elder Yu, where is the recommendation letter? The one from the Immortal Mansion Academy. He suddenly remembered the recommendation letter Dean Deng had given to Lu Jian. He had yet to see how Lu Jian's former dean had introduced this disciple. Elder Yu's expression was conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. In the Alchemy Institute, Ding Xin's expression turned serious, urging, quickly fetch it. I want to see it now. Elder Yu nodded hurriedly and left the platform, flying towards the academy. In the resource battlefield, after thoroughly dealing with Lin Jiang, Lu Jian lost interest in him. Witnessing Lu Jian's actions, Lu Yinfeng couldn't help but shed tears. Lu Miao supported her brother, approaching Lu Jian. Thank you, Lu Shixiang, for your assistance. We siblings have nothing to offer in return except for these treasures we brought into the resource battlefield, if you do not mind. Lu Jian smiled, observing the siblings retrieve their treasures. No need, it was merely a casual act. Upon hearing this, both siblings were somewhat at a loss. They understood that Lu Jian did not care for these resources. Lu Shixiang, since that is the case, we will repay this kindness in the future. Seeing their determination, Lu Jian helplessly shrugged, realizing that if he did not accept their gratitude, it would likely lead to endless insistence. All right, Shimmy, we can discuss it when the opportunity arises. The siblings nodded earnestly. Lu Jian then inquired of several others if they had seen Ji Xian, but all shook their heads in response. With no fruitful inquiries, Lu Jian set off to search for her himself. The resource battlefield was vast, and despite moving at high speed, he had only traversed a third of the entire area. On his journey, Lu Jian encountered several second-generation heirs associated with Ji Xian. He welcomed them all, striking without granting them an opportunity to react. In just one day, Lu Jian had nearly scoured the entire resource battlefield. Those second-generation heirs he encountered were all met with dire consequences, their bodies battered beyond recognition. How brutal! How merciless! Lu Shixiang is establishing his authority. No matter their identity or background, they all face punishment. After this battle, it was unlikely anyone would dare to underestimate Lu Shixiang again. However, why was Lu Shixiang relentlessly searching for Ji Xian? Was he intending to confront her as well? After all, she was the son of the Mansion Lord. If she were also to be punished, it would surely create a significant uproar. What are you afraid of? Our Lu Shixiang is the Dean's direct disciple. The Dean's cultivation is not inferior to the Mansion Lord's. If Lu Shixiang were to lose, there would be nothing more to discuss. But if he wins, the Mansion Lord may want to exploit his position. Yet our Dean is not one to be trifled with. Hearing the discussions around them, the expressions of several family heads grew increasingly grim. Yet at this moment, they dared not voice their anger. The status of Tianshui Academy in Linen Prefecture was not inferior to that of the city lord's mansion. The family heads cautiously glanced at Dean Sheen, who was seated in the main position, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding chatter. Yet they all knew well that this seemingly aloof elder was notoriously petty. Offending him would leave no possibility of leaving Linen Prefecture unscathed. If it were a disciple of the elders who was currently being punished, they would have already voiced their grievances. But before this profoundly skilled and meticulous elder, they truly did not dare to speak out. At that moment, as if sensing their gazes, Dean Sheen slowly opened his eyes. "TSK, my unruly disciple is good at everything except for his temper. Several esteemed ones. You would mind, would you?" Upon hearing this, the family heads hurriedly smiled and clasped their fists. "Dean Sheen, you speak too modestly. Those brats deserved a thorough lesson long ago. As long as they don't die, beat them as much as you like. Don't hold back." Dean Sheen nodded in satisfaction. He turned his gaze towards Lu Jian, who was currently pummeling another second-generation heir, reflecting, "My disciple is still not decisive enough. He is fine within the academy, but once outside, if he is already struck, he must eradicate the roots to avoid future troubles. After this incident concludes, I must have a word with Lu Jian to impart some of the savage rules of the cultivation world. My disciple is too kind-hearted. If he leaves the academy, he will inevitably suffer losses." In the resource battlefield, Lu Jian dealt with yet another group. The sky had darkened, yet he still had not found Ji Xian. The duration of the resource battle is 3 days, a period that would undoubtedly be unbearable for mere mortals. Yet for cultivators, it is but the blink of an eye. Particularly in the bustling city of Linen, young warriors do not perceive such continuous combat as a burden. Lu Jian glanced at the sky before advancing further ahead. Meanwhile, several young masters, whom Lu Jian had previously attended to, were fleeing deeper into the resource battlefield. Lu Jian was indeed ruthless, leaving them with lingering psychological scars. Threats proved futile, flaunting backgrounds did not sway him, and even their once effective temptations fell completely flat. They now wished to distance themselves from that fierce deity. In the depths of the outer region of the Wuhui mountain range, Ji Xian sat cross-legged by a small stream, observing the various cultivators engaged in combat nearby. "Haha, Junior Brother Yi, you must exert yourself. If you do not unleash your full potential, that Qilin demon fruit will surely end up in Senior Brother Yu's possession," Ji Xian remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he watched 2 individuals vying for a Qilin demon fruit. Chapter 67. I heard you've been looking for me? Ji Xian held little interest in the resource battle. His primary purpose for participating was merely to settle a personal score with Lu Jian. It would be far more entertaining to publicly humiliate this so-called top-tier waste than to engage in a resource battle. However, upon learning that Lu Jian would not be attending, Ji Xian's enthusiasm waned. Just days prior, he had deliberately humiliated Lu Jian's senior sister, Lu Linlang, at the academy's entrance, hoping to provoke Lu Jian into confronting him. Yet now it seemed that Lu Jian was too afraid to show up. This was understandable. After all, in the realm of cultivation, senior sisters, brothers, and juniors abound. Surely, he would not be foolish enough to act recklessly for the sake of a mere senior sister. Watching the 2 brothers fighting fiercely over a Qilin demon fruit brought Ji Xian immense satisfaction. Some aspire to become dogs, yet are unworthy of the title. Ji Xian had his own entourage, and at that moment, he was having them compete among themselves. It was a peculiar pleasure of his to witness their fervent battles over trivial treasures. "Excellent, excellent. This is more like it. Give it your all. Otherwise, you'll be left helplessly watching others seize your resources." Ji Xian casually tossed the Qilin demon fruit to the victorious man, while the opponent lay grievously injured on the ground. Blood flowed into the stream, staining the water crimson. Brother Ji! Brother Ji!" Cries of distress erupted from a short distance away as Ji Xian turned to see several injured individuals approaching him. They were clearly the remnants of a fierce battle. Ji Xian shook his head disdainfully. These useless scions who entered the academy through family connections were utterly helpless against real masters. The moment they saw Ji Xian, they could not contain their tears, rushing to him and crying out, Brother Ji, we must flee. Lu Jian is coming. He is searching for you. You must leave quickly. Do not let him catch you." Hearing their cries, Ji Xian's face turned a shade of green with rage. "Flee? Me, hiding from that waste?" The group instinctively took a step back at Ji Xian's furious expression. No, Brother Ji, please do not misunderstand. That Lu Jian is not a waste. He may only be at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, Yet even cultivators at the initial stage of spirit transformation are no match for him. Look at us. We encountered him and ended up like this. He even said he would settle scores with you. He vowed to tear you to pieces. Jian's expression darkened as he glared at the group. Are you all still half asleep? Nascent soul against spirit transformation. That waste. When Jian showed disbelief, one of the spirit transformation cultivators from his entourage, looking pained, nodded in confirmation. Indeed, he can wield divine-level martial skills, and I was no match for him. Jian's expression grew serious as he regarded the bloodied spirit transformation cultivator. He is searching for me? The others nodded urgently. Yes, Brother Ji, you must escape. He has gone mad. He strikes at first sight without negotiation. At this, Jian snorted coldly. With the eruption of his mid-stage spirit transformation power, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. You useless fools, you cannot even handle a mid-stage nascent soul. I have told you time and again, do not rely solely on pills to enhance your cultivation. Your true strength is your real asset. You fear him, but I do not even regard him. In that instant, the group seemed to awaken from a dream. Indeed, Brother Ji is the prodigy among prodigies at our Tianshui Academy. With mid-stage spirit transformation, his combat prowess ranks among the top 10 in the academy. He is not comparable to ordinary spirit transformation cultivators. That Lu Jian may defeat average spirit transformation cultivators, but he could never defeat Brother Ji. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with newfound hope. Yixuan, a veritable king among cultivators in this resource battlefield, was undoubtedly among the top 3. Not every capable cultivator in the academy chose to participate in the resource battle. Yet, Jian was indeed a figure to be reckoned with. Glancing at his companions, Jian spoke evenly, since that waste is so eager to seek death. Let us grant him the opportunity. Allow me to personally render him a true waste. Upon hearing Jian's words, the group's eyes gleamed with excitement. What had initially been a determination to avoid Lu Jian now transformed into the prospect of revenge. Lu Jian had been searching throughout the resource battlefield. By the second day, the atmosphere became lively as cultivators emerged from their hiding places to seek suitable opponents. However, no one dared to confront Lu Jian anymore. His achievements had spread throughout the battlefield, and he was no longer seen as an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. As Lu Jian navigated through the woods, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura approaching. He turned to find a blade of light hurtling toward his head. Lu Jian extended his hands, unleashing a blade of light to deflect the incoming attack. Following this assault, dozens of figures appeared before him. Recognizing these familiar faces, Lu Jian raised an eyebrow. These were the Scions he had previously defeated along with their entourage. What? Do you still wish to fight? The group remained silent, but a cold voice echoed from behind them. Hee, Brother Lu, I have heard you have been looking for me? Jian stepped forth from the crowd, a mocking smile on his lips. What is it? Is there something you wish to discuss? Seeing Jian, Lu Jian smiled. Of course there is something. Jian feigned curiosity, raising an eyebrow. Oh, pray tell. Lu Jian rolled his shoulders, speaking coldly. You will come to know. At Lu Jian's words, Jian could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, I fear you shall not have that opportunity. You are not even worthy of my attention. Survive the siege of these individuals before we converse. With a grin, Jian retreated behind his entourage. He gestured to 3 spirit transformation cultivators and several fully realized nascent soul cultivators encircling Lu Jian. These were the Scion's bodyguards, who had now united against him. Chapter 68. We are here to steal. Observing the surrounding cultivators who had regained their composure, Lu Jian frowned, unwilling to take decisive action. The situation has spiraled out of control. From the stands, the scene is utterly disgraceful. How could they dare to besiege Senior Brother Lu? He has always treated us well. Even if it were for money, he has already faced defeat. How can they still have the audacity to strike again? Alas, it seems that the motivation is not merely financial. Jian is the son of the Lord of the Manor, and these individuals certainly do not dare to offend him. What can we do? Are we to simply watch as Senior Brother Lu is assaulted? The cultivators in the stands are filled with righteous indignation, but at that moment, the scene reflected in the several Yuan Guang mirrors suddenly shifts. One by one, the cultivators spring into action, converging towards Lu Jian's location. Observing the battlefield's transformation, those in the stands are left bewildered. What is happening? Why is everyone moving in the same direction? Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Zhao, and Senior Sister Yi. They too have suffered at the hands of these second-generation Scions in the academy. Surely, They are not intending to join in the assault on senior brother Lu. Is there no justice left in the world? Within the resource battlefield, the God transformation cultivator facing Lu Jian offers a wry smile and bows slightly. Senior brother Lu, I apologize. Before he can finish his sentence, a young master nearby shouts in dissatisfaction. Why waste words with him? Attack! Whoever brings him down today will earn 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the God transformation cultivator lets out a deep sigh, then no longer hesitates. He raises his sword finger, condensing pure spiritual energy into a long sword in his hand. Let us move. The surrounding spiritual energy surges, and the few cultivators present exert themselves to the utmost, not daring to slacken. Lu Jian calmly surveys them, preparing for battle. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Dozens of figures rush out from the surrounding woods, instantly dispersing those encircling Lu Jian. Boom! In an instant, several individuals engage in combat with them. Zhao Shidi, what are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Lu Jian looks at the sudden reinforcements, feeling somewhat perplexed. Most of these people he recognizes. They have interacted in the academy. In the distance, Lin Jiang, seeing his escort engage with the Tianshui Academy students, roars in fury. What are you doing? Are you really going to help Lu Jian? Stand down. Do you have any idea what happens to those who offend us? Zhou Yi, amidst the fray, strikes back a God transformation cultivator, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Jiang, and snorts, "Humph. We are not here to help. This is a resource battle. We are here to seize the resources." The nearby group of young masters and mistresses suddenly falls silent, momentarily at a loss for words. These individuals, unwilling to confront them openly, have instead chosen to attack under the guise of a resource battle. Seize the resources? A group of them is simultaneously coming to take from them. Is such a coincidence possible? You. The gathered crowd seems to have ignored their shouts, and the resource battlefield erupts into chaos, a whirlwind of conflict. Senior brother Lu, go for that G fellow. He has the most valuable items. We want to compete with you. In an instant, the resource battlefield, previously marked by sporadic skirmishes, becomes lively. Cultivators continue to flock to this side, and even the second-generation scions who had previously scattered in flight rush over upon hearing the commotion. More and more participants join this grand melee, and in a heartbeat, the entire resource battlefield devolves into utter turmoil. On the stands, witnessing this scene, the crowd erupts into a chorus of ecstatic cheers. Who would have thought that on just the second day, they would witness a spectacle unprecedented in the history of resource battles? The cultivators participating in the resource battle and these second-generation scions have evidently harbored grudges for a long time, and once ignited, the conflict has turned lethal. In the resource battlefield, rampant spiritual energy wreaks havoc, and dazzling martial techniques whiz through the air. Yet, amidst the center of it all, Lu Jian remains composed and unfazed. Ji Xian gazes at his halted escort, then turns his attention to Lu Jian not far off. It seems there are indeed those who regard you as a true senior brother. In this linen manner, no one has dared to openly challenge the city lord's manner. Ji Xian states, slowly advancing towards Lu Jian. He stands tall, his God transformation cultivation radiating coldly, as he declares, "If you lack the power, you should humbly endure. Do not think that because you're the Dean's direct disciple, I cannot do anything to you. Do you believe that today, even if I incapacitate you, no one would dare to speak against it?" Lu Jian smiles, looking at the approaching Ji Xian. "Then, you might as well try." A cruel smile spreads across Ji Xian's face. "You brought this upon yourself." The next moment, his body transforms into a fleeting shadow, charging directly at Lu Jian. The terrifying force creates a series of sonic booms, moving so swiftly that his actions are nearly imperceptible. Lu Jian, unruffled, soars into the air, swiftly creating distance between him and Ji Xian. Ji Xian is indeed different from ordinary God transformation cultivators. His combat skills and mastery over spiritual energy far exceed those of typical cultivators. Seeing Lu Jian avoid a direct confrontation, Ji Xian scoffs, preparing to pursue. However, just as he makes his move, an overwhelming barrage of martial techniques descends. Ji Xian is momentarily taken aback, but quickly raises his palms, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that disperses the oncoming techniques. Simultaneously, Lu Jian unleashes a formidable Great Desolation Hand Seal, sensing the terrifying energy descending upon him. Ji Xian does not dare to be careless. A long spear formed from condensed spiritual energy materializes out of thin air, and as the spear appears, it hurtles towards Lu Jian's great desolation hand seal. Boom! A vast explosion of spiritual energy erupts, instantly severing several towering trees before them. Jian withstands the attack and looks up, disdainfully regarding Lu Jian. Is this your trump card? It may suffice against ordinary god transformation cultivators, but to defeat me, you are still far from it. Jian's figure soars into the air, launching an assault against Lu Jian in midair. He realizes that this brat is unwilling to engage in close combat. After all, he has not yet entered the god transformation realm. His body and speed remain at the nascent soul stage, and he dares not confront a god transformation cultivator head-on, seeing Jian eager for close combat. Lu Jian chuckles nonchalantly. He remains stationary, waiting for Jian to close in, before he delivers a powerful punch, colliding solidly with Jian. Chapter 69. Is he intending to perish alongside me? Each punch exchanged, Lu Jian surprisingly holds his ground. Jian, momentarily taken aback, quickly regains his composure. Not bad. To withstand my punch, you must have exerted all your strength. Jian remarks, launching another punch at Lu Jian. Yet this time, his punch is still deflected. After receiving this blow, Lu Jian shows no signs of fatigue. Jian feels a flicker of annoyance. He forces Lu Jian's arm aside, then strikes again. The two engage in a frenzied exchange of fists and feet, battling fiercely in midair, completely abandoning techniques, relying solely on raw physical strength, producing explosive sounds. Jian becomes increasingly alarmed. This waste can utilize god transformation techniques, but his physical strength is equally on par with mine. How is this possible? As a nascent soul cultivator, he can match me, a mid-stage god transformation cultivator, purely in physicality. Jian roars in frustration, his punches becoming even more ferocious. Yet no matter how swift his assault, Lu Jian seems to possess an uncanny resilience, effortlessly absorbing each blow. After a furious barrage, Jian finally manages to push Lu Jian back, creating some distance between them. This is impossible. You are merely a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. How can you withstand the physical strength of a god transformation cultivator? Jian exclaims, disbelief etched across his face, astonished that he has fought evenly in physical prowess with this waste. Lu Jian smiled and spoke, are you surprised? Indeed, I am at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. But are you unaware of a martial technique specifically designed to enhance the body? As he spoke, Lu Jian slowly extended his arms, and in an instant, they transformed into 3 pairs. Witnessing this scene, Jian instinctively took a step back. You have even practiced the techniques of the demon clan. Jian recognized this martial art as the 3 heads and 6 arms of the demon clan. Although it originated from the demons, it has circulated among the human race as well. The library at the Tianshui Academy happened to contain this technique, but due to its immense difficulty, few have succeeded in mastering it. Hence, Jian had never considered this aspect before. This martial art is designed to fortify the body with astonishing effects. No wonder it is a martial technique. However, I wonder how long you can sustain it. Martial arts are not innate talents. They cannot be relied upon indefinitely. Although Lu Jian has manifested the 3 heads and 6 arms, maintaining it is impossible. This technique not only consumes spiritual energy, but also depletes bodily functions. Even if his spiritual energy can endure the consumption, his body cannot sustain it. Jian launched another attack, knowing that even if he could only match Lu Jian, as long as he persisted, victory would eventually be his. On the spectator platform, observing the fierce battle between Lu Jian and Jian, Qin felt a wave of concern. The human and demon races share a common origin, and their techniques are interchangeable. While Lu Jian's use of the demon clan's technique allowed him to contend with Jian in terms of physicality, it was far from sufficient. Jian's transformation into the god stage is genuine, whereas Lu Jian merely temporarily enhanced his physical attributes through a technique. Such a strategy cannot be sustained for long. The onlookers also discern the predicament unfolding on the battlefield. Indeed, Lu Jian has already exhausted his methods and can only barely hold his ground against Jian. Defeating him seems utterly impossible. If the battle continues for a moment longer, Lu Jian is bound to be defeated. Although divine-grade martial techniques are powerful, they are insufficient against an opponent like Jian, who possesses both talent and strength. Moreover, Divine-grade martial arts consume tremendous resources, making them impossible to unleash as freely as heavenly-grade techniques. In the resource battlefield, as the disciples engaged in combat, they closely monitored the situation between Lu Jian and Jian. After another exchange with Jian, Lu Jian finally exited the state of physical enhancement. Seeing this, transmigrated coldly, relying on such unorthodox methods to elevate your cultivation, it ultimately isn't your own. Now, let's see if you can withstand this. Without giving Lu Jian a moment to breathe, Jian charged forward once more. As the enhancement faded, Lu Jian created distance between himself and Jian. Just as Jian approached, Lu Jian unleashed a great wilderness palm seal. Anticipating Lu Jian's move, Jian swiftly struck forward with a palm. Boom! The two divine-grade martial techniques collided, instantly shaking the surrounding space. This clash momentarily slowed Jian's advance. When he looked up again, Lu Jian had already created distance. Jian's gaze turned icy as he stared at Lu Jian, suspended high in the air, feeling immense frustration. He despised this feeling of inferiority. Gathering a vast amount of spiritual energy, a long spear reappeared in Jian's hand. Armed with the spear, he charged once more at Lu Jian. However, just as he was about to close in, he suddenly sensed a wave of energy that made his heart race. The previously fleeing Lu Jian abruptly turned around, and in his hands, two orbs, one blue and one white, materialized out of thin air. These were two spheres with completely different auras, one brimming with spiritual energy, and the other exuding a torrent of demonic energy. This was not unusual. The demon clan can cultivate human techniques, and humans can naturally cultivate demon techniques. It is rare for a cultivator to possess techniques from both clans, but it is not unheard of. What terrified Jian was that Lu Jian intended to merge those two orbs right in front of him. What madness! Stop! You must cease at once. As he witnessed the orbs slowly moving closer, Jian's expression changed drastically. The techniques of the human and demon clans cannot merge. If forcibly combined, it would result in a catastrophic explosion. This fool intends to perish alongside me. Jian didn't he even have time to retract his spear as he turned and fled into the distance. Meanwhile, on the spectator platform, the assembled cultivators gasped in shock at this turn of events. Jian could not help but stand up, shouting without regard for his image, "Stop! You must not!" There have been cultivators who attempted similar feats before, but the outcomes were invariably disastrous. The fusion of two energies can yield greater power, but merging such disparate energies is not an easy task. A slight miscalculation could lead to devastating consequences. Jian felt a tumult of emotions, lamenting how his disciple had recklessly pursued this endeavor without consulting him. At that moment, however, the Yuan light mirror displayed another change. The two distinct energies swirled in Lu Jian's hands, gradually drawing closer, and the anticipated explosion did not occur. Miraculously, the blue and white spheres began to merge. This scene left the onlookers, including Professor Qin, in stunned silence. This really worked? Chapter 70. Ascending to the heavens on an auspicious day in the resource battlefield, Lu Jian remained oblivious to the changes outside. This was a new technique he had recently devised. Acting on a sudden inspiration, he attempted a fusion of the human and demon techniques, and to his astonishment, it was far simpler than he had anticipated. He could indeed merge them. This was the amalgamation of two heavenly-grade martial techniques, which upon fusion could rival divine-grade martial arts. He had conducted numerous trials, but only the fusion of demon and human techniques could truly unleash the full potential of this move. Grasping the fused blue and white orbs, Lu Jian turned to pursue the now distant Jian. Awake now. Do you understand the power of my technique? Jian fled frantically towards the outskirts of the resource battlefield. Hearing the voice behind him, he glanced back, only to see Lu Jian brandishing an unusual glowing orb in pursuit. Impossible. Before he could comprehend the situation, Lu Jian hurled the orb toward him. Allow me to demonstrate. I call this move ascending to the heavens on an auspicious day. As the luminous orb sped towards him, Jian's heart raced. He desperately attempted to evade, but the orb was not flying directly at him. Instead, it seemed to leap through the fabric of space, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Boom! Jian hurriedly raised his spear to defend. A violent explosion erupted, shattering the spear in his hands. His body was sent crashing to the ground. Boom! Dust and debris erupted from the impact, reducing even the towering trees nearby to mere splinters. Lu Jian hovered in midair, surveying the chaos below. Moments later, a disheveled figure emerged from the haze. Jian, now with disheveled hair and bloodied arms, had evidently taken a direct hit. He paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Although that last move was immensely powerful, it had not struck at his core. While he had sustained injuries, he still had the strength to fight. Ha ha! Is this your trump card? It seems that the energies of the fusion have suffered, mutually counteracting and blending, resulting in increased power but diminished ferocity. If this is all you have, you cannot hope to defeat me. A spear formed from spiritual energy reappeared in Jian's hand, and this time, he was prepared to fight with all his might. Lu Jian truly felt the threat. He had to resolve the matter swiftly and decisively. In midair, noticing the disheveled Jian, Lu Jian raised an eyebrow. Can't you handle this? Do you know why this move is called choosing the day to ascend? Yixuan, gripping his spear, looked at Lu Jian in confusion. Lu Jian let out a cold chuckle and slowly replied, "It means that on this auspicious day, my senior brother will allow you to ascend right here." As the words fell, Lu Jian suddenly spread his arms wide. In front of him, numerous blue and white spheres appeared, identical to those that had previously attacked Jian. Divine-level martial arts were difficult to execute, but heavenly-level techniques came effortlessly. They would blast you into the immortal realm. Upon witnessing this scene, Jian's face turned pale. It was already challenging to withstand one, yet he could conjure dozens at once. How could he fight back? Flee? Quick escape? In that moment, Jian had lost all intention of resistance and turned to plunge into the dense forest. Lu Jian snorted and immediately pursued. One by one, the spheres were hurled, bombarding the fleeing Jian relentlessly. The divine-level martial arts were strenuous for Lu Jian at this moment, but using two heavenly-level techniques was utterly effortless. As Jian fled, he had to simultaneously fend off the spheres appearing beside him. Another sphere struck Jian, sending his body flying. This time, he was gravely injured, but he had no time to consider his wounds and turned to flee once more. Lu Jian relentlessly chased after him, unleashing a barrage of spheres. Observers in the midst of battle could only watch in disbelief. This was a complete thrashing. Jian, at the mid-transformation stage, was utterly incapable of retaliation. Boom, boom, boom. On the resource battlefield, Lu Jian relentlessly pursued Jian, the spheres continuing to emerge, their terrifying energy fluctuations shaking the entire battlefield. Seeing this, Dean Sheen on the stands wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sat back down. What a splendid name, what a splendid name. I thought it meant choosing a good day for myself to ascend. Who would dare to play like this? I ascend it akin to suicide? Fortunately, my disciple's talent is truly extraordinary. His control over power has reached an astonishing level. Otherwise, he would not be capable of such feats. Watching through the Yuan Guang mirror as Lu Jian relentlessly pressed Jian, cheers erupted from the audience. Go, Senior Brother Lu. Shatter their impudence. Let us see who would dare to call Senior Brother Lu a top-tier waste again. In this resource battle, all who opposed Lu Jian were utterly subdued. At this moment, no one dared to question the identity of Lu Jian, the master of heavenly water. With his mid-yuan ing cultivation, he utterly dominated the entire resource battlefield. Such an impressive record had yet to be achieved by any so-called genius. Deep within the depths of the Wuhui Mountains, Banshur was seated atop the head of a colossal serpent demon. He sat cross-legged, resting his chin on one small hand, patiently awaiting the outcome of the resource battle. In this moment, Banshur appeared as a child of 7 or 8 years. For the sake of his elder brother's command, he had restored his original appearance. This seemingly mature child was indeed his true form. Banshur hailed from the rare child demon clan within the demon race. Their numbers were few, yet each member was a born ruler. They possessed terrifying cultivation that others might not attain in a lifetime, without the need for training. The child demon clan held a unique status even among the demon race, seldom seen by others, obeying only the commands of the demon race as celestial sovereign, entirely unbound by others. 2 days prior, Banshur had arrived here, and the serpent demon beneath him was summoned to alleviate his boredom. The so-called resource battle was indeed thrilling for ordinary cultivators, but to Banshur, it resembled children brawling, utterly lacking in appeal. However, upon witnessing Lu Jian merge two martial arts from different races, A spark of enlightenment flickered in Ban's playful eyes. I see. My elder brother came to the human race for this. The thought of a divine demon. Dual celestial sovereigns. Hearing Ban's murmurs, the serpent beneath him emitted a feminine voice. Yi. Mr. E. What did you say? Ban closed his folding fan and lightly tapped the serpent's head. Silence. Chapter 71. Nezaphirs, not the Sea Dragon King explosions erupted throughout the resource battlefield, leaving it in disarray. The battling cultivators could not help but halt, gazing in disbelief at the shocking spectacle. Jian swung his hands, continuously launching spheres toward Jian. The terrifying orbs leaped through space, making it impossible for Jian, even with all his might, to evade. Struck once more, Jian was sent flying again. Senior brother Liu, I concede. After being hit this time, the terrifying explosion shattered Jian's fighting spirit entirely. He lay in the deep pit created by the blast, urgently shouting. Jian glanced at the bloodied Jian, who appeared utterly disheveled, a stark contrast to the earlier arrogance. Hand over your treasures. Jian retracted the spheres in his hand and slowly floated toward Jian. Panting heavily, Jian nodded weakly, preparing to search for his spatial ring. Jian calmly observed this scene, gradually descending before Jian. As Jian approached, Jian, once feeble, suddenly erupted with a terrifying surge of spiritual power. His body shot upward, and with all his strength, he threw a punch at Jian. Jian snorted, already anticipating that this fellow would not yield easily. Seeing Jian attack, Jian countered with a fierce punch, the winds of their strikes colliding violently. Jian let out a pained cry as his arm was shattered. His body was once again sent crashing back into the deep pit. Jian calmly shook his arm, reactivating his 3 heads and 6 arms technique. You squander your chance. Observing Jian writhing in agony on the ground, Jian wasted no time. Lunging forward, all 6 arms unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Jian. Even though Jian was a mid-transformation stage cultivator, he could not withstand such ferocious attacks. The echoes of his anguished cries reverberated across the resource battlefield. Yet Jian showed no signs of halting. Senior brother Liu, I concede. This time, Jian truly could not endure any longer. He willingly opened his spatial ring, extracting all the treasures within. The ground was littered with a dazzling array of precious pills, celestial herbs, and spiritual artifacts. Jian glanced at the radiant treasures, then turned to the terrified Jian. You dare to deceive me with these worthless trinkets? I demand the finest. Seeing the coldness in Jian's eyes, Jian could not suppress a gulp. As senior brother Liu, this is already the best. These treasures are enough to establish a family. Jian's words were cut short as he noticed Jian's expression growing icier. It seems you've never seen anything of true value. You dare to present these worthless items as treasures. Or perhaps you have hidden the good ones from me. Jian hurriedly waved his hands, attempting to explain, but Jian offered him no opportunity, launching himself at Jian once more. A fierce onslaught of iron fists rained down, and Jian, now devoid of any ability to retaliate, could only desperately shield his vital areas. Senior brother Liu, what do you want? Anything I have, as long as I possess it. Upon hearing Jian shout, Jian scoffed derisively. I demand to pay you on Dan. Yixuan, who was already howling under the iron fist, was taken aback. Hey, put you undone. I didn't bring it. At that moment, he could hardly hold back tears. He truly had not brought it. To other students, the Pei-Yuan Dan was a treasure, but he regarded it with disdain. Such an item was not something he would carry with him, as it would tarnish his dignity. Jian raised an eyebrow, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Oh, you didn't bring it? Then you have no one to blame but yourself. Today, I shall destroy your cultivation. I wonder if all your valuable possessions can heal you. Jian's face paled at Jian's words. He never anticipated that Jian would resort to such lethal measures. If his cultivation were to be destroyed, he would be relegated to a mere mortal for the rest of his life. That was far worse than death. You cannot. I am a son of the governor. This is the Lingen prefecture. Listening to Yixuan's threats, Jian merely shrugged dismissively. The governor? What of it? As soon as he finished speaking, Jian lifted his arm, gathering a fierce gust of energy in his palm, ready to strike at Jian's dantian. At this moment, Jian was utterly terrified. He couldn't afford to think of anything else and cried out hoarsely, "Father, save me!" As his voice echoed, a brilliant radiance spread from his brow, forming a barrier that instantly shielded Jian. Lu Jian frowned, then unleashed a punch against the spiritual barrier before him. The barrier trembled violently under Lu Jian's immense strength, its light dimming significantly. Witnessing this, Lu Jian wasted no time, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches against the barrier. As the barrier threatened to shatter, Jian, in sheer terror, attempted to retreat, but he was too gravely injured to move. Just then, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. A middle-aged figure abruptly appeared above the resource battlefield. His gaze fell upon Lu Jian and Jian, and his authoritative voice resonated throughout the venue. "You insolent wretch! How dare you harm my son?" Seeing that figure, Jian trembled with excitement. "Father, save me! He wants to destroy my Dantian." Upon hearing Jian's plea, the figure in the sky furrowed his brow. "Stop this at once." Yet, as Lu Jian continued his assault on the barrier, the middle-aged man's fury escalated. He extended his hand, striking down upon the resource battlefield with tremendous force. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted, the roar echoing throughout the venue. As the sound wave spread, the seemingly impenetrable barrier cracked with numerous fissures. Observing that a mere casual strike from the middle-aged man had nearly shattered the barrier, Jian felt a glimmer of hope. He turned to Lu Jian, who was on the verge of breaking through, and shouted frantically, "Lu Jian, you are doomed. Apologize to me now. Perhaps my father will spare your life for the dean's sake." Just as Jian's laughter rang out, a sharp sound pierced the air. The barrier before him suddenly exploded. Lu Jian calmly walked through the remnants, casting a steady glance at Jian before turning back to the barrier, which was on the brink of collapse. "Now you know fear, don't you?" Seeing Lu Jian halt, Jian assumed he was intimidated by the governor's formidable presence. However, in the next moment, he realized his mistake. Lu Jian turned back, raising one arm, energy swirling around it. He looked at Jian, a chilling grin spreading across his face. "Neza, fears not the Dragon King." Chapter 72. Who are you? With that declaration, Lu Jian wasted no time. He approached Jian directly, delivering a powerful blow to his Dantian. The violent energy ravaged Jian's Dantian, instantly reducing it to fragments. "Aya!" A piercing scream reverberated through the air, and Jian felt darkness engulf him as he lost consciousness. Witnessing this, the figure in the sky let out an enraged roar. "How dare someone audaciously cripple his son before his eyes? You little wretch, I will flay you alive. Refine your soul and light the lantern." Another strike hammered down upon the barrier. Boom! This time, the barrier truly could not withstand the force. Bang! The entire barrier shattered. The middle-aged man plunged downward, flying directly toward Lu Jian. Lu Jian stood his ground, calmly observing the terrifying figure approaching. "No worries, the E will intervene." Just as Lu Jian contemplated this, an elderly figure suddenly appeared before him. "Do not harm my disciple." Dean Shin's robes billowed as he struck toward the figure in the sky. Boom! The fierce gust of wind clashed, fracturing the surrounding space. The middle-aged man was halted by this strike, staring in disbelief at the suddenly appearing Dean Shin, roaring, "You dare to stop me? I do not care whether he is your disciple. He has harmed my son, and he must pay with his life." Dean Shin turned to Lu Jian, nodding reassuringly. He then slowly ascended, positioning himself before the middle-aged man. "Governor Ji, this is a resource battle of Tianshui Academy. Since Jian chose to participate, he must abide by our rules. I do not care if he is your son. If he participates in the resource battle, he must accept the consequences. My disciple has not violated any rules. I cannot allow you to take the law into your own hands." Upon hearing Dean Shin's words, Governor Ji sneered. "Old fool, spare me your grandiloquent rhetoric. What rules are you speaking of? Today, it is my son who has been crippled. If it were my son who harmed your disciple, I do not believe you would be so accommodating." Dean Shin regarded Governor Ji calmly and replied coolly, "If Lu Jian were to lose, as long as he did not strike to kill, I would not intervene." Upon hearing this, Governor Ji's brows shot up. "Do not speak such nonsense. Hand this young man over to me, or you shall not leave here in peace." Dean Shin chuckled softly, replying indifferently, "As long as I am here, you shall not take anyone from Tianshui Academy." Governor Ji, infuriated, ceased to engage in idle conversation. If he could not defeat the obstacle in front of him, he would truly be unable to take anyone. Do not think that you are Tianshui Academy and can disregard the governor. This is Lingen Prefecture. It is not for you to dictate. Boom! En overwhelming aura surgit forte, enveloping the entire venue in a thick atmosphere of battle intent. In an instant, the two figures clashed once more, watching the fierce confrontation unfold in the sky. The cultivators in the stands were utterly astonished. This was a battle they rarely witnessed. Even the residual waves distorted the surrounding space. Fortunately, the combatants were at a distance from the crowd. Otherwise, they too would have been affected. Outside the venue, he watched the battle between the two, shaking his head gently. Earlier, he had nearly intervened, but an elderly figure had outpaced him, forcing him to halt. How dare he steal my thunder? He stepped into the venue, unnoticed by the captivated audience, who were fixated on the battle overhead. Finding a discreet spot, he sat down casually, observing the conflict. Alas, this old man is inadequate. It seems I must take action. Though both were of comparable cultivation, Governor Ji had a clear advantage in combat experience. The human race and the demon race often find themselves at odds, and as the lord of the Ji residence, it is only natural for the Ji lord to engage in combat against the demons. In terms of battle experience, he is undoubtedly far superior to Director Jian, who has remained in the academy all this time. Bansher observed the battlefield with a calm demeanor, and soon enough, two figures re-entered the sight of the onlookers. The Ji lord wielded a spear, exuding a fervent battle spirit, while Director Jian wore a grave expression, gazing at the Ji lord with disbelief. I never expected that after a few years, your cultivation would have advanced so significantly. The Ji lord sneered in response. I have long commanded troops and fought against the demon race. Unlike you, who only engages in theoretical discussions within the confines of the academy. Today, you shall surrender him, whether you wish to or not. Just as Director Jian was about to speak, a childlike voice suddenly rang out from the stand below. Hee, Ji lord, what grandiose claims you make. When battling the demons, I did not hear such boast from you. How is it that you show no mercy to your own kin? The voice, though soft, cut through the noise of the crowd, reaching the ears of both the Ji lord and Director Jian. They turned to see a 7- or 8-year-old child perched upon one of the stone pillars in the venue, looking down at them with disdain. The Ji lord furrowed his brow. Having never seen Bansher's true form, he could not recognize the child. What is this brat doing here? Go home and drink your milk instead of making noise. Bansher's small face immediately turned cold as he rose, hands clasped behind his back, and began to walk through the air. Jian Nanju, do you not recognize me? Upon witnessing the child levitating towards them, both the Ji lord and Director Jian were momentarily taken aback. A cultivator, Bansher approached the two and glanced at Director Jian. This matter does not concern you. It is a personal grievance between us, so kindly step aside. Director Jian stared at the child in shock, taken aback by the tone that resembled that of a master addressing a servant. Child, who are you? Yiban Shi Similith, turning his gaze to the equally astonished Ji lord. With a flick of his small hand, a ledger materialized in his grasp. Yinanzu. 3 years ago in the southern region, you injured a woman named Yiqing. Is this true? At this moment, the Ji lord was utterly bewildered, pondering who this child was. He spoke of a grievance, yet the Ji lord had no recollection of him. Who is Yiqing? Who are you, really? Bansher nodded, admitting that he too did not know who Yiqing was. However, 3 years prior, there had indeed been a battle between the human and demon races in the southern region, during which a girl of the same surname as his had been injured by Jian Nanju, albeit collateral damage from the chaos of war. Nevertheless, that was merely an excuse. I cannot believe you forgot so quickly. Yiqing is my younger sister. After you injured her, Bansher's voice trailed off. His eyes filled with righteous indignation as he gazed at the Ji lord, as if he could say no more. The Ji lord felt utterly lost, not understanding what was happening. So, who exactly are you? Bansher instantly changed his expression, smiling as he waved a folding fan. Upon seeing the fan, the Ji lord's face shifted dramatically. Yidao Montak, it's you. Rejognizink Yiban Shi. The Ji lord wasted no time and turned to flee. Chapter 73. Entrusting fate to heaven, Bansher watched as Jian Nanju transformed into a streak of light, hastily escaping, and he chuckled nonchalantly. With a flick of his fan, he vanished from the sight of the crowd. Director Jian, still in a daze, struggled to comprehend why a dignified lord was so intimidated by a mere child. On the stands, several elders from Tianshui Academy soared into the air. Director, what is happening? Who is that child? They had witnessed the earlier scene, but the distance had prevented them from hearing the exchange. Director Jian gazed at the retreating streak of light, sighing in confusion. I do not understand either. That child, what was his name? Yidaowei. This name? I have never heard of it. The elders exchanged bewildered glances, equally lost. At that moment, a strange disturbance appeared before them, followed by a black blade of light slicing through the fabric of space. Upon seeing the blade, the faces of Director Jian and the others turned pale. The blade swept past them, a terrifying demonic aura forcing them to retreat several paces. Quick retreat, Director Jian shouted. This is a technique of the demon race. Moreover, it belongs to a top-tier figure among them. To be able to effortlessly cut through space with a mere blade, my full strength would only create ripples in space. To achieve such a feat requires several levels of superiority. The group hurriedly retreated a bit further, and as they glanced back at the spatial rift, a disheveled figure was ejected from within. Gee Lord! As they recognized the figure, the crowd gasped in astonishment. He had clearly been kicked out from the rift. Looking far from his previous grandeur, Jian Nanju flew out, and Yi Banshi's figure followed closely behind. He waved his fan, a serene smile on his face. Jian Nanju, after being propelled several paces, finally regained his footing and quickly gestured to Yi Banshi. Yi Dao Montak. No. I mean, Mr. Yi, please forgive me. I did not intend to harm your sister. Whatever compensation you require, I will gladly provide it at the City Lord's mansion. Anything within my power, I will offer. Before Yi Banshi could respond, Director Jian's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he moved to the side of several elders. His face grim as he whispered, "We must leave. Take the students with you. He is Yi Banshi, the second in command of the demon race." Hearing Director Jian's words and seeing his grave expression, the elders did not hesitate. They turned to disperse the students from the stands. Observing this scene, Yi Banshi chuckled nonchalantly. "Old man, there is no need to be so tense. I have stated that this is a personal matter, and it does not involve anyone else. You're free to leave at any time." As he spoke, Yi Banshi subtly glanced towards the resource battlefield where Lu Jian was situated. It was time to act according to his elder brother's intentions. However, when Yi Banshi looked at Lu Jian, he found that Lu Jian was not looking at him, but rather turned away to gaze elsewhere. This left Yi Banshi in a difficult position, for he had specifically brought the Lord back to allow his elder brother to determine his fate. Yet, it was clear from his elder brother's demeanor that he wished to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and was deliberately evading his gaze. Yi Banshi sighed, then turned his attention back to Jian Nanju. The latter's body trembled nervously. This demon was notorious. He was not someone he could contend with. Even if Director Jian were willing to stand by his side, they stood no chance of victory. Moreover, it appeared that Director Jian intended to flee with the students, showing no inclination to align with him on a united front. Director Jian smiled and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Yi Banshi. So it is Mr. Yi. Your personal grievances are of no concern to me. However, Mr. Yi, you could certainly resolve your differences in a more discreet location. There is no need to embarrass the master of the Ji residence in front of so many onlookers. This formidable figure is not to be trifled with. While he possesses considerable strength, he is also backed by a powerful ally. Although this territory belongs to the human race, targeting a significant figure like Mr. Yi from the demon clan is tantamount to declaring war against them, a risk no one is willing to take. A mere master of a residence is hardly worth the involvement of the pinnacle experts among the human race. Mr. Yi cast another glance at Lu Jian, who remained indifferent. "Ah, well said, well said." With that, Mr. Yi turned his attention back to Jian Nanju. "I have no interest in your possessions. You may flee. Whether you survive or not is up to fate." Hearing Mr. Yi's words, Jian Nanju was taken aback. Flee? How could he escape the clutches of this demon? Wasn't that akin to inviting his own demise? Mr. Yi, this. Before Jian Nanju could finish his sentence, he noticed the sudden chill in Mr. Yi's demeanor. 3, 2. Upon hearing Mr. Yi's icy tone, Jian Nanju gritted his teeth and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing at breakneck speed. There might still be a glimmer of hope in fleeing. Staying would surely lead to death. Mr. Yi chuckled softly, then, with a flick of his wrist, unfurled his folding fan. He stepped onto the fan and leisurely pursued. As the two departed, Dean Jian let out a long sigh of relief. He gestured for the elders to leave the area. Today, they had narrowly escaped disaster. Fortunately, this demon was not targeting their Tian Shui Academy, or everyone present might have been caught in the fray. In the stands, onlookers were astonished by the scene unfolding in the sky. Who was that child? How could he instill such fear in the master of the residence? That master is the highest combat force in the entire Linen Prefecture. I sensed a demonic aura in that earlier rending of space. He seems to be one of the demon clan. With the departure of Mr. E and Jian, the resource competition drew to a close. The grand formation enveloping the battlefield had been shattered, and most students were injured. Continuing further would be unnecessary. Several elders began to clean up the aftermath and tend to the wounded students. Chapter 74. The disciple never consumes elixirs. Jian was gravely injured. He had been struck multiple times by Lu Jian's celestial strike and had even lost his cultivation. Such injuries, even if healed, would render him a mere shell of his former self. Once the situation was stabilized, Dean Qin sought out Lu Jian. He waved Lu Jian over, signaling him to follow. They made their way back to Tianshui Academy. Along the journey, Dean Qin sighed repeatedly, often hesitating to speak. Upon returning to his quarters, he took out an envelope, the very recommendation letter from when Lu Jian first entered Tianshui Academy. Alas, it is my fault for not having read this letter. Dean Deng explicitly stated in the recommendation that Lu Jian not only possesses an extraordinary cultivation speed, but can also fight across realms. With a spirit C at least 100 times that of an ordinary person. Had I seen this letter sooner, I would have realized that Lu Jian was merely putting on an act. What a waste of potential. He simply does not wish to cultivate. My disciple, you possess such remarkable talent. Why must you? Hearing Dean Qin's words, Lu Jian respectfully clasped his hands. Master, I truly have no interest in cultivation. Lu Jian never imagined he would one day voice such sentiments. I am indifferent to wealth. I am visually impaired, unable to discern beauty from ugliness. After a pause, Lu Jian added, Moreover, I have heard that the demon clan seeks to eliminate any genius of the human race. I fear that drawing too much attention may lead to the demon clan targeting me. Upon hearing this, Dean Qin nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, your concerns are valid. However, the path of cultivation, even for the gifted, requires perseverance. A smooth journey is not indicative of a true path to immortality. At this point, Dean Qin let out a deep sigh. Today, you witnessed that formidable figure from the demon clan, Mr. E, did you not? You may have heard of the demon sovereign of the ruinous demon realm, whose talent is equally formidable. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Lu Jian's interest piqued. Master, please elaborate. Dean Qin shot Lu Jian a sidelong glance before continuing. He is indeed extraordinarily talented, yet you may not know that his abilities are not innate. He belongs to the demon clan, but he is among its lowest echelon. The demon clan is composed of many varieties, each endowed with inherent gifts, such as the three-headed six-armed abilities you wield from the multi-demon clan and the shadow transformation powers of the shadow demon clan. These gifts are present from birth. However, that demon sovereign is the only one among tens of thousands of demons who lacks such innate talent. Thus, his path to cultivation has not been an easy one. Without innate gifts, he was constantly ostracized. It was only through relentless struggle and bloodshed that he ultimately ascended to the pinnacle of the demon clan. Achieving such a feat is not solely reliant on talent. It requires enduring countless battles and trials. The ruinous demon realm of the demon clan, the Tao ancestor realm of the human race, and the demon emperor realm of the demon race. All these realms demand not just talent, but an ultimate comprehension of the Tao. At this point, Dean Qin looked at Lu Jian. Alas, all of this may still be too distant for you. Even for me, the gap to that realm feels insurmountable. Dean Qin felt a pang of sadness. It has been ages since either the human or demon races have seen a breakthrough to the ultimate realm. This is a root cause of the demon clan's growing power. In terms of elite combatants, both the human and demon races are at a standstill. As Lu Jian listened, he nodded in understanding. When Dean Qin paused, he quickly inquired, Master, who is that child today? Why does even a master of the residence fear him so? Dean Qin patiently explained, that is Mr. E of the demon clan, the second in command of the demon clan. Jian has drawn his attention. He is unlikely to survive. I have only heard rumors of this demon. It is said that his strength is exceptionally terrifying. I never expected he would step into our human territory. Lu Jian blinked in surprise, realizing that even his younger brother had gained a fearsome reputation. Master, the demon clan is openly hunting the master of the residence in our human territory. Is there no one to intervene? Dean Qin sighed once more. Intervene? How can we? Capturing such a powerful entity among our ranks is no simple feat. Furthermore, among the 13 prefectures of the human race, Our Linen Prefecture is merely a lowly one. Even if there were experts willing to stand for him, resolving this situation would be no easy task. At this point, Dean Sheen smiled wryly, looking at Lu Jian as he spoke softly. Your cultivation is still shallow. You have yet to touch upon these matters. Do you think our human race consists solely of these 13 prefectures? For ordinary mortals, merely stepping outside a prefecture in their lifetime is a remarkable achievement. For cultivators, reaching a prefecture is often the pinnacle of their journey. Beyond these 13 prefectures, there are 9 greater domains, where figures akin to the master of the residence are plentiful. To traverse these vast territories, one can only rely on teleportation arrays. Otherwise, relying solely on flight could take decades to journey from one estate to another. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian appeared bewildered. Having come from the demon race, he had crossed spaces effortlessly and swiftly arrived at the human race. Thus he had no comprehension of the actual length of this distance. However, from the words of his mentor, the dean, it seemed that an ordinary cultivator might require a century to cover such a span. Noticing Lu Jian's astonishment, Dean Sheen chuckled softly. Child, Linen Prefecture is not a significant place. If you aspire only to reach the level of your master, it would truly be a waste of your talent. Broaden your horizons, and one day you shall see the world in its true form. Lu Jian nodded in silence, refraining from response. Dean Sheen did not elaborate further. Instead, he retrieved a vial of elixir from his robe and handed it to Lu Jian. Take this. It is a reward for the top 10 students of the academy, designed to stabilize your vital energy and expedite your breakthrough to the transformation stage. Lu Jian accepted the vial, recognizing it as a vitality pill without needing to look closely. Thank you, Master, but I may not require it, as I do not consume elixirs. Despite his words, he tucked the vial away, intending to give it to his senior sister. However, when he looked back at Dean Sheen, he noticed an unusual expression on his mentor's face, as if he had witnessed a marvel. You say you never consume elixirs? How is that possible? Chapter 75. Relics. Seeing the astonishment on his mentor's face, Lu Jian nodded in confusion, but suddenly recalled something. Master, I remember consuming a single elixir, the fire-returning pill. During his time in the Falling Moon Canyon, he had given a fire-returning pill to Lu Linlang for healing and had tasted one himself, curious about its flavor. He still remembered the sweetness of that pill, which had a noticeable warmth upon entering his mouth. Dean Sheen, now standing with excitement, began to examine Lu Jian closely, unable to contain his astonishment. You have never consumed a cultivation-boosting elixir. You are truly a natural born for cultivation. Dean Sheen's eyes shone brightly as he regarded Lu Jian, causing the latter to feel somewhat awkward. Master, is there a particular significance to not consuming elixirs? Hearing Lu Jian's query, Dean Sheen reluctantly withdrew his hands. Who would have thought? In this world, there exists someone like you who has cultivated to this extent without reliance on elixirs. I have previously mentioned that the path of alchemy has nearly been severed. The elixirs we can concoct now are a far cry from those created by our predecessors thousands of years ago. The Great War a millennium ago devastated not only our human race, but also nearly obliterated the legacy of the demon race. The current alchemy is something we cultivators have painstakingly pieced together. Moreover, in the ruins of the divine fallen battlefield, ancient formulas occasionally surface, and the elixirs produced from those formulas have minimal side effects. However, the elixirs we produce today, while capable of enhancing cultivation, yield superficial results that require continuous solidification to mitigate the adverse effects. Yet, even knowing the side effects, no cultivator can resist the temptation of enhancement. Whether by necessity or intention, it is exceedingly rare to find cultivators who refrain from consuming elixirs, especially someone like you, who can rapidly advance without them. Upon hearing Dean Sheen's words, Lu Jian nodded, though a hint of confusion lingered. Master, you mentioned that the legacies of the human and demon races have nearly been severed. What the demon race? Dean Sheen smiled and shook his head. Whether the demon race's legacy has been severed remains unknown. The demon race's supreme being is the only one who experienced the cataclysmic battle a millennium ago. No one knows what truly transpired, only that it was a war that nearly annihilated the world. The human, demon, and monster races were all involved. As for whom they fought against, only that demon knows. However, he has never disclosed this information to the outside world, leaving it shrouded in mystery. Lu Jian furrowed his brow, comprehending that the great war of a millennium ago was not merely a conflict among the three races, but rather a coalition against an external enemy or perhaps another race. He, as the sole survivor of that battle, must not be alone. Others must have endured as well. Yet, among those who have survived the passage of millennia, he alone remained. This realization felt unsettling to Lu Jian. How had such an individual met their end? If they had not perished, how could he occupy this body? Had they been ambushed by some lurking entity during that great battle? Unable to fathom this conundrum, Lu Jian decided to inquire about other matters. Master, why do you not directly mention the name of that demon? Does he lack a name? Lu Jian was, of course, referring to his own past incarnation, the supreme being of the demon race. He had never heard anyone mention his name. Jian chuckled and explained, that demon certainly has a name. However, among the demon race, they dare not utter the name of their supreme. They refer to him simply as the supreme being, which is why no one outside their race knows his name. Even now, it is likely that the majority of the demon race does not know his name. After explaining, Jian waved his hand dismissively. Let's not dwell on these matters. They're too distant from us. Let's focus on what lies ahead. Lu Jian looked at Jian with curiosity as the latter smiled and continued, as it happens, with the resource war concluded, you have proven your strength. And there's a task that requires your involvement, a task that cannot be entrusted to anyone but you. Lu Jian blinked, perplexed about what a mere student like himself could possibly do. Jian patted Lu Jian on the shoulder, smiling. I have been troubled by this matter myself. Initially, the chosen candidate was Jian. Among the other talented individuals in the academy, either they have left or are currently out training, leaving Jian as the highest-ranked student in terms of cultivation. However, mere cultivation is insufficient for this task. It also requires prestige among the students. There are many who do not recognize his authority in our academy. Lu Jian listened, still bewildered about what this had to do with him. Master, what exactly is this matter? Jian stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, recently, a relic appeared in the fallen god battlefield. It is the burial site of a great demon from the monster race. Originally, this relic should have been excavated by the monster race, but it fortuitously lies at the intersection of our three races, spanning the territories of the human, demon, and monster races. In the ensuing scramble, no one gained much, given that the human and monster races are currently in a semi-alliance, and while the demon race is formidable, they could not easily dominate us. Thus, we have no choice but to jointly explore this relic. However, due to the cultivation restrictions imposed on those entering, only cultivators of the transformation stage may enter. Accordingly, we agreed that each race would send a team into the relic. At Tianshui Academy, we are part of the team representing the human race in this endeavor. Jian, with a grave expression, gazed at Lu Jian and continued, I hope you will lead our Tianshui Academy team. This is not merely a contest for relics. It is a competition among the younger generations of the three races. We must not lose our dignity as humans. Remember, if they provoke us, retaliate without mercy. Chapter 76. The big dog. Upon hearing the dean's words, Lu Jian was somewhat taken aback. This was not the sort of thing one would expect from a kind, benevolent elder. Master, I fear I may not be up to the task. My time at the academy has been brief, and my abilities are lacking. I doubt I can lead my fellow disciples into the ruins. Jian seemed to have anticipated Lu Jian's response and smiled knowingly. Enough with the pretense. Who would dare question your status as the senior disciple of Tianshui? After the recent resource conflict, your reputation has soared. Previously, your identity as a direct disciple might have been questioned, but now, no one would dare. There's no need for further discussion. We depart in 3 days. The teleportation array allowing our human race to enter the fallen god battlefield will be free for Tianshui Academy on that day. Just lead the team to the ruins. Lu Jian nodded helplessly. His master treated him well, and a trip to the ruins was not an insurmountable task. Although there were limitations on cultivation within the ruins, they should not pose a challenge to him. Since his abilities were restricted to the transformation realm, the owner of the ruins could not be much stronger. It was unlikely that the barriers he set could hinder him significantly. After leaving the dean's residence, Lu Jian noticed that the students had begun to return to the academy. They were all quite excited to see him. Senior Lu. Once he navigated past the crowd, Lu Jian returned to his quarters. In the following days, he made time to visit the Immortal Mansion Academy, intending to bring a vial of vitality pills to Lu Linlang. Typically, students ranked in the top 10 are entitled to 1 vitality pill per month. However, Jian had generously provided him with additional pills. As for the equipment obtained from the resource battlefield, Lu Jian chose not to take any. while those items would be advantageous for Lu Linlang. Possessing them without the requisite background could lead to complications. Upon arriving at the Immortal Mansion Academy, Lu Jian learned from his master that his sister had returned from Linen Prefecture and had immediately re-entered the Falling God battlefield. Reluctantly, Lu Jian returned to Tianshui Academy. As he awaited entry into the Falling God battlefield, significant events transpired within the human race. Yi Banshi had entered the human territories. Not only that, but he relentlessly pursued Ji Nanju across multiple states, causing Ji Nanju to be nearly driven to madness. He could easily kill him, yet he refrained, instead exhausting Ji Nanju with his relentless pursuit. No matter where Ji Nanju hid, Yi Banshi could always locate him. 3 days later, some of the human experts could no longer remain passive. Old Demon Yi, you're going too far. If you intend to kill him, do it quickly. Why cross multiple states, flaunting your strength before so many of our experts and bullying a governor? Do you truly believe our race is without defenders? Faced with opposition, Yi Banshi ceased his pursuit. He had spent 3 days pondering how to handle Ji Nanju. His elder brother had not explicitly instructed him to kill, nor had he advised against it. Thus, he could only pursue while contemplating. Ultimately, Yi Banshi concluded that since his brother's intentions were unclear, he should refrain from killing. If his brother later provided a clear command, he could finish the job then. However, if he were to kill Ji Nanju now, reviving him would be an impossible task. Having come to this realization, Yi Banshi decided to withdraw. Observing his departure, the assembled human experts were left bewildered. They had anticipated a fierce battle with this demon, hoping for a resolution to the situation. Instead, they were surprised at his unexpected restraint, which brought a collective sigh of relief. Tianshui Academy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Jian and a group of over 20 disciples gathered at the academy's entrance. They hailed from various departments, including the Alchemy Institute, the Artifact Spirit Institute, and the Celestial Institute, representing the best students from each academy. Lu Jian noticed that some of his fellow disciples brought their beast mounts. Typically, riding mounts was not permitted within Tianshui Academy. However, due to the significance of this mission for the human race, Dean Sheen had allowed the students to bring their beasts. Feeling uneasy, Lu Jian inquired, "Is this permissible? We will be acting alongside the demon race. Won't this provoke them?" After all, riding their kin carries an element of insult. The others looked at him in surprise. "Senior Lu, don't you have a beast mount?" The demon race doesn't mind these matters. They place great importance on bloodlines. Those of high bloodlines are considered nobility among their kind. Naturally, they should not be used as mounts. However, those of lower bloodlines face discrimination and can indeed be used as mounts by both our human race and the demon race, which has dedicated markets for trading such beasts. This is a significant source of income for them, a male disciple explained with a smile. Most of our mounts were purchased from the demon race, and some are tamed in the Wuhui mountain range. Their origins are clear, and we do not violate any taboos. Besides, we treat our mounts as friends, so there is no cause for concern. Lu Jian nodded upon hearing this. Such practices were indeed understandable. In his previous life, it was not uncommon for the lower classes to be sold as slaves in feudal societies. The group shared a knowing smile. "Senior Lu, you should ride my fire dragon lion. As the leader of Tianshui Academy, you must have a fitting mount, or ride my heavenly yang crane. It can fly." Lu Jian smiled and bowed slightly to them. "Thank you all, but I wouldn't want to take away what you cherish." Before he could finish, he felt something furry nudging his hand. Looking down, he was startled to see a large black dog rubbing its head against his hand. "What the? Where did you come from?" This large dog was the same one that had accompanied his 3 little brothers. Chapter 77. Entering the battlefield, seeing the black dog. The students gathered at the academy gate displayed expressions of surprise. "Isn't that the large black dog belonging to Senior Lu? I saw it at the auction. Its dog food is made from Chilan fruits." Many were familiar with the dog, and rumors of Lu Jian's illustrious family had spread recently. Listening to their discussions, Lu Jian could only force a smile as he patted the dog's head. "Be good. I have some matters to attend to, and you cannot follow me." The black dog seemed oblivious to Lu Jian's words, excitedly circling around him. Lu Jian sighed, realizing that if this were an ordinary mutt, it would be manageable. However, a dog that could roam freely within his sect's headquarters could not possibly be a simple creature. The onlookers behind Lu Jian could not help but smile knowingly at his awkward demeanor. It seemed that senior brother Lu did not wish to be accompanied by this plain-looking, unremarkable mutt. The large black dog, aside from its considerable size, possessed no extraordinary features. It appeared to have grown larger merely from consuming an abundance of heavenly materials. One cultivator stepped forward, calling over his steed with a grin. "Senior brother Lu, why not ride my water avoidance beast instead?" The creature, resembling a majestic lion, approached Lu Jian with a disdainful glance at the circling black dog, clearly unimpressed. Though these beasts were not highly ranked and could not articulate human speech, they understood human language. The water avoidance beast felt quite displeased at the notion of serving as a mount for someone like Lu Jian. To be replaced by a mutt that lacked even the dignity of a demon was a profound insult, yet unable to defy its master's command. The beast reluctantly lowered its head, awaiting Lu Jian's assent. Lu Jian waved his hand, realizing that the others had mistaken the large yellow dog for his steed. Before he could speak, the Navi mutt suddenly glanced at the water avoidance beast. In an instant, the creature, as if startled, leaped into the air, howling in terror as it fled the scene. The onlookers were left bewildered, while the cultivator who had summoned the beast stood momentarily stunned before hastily pursuing it. "Come back. What are you doing?" Only Lu Jian understood the situation. He cast a reproving glance at the yellow dog, which instantly adopted a guileless expression, wagging its tail excitedly. Observing his little junior brother chasing the frightened beast, Lu Jian chuckled helplessly. "Let us go, we should be on our way." The group nodded in agreement, no longer hesitating, and followed after the pair that had already dashed ahead. Once the others had distanced themselves, the yellow dog ceased its exuberant antics. "Oh, brother, why don't you want me to follow you?" Lu Jian sighed and shook his head. "Just follow along. Who else would accompany you?" The dog chuckled sheepishly. "I'm so used to being with you, brother. It feels strange when you go so far away all at once. Besides, what is wrong with us following you? If I had shown up earlier, you would have been embarrassed." With everyone else mounted, Lu Jian looked at the black dog, whose unremarkable appearance and somewhat vacant demeanor hardly added to his stature. "You see, Huang, with your looks, you hardly bring me any credit. My little junior brothers and sisters pity me upon seeing you. Here I am, without a proper steed, trying to save face with a mutt pretending to be a divine beast." Lu Jian sighed again, shaking his head in disdain. "How can this be a mount? Their essay saying, riding a dog leads to tattered pants." The yellow dog shook its head in discontent at Lu Jian's words. "Brother, you know I've always been low-key. If you truly dislike me, I could reveal my true form, and I assure you, it would be quite the spectacle." Upon hearing this, Lu Jian hastily waved his hands. He had no idea what his little brother's true form was, but he imagined it must be quite striking. No, let us maintain a low profile. Just stay as you are." After saying this, Lu Jian climbed onto the back of the large black dog, which was so massive that he simply sat cross-legged upon it. "Little brother, let us catch up. Watch your speed. You're just a larger-than-average farm dog. Do not act out of character." The yellow dog let out a few cheerful barks before leisurely following the direction in which everyone had departed. The startled water avoidance beast had calmed down, and after a while, the group arrived at the teleportation array within the Linen Prefecture. Once Lu Jian arrived at a relaxed pace, everyone entered the array sequentially. The soldiers guarding the teleportation array, upon their departure, could not help but whisper amongst themselves. "Who is that? Why is he riding a mutt? Is he really a genius from the Tianshui Academy? You didn't see the resource battle at Tianshui Academy? That's senior brother Lu Jian. Don't underestimate that plain-looking mutt. It might just be a divine beast." As Lu Jian and his companions entered the battlefield of the fallen gods, they quickly gathered together. "Senior brother Lu, the location we teleported to is at least 3 days' journey from the ruins. If we set off now, we will arrive a day early. The ruins would open on the 4th day, allowing them a day to prepare." Lu Jian nodded, instructing everyone to be cautious. "Then let us depart. Everyone, be careful. The fallen gods' battlefield is fraught with peril. Do not fall behind. Let us hasten our journey." The group nodded seriously. Lu Jian's prestige had soared within the Tianshui Academy, especially after the resource battle. No one dared to belittle this senior brother, who was only at the nascent soul stage. In recent days, Lu Jian had elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, yet he was not eager to break through to the transformation stage. His current abilities should suffice for this expedition to the ruins. The group mounted their steeds and swiftly traversed the fallen gods' battlefield. Surrounding them were remnants of shattered spatial fragments, gradually mending over time, yet the scars of destruction remained etched in this battlefield forever. Chapter 78. The transforming demon tree in the fallen gods' battlefield. Time was not measured by the sun's rise and fall. Here, time seemed to exist independently, devoid of any regularity. There were days when daylight persisted for many consecutive days, only to be followed by nights that stretched on without end. The cycle of day and night was utterly unpredictable, and even the weather fluctuated erratically, at times raining, at others windy or snowy, with alternating extremes of temperature disrupting the seasons. The very rules of this realm had been thoroughly upended, and even the heavenly Tao could not intervene, allowing it to change at will. Such trivial inconveniences posed no challenges to the cultivators. Lu Jian and his companions journeyed through the fallen god's battlefield for 3 consecutive days. While the steeds of others raced swiftly, Lu Jian's large dog lagged behind, trailing far behind the group. When Lu Jian finally caught up, he found the others had halted before a dense forest. Towering trees loomed above, their thick canopies rendering the forest nearly impenetrable to light. "What's going on? Why have we stopped?" Lu Jian inquired curiously as he approached. A few nearby nodded toward him. "Senior brother Lu, we have arrived. This is the border between our 3 clans. The ruins lie deep within this forest." Lu Jian surveyed the dark woods and nodded. "Then let us proceed. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return." Lu Jian held little interest in competing for the ruins. He gestured for the group to enter the forest. This time, they stayed close together, not allowing any distance to form between them and Lu Jian. After traveling for half a day, Lu Jian began to hear lively voices emanating from the depths of the forest. As they approached, he discovered a throng of cultivators from various clans gathered around an extraordinarily large tree, animatedly discussing something. This is the transforming demon tree. It is said that after the demise of a powerful being from the demon clan, their body and spirit nourished a demon tree. This tree blooms once every 100 years, and immediately after flowering, it bears fruit. The fruit of the metamorphic demon tree is said to be 100 times more potent than the fruit of ordinary enlightenment trees. Just one metamorphic demon fruit can induce a state of profound insight for 3 days. This miraculous fruit is beneficial not only to the demon clan, but also allows members of the human and magic clans to enter a state of enlightenment, albeit for a shorter duration. As Lu Jian surveyed the thronging crowd, he felt somewhat bewildered. Hadn't the headmaster said that each of the 3 clans would send a single team into the ruins? Yet, the sheer number of people before him seemed to exceed 10,000. Was Brother Fly holding a concert? So many people. Lu Jian turned to his junior disciple beside him and inquired, "What is going on? Wasn't it stated that only 3 teams would participate?" His junior, equally taken aback by the overwhelming turnout, sighed. "Alas, the emergence of the ruins is something that cannot be concealed. The news must have leaked, attracting such a multitude of cultivators. However, rest assured, Senior Lu, the most competitive teams will still be from our 3 clans. The others are merely here to gain some benefits, and with their cultivation levels, their chances of penetrating the depths of the ruins are slim." Nodding in agreement, Lu Jian led his fellow disciples forward. A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd, primarily from human cultivators. "Look, it's the students of Tianshui Academy," they exclaimed. "Ha! Our human genius has arrived first, just in time for the metamorphic demon tree to blossom and bear fruit. This opportunity seems destined for our human clan." Clad in the attire of Tianshui Academy, Lu Jian and his companions were easily recognized. While the human side celebrated, the demon and magic clan cultivators regarded them with disdain. How naive! Who decreed that the first to arrive would claim the metamorphic demon fruit? Do you think we are mere air? If you wish to seize the divine fruit, you must first surpass us. Perched atop De Huang, Lu Jian observed the diverse array of individuals before him. While the human cultivators seemed relatively familiar, the demon and magic clan members were a strange assortment, each appearing unique. Most were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, with a few at the transformation stage. It was apparent they were aware of the entry restrictions for the ruins, which allowed only transformation stage cultivators. Losing interest in the peculiar crowd, Lu Jian was about to divert his gaze when he spotted a familiar figure among them. Rising from De Huang's back, he excitedly waved to Lu Linlang in the crowd. "Sister, over here, this way." All eyes turned to Lu Linlang, who was now the center of attention. The group from Tianshui Academy was already conspicuous, and with Lu Jian as the sole disciple in traditional garb, his every action became even more pronounced. Lu Linlang, under the scrutiny of thousands, wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide in. She had seen Lu Jian long before, but refrained from approaching him, recalling the events of their last encounter. Now that he had become the headmaster's direct disciple, she feared the laughter that would ensue if others discovered she was a senior from the Xinfu Academy. Aware of Tianshui Academy's disdain for the so-called geniuses of the other 4 academies, she opted to feign ignorance and turned away, pretending to examine the metamorphic demon tree. Furrowing his brow, Lu Jian squeezed through the crowd to reach Lu Linlang's side. "Sister, why are you ignoring me?" Lu Linlang turned around, giving him a resigned glance. "Can't this wait until there are fewer people around?" Lu Jian felt perplexed. He hadn't uttered anything inappropriate, so why the need for secrecy? At that moment, his junior disciples followed suit, approaching Lu Linlang. Upon noticing them, she slightly lowered her head. The group, all smiles, respectfully bowed towards her. "So this is Senior Lu. Then we should address you as sister," they exclaimed, bowing once more. Senior Lu. Seeing their earnest demeanor, Lu Linlang was momentarily taken aback. She sensed their sincerity, devoid of mockery. Nodding nervously, she cast a puzzled look at Lu Jian. He shrugged and smiled, offering no explanation. His juniors were indeed genuine. Even those harboring doubts were quelled by Lu Jian's presence. Lu Jian produced a bottle of nourishing elixir gifted by the headmaster and extended it to Lu Linlang. "Sister, this is for you." "What is this?" Lu Linlang inquired, eyeing the vial in his hand. As Lu Jian placed the elixir into her hands, she carefully stored away, aware that discussing such matters was unsuitable in the crowded vicinity. Lu Jian grinned upon seeing her accept the elixir. Just as he was about to ask how she had arrived there, a sudden, mournful wail erupted from behind them. "Get out of the way. Good dogs don't block the path." Lu Jian recognized that anguished cry as belonging to his beloved De Huang. The crowd turned in unison to see De Huang's massive form soaring through the air before crashing against a tree, coming to a halt. In De Huang's previous spot lay a fiery red demon beast, proudly surveying the onlookers. A veiled maiden sat atop the beast, flanked by a group of uniformly dressed individuals, all riding similar demon beasts. Upon seeing this entourage, the crowd gasped once more. "It's the Magic Clan. They are dressed in the attire of the Tianma Academy." To their astonishment, the Magic Clan's team hailed from Tianma Academy, a prestigious institution rumored to hold significant standing within the Magic Clan, perhaps even surpassing Tianshui Academy. Lu Jian scrutinized the members of the Magic Clan, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the veiled maiden at the forefront. "What do you mean by this? Why do you harm my dog?" He had witnessed the beast beneath the maiden kick De Huang aside. The Magic Clan maiden remained silent, while those behind her erupted into laughter. "Ha ha! Is this your dog? How impoverished your Tianshui Academy must be for the headmaster's direct disciple to ride a mutt. I thought a foolish dog had wandered here, seeking its demise." Recognizing Lu Jian's attire, they quickly discerned his identity, their expressions filled with disdain. "Isn't this the headmaster's son? A peak nascent soul cultivator, yet he dares to lead a team to seize the ruins. You truly amuse me. Lacking strength is one thing, but pretending to be grand with a mongrel as your mount is just ridiculous." Their laughter echoed through the air, while the veiled maiden maintained her calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding commotion. Listening to their mockery, Lu Jian snorted dismissively, shrugging it off. He needn't intervene, for he noticed Huang was already incensed. The loyal beast was utterly frustrated. He had merely been resting on the ground, pretending to be a foolish dog, when he was unexpectedly kicked from behind. Most infuriatingly, he could not retaliate and was sent sprawling into the dirt. With a fierce glare directed at the demon beast beneath the maiden, De Huang charged forward, barking ferociously. "Woof! Woof! Woof!" The large yellow dog barked furiously at the beast before it, yet refrained from advancing. Its demeanor suggested an awareness of its own limitations. Still compelled to unleash a torrent of insults, the beast, with its fiery red eyes, turned its gaze upon the barking canine. "Are you seeking death?" It spoke with human-like articulation, indicative of its considerable prowess. Despite the creature's words, the large yellow dog continued its relentless barking, provoking the beast further. Infuriated by the dog's insolence, the beast lunged forward without waiting for the girl on its back to issue a command. Just before the beast pounced, the girl gracefully leaped down, allowing the creature to pursue the large yellow dog unimpeded. "You dare go too far. It is one thing to attack Brother Lu's steed without cause, but to seek its death is outrageous. Do you truly believe our Tianshui Academy fears your demonic clan?" The members of the demonic clan stood their ground, scoffing in response. "Humph, what killing it is merely a mutt, and this is not its rightful place. Do you humans take issue with that? If you have the courage, let us settle this with a fight." Throughout the exchange, the demonic girl remained silent, observing Lu Jian and his companions. Frustration welled within the ranks of Tianshui Academy, and they prepared to retaliate. However, Lu Jian intervened, urging them to remain calm. He glanced at the large yellow dog, which was already fleeing in terror, and surmised its intentions. It was likely seeking a secluded spot to launch a surprise attack. The talking beast was bound to face some hardship. Being of the same demonic lineage, the large yellow dog would likely refrain from inflicting fatal harm. But a lesson was certainly in order. Seeing Lu Jian's restraint, the demonic clan members snickered derisively. It seems your senior brother from Tianshui Academy has a sense of reason. Do not act rashly over a mere mutt. Is it worth jeopardizing your chance to explore the ruins? Lu Jian's companions seethed with anger. Brother Lu, we cannot tolerate this. They wish to slay your steed. We must retaliate against their mounts. Lu Jian smiled, recognizing that they underestimated the resilience of the large yellow dog. The outcome would likely surprise them. He chose not to speak further, turning his attention to the shape-shifting demon tree ahead. The others sighed heavily, but remained silent, accepting Lu Jian's leadership. In the distance, the large yellow dog darted through the forest, narrowly evading the beast's attacks. Each escape was perilous, as though capture was imminent. The beast unleashed a torrent of flames towards the dog, yet it seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, evading the inferno just before it struck. As it fled, the dog barked defiantly at its pursuer, clearly unyielding. The beast, driven to madness by the dog's audacity, pursued relentlessly. They ventured farther from the crowd until they could no longer be seen. Once more, the beast expelled flames, aimed directly at the dog, which, just as it appeared doomed, made a sudden turn and swatted the terrifying fire away with a paw. This stunned the beast, halting it in disbelief. You! The relentless pursuit ceased abruptly. Chapter 80. The flowering of the demon tree. As the beast halted, the large yellow dog snorted, shedding its former panic. A profound sense of danger surged within the beast, recognizing the oddity of the situation, causing its fur to bristle. This was no ordinary dog. It had effortlessly extinguished its flames. Even beasts of equal rank could not achieve such a feat. An ominous premonition gripped it. Without a moment's hesitation, the beast turned to flee towards the crowd. Yet, as it spun around, the large dog appeared as if by teleportation, now behind it. You! With fierce eyes, the large yellow dog raised its paw and struck the beast across the face. You insolent wretch! Were it not for my elder brother's affairs, I would flay your skin and refine your soul. The beast, thoroughly bewildered, realized it had merely been lounging idly, only to be assaulted by its own kind. It was bad enough to be beaten, but to feign weakness against such a lowly creature was intolerable. Though the large yellow dog was furious, it refrained from killing blows, leaving the beast dazed and helpless. Who are you? It stammered as another paw came crashing down. Who am I? Today, you shall find out. With that, the large yellow dog pounced upon the beast, delivering a flurry of blows. The beast cried out in agony, suffering intense pain from the dog's sheer physical strength. Devoid of demonic power. Ancestor, I was wrong. Please, cease your assault. I failed to recognize your esteemed self. At these words, the large yellow dog snorted and ceased its attack. The beast staggered to its feet, stripped of its former bravado. It recalled the tales of an ancestral dog among the demonic clan, a legendary black dog whose true form was unknown, but whose power was formidable. To be slain by such an entity would be child's play. It had clearly held back, perhaps due to their shared heritage. The large yellow dog regarded the beast with a cold snort. Consider yourself fortunate. It then issued a warning, instructing the beast to be discreet and not to reveal its identity. The beast obediently nodded, not daring to breathe too heavily. Satisfied with its compliance, the large yellow dog decided it was time to return. After some time, the beast limped back to the girl's side, battered and bruised. The other members of the demonic clan stared in shock at the injured creature, speechless. Huolin, you're beaten? Upon hearing their inquiries, the girl turned, her voice hoarse yet rhythmic. Huolin, what happened? Did you encounter trouble? The beast managed a proud grin. Trouble? I gave it a thorough thrashing. It has learned its lesson. As it spoke, it couldn't help but grimace, revealing its injuries. The others exchanged glances between the beast and the large yellow dog. Incredulous. You beat it? It seems more like you were the one who was beaten. Huolin, this is not like you. Why did you not finish it off? Huolin shook its head vehemently, responding earnestly. Why resort to violence? It has realized its error. Let it be. We must focus on the matter at hand. The shape-shifting demon tree is about to bloom. As Huolin spoke, it cautiously glanced towards Lu Jian, having likely deduced his true identity. Who else could command such an ancestral being as a steed, if not the revered ones of the demonic clan? The surrounding onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment at Huolin's words. They found a fire Qilin to be somewhat peculiar today, unaware that it had just been beaten by a local mutt. As the crowd contemplated further inquiries, a sudden cheer erupted among them. Look, it's blooming. It's blooming. The metamorphosing demon tree is flowering. Fruits will soon follow. At this moment, the members of the demon clan also set aside their concerns for the fire Qilin, turning their attention to the metamorphosing demon tree ahead. Jian waved at his junior disciples beside him and smiled. Get ready to seize it. Everyone nodded eagerly. The metamorphosing demon fruit was indeed a rare treasure. As cultivators advanced in their realms, their comprehension of the Tao became increasingly vital. The metamorphosing demon fruit could instantly place a cultivator into a state of enlightenment, the value of which was evident. Beside him, Lu Linlang cast a worried glance at Lu Jian. Their cultivations were currently on par, both at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Yet such prowess appeared somewhat inadequate in this context, especially since Lu Jian was the leader of the Tianshui Academy, making him a prime target. Be cautious, don't overexert yourself, she cautioned. Lu Jian nodded with a smile, then seemed to recall something. He beckoned to Da Huang behind him. Stay close to my junior sister. He was concerned for Lu Linlong's safety. After all, with thousands of cultivators competing, the risk of collateral damage was high. Da Huang trotted up with its tail wagging, adorably acknowledging Lu Jian's words. Lu Linlang glanced at Da Huang in surprise. The dog was significantly larger than the average dog, yet appeared unremarkable. Da Huang took its place beside Lu Linlang, remaining faithfully by her side. Meanwhile, the crowd's attention was captivated by the enormous metamorphosing demon tree. Vivid crimson blossoms, resembling living entities, rapidly adorned the tree's crown. In an instant, the entire demon tree exuded an eerie aura. Numerous cultivators watched in silence, none daring to be the first to approach the demon tree, as that would surely make them easy targets. After a moment of waiting, as the ominous crimson flowers began to wither, someone could no longer contain themselves. In an instant, several figures charged toward the great tree. Just as they began to climb, a massive net shimmering with a blood-red glow suddenly descended from the tree's canopy. The net enveloped the entire crown, and the leading cultivators, caught off guard, collided directly with the net. Following a flash of red light, they screamed as they plummeted down. Chapter 81, Trapped. The sudden turn of events left those who had intended to scale the demon tree momentarily stunned. What was happening? This seemed to be a formation from the demon race. The blood-red net radiated an uncanny crimson light, swirling and morphing before the crowd's eyes. Suddenly, several figures appeared atop the canopy, their diverse appearances clearly indicating they were not of the human race. Ha ha! You wish to seize the relics of my demon race? How naive! The leading figure among them scoffed. The metamorphosing demon fruit can only be consumed by our kind to yield its utmost potential. Offering it to you is nothing short of wasteful. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of these beings atop the tree, Lu Jian's junior spoke in a hushed tone. They are from the demon race's Qingyuan Academy. I didn't expect they had arrived early, concealing themselves within the formation atop the metamorphosing demon tree. They must have intended to ambush once the tree bore fruit. Lu Jian nodded. These demons clearly could not contain so many cultivators. However, if they could stall for just a moment, they could harvest the metamorphosing demon fruit. At this juncture, some cultivators had begun to band together to attack the blood-red net. The net, glowing ominously, absorbed their assaults into its sanguine light. Yet, as the net absorbed more attacks, it began to show signs of impending rupture. The demon man's gaze sharpened. Glancing at the withering demon flowers, he felt a twinge of urgency. This formation could not withstand much longer. They needed to gather the metamorphosing demon fruit before the formation shattered. Just then, as he cautiously observed the flowers, a cloud of black mist materialized beside him. The man's expression tightened, and he swiftly retreated several paces. Simultaneously, a figure emerged from the black mist, clutching a pitch-black bone spear. She lunged directly at the demon man. Want to hoard it all for yourselves? I fear you lack the capability. The girl, her face veiled in light silk, moved with an ethereal grace, yet struck with brutal ferocity, leaving the demon man no chance to react. The surrounding demons were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the girl. How did you breach the formation? At that moment, the formation remained unbroken. Yet this demon girl had inexplicably appeared before them. She offered no reply, instead engaging the demon man in combat. Terrifying waves of energy surged above the formation. prompting the cultivators below to intensify their efforts. As this unfolded, the demon flowers finally withered completely, and bursts of crimson light erupted from the branches of the demon tree. With a crisp sound, the formation that enveloped the canopy was torn open. A throng of cultivators immediately soared toward the crown, only to find the demon clan also springing into action. Positioned at the forefront, they rushed to seize the metamorphosing demon tree's fruits. However, just as their hands neared the fruits, the serpentine fruits quivered slightly before vanishing back into the tree. What is happening? The demon fruits can escape on their own. Gasps of disbelief echoed as other cultivators experienced the same phenomenon. The moment they attempted to grasp the metamorphosing demon fruits, they would retreat into the tree. At this moment, Jian remained still, scrutinizing the metamorphosing demon tree before him, sensing something amiss. "Fall back," Jian shouted to those around him, then retreated toward the back of the crowd. The others, uncertain of Jian's intent but not hesitating, followed him to the rear. In the next instant, a terrifying wave of energy surged down from the demon tree. Boom! In a flash, those grappling atop the demon tree were struck by a radiant force, sending them hurtling backward. The crowd below was not spared either. As they too were swept away by the overwhelming energy, their bodies uncontrollably flung aside. Jian and his companions had retreated to the outermost edge of the throng. Though they were also affected by the energy, the damage they sustained was significantly less. They stood rooted in place, astonished by the sight of thousands being sent flying simultaneously. What is happening? What level of expert could achieve such a feat? Jian furrowed his brow as he observed the metamorphosing demon tree. He had sensed that the energy emanated from within this tree. This tree seemed to possess life, or perhaps a powerful expert was concealed within it. The cultivators who had been struck down struggled to rise, their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed at the living tree before them. This tree is alive. Damn it. We can't seize those metamorphosing demon fruits. The moment we reach for them, they retreat into the tree. What was this? Could this possibly be the guardian of the relic? It was simply outrageous. Despite having restricted the cultivation levels of those entering the relic, they had still conjured such a fearsome tree to guard it. What was initially perceived as a grand opportunity revealed itself to be a mere illusion. The formidable demon of the demon clan showed no intention of leaving behind any legacy. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a surge of terrifying energy swept through the air once more, causing hearts to race as everyone instinctively adopted defensive postures, bracing themselves against the impending force. Curiously, this time, the energy passed through without inflicting harm, merely gliding over their bodies before dissipating into the distance. The once clamorous crowd fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of what had just transpired. Suddenly, the surrounding forest began to tremble, as if the towering trees had come to life. Their branches grew wildly, enclosing the area where the cultivators stood in mere blinks of an eye. Every possible escape route was sealed off, and the sunlight was effectively blocked, leaving the crowd ensconced in the shadowy embrace of the branches. A sense of dread washed over them. Had they fallen into a trap? What nonsense was this about a relic? This was clearly a killing formation. Someone intended to eliminate these talented individuals here. The relic was merely bait, luring them into this perilous situation. The cultivators' expressions shifted dramatically as they scrambled between the branches, desperately seeking an escape. At that moment, a glimmer of red light flickered amidst the encircling branches, illuminating the previously dark environment and allowing the crowd to discern their surroundings once more. A deep, wearied exhalation suddenly reached their ears. Following the sound, they beheld a triangular eye that had sprouted on the trunk of the transforming demon tree. The exhalation had emanated from it. Oh, how many years have passed? I have finally returned to the surface. How nostalgic it is. It has been nearly 10,000 years since I last beheld such a multitude of souls. The ancient voice resonated from the trunk of the demon tree, distinctly reaching the ears of those present. Are you the guardian of the relic? Why have you ensnared us here? If the demon clan is unwilling to pass on its legacy, then release us. The tree chuckled softly, its triangular eye darting back and forth. Please do not misunderstand. I am not the guardian of the relic, but merely a remnant soul left behind by my master. Through this transforming demon tree, I can present myself before you. This legacy must indeed continue. It is open to all, be they demon, fiend, or human. Anyone who can withstand my master's rigorous trials shall be granted treasures from this relic." Upon hearing the tree's words, the crowd sighed in relief. If that is the case, why not open the relic and allow us entry? Why keep us confined here? The triangular eye fixed its gaze on one of the speaking cultivators and replied, "I am merely following orders. This transmission of legacy is of utmost importance. There must be no errors. Until the legacy is complete, I must impose some constraints on you. After it concludes, I shall lift the restrictions, and you may leave freely." The crowd exchanged glances, their faces filled with resignation. The prospect of leaving now seemed nearly impossible. The power of this demon was overwhelming. Even with thousands of cultivators present, they could not contend with the restrictions imposed. The mere ripple of its energy had the potential to annihilate them all, making it evident that escaping this predicament was no trivial matter. "Senior, in that case, please open the relic. We have all come seeking the legacy within. Let us not waste any more time." The transforming demon tree swayed slightly, emitting a light chuckle. "Patience, patience. This relic has been sealed for millennia, and to have so many cultivators arrive at once is indeed unexpected for me." The tree's leaves rustled, producing an eerie whisper. Then, blood-red leaves began to drift down from its canopy. "Those unworthy of the legacy shall remain outside. Those capable of receiving it will be granted a red leaf. Those who receive a red leaf may enter the relic and compete for the ultimate legacy." As the tree's voice faded, the crimson leaves seemed to seek out their targets, gently landing in the hands of select cultivators. Jian cast a glance and noted that those who received the red leaves were all at the transformation stage, while he, a mere nascent soul cultivator, received none. Aside from Lu Linlang and himself, the rest of their group had obtained a red leaf. Seeing the red leaves distributed among the other cultivators, the demon tree emitted a series of soft chuckles. "Those with red leaves may enter the relic. The rest must wait outside." Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the trunk of the transforming demon tree, releasing wisps of crimson mist that intensified the eerie atmosphere. "Come forth. This is the entrance to the relic." The members of the demon and fiend academies glanced at the red leaves in their hands, exchanging glances before preparing to enter. Just then, discontented voices erupted from beside Jian. "Wait, this is unfair. Why does our brother Lu not qualify for the legacy? Is it merely because he is not at the transformation stage?" As murmurs of dissatisfaction swelled, the crowd turned their attention toward Jian and his companions. Jian scratched his head, his interest in the so-called legacy minimal. Yet, clearly, his disciples were unaware of his sentiments. Without Jian, their group would be significantly weakened, and thus, witnessing his exclusion from eligibility left them understandably displeased. The triangular eye of the demon tree regarded Jian's group, ultimately resting on him. A perfect, nascent soul. Such cultivation merely invites death within. It is best you remain outside. The dangers within the relic are profound, and even transformation stage cultivators risk demise. What more for nascent soul cultivator? Upon hearing this, Jian's disciples immediately voiced their dissent. "You must be doing this on purpose. You claim to be fair, yet you clearly favor the fiends and demons. Brother Lu is our strongest asset. Why deliberately exclude him? If we are to compete for the legacy inside, how can we expect any advantage for our human side?" The surrounding crowd regarded them with incredulity. What? The strongest asset? A perfect nascent soul? Are they out of their minds? When did the Tinshui Academy's standards fall so low that a perfect nascent soul qualifies as the strongest? With my mid-transformation stage cultivation, I could sweep through the Tinshui Academy. Laughter erupted around them, but was quickly interrupted by the human cultivators present. There are indeed cultivators from Linen Prefecture here who have witnessed the resource battle at Tinshui Academy. You know nothing. Jian is not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Don't think that just because you are a mid-transformation stage cultivator, you can rival him. Even a peak transformation stage cultivator would find it challenging to contend. Everyone recalled how Jian, in his mid-nascent soul stage, had easily bested a mid-transformation stage genius during the resource battle. Now, as he had reached the perfect nascent soul stage, defeating a peak transformation stage cultivator would hardly pose a challenge. Hearing the rebuttal from a human cultivator, the surrounding practitioners erupted into even more raucous laughter. "Ha ha, a nascent soul battling a transformation god? You humans are quite humorous lately. Do you take us for fools? I have yet to hear of anyone capable of traversing an entire realm to engage in combat. It is simply preposterous." At this moment, the students from the demon and beast clans also paused. They regarded Lu Jian from the Tianshui Academy with evident impatience. If you lack the courage to enter, then wait outside. Do not bring up a useless nascent soul. The companions beside Lu Jian shot a cold smile at the Beast Clan member who spoke. Ah, you must be Injua from the Qingyuan Academy, right? I heard you were among the top 10 students of your academy 2 years ago. Yet, I see you are not so impressive. You reached the transformation stage 2 years ago, and now, after 2 years, you have merely achieved the pinnacle of that stage. Your Beast Clan truly has poor judgment in selecting leaders. I have heard that your academy recently has a rising star, a nine-tailed fox who ascended from transformation to illusion in just 1 year. If he were leading, it would be understandable, but as for you, when mocking others as worthless, it is wise to consider one's own worth. Injua gazed coldly at the speaker, his eyes glinting with a crimson light. The transformation stage of the Beast Clan is equivalent to the transformation God stage of the Human Clan. Generally, attaining this level is already indicative of great talent. However, continuing to break through to the illusion stage is not an easy feat. Even the most exceptional talents often find themselves stuck at the transformation stage for 2 or 3 years, which is quite common. Recently, however, Qingyuan Academy has had a new prodigy who ascended to the illusion stage in merely 1 year. This fact has weighed heavily on Injua's mind, as he had thought himself to be at the pinnacle of beastly talent, only to find himself surpassed by a junior much younger than he. This severely impacted his confidence. He had sought this expedition as an opportunity for a breakthrough, yet he found himself humiliated before even entering the ruins, looked down upon by these human waste. Even if I am not at my best, I am still superior to your leader. A mere nascent soul dares to claim to be the strongest fighter of your Tianshui Academy. As he spoke, Injua's gaze suddenly fell upon Lu Linlang beside Lu Jian. Ah, your Tianshui Academy is indeed bold. If you cannot muster enough transformation gods, there is no need to send 2 nascent souls to fill the ranks. Injua remarked, suddenly turning his gaze towards the demon girl nearby with a playful expression. Qingling Fairy, your beauty is indeed remarkable. I have heard your tastes are quite unique. Surely you would not wish to follow a nascent soul of such little worth? How about this? We join forces to eliminate the Tianshui Academy's members here. I seek no more than to remove a few competitors to silence their clamor. As for this delicate girl, do as you wish with her. What do you think? While speaking, Injua observed Lu Jian and Lu Linlang, discerning that they were a pair. Although the two had not touched, such matters are hardly hidden from Injua's keen eye. Hearing Injua's words, Lu Jian was momentarily taken aback. What does he mean? Could that veiled girl be? Yet, the members of Tianshui Academy displayed no surprise. They seemed to have anticipated this. Join forces? Have you forgotten that we humans and your Beast Clan are allies? Yet here you are, siding with the Demon Clan. Lu Jian responded defiantly. Come on, let us see what you can do together. Do you think we fear you? Injua laughed dismissively. We have no formal alliance with your humans. The current situation is that we would like to ally with you, but with 2 useless members in your ranks. What can you possibly contribute other than being a burden? The laughter from the Beast Clan echoed in response to Injua's words, while the Demon Clan members remained unusually calm, including the veiled girl, who displayed little reaction. She turned to her companions, exchanged glances, and then nodded gently. Very well, let us first eliminate the members of Tianshui Academy. As for who can obtain the inheritance and enter the ruins, that shall be determined by skill. Her voice was calm, showing no rebuttal to Injua's earlier comments. Upon hearing Qingling's words, Injua laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the outcome. Lu Jian, observing the two now aligned against him, felt no panic. What surprised him was that the demon girl did not refute Injua's insinuations regarding her preferences. The surrounding crowd seemed accustomed to this, as if there were nothing unusual about it. This left Lu Jian perplexed. For what he understood, the world of cultivation was generally quite conservative regarding matters of love. He had not expected the Demon Clan to be so bold. Had this been among the humans, it would likely be deemed unorthodox. However, within the Demon Clan, it appeared acceptable. Lu Jian gained further insight into the Demon Clan. Not only did their cultivation methods differ from those of humans, but their behaviors were also quite free-spirited, devoid of the various constraints found in human society. As Lu Jian pondered, the demon girl suddenly made her move. Her figure flashed, and a swirl of black mist enveloped Lu Jian. A pale hand shot out towards him. Junior brother Lu, be careful. Without needing any reminders, Lu Jian had already prepared himself. Unleashing his 3 heads and 6 arms technique, he met the attack head-on without hesitation. Bang! The overwhelming demonic energy surged, and in an instant, both figures were sent flying. Qingling staggered back a few steps, her pupils constricting in disbelief as she gazed at Lu Jian. 3 heads and 6 arms. Such a demonic technique? At this moment, the surrounding crowd was also stunned. They had expected Lu Jian to be sent flying by a single strike, yet he had withstood Qingling's assault without showing any sign of weakness. Witnessing this scene, Yinghua's expression tightened, and he charged in without hesitation. When it comes to physical strength, the Beast Clan would not concede second place to anyone. In an instant, Yinghua was at Lu Jian's side, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Once again, their fists collided. Lu Jian's body was sent flying, but he quickly regained his footing. Yinghua stood firm, his face filled with disdain. Hardly a challenge. Do not think that just because you have a technique, you can stand against us beasts. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed beside her. Are you worried about him? Lu Linlang, alert, glanced sideways and saw the demonic girl, shrouded in black gauze, had inexplicably arrived beside her. She instinctively stepped back a few paces, her gaze towards Qingling filled with caution. Qingling smiled, her enchanting eyes crescent-shaped. Do you have feelings for him? Yet I sense he does not regard you with complete openness. Lu Linlang retreated slowly, a frown marring her brow. What do you mean? Qingling chuckled again, turning to face Lu Linlang. I can feel he harbors emotions for you, but there remains an insurmountable chasm between you two. He has his reservations, and, perhaps, it is your issue. As she spoke, Qingling's form once more dissolved into a cloud of black mist, only to reappear directly before Lu Linlang. Lu Linlang reached out to strike the mist, but a delicate white arm effortlessly blocked her attack. Qingling furrowed her brow slightly, observing Lu Linlang's flustered state, and her gaze gradually turned icy. How ruthless! Do you harbor some deep-seated grudge against our demon kin? Why do you despise us? Suddenly, Qingling's expression shifted as she glanced at Lu Jian, who was engaged in battle with Yinghua, her brow furrowing deeper. Is this the reason? Lu Jian, while contending with Yinghua, also kept an eye on Lu Linlang's situation. Upon hearing Qingling's words, he felt a twinge of guilt, causing him to falter momentarily. Damn it, she is an emotional expert. If she continues to analyze, she'll uncover all my secrets. Lu Jian looked at the nearby De Huang, who was sprawled beside Lu Linlang, panting heavily. The creature showed no intention of intervening, sensing no murderous intent from Qingling. As long as she did not harm Lu Linlang, De Huang would remain uninvolved. Just a bit of teasing, it was nothing serious, not enough to expose himself. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jian steeled himself and immediately distanced himself from Yinghua. Hey, demonic trash, come at us together. Don't waste time. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Qingling finally shifted her gaze away from Lu Linlang. Da Huang glanced at Lu Dion, shaking his dog head in disbelief. Wow, he is even scolding himself when he gets fierce. Qingling looked calmly at Yinghua, disdain evident in her scoff. A mere nascent soul cultivator who cannot defeat him in half a day, yet has the leisure to insult. Your demonic clan appears to be rather mediocre. Yinghua's expression darkened significantly. Although his physical form surpassed Lu Jian, he could not swiftly overpower him. Fairy Qingling, perhaps you should remain as an observer. No need for the others from Tianshui Academy to intervene. We can handle this. As Yinghua spoke, the blue scales on his body multiplied, gradually enveloping his neck. He aimed for a quick resolution. Failing to subdue Lu Jian would be a tremendous embarrassment. Meanwhile, the members of Tianshui Academy showed no inclination to assist. They did not believe Yinghua could contend with Lu Jian. After all, Lu Jian's forte was not physical confrontation, but rather his formidable martial prowess. In Lu Jian's weakest domain, Yinghua had not gained any advantage, which left him with no hope of victory. Yinghua, do not speak too soon. Rest assured, we shall not intervene. Otherwise, it would be overly unfair to you. Fairy Qingling, you would do well to join the fray. Otherwise, this Yinghua may very well be defeated by our Lu Jian. Laughter erupted among the onlookers of Tianshui Academy, who appeared relaxed and at ease, causing the surrounding cultivators to furrow their brows in confusion. Have they lost their minds? I see no chance for Lu Jian to win. He even dares to take on 2 opponents. How audacious. Both Yinghua and Qingling were prodigies of their respective clans. If he could barely contend with one, how could he hope to face 2? Though he could manage to fight Yinghua with the aid of demonic techniques, defeating him was an impossibility. Qingling snorted disdainfully, and upon seeing that Yinghua was about to get serious, she lost the desire to intervene. Instead, she looked once more at Lu Linlang, her eyes betraying an uncontainable joy. You. In midair, Lu Jian, witnessing the demoness flirting with his sister again, decided to cease the banter and finish this quickly. Further delay could lead to trouble. He extended his hands, gathering a massive amount of spirit energy towards himself. Soon, two spheres, one blue and one white, materialized in his palms, an enhanced version of the celestial selection. These were two divine-level martial techniques, their power exceeding that which had once bombarded Jian. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, all present gazed at Lu Jian in shock. Even Qingling halted her impending words, staring at him in disbelief. What monstrous speed in absorbing spiritual energy! Is he a monster? A fully realized, nascent soul cultivator, capable of summoning such vast amounts of spiritual power? As the crowd gasped, an even more explosive scene unfolded before their eyes. Holding the two spheres, Lu Jian unhesitatingly collided them together. In that instant, the faces of thousands of cultivators turned pale. What the hell? A madman. He actually intends to merge the martial techniques of the demon and human clans. Quick, escape. He means to perish together with us. At this moment, aside from those who had previously witnessed Lu Jian's technique, the rest were thrown into panic. Stop. Do you know what you're doing? An ancient voice, long silent, suddenly spoke, filled with urgency, clearly startled by Lu Jian's audacity. Chapter 85. Basic operation. The transforming demon tree trembled, the triangular eyes on its trunk radiating an eerie red light. Enough. You may enter the ruins. Lu Jian had proven his strength, able to contend with a peak transforming demon, indicating he possessed at least the combat power of an early-stage god transformation. Yet he had not anticipated that this child would be so tempestuous. Merely being teased had prompted him to threaten annihilation against the assembled cultivators. Even a millennium ago, he had never witnessed anyone successfully merge the martial techniques of the demon and human clans. Though many cultivators had attempted, their outcomes were invariably tragic. In midair, Lu Jian observed the crowd retreating to the perimeter of the grand formation, speaking with an air of nonchalance. No need to panic. It's merely a basic operation. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, the two spheres truly fused together. The triangular eye upon the transforming demon tree blinked vigorously, its disbelief evident as it widened. Lu Jian, gripping the blue and white sphere, hurled it unflinchingly towards Yinzhua. Yinzhua, having distanced himself, was left aghast at the sight. He sought to evade, but the sphere approached with blinding speed. After a few leaps, it was already before his eyes. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in that space. Yinzhua was propelled skyward by the force of the sphere, accompanied by a piercing scream as the ground beneath him was blasted into a terrifying pit. When he landed, the hardened scales covering his body were shattered, and crimson blood streamed over him. Yinzhua, astonished, gazed at Lu Jian, his scales gradually shedding, only for a new layer to envelop his arms. Though this blow had injured him, the demon kin's physical resilience meant that, despite its immense power, it was insufficient to defeat him. Not bad. Not bad. Human brat. No wonder they say you are the strongest combatant of Tianshui Academy. With this technique alone, you indeed have cause for pride. However, if this is the extent of your abilities, before Yinzhua could finish his words, Lu Jian suddenly spread his arms. In an instant, dozens of azure and white orbs materialized before him. Upon witnessing this scene, Yinzhua found it difficult to swallow. Lu Jian's expression remained tranquil as he gazed at Yinzhua on the ground, suddenly breaking into a mischievous grin. Before Yinzhua could react, the multitude of orbs leapt toward him. Yinzhua's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he began to flee. This joke had escalated far too much. Even if he had confidence in his physical prowess, he lacked the audacity to withstand such a deluge of terrifying attacks. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Yinzhua, who had previously been dominating Lu Jian, was now left scrambling with no ability to retaliate. The orbs in Lu Jian's hands continued to multiply, encircling Yinzhua from every angle without a single escape route. After being bombarded several times, Yinzhua was at his breaking point. Bracing himself, he took a direct hit from a strike and dashed into the rift created by the transforming demon tree, becoming the first to enter the ruins. Lu Jian lost his target in an instant and shifted his gaze to the remaining members of the demon and beast clans present. Would you like to experience this as well? With that, Lu Jian hurled another orb. Upon seeing the glowing sphere hurtling toward them, Qing Ling and her companions braced themselves for impact. Boom! The orb detonated before them. Experiencing the terrifying energy up close, Qing Ling showed no hesitation. Let's go. Do not engage him. There's no chance of victory. None at all. This was merely an orb. Yet its overwhelming power was comparable to a self-detonation by a god transformation cultivator. How could they possibly contend with this? Now, Lu Jian was capable of launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Even with their numerical advantage, they could not withstand the sheer volume of martial skills unleashed upon them. Lu Jian could afford countless mistakes, but if they were struck even once, they would be rendered incapacitated. The demons wasted no time. After evading one attack, they swiftly entered the ruins. The Beast clan, even faster, had already made their way inside. Lu Jian shrugged, gradually descending. He had no desire to engage in conflict here. After all, there were too many innocent cultivators around, and should he unleash his full power, collateral damage would be unavoidable. The members of Tianshui Academy eagerly gathered around, and at that moment, a crimson leaf gently floated into Lu Jian's hand. One eye-opener this has been. I never imagined your human race could produce such a talent. The last time I encountered someone of this caliber was that esteemed figure from the demon clan. How nostalgic. Yet he could not merge the techniques of the demon and human clans. Lu Jian pondered, glancing at the crimson leaf, a chill running through his heart. It seemed he had done something momentous. The demon tree had referred to that esteemed figure from the demon clan, clearly alluding to his former self. Even he could not merge the techniques of the demon and human clans, yet Lu Jian felt no difficulty in doing so. At this moment, the human cultivators wore somber expressions. Upon hearing the words of the demon tree, one coldly remarked, "That demon is still among us. Who says our human race cannot produce such prodigies? A millennium ago, we had a Tao ancestor. Yet, he was slain by that demon. Such a demon, no matter how high his talent, is merely a petty individual envious of others' abilities. It is because of his presence that our human race has been denied the possibility of producing another Tao ancestor." Lu Jian nodded. Since arriving in this world, he had only heard of his predecessor's malevolence, but never of his incompetence. It seemed his strength was well known to all. The triangular eyes of the transforming demon tree blinked twice as it looked at the crowd with confusion. The demon's esteemed figure killed your Tao ancestor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Does he not know? At this point, the demon tree abruptly halted, ceasing to continue its thought. Meanwhile, the demon clan's cultivators erupted in outrage. What did you say? So what if he killed your Tao ancestor? Our demon clan's esteemed figure is not someone you can discuss freely. The two factions immediately descended into a chaotic argument, each unwilling to yield, ready to clash at any moment. A terrifying pressure emanated from the demon tree, silencing the crowd in an instant. The demon tree let out a long sigh, directing its gaze toward Lu Jian and the others. Very well, proceed. Whether you can obtain the inheritance depends entirely on you. Lu Jian nodded and promptly led the group into the ruins. Lu Linlang and De Huang remained outside, as she had not received a crimson leaf and thus lacked the qualifications to enter. Chapter 86. Your hands are so quick watching Lu Jian and the others depart. Lu Linlang slowly retreated. De Huang followed closely behind her until they reached the edge of the grand formation. The individuals entering the ruins had not brought their beast companions. All the beasts remained outside. Upon reaching the edge of the formation, De Huang lay beside Lu Linlang. Sensing her somewhat dejected demeanor, De Huang likely surmised her thoughts. She must have felt the disparity between herself and Lu Jian, which caused her distress. De Huang nudged Lu Linlang's calf with its head, urging her to look at it. Lu Linlang smiled, turning to scratch De Huang's head. What's wrong? Do you want to go into? De Huang stuck out its tongue and then extended its paw, revealing 5 serpent-shaped, otherworldly fruits resting in its palm. De Huang handed the 5 transformation fruits to Lu Linlang, grinning in a remarkably human-like manner. Staring at the transformation fruits in her hand, Lu Linlang was utterly incredulous. A treasure that everyone else failed to acquire, and this dog had 5. How? How did you? De Huang patted Lu Linlang's hand with its paw, signaling her to quickly stow them away to avoid drawing attention. Just because others could not obtain them did not mean it could not. With its prowess, acquiring a few fruits discreetly was a breeze. Lu Linlang hastily tucked away the 5 transformation fruits, but insisted these should go to your master. He needs them more than I do. Lu Jian is more talented than I. Keeping these for myself would be a waste. De Huang rolled its eyes, flipping its paw again to reveal another 5 transformation fruits in its palm. Seeing the reappearance of 5 transformation fruits, Lu Linlang gasped in shock. Da Huang Shukled, promptly stowing the fruits away while winking at Lu Linlang, signaling that it had plenty to spare. Observing the large dog before her, Lu Linlang felt that this was no ordinary mutt. At least in the art of thievery, it was truly gifted. Your hands are so quick. To be able to snatch away so many transformation fruits without anyone noticing left Lu Linlang at a loss for words in praise. Da Huang beamed with pride. Such feats were child's play for it. Within the ruins, Lu Jian led the group forward. After entering, they descended deeper. Yet they encountered no sign of the demon or beast clans. The ruins were filled with strange chains, intertwining and sprawling chaotically throughout the passage. As Lu Jian reached out to touch the chains, made of an unknown material, he felt an odd sensation. The chains emitted a disquieting energy that clashed with his own attributes, causing him considerable discomfort. The group of disciples behind him grew anxious, their hearts racing as they surveyed the bizarre iron chains surrounding them. What do you think the great demon of the Beast clan was in his prime? Perhaps to alleviate the tension, a young disciple ventured to ask, uncertain, yet capable of leaving behind a remnant spirit that endures for millennia. It must at least be a formidable creature of the Hung life realm. Upon overhearing the conversation behind him, Lu Jian curiously inquired, Hung life realm? What sort of realm is that? Why does it bear such an unusual name? The individuals behind him elucidated, Senior Brother Lu, this is one of the realms classified by the demon race. Both the demon and monster races possess peculiar realms. The monster race refers to it as the Hung life realm, while the demon race has an equivalent realm known as the crossing calamity realm. Lu Jian furrowed his brow and continued to question, do we humans not have such a classification? The people behind him shook their heads and replied, no. We don't indulge in such fanciful nomenclature. We are left to wonder why they choose such peculiar names. The demon race is distinct from us, and so too is the demon race. Initially, the practitioners of the demon race follow a similar path to ours, refining qi and establishing a foundation. But after these 2 stages, their classifications diverge entirely. As Lu Jian ventured forth, he clicked his tongue in intrigue. How fascinating. He had a general understanding of the realm classifications among humans, and from a refining qi realm to the Tao ancestor realm, none bore names so disjointed. What is this Hung life realm? It sounds almost like a person-esque name, particularly reminiscent of a fox spirit. And what on earth is the crossing calamity realm? His own high rank had evidently surpassed that realm, rendering him unable to fathom its sensations. Could it be that our human race lacks a realm? Lu Jian mused aloud. Upon hearing his words, those behind him chuckled softly. How could it be? If we were to lack a realm, then 1,000 years ago, the Tao ancestor would not have existed. Cultivation is a pursuit that requires steadfastness. Without any single link in the chain, it is impossible to reach the Tao ancestor realm. Lu Jian shrugged indifferently, opting not to dwell on the topic. After walking a distance, they finally emerged from the pitch-black passageway. Before them lay a vast subterranean cavity. Here, they finally encountered the demon and monster practitioners who had entered earlier, along with other cultivators who had come with them. The group was scattered about, anxiously circling around various caverns pulsating with an eerie red glow. As Lu Jian and his companions approached, they discerned the scene more clearly. Within those caverns were protruding stone pillars, each bearing a metamorphic demon fruit. Damn it! The barriers sealing these caverns cannot be breached. We must first comprehend a martial technique displayed on this luminescent screen to unlock the barrier. Otherwise, even if we combine our efforts to attack, we cannot shake this luminous barrier. The cultivators were all in a state of frantic urgency, gazing at the treasures before them, yet unable to obtain them. Each luminous screen displayed a martial technique. Only by mastering the corresponding technique could they unlock the barrier. However, mastering a martial technique is no simple feat. Without at least 10 days or half a month of dedicated practice, achieving proficiency is utterly unrealistic. Witnessing this scene, the companions beside Lu Jian looked at him with expectant eyes. Lu Jian smiled. This was indeed his forte. While others required 10 days or half a month, he needed merely a single glance. His junior disciples were evidently aware of his renowned prowess in martial arts, thus knowing that his speed in cultivating techniques would undoubtedly be astonishing. Chapter 87. Lu Jian, the Unyielding. The cavern contained no fewer than 100 caverns. And the metamorphic demon fruits that had vanished from the metamorphic demon tree had all materialized here. Huh, why are there no demon fruits here? I don't see any either. Why are there empty slots? Voices of confusion echoed from several cultivators before the luminous screens. Behind those screens lay nothing but emptiness. Apart from a pedestal for displaying the metamorphic demon fruits, there was nothing else. Meanwhile, some cultivators had begun attempting to practice the martial techniques displayed on the screens. Jian observed the practitioners present, noting that aside from these scattered cultivators, none from the demon or monster academies had attempted to breach the barrier. They stood at a distance, momentarily tensing upon noticing Jian and his companions, only to quickly regain their composure. Inju, wounded, was currently tending to his injuries beside one of the caverns. His gaze was somewhat cold, and as he looked at Jian, a hint of wariness flickered in his eyes. Jian, unfazed, smiled as he directed his attention toward a particular luminous screen showcasing a divine tier martial technique. The Tsanglong formula, clearly a technique of the demon race, upon cultivation, could envelop the user's body in a layer of scales. This scale armor boasted formidable defense, capable of withstanding the full-force strike of a mid-stage transformation god practitioner. Jian swiftly skimmed through the technique with remarkable speed. Observing from afar, Inju shook his head dismissively. Meanwhile, Qingling could not help but furrow her brow. Inju, while tending to his wounds, scoffed derisively. Fool, are you truly going to waste time practicing the martial techniques here? For a mere metamorphic demon fruit, you would squander 10 days or half a month. By the time you master it, the ruins will have closed. The demon race members nearby chuckled in agreement. Qingling glanced at Jian in the distance, then lost interest. The purpose of this trial was evidently not to allow them to genuinely cultivate martial techniques to acquire the metamorphic demon fruit. Rather, it was to test a cultivator's potential to become the strongest. If one were to hesitate over such trivial gains and waste time here, they would miss the opportunity to compete for the true inheritance. The majority of the scattered cultivators chose to practice martial techniques here, while some more ambitious practitioners did not waste time. They had already progressed to the next phase, and the reason Qingling and Inju remained was due to Jian. He was far too dominant, possessing the strength to take on two opponents single-handedly. Though it was hard to believe, they had no choice but to accept the reality. Jian truly could battle across realms, and he possessed the ability to overpower them. This compelled them to temporarily unite. Otherwise, neither side stood a chance against the team from the Tianshui Academy. Within the cavern, a triangular eye glimmered with an eerie red light, traversing the walls until it paused before Jian. Young friend, are you truly going to squander your time here? As Jian was engrossed in examining the martial techniques on the luminous screen, he halted and turned to the terrifying triangular eye, smiling as he replied, I cannot simply ignore these treasures, can I? An ancient sigh emanated from the walls, and the triangular eye fell silent, moving on to another location. It appreciated Jian's talent, hence the gentle reminder to avoid losing sight of the greater picture. However, it could not offer too much guidance, lest it appear biased. Just as the triangular eye departed, a sudden, crisp shattering sound rang out. It gasped in surprise, swiftly turning to gaze at Jian's direction. Upon seeing, the triangular eye widened in shock. Jian's body was now adorned with a layer of azure scales. He unleashed a punch against the luminous screen before him. Boom! The seemingly indestructible barrier shattered with a resounding crack. The crisp sound echoed throughout the entire cavern, leaving everyone in disbelief as they stared at Jian and his companions. No way. Is this real? How long has it been? And he has already mastered a martial technique. Could it be that he already knew this technique? That is utterly absurd. At that moment, Inju, who was healing, widened his eyes, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. These martial techniques date back millennia. Even our demon race lacks the inheritance. How could he possibly learn it so quickly? Beside him, Qingling's eyes sparkled with cold light, and upon hearing Inju's words, that glimmer gradually transformed into an almost tangible murderous intent. This individual's talent was simply extraordinary. One must find a way to eliminate him here. Should he grow stronger, the demon clan will undoubtedly gain a formidable adversary. She glanced at the few individuals behind her and exchanged a knowing look. Understanding her intent, they promptly distanced themselves from the rest of the crowd, retreating to a secluded corner unnoticed by others. Qingling produced a black bone talisman from her spatial ring. The talisman shimmered with a dark, ominous glow before vanishing into the shadows. Master, Be wary of a human cultivator named Lu Jian. He must be eliminated. The light on the talisman flickered several times before falling silent again. Observing this, Qingling felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was uncertain about her ability to kill Lu Jian within the ruins. Fortunately, experts from their Heavenly Demon Academy had come along with those from the Godfall battlefield. However, they did not approach the ruins but remained at a distance to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. It was likely that both the human and demon clans had powerful figures nearby, as gathering so many prodigies from various races in one place increased the chances of unexpected events. If such a multitude of talents encountered misfortune here, it would be a significant setback for them. Thus, while it appeared they were here for training, there were indeed forces covertly safeguarding them. Qingling stowed away the talisman. Her master had received the message she sent. Once they emerged from the ruins, they would certainly take action against this Lu Jian if necessary. If they could eliminate this unparalleled genius of the human race here, even if it led to a conflict with the humans, it would not be a loss for them. What are you doing? An ancient voice suddenly echoed beside Qingling. Startled by the unexpected sound, she and her companions turned in fear towards a triangular eye embedded in the wall. What do you want? The triangular eye blinked, casting a glance at Qingling, but remaining silent thereafter. As the eye receded into the distance, Qingling placed a delicate hand on her chest, feeling a rush of anxiety. That was terrifying. She initially thought the triangular eye was focused on Lu Jian, but it turned out to be quite cunning, following them instead. Fortunately, it seemed unwilling to intervene in their affairs and did not obstruct them. Chapter 88. The Demon Suppression Hall. After regaining their composure, Qingling and her companions returned to the void. The atmosphere within the void was eerily silent, with all the cultivators staring in awe at a young boy present. As he traversed through various light screens, an array of martial techniques unfolded. He merely needed to observe each technique once to execute it flawlessly. No light screen could withstand Lu Jian for more than a quarter of an hour. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the light screen shattered, and the excited members of the Heavenly Water Academy trailed behind Lu Jian. With each screen he broke, they rushed in to collect the transformation demon fruits. As they witnessed Lu Jian nearly complete the collection of the fruits, envy surged among them, yet none dared to approach him. They lacked even a shred of confidence in snatching these fruits from Lu Jian. After all, during their previous encounter, Lu Jian's technique, the day-choosing flying immortal, was something even the peak transformation expert, Injua, and Qingling could not withstand. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jian and his companions had gathered 40 to 50 transformation demon fruits. The younger disciples, seeing Lu Jian about to move to the next light screen, hurriedly called out to him, "Senior Lu, that's enough. We don't need too many of these fruits, 5 at most. Eating more won't yield any further benefits." Lu Jian shrugged in response, finally coming to a halt. The younger disciples excitedly surrounded him, offering the fruits they held. He took 5, declining the rest and distributing them among the others. Observing that Lu Jian had only taken 5 fruits, they appeared anxious and puzzled. "Senior Lu, you collected these. We wouldn't dare take them." Lu Jian shook his head, showing no interest in these so-called treasures. 5 is sufficient for me. Didn't you say that more would be ineffective? Grateful glances were exchanged among the group, and after a brief moment of contemplation, they each produced a transformation demon fruit and handed it to Lu Jian. "Senior Lu, this is for senior sister." Lu Jian gazed at the numerous fruits before him, chuckling in astonishment. All right, fine. He stored the transformation demon fruits in his spatial ring, not concerned about their transport. Watching Lu Jian and his companions excitedly distribute the fruits, Injua, sitting nearby, turned pale. His expression darkened as he hissed to the demon clan members behind him, "Kill him! Kill him! Quickly! Find a way to notify the experts outside our clan. This person must not be allowed to live." Lu Jian's talent was simply too formidable. He could grasp martial techniques with just a glance. This was an unprecedented and terrifying gift. This was no longer a personal vendetta between him and Lu Jian. As a member of the demon clan, allowing such a genius to flourish among the humans would spell disaster. Currently, the demon and human clans were nearly equal, mutually allied to restrain the demon race. However, should another Dao ancestor arise from the human side, the demon clan would find itself struggling to survive. He saw in Lu Jian the potential to become a Dao ancestor. Therefore, this individual must perish. The demon clan members nodded in agreement and assisted Injua in departing from the void. Witnessing this, the triangular eye that had approached Lu Jian said, "Young friend, It seems you have garnered some hatred. Lu Jian also took note of the peculiar actions of the demon and magic clans, and, upon hearing the Triangular Eye's words, began to understand the situation. His rising prominence had instilled a sense of crisis in them. With a sigh, Lu Jian mused, "A tree standing tall invites the wind to strike it. It is better to remain low-key after concluding this expedition into the ruins. I shall cease my cultivation and adopt a more laid-back approach. Then no one will have any designs on me." Lu Jian and his companions had gathered enough transformation demon fruits and wasted no time in continuing their journey deeper into the ruins. Some cultivators opted to remain behind, while many others chose to push forward. Upon exiting the void, they entered a broad passageway that sloped downward at an increasingly steep angle. The group proceeded cautiously, wary of potential traps. After advancing for a while, they finally reached the end of the passage. Before them stood an unusually designed palace, constructed from neatly stacked, massive stones. The palace appeared dilapidated, yet exuded an eerie pressure that sent chills down the spine of all present. At the palace's entrance stood a colossal stone, upon which flowing blood coalesced in several ancient characters. Demon Suppression Hall. The crowd gazed at the blood-stained characters, astonished. Demon Suppression Hall? Isn't that a term from Buddhism? They seem to favor such names. When did you Demon Clan start using this kind of terminology? The massive triangular figure now stood at the entrance of the Grand Hall, observing the crowd, tears of blood streaming from its triangular eye. "Esteemed ones, this place is perilous. I must urge you to act within your limits. If you find yourselves outmatched, leave immediately." Upon hearing the triangular eye's warning, the expressions of the cultivators grew solemn. "Elder, what kind of danger are you referring to?" The triangular eye blinked slowly and continued, "You should see for yourselves." The old figure struggled to articulate it. Only through genuine experience could one comprehend the nature of the threat. "Let me give you a piece of advice. While there may be treasures here, one must be alive to claim them." Lu Jian exchanged glances with his companions, realizing that they too were bewildered by this ominous warning. Injua and Qingling stood together in perfect harmony, evidently having officially established their alliance. The other cultivators were eager and seemingly indifferent to the so-called dangers ahead. After all, the path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. If one were to fear danger, they could never hope to walk far. Observing that no one was inclined to retreat, the enormous triangular eye blinked once more. With the sound of clanking chains, the massive doors of the Demon Suppression Hall slowly creaked open. A chilling breeze swept forth from within, and, as the doors swung wide, the faces of the cultivators outside shifted dramatically. Amuna Sinyoha, a terrifying intent to kill, an overwhelming aura of slaughter. It was formless and shapeless, yet it equally targeted every individual present, as if something within was inherently hostile to them, suggesting that only their demise could quell this murderous intent. All of them were masters of the transformation realm, their senses exceptionally acute, allowing them to accurately perceive such phenomena. The crowd, on high alert, drew their weapons, cautiously watching the gaping entrance. Chapter 89. Kill at a gust of ominous wind emanated from the Demon Suppression Hall. Gazing at the fully open doors, the cultivators hesitated, a sense of dread washing over them. What manner of place is this? Why does it feel so sinister? It was neither demonic nor monstrous energy. What then is this? The terrifying intent to kill instilled a sense of icy dread. The cultivators, on guard, waited for a moment before Injua scoffed disdainfully. "What nonsense is this? I intend to see for myself." With that, he boldly stepped into the Demon Suppression Hall, followed closely by a cadre of Demon Clan disciples. Observing that no calamity befell the Demon Clan members, the rest gradually followed suit. Lu Jian and the others entered the Grand Hall together. Upon entering, they were met with a sight of stone chambers sealed by iron chains, scattered haphazardly throughout the hall, devoid of any discernible pattern. Standing before one such chamber, Lu Jian peered through the dense chains and discerned what appeared to be a humanoid figure within. He reached out, tugging at the chains, which clattered noisily. Was there something inside? Peering through the gaps once more, Lu Jian realized this resembled a diminutive prison, evidently designed to confine something. As he glanced back into the chamber, he caught sight of what resembled an arm, obscured by a screen-like cover that shrouded the contents within. At that moment, the others joined him, their curiosity piqued about the treasures these chambers might hold. However, after circling the chamber for a spell, they could not discern what lay within. Just then, a roar erupted as Injua, visibly frustrated, bellowed, "What the hell is this? Let me smash it!" With that, he raised his arm, a vast aura of demonic energy radiating from him, and without hesitation, he struck the chains encircling the stone chamber. Boom! The terrifying demonic energy surged forth, yet it failed to inflict any damage upon the chamber. Not only that, but the force of the backlash sent Jian stumbling back several paces. This unexpected turn left the onlookers astonished. What sorcery is this? A formidable, shape-shifting cultivator, unleashing his full strength, could not even rattle the chains. Jian's expression darkened. His injuries had nearly healed. That last assault had not even managed to sever a single chain. Moreover, he had been repelled by the recoil. Hearing the skeptical murmurs from those around him, Jian felt insulted. He was a peak shape-shifting cultivator, yet he could not break a single iron chain. In that moment, a layer of azure scales enveloped his fists anew. With a fierce shout, he launched another punch at the densely packed chains. The stone chamber resonated with a cacophony of clattering. Jian wasted no time, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the chamber. It was a chaotic scene, a humanoid demonic beast with an incredibly robust physique. Each strike of his fists against the chains erupted with terrifying force. Sparks flew as the outer layer of the chamber was sent into chaos. Yet the chains remained steadfast, undeterred by his frantic onslaught. At that instant, the colossal triangular eye glided back along the wall. Observing Jian's frenzied assault, the eye remained unperturbed. Finally, after yet another of Jian's punches struck the chamber, he came to a halt, incredulity washing over him as he beheld the unscathed chains and the shattered scales on his fists, a tempest of disbelief swirling within him. Impossible. This cannot be. What material are these chains forged from? Why did my attack yield no effect? The enormous triangular eye emitted a sigh, addressing the gathered crowd. Every stone chamber here suppresses a peculiar life form. You need not exert yourselves fruitlessly. These chains are crafted from the bones of a primordial beast of the Huheng realm. With your current cultivation levels, even in unison, you will not be able to break these chains. Upon hearing the triangular eye's words, the expression of every cultivator shifted dramatically. What? Bones of a primordial beast of the Huheng realm. What manner of being is imprisoned here that requires such a powerful entity for suppression? For the cultivators present, the Huheng realm was an insurmountable pinnacle, a realm they could scarcely hope to attain in their lifetimes. Jian furrowed his brow at the thought. Gazing at the chains that adorned the entire hall, he felt a sense of incredulity. How many corpses of Huheng realm beasts must have been used to forge such a confinement? The colossal triangular eye scanned the crowd before continuing. Do not be astonished. During that great battle, even the beasts of the Huheng realm were merely pawns. Even my master could only act as a commander in that conflict. The cultivators surrounding him gasped in astonishment. What transpired a millennium ago? What manner of foe were you battling? Why has no one ever spoken of it? And why is there no record in history? The triangular eye sighed deeply and replied, In due time, you shall understand. It was a grueling and protracted war, during which both the ancestral beings of humanity and the demon sovereign of my kin perished. Tears of blood flowed from the gigantic triangular eye, and as it blinked forcefully, the crimson tears rose in a mist before vanishing. Enough of that. Such events are far too distant for you now. Allow me to instruct you on how to navigate this trial. Hearing the triangular eye's words, everyone turned their gaze toward it, awaiting further instructions. Within each of these stone chambers lies a fearsome monster. Shortly, I will open one such chamber. Your task is simply to slay it. You may act alone or as a group. As long as you manage to kill it, those who survive shall advance to the next trial. Chapter 90. Remarkable effect. As the triangular eye spoke, it regarded the gathered cultivators. It is not too late to leave now. Upon hearing this, the cultivators exchanged glances, but none exhibited any intention of retreating. The triangular eye blinked once and continued speaking. Any cultivator who can pass this test will receive a vial of the essence blood from the great demon of Huheng's life realm. Upon hearing these words, the cultivator's eyes sparkled with excitement. The essence blood of the great demon of Huheng is a priceless treasure for enhancing the physical body. Are we not about to strike it rich? What nonsense! With so many of us, can we not defeat it? Observing the excitement of the crowd, the massive triangular eye flickered with a hint of concern. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. It is about to begin. As the triangular eye's voice fell, the stone chamber it occupied emitted a series of clattering sounds. Chains began to stir as if animated, slithering away from the chamber. Before long, the true form of the stone chamber was revealed. The crowd looked at the unremarkable stone chamber, puzzled. At that moment, the chamber suddenly collapsed with a resounding crash. Massive stones tumbled down, and next, a bizarre silhouette emerged from within the chamber. Upon seeing this figure, Lu Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a person, but with a pair of wings. Goodness, is it an angel? Lu Jian felt a sense of familiarity, having seen such a figure in animated series before. However, one notable difference was that this angel lacked facial features. Its face resembled a blank slate, devoid of the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose of a normal human. The sight of this entity evoked puzzled expressions among the cultivators. Clearly, they had never encountered such a thing, but in this world of cultivation, there were plenty of bizarre demons and monsters, so they did not seem overly shocked. Is this it? If we kill it, we can obtain the essence blood of a great demon? This seems too easy. Brothers, forget about one-on-one duels. Let's all attack together and eliminate it. With that, several cultivators launched their attacks. Streams of radiant energy surged toward the creature's body. Boom! The terrifying intent to kill swept through, instantly dispersing the beams of light. The creature at the center unfurled its wings, and several nearby cultivators were instantly sliced in half. Blood gushed forth, quickly staining the creature's wings, transforming it into a blood-soaked demon. This sudden turn of events rendered the previously distracted cultivators solemn. What the hell is that thing? It can cleave through the bodies of cultivators at the transformation realm with mere brute force. Everyone hold nothing back. Let's all strike together. Instantly, a wave of terrifying energy surged around, with hundreds of beams of light rushing toward the faceless creature. Yet, just as these attacks were about to strike, the creature's form vanished from sight. Moments later, it reappeared among the crowd. It raised its hand, aiming directly at Qing Ling, who stood before it. Qing Ling's expression hardened, and in the next instant, her body vanished into a cloud of black mist. When she reappeared, she was already behind the creature. A bone spear pierced straight into the creature's heart, followed immediately by a complete impalement. Qing Ling let out a cold snort, intending to launch another attack. But at that moment, the creature suddenly turned around. With a flap of its wings, several more cultivators were struck down. This time, however, everyone was on guard, suffering only minor injuries. After turning around, the creature launched another fist toward Qing Ling. She extended her pale hand, unwavering in her stance. Boom! The clash of killing intent and demonic energy erupted, sending Qing Ling flying. After being propelled back by the overwhelming force, she finally stabilized herself. Though the creature's chest was pierced by the bone spear, it showed no sign of being hindered in its movements, as if the injury were inconsequential. Seeing the creature continue its assault, Qing Ling grew anxious. Injua, are you not going to make your move? Will you just stand there and watch? Beside her, Injua glanced at the creature, hesitated not, and charged toward it. In this clash, the creature did not gain any advantage, instead being gradually pushed back by Injua's strikes. Yet, despite this, the creature fought on relentlessly, like an unyielding machine, continually swinging its fists at Injua. As Injua battled the creature, he steered it toward Lu Jian's position. Human brat, don't just stand there like a fool. Everyone join forces. Only by defeating it can we progress to the next challenge. At this moment, Injua found himself overwhelmed, despite the assistance of other cultivators. The primary burden rested upon his shoulders. Noticing Lu Jian and the others nearby, Injua decided to drag this boy into the fray. Hearing Injua's words, Lu Jian smiled and nodded. Then, in a moment of horror for Injua, Lu Jian tossed a spherical object toward him. Seeing the pale blue sphere, Injua's scalp tingled with alarm. Damn it, this kid intends to take himself down with me. With no time to think further, after a powerful exchange with the creature, Injua used that force to break away from the battle. Boom! The pale blue sphere exploded upon striking the creature. Instantly, the creature's wings were shattered, and even an arm was blown off. Witnessing this, the cultivators surrounding the creature were momentarily stunned. Even Lu Jian felt incredulous. They had been attacking the creature for a long time without inflicting any substantial harm. Yet, after merely tossing a single Ziri-Day flying immortal, it yielded unexpected results. After being struck by Lu Jian, the creature turned its body toward him. A terrifying killing intent surged forth, yet Lu Jian stood his ground, unaffected by the aura of death. The creature, now gravely injured, moved sluggishly as it lunged toward Lu Jian. Unperturbed, Lu Jian spread his arms wide. Dozens of pale blue spheres materialized before him. Now that he understood the creature's weakness, it was time to act. As the creature approached, it continued its assault against Lu Jian. The cultivators nearest to the creature turned pale, hastily retreating to avoid the impending bombardment from Lu Jian. Clearing a vast space around him, Lu Jian wasted no time, unleashing the spheres upon the creature. Chapter 91. Terrifying pressure one by one. The pale blue spheres soared toward the creature. It attempted to evade the incoming projectiles, but just as it dodged one, another sphere surged forth from all directions. Boom! 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 A cacophony of explosions reverberated throughout the hall, and in an instant, the creature was torn to shreds. Lu Jian's Ziri, flying immortal, seemed particularly effective against such beings, and after just one round of attacks, the creature was obliterated. This sudden turn of events caused Lu Jian, who had been contemplating another strike, to halt. What on earth? This thing is so fragile. The creature seemed devoid of independent thought, acting solely on instinct. It could discern which cultivators were stronger and would actively attack them. However, its lack of intellect rendered its actions rather sluggish in Lu Jian's eyes. If he had used this technique against Yinjua, at least he would have managed to evade most of the attacks. But this creature lacked such cunning, opting to exchange its life for that of its adversaries. Seeing Lu Jian easily dispatch the creature, the triangular eye on the wall displayed a hint of astonishment. How? How did you accomplish that? This being has been imprisoned here for over 10,000 years. Although it has diminished significantly in its prime, it could contend with the transformation realm cultivators of your human race. You are merely a nascent soul cultivator, yet you managed to slay such an existence. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Upon hearing the triangular eye's words, Lu Jian looked at his hands, feeling similarly incredulous. The martial technique he had inadvertently created seemed to possess some unique and extraordinary effects. The fusion of these two forces does not merely negate a portion of their power. Rather, it births something remarkably novel within. This energy has an unexpectedly lethal effect on these peculiar angels. Meanwhile, a question arises in Lu Jian's mind. Senior, if this entity can be slain, why was it not exterminated 10,000 years ago? Why go through the trouble of confining them here? Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, the triangular-eyed figure let out a long sigh. Indeed, they can be killed, but it is unnecessary. Imprisoning them here holds greater significance. The surrounding cultivators appeared somewhat bewildered, clearly struggling to comprehend his statement. The triangular-eyed figure did not elaborate further. Instead, he cast a glance at the assembled cultivators and remarked, "There are quite a few of you." He had not anticipated that Lu Jian alone could contend with such monsters, leading to a surprising preservation of resources among the group that should have suffered heavy losses. No matter, having promised you all, I shall honor my word. As he spoke, the enormous triangular eye blinked once more. With that blink, a raised platform suddenly emerged at the center of the hall, upon which were neatly arranged vials of blood, each shimmering with an eerie red glow. Upon sighting the vials of beastly essence, the cultivators present were filled with excitement, their eyes sparkling. This is the essence of the great demon from who hangs Destiny Realm. Just a single drop can elevate a martial cultivator's level. Everyone, take a vial. After you have received the essence, you may proceed to the next trial. The cultivators, brimming with exhilaration, suddenly became somewhat reserved. Senior Brother Lu, you should take the first vial since you vanquished this monster. We can wait. The crowd, having basked in Lu Jian's glory, even began to address him as senior brother in imitation of the students from Tinshui Academy. Lu Jian found himself speechless, yet chose to remain silent. He clasped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, then I shall not be modest." With that, he stepped forward to claim a vial of the beast's essence. The Tinshui Academy group promptly followed suit, each also taking a vial. After Lu Jian and his companions obtained the essence, the other cultivators gradually approached to receive theirs. Without lingering, Lu Jian and the others continued their advance. Upon passing through the demon suppression hall, an invisible pressure suddenly emanated from the distance. This pressure felt as though a terrifying beast was lurking deep underground, coldly observing the gathered individuals. The faces of those behind Lu Jian changed dramatically as they exchanged frightened glances at the passage leading below, exclaiming, What? What is this pressure? Even cultivators at the transformation stage can feel the strain. Could the great demon in this relic still be alive? Why do I feel as though an ancient beast is fixating on me? Noticing the pale expressions of his junior disciples, Lu Jian quickly feigned considerable distress. Indeed, what is happening? I feel as if a colossal mountain is resting upon me. Though he spoke thus, in reality, Lu Jian felt no pressure at all. This so-called pressure had no effect on him, for his ultimate form remained intact. Even if he was offline at present, he was not daunted by such levels of intimidation. Meanwhile, the other cultivators began to follow suit. As they entered the passage, they too felt the terrifying pressure. What is this? Whose pressure is this that I can scarcely breathe? Hearing the murmurs, the triangular-eyed figure approached once more. He glided to the forefront of the crowd and declared, "This is the trial of this stage. You may proceed. Those who can approach the esteemed one may obtain his legacy. All treasures within this relic are also available for the taking." Upon hearing the triangular-eyed figure's words, the crowd expressed confusion. "Senior, that esteemed one you mentioned, it cannot be the great demon within this relic, can it? Surely that esteemed one is not still alive? Otherwise, how could such powerful pressure be released?" The triangular-eyed figure smiled and explained that esteemed one has departed for over 10,000 years. However, when establishing this relic, he considered how his legacy would be transmitted. Thus, he left behind certain methods within this relic. Yet, these methods may only be utilized once. Therefore, this is the final opportunity. If someone can reach the side of that esteemed one, they will receive the complete legacy. Should no one be able to achieve this, the relic shall forever sink into the depths. Hearing the triangular-eyed figure's words, the crowd's doubts gradually dissipated. If that great demon were indeed alive, they would dare not approach him. Chapter 92. Ascending the steps, Injua and Qing Ling exchanged glances and, in unison, turned their attention to the distance where Lu Jian stood. At that moment, Lu Jian was drenched in cold sweat, clearly enduring great hardship. In contrast, the two of them felt little pressure and remained composed. Injua scoffed and derided, "I did not expect the human lad's willpower to be so feeble. He cannot withstand this mere pressure. It seems he has not undergone any trials of life and death. At the sight of a formidable being, his true nature is laid bare. After all, he is merely a waste of the nascent soul stage, with a few tricks up his sleeve, yet fundamentally a worthless fool." Hearing Injua's words, Qing Ling furrowed her brow. She was adept at reading emotions, and observing Lu Jian's distressing demeanor, she became wary. She sensed that Lu Jian was merely acting and that he did not truly feel much pressure. Meanwhile, the surrounding cultivators began to proceed down the passage. Lu Jian and his companions followed behind at a leisurely pace. Qing Ling cast a deep glance at Lu Jian before following suit. As they ventured deeper, the terrifying pressure intensified. After traversing merely a few dozen paces, several cultivators could no longer bear the overwhelming strain and trembled back in retreat. "I cannot endure this. It's too terrifying. It feels as if an ancient ferocious beast is watching me. If I continue further, I fear my heart will shatter." A few cultivators supported one another, their faces pale and drenched in sweat. Only upon returning to their original position did their complexions begin to recover. Lu Jian observed the retreating cultivators and continued to follow the group at a steady pace. He still felt no pressure whatsoever, so he could only mimic the reactions of those around him. Life is but a performance, reliant on one's acting skills. At times, being overly powerful can be a burden. This pressure that instills fear in others was something he felt not at all. Lu Jian refrained from extending his consciousness to probe further and maintained the facade of a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. As they delved deeper, more cultivators retreated from the passage. This segment of the passage was not particularly long, yet it felt as if they had traversed a century. When the crowd's view finally opened up again, a towering staircase suddenly appeared before them. Since entering the relic, they had been descending, and this was the only segment leading upward. The few individuals at the front struggled to lift their heads, and upon seeing the height of the staircase, they could not help but tremble at the knees. Goodness, this must have at least several thousand steps. The powerful beings of the demon race cannot be positioned atop these steps, can they? How on earth can anyone climb this? Just reaching this point has already destabilized my resolve. As they contemplated ascending further, their voices grew fainter, evidently having reached their limits. As the crowd ascended the staircase, a few steps in, some cultivators lost their balance and plummeted down the stairs. As they climbed higher, the number of fellow cultivators dwindled beside Lu Jian. After ascending several hundred steps, he glanced at the remaining cultivators who were struggling alongside him, realizing that only the members of their 3 academies remained. Indeed, the claim to the relic would ultimately be contested among the geniuses of their 3 clans. Lu Jian gasped for breath, beads of sweat soaking his garments, and his legs began to tremble. The realistic performance elicited genuine concern from his junior disciples trailing behind him. Senior Lu, if it becomes unbearable, perhaps we should turn back. Continuing to push forward, while it may not harm the body, could destabilize one's Tao heart. An unstable Tao heart may hinder future accomplishments. Lu Jian nodded appreciatively, yet he had no intention of retreating. It's all right, I can still endure. Upon hearing his words, admiration welled up among the group. They were astonished that not only did Senior Lu possess remarkable talent, but he also exhibited such tenacity. If someone like him was striving forward, what reason did they have to falter? They paused momentarily, and when Lu Jian finally managed to catch up, several of them immediately supported his shoulders. The junior disciples' eyes sparkled with determination as they declared, Senior Lu, let us press on together. Hearing their resolve, Lu Jian averted his gaze, uncertain if his acting had genuinely moved his juniors. He could have retreated at that moment, but he was concerned for their safety, which compelled him to continue. Observing the united front of the Tianshui Academy members, Yinjue and his companions, who were ahead, scoffed disdainfully. The members of the Tianshui Academy had fallen to the back, while the demon clan led the way. At this juncture, no other cultivators could keep pace with them. The scattered cultivators had all retreated, leaving only the members of the three great academies on the soaring staircase. Yinjue glanced up at the demon clan ahead, gritting his teeth as his body became enveloped in emerald scales once more. His speed surged to a new level as he pursued the demon clan members. After climbing several hundred more steps, the pressure emanating from the staircase became almost tangible. Even Yinjue, clad in protective scales, began to see cracks form upon his armor. The demon clan students trailing behind him were also reaching their limits, with only 2 remaining by his side. The Tianshui Academy members had likewise hit their peak. Aside from Lu Jian, only 3 remained. A layer of scales now covered Lu Jian's body, a newly acquired technique from the demon clan, proving useful at this critical moment. The overwhelming pressure bore down on his scales, causing them to fracture, yet they did not shatter completely. Noticing the signs of exhaustion in his companions, Lu Jian concluded that it was time to act. Once they retreated, he would take a couple more steps for show before joining them in descending. As anticipated, after advancing a few more steps, his companions could no longer hold on. They were now unable to even speak, merely gesturing to Lu Jian, signaling their inability to continue. Lu Jian nodded, and they began their descent. At the same time, the demon and beast clan members ahead also descended, their faces pale, evidently having reached their limits and withdrawing from the contest for the relic. Now, only Lu Jian, Yinjue, and the already far ahead Qing Ling remained on the staircase. Chapter 93. The final contest. Lu Jian observed the 2 individuals before him. At this moment, Yinjue was closely following Qing Ling. A notable distance separated Lu Jian from the 2. The staircase was now past its midpoint, yet the 2 ahead still had energy to spare. Lu Jian could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, they were prodigies from the demon and beast clans. Ordinary cultivators of the transformation realm could barely ascend the staircase before succumbing to the pressure, while these 2 persevered through sheer willpower to reach this point. Although Lu Jian did not personally feel the oppressive force, he could gauge its intensity from the reactions of those around him. It seemed these talents were not to be underestimated. Their extraordinary determination alone was remarkable. Trailing behind the 2, Lu Jian contemplated the possibility of eliminating Yinjue. It appeared that the genius from the beast clan harbored thoughts against him, as inferred from their previous encounter. Lu Jian was not one to leave loose ends. If he did not eliminate this threat now, who knew what repercussions might arise? Especially if Yinjue encountered Lu Linlang, he might leverage her against Lu Jian. As for Qing Ling of the demon clan, Lu Jian had no intention of targeting her, as she was, after all, an ally. Even if she bore intentions of confrontation, it would be from her clan's perspective. Should she learn of his true identity, she would likely abandon any hostile thoughts. While Lu Jian hesitated, he suddenly felt the staircase beneath him shift peculiarly. Frowning, he observed the steps rising autonomously, leaving him momentarily perplexed. What trickery is this? Is it now an elevator? Lu Jian wasn't even moving upward, yet the staircase seemed to elevate him on its own. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended several more steps. He quickly glanced ahead at Yinjue and Qing Ling, only to see them unchanged, still needing to exert effort to climb. Just then, a faint voice whispered in his ear, "Young friend, allow me to lend you a hand." Taken aback by the familiar voice, Lu Jian was left speechless. This was blatant cheating. What are you doing? The voice of the triangular-eyed figure returned. Young friend, your potential far surpasses that of the others. Unfortunately, your cultivation is still shallow, and you may struggle against them. However, allowing them to inherit the legacy would prevent its true potential from being realized. Only you can truly unlock its greatest value. With a heavy sigh, the triangular-eyed figure continued. I understand this may seem unjust, but in the face of greater good, I must make this choice. Should that day come, I hope you remember today's events. Set aside the clan disputes and strive for the sake of humanity. Lu Jian's mouth fell agape as he realized he had been predetermined for this. If Yinjue and Qingling witnessed him effortlessly ascending the staircase and claiming the relic, they would surely be infuriated. Senior, this is inappropriate. As he was on the verge of catching up with Yinjue, Lu Jian hesitated. But at that moment, the ascending staircase halted abruptly. The triangular-eyed figure on the steps winked at Lu Jian before vanishing. Yinjue, sensing movement behind him, turned in astonishment upon seeing Lu Jian appear behind him. How did you catch up? Lu Jian stood his ground, thinking to himself that he hadn't intended to, but had inadvertently taken the elevator. Though he still felt no pressure, he had to feign exhaustion. He panted heavily, stammering. This pressure, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Yinjue gritted his teeth in frustration. It was one thing to be outpaced by the demon clan as Qingling, but now, being surpassed by this human youth was intolerable. He let out a cold snort, and a surge of azure light erupted from his body, manifesting a fresh layer of scales upon him. His speed increased once more, allowing him to gradually catch up to the figure ahead, Qingling. Lu Jian glanced at the two, but chose not to pursue further. Seeing them venture farther away, he promptly turned to descend the steps. However, before he could take more than 2 steps, the stairs began to shift beneath him once again, this time moving even faster, allowing him to catch up with the already distanced Yinjue. Lu Jian found himself at a loss for words, realizing his intention to leave was thwarted. This so-called inheritance was clearly intended for him. Reluctantly, he turned around and continued to feign climbing upwards. Upon noticing Lu Jian's return, Yinjue's expression was a tapestry of astonishment and ire. You, he stammered, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. It was evident that Lu Jian had been on the verge of collapse, yet stubbornly maintained pace with him. Lu Jian, now indifferent to Yinjue's plight, resumed his ascent. The overwhelming pressure seemed to intensify as he observed blood seeping from Yinjue's body. In contrast, Qingling, despite her slow pace, persisted in her upward journey. Yinjue cast a resentful glance at Lu Jian and roared, eliciting a new layer of scales to envelop his form. Yet this time, his speed did not increase, indicating he had reached his limit. After the trio ascended for a while longer, they finally beheld the end of the staircase. At its summit lay a circular platform, from which emanated the terrifying, oppressive force. Upon reaching the terminus, Yinjue's eyes sparkled with fiery determination, and in an instant, to Lu Jian's astonishment, Yinjue's body underwent a bizarre transformation. His scales shimmered with a crimson glow, and his form began to contort in an uncanny manner. This state persisted for a brief moment, and when Lu Jian looked at Yinjue again, he had shed all semblance of humanity. Before Lu Jian stood a creature unlike any he had ever seen, serpentine in shape, cloaked in vibrant red scales, with a mane that resembled that of a lion or tiger. Observing Yinjue's monstrous form, Lu Jian mused that the true form had finally been revealed. It seemed they had reached the climactic moment of contention. Chapter 94. You have yet to seek my consent. Indeed, just as this thought crossed Lu Jian's mind, Yinjue's grotesque body surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. His speed surged dramatically. In an instant, he closed the gap to Qingling. Witnessing this, Qingling hesitated no longer. She bit her finger, and droplets of blood transformed into a mist before her. As the blood mist emerged, Qingling's form vanished into it. When she reappeared, she was atop the elevated platform. Simultaneously, Yinjue ascended to the platform as well. Both raced toward a specific direction on the platform, evidently vying for something. Lu Jian, initially a mere spectator on the steps, found the stairs shifting beneath him once more. This time, their speed transcended mere quickness. It was akin to teleportation. Lu Jian's form materialized atop the platform, where he witnessed the clash between Yinjue and Qingling. Not far from them loomed a dark throne, occupied by a woman with her head bowed. Lu Jian regarded the woman on the throne. Though she had been dead for millennia, Her corpse resembled that of a sleeping fairy, exuding an aura of ethereal beauty that dissuaded any thought of desecration. Yingzhu and Qingling, both unwilling to yield, desired to seize the opportunity to approach the formidable creature. Yet upon reaching the platform, the oppressive force intensified considerably. Their movements became painfully slow, each strike requiring their utmost effort. Observing from the sidelines, Lu Jian thought that since he had come this far, it would be reasonable to claim a relic. If he refrained from competing, it would seem rather inappropriate. With this in mind, he resolved to act without further hesitation. He waved his hands, and a cerulean orb began to coalesce in his grasp. Straining his arm, the orb leaped forth towards Yingzhu and Qingling. In the midst of their fierce battle, both warriors were acutely aware of Lu Jian's actions. Upon seeing him launch an attack, they hurriedly retreated, momentarily exiting the fray. However, their movements were too slow. Even as they distanced themselves, they could not evade the impending onslaught. Boom! A terrifying shockwave hurled both of them away. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jian began to approach the woman on the throne. Yet before he could close the distance, a cloud of blood mist suddenly enveloped him, and Qingling's form materialized before him. Her complexion was pallid, clearly a sign of the immense energy required for her maneuver. At this moment, Qingling was closest to the woman. Disregarding Lu Jian behind her, she lunged with all her might toward the woman's body. Just as she was about to make contact, an inexplicable instinct compelled her to withdraw her hand in terror. Witnessing Qingling's bizarre reaction, Yingzhu surged forward with glee, believing victory was within his grasp. He presumed the relic would soon fall into the hands of the demon clan. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate had occurred. Yingzhu charged toward the woman on the throne, unhesitatingly extending his hand to touch her shoulder. But just as he was about to succeed, a surreal scene unfolded before the three. The woman suddenly stirred. She extended a pale wrist and calmly grasped Yingzhu's arm. The abrupt change left Yingzhu's face ashen. He attempted to retract his arm, but it was too late. The alabaster hand clutched his wrist, and with a gentle yet firm grip, it shattered his wrist. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the platform. At the moment this cry rang out, a slender, white arm pierced through Yingzhu's body, completely transfixing his scaled form. Yingzhu gazed at the white arm in disbelief, terror filling his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but could only spew forth a torrent of blood. The woman on the throne rose slowly, then with serene grace. She flicked her arm, casting Yingzhu's lifeless body onto the steps. Witnessing this uncanny spectacle, Qingling hastily turned and fled down the steps. Yet the oppressive force remained, hindering her speed considerably. Lu Jian stood rooted in place, astonished by the sudden revival of the demoness, murmuring, "Has she risen from the dead?" The sound of urgency echoed beneath his feet, prompting him to exclaim, "Hurry, hurry! That creature is not dead yet." The master once sealed it within her body using forbidden arts, yet a millennium has failed to vanquish it. As the words left his mouth, the stairs beneath him shifted once more. The steps moved with incredible swiftness, swiftly catching up to Qingling. At that moment, the resurrected woman suddenly lifted her obsidian eyes, locking her gaze on Lu Jian and Qingling. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The stairs beneath Lu Jian halted as well. The woman let out a chilling laugh, though her lips remained unmoving. At last, the day has come. This wretched one has indeed overlooked a detail. Were it not for her insistence on leaving behind a legacy, I would not have seen the light of day again. Ha 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 ha. Her laughter resonated with a sinister tone, yet it bore the timbre of a man's voice. As the manic laughter erupted, the once tranquil stairs began to tremble violently. A trickle of fresh blood flowed from the top of the stairs, and in an instant, it stained the entire stone platform of vivid crimson. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Qingling's face turned ashen. She found herself utterly immobilized. The woman before her was simply too terrifying. With just a glance, she and Lu Jian had lost the ability to move. Qingling looked towards Lu Jian ahead, her heart filled with dread. Yet a flicker of relief surfaced. It seemed they were both destined to perish here, thus sparing this genius of the human race from becoming a potential threat to the demon clan. At this moment, the triangular-eyed figure beneath Lu Jian was also rendered motionless. He roared, "You avian creature! After millennia, you have not been extinguished. This is our grudge. Let these two children go." Hearing the words of the triangular-eyed figure, the woman slightly turned her head. A remnant soul dares to speak so boldly. Do you think you can survive under my hand, you alien race? Dream on. Today, I shall use you to raise my banner and let you taste the suffering I have endured for 10,000 years. As she spoke, the woman slowly approached Lu Jian and the others. Qingling's eyes were wide with terror, and the triangular-eyed figure shed a stream of blood tears once more. Just as despair enveloped them, Lu Jian calmly interjected, I'm unconcerned with your grievances, but the triangular-eyed one has treated me well. And this little girl belongs to my demon clan. If you wish to harm them, you have yet to seek my permission. Chapter 95. The level of competitors upon hearing Lu Jian's words. Those beside him looked at him in astonishment. However, Qingling was too paralyzed by fear to speak. The oppressive aura rendered her incapable of uttering a word. The triangular-eyed figure exclaimed in disbelief, Young friend, what are you doing? The woman, now halted in her advance, cast a frigid gaze upon Lu Jian. Seek my permission? What are you, a mere nothing? Before Lu Jian could respond, she lunged at him in an instant. She raised her pale arm and struck fiercely at his head. In the face of this terrifying blow, Lu Jian remained unperturbed. Only when the fist neared did he make a move, extending his hand to slowly block it. Bang! Lu Jian's motion appeared languid, yet it intercepted the fierce force of her punch. When the woman realized her strike had been thwarted, disbelief washed over her, and she attempted to withdraw her arm. But at that moment, Lu Jian's fingers gradually tightened. He seized her fist and sneered, with such meager skills, you dare to claim you will raise our banner. The woman, terrified, struggled to retract her arm, yet even with all her might, it remained firmly in place. Lu Jian regarded the woman desperately, trying to escape, his brow arching as he gently twisted his wrist. With this motion, her arm was contorted like a twisted piece of dough. It was enough to pierce the flesh of a transforming demon. Yet before Lu Jian, it felt as fragile as paper. Witnessing the spectacle, Qingling was left in shock, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The woman exuded an overwhelming aura, one she had never encountered before. Initially believing such beings to be invincible, she was astounded to see this formidable figure crumble so easily before Lu Jian. Lu Jian snorted coldly and casually flung the woman away. What level of competitor are you? As fragile as paper. The woman's body was uncontrollably propelled backward, and once she regained her footing, she incredulously gasped, You. Who are you? Hearing her words, Lu Jian merely smiled nonchalantly. Then, he released his oppressive aura, shattering the force that had ensnared Qingling and the triangular-eyed figure. Who am I? You'll soon find out. As he spoke, Lu Jian slowly raised his arm. Boom! A sphere of black flames materialized in his hand. The moment the black flames appeared, the surrounding space began to warp, quickly dissolving into nothingness. Even a very fabric of space could not withstand the flame's searing heat, collapsing rapidly. Li Hua! It's you, demon! You devil! How can you still be alive? Seeing the black flames, the woman broke down, screaming in a frenzy, her body collapsing to the ground in utter despair. Lu Jian observed as she retreated, a faint smile gracing his lips. So you do no fear? I thought you and those below were oblivious to what it means to be afraid. With those words, the black flames in Lu Jian's hand engulfed the woman's body. In an instant, she began to burn from within. Devil! You demon! No! Don't come near! The anguish contorted her face, evidently suffering immensely. The magnitude of Lu Jian's power seemed to evoke a traumatic memory, making even the prospect of death less terrifying than facing him. The woman struggled for only a brief moment. In mere blinks, her body was reduced to nothingness. Lu Jian glanced at the spot where her remains had vanished, then lightly waved his hand, extinguishing the black flames. Turning back, he nodded at the astonished Qingling, who was left speechless. Do not be alarmed. I am one of your own. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Qingling finally regained her composure, hastily kneeling on one knee, stuttering, Tianma Academy, Qingling, pays respects to the Heavenly Lord. Even in her delayed response, she now understood the identity of the one before her. That was Li Hua. In this realm, no one but the Heavenly Lord of their demon clan could wield such flames. Lu Jian waved his hand, causing Qingling to rise involuntarily. No need. I have matters to attend to, which is why I entered the Human Academy. Remember, do not disclose my identity. Qingling nodded eagerly, her previously calm eyes now sparkling with excitement. This was the strongest among their demon clan, the master of all demons. She never imagined that as a mere genius of a demon academy, she would one day encounter this legendary figure. Seeing Qingling's reaction, Lu Jian understood that he had solidified his position. The demon clan harbored a fervent admiration for him. Even if he instructed her to keep silent, she would likely comply, thus eliminating the risk of exposure. At that moment, a trembling voice called from below Lu Jian. Master of the demon clan, I never expected to see you again. Your subordinate, witnessed your grandeur a millennium ago during that great battle. I cannot believe, after 10,000 years, your might remains undiminished. Even the vermin tremble at the sound of your name. Lu Jian looked down to see the triangular-eyed figure trembling with excitement. Curiosity piqued, he addressed him. You are a remnant soul of that demon woman. Your claim of having seen me must refer to her. Are you not of the demon race? Why do you refer to yourself as a subordinate? I am not your superior. The triangular-eyed figure blinked rapidly, choking back emotion as he replied, Heavenly Lord, you may not remember me. Years ago, when our 3 clans united, my legion was under your command. Lu Jian nodded nonchalantly at the triangular-eyed figure's words. This topic could not be pursued further. What he spoke of was unknown to Lu Jian, and continuing would surely lead to exposure. Lu Jian lifted his head and glanced at the ruins, saying, I see now. Indeed, I was somewhat dazed. I apologize for the destruction of your physical form. It was unavoidable, so please do not take offense. Without a corporeal body, can this legacy continue? Chapter 96, You Cannot Leave. The preservation of this legacy was indeed the aspiration of this formidable demon clan. Now that the troubles have been resolved, Lu Jian recalled that he might have inadvertently severed her legacy. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, the narrow-eyed figure smiled dismissively. Rest assured, my lord, this legacy can still be passed on. Although the physical body has been destroyed, a remnant of my soul remains. However, this transmission will take considerable time. If you have matters to attend to, you may leave. The narrow-eyed figure turned to the side, looking at Qing Ling. With Zhua's demise, only Qing Ling remained to accept the legacy. He could not even entertain the thought of Lu Jian taking on a legacy, as that would be nothing short of an insult. To have the strongest being in this world accept the legacy of a mere demon was utterly ludicrous. Lu Jian nodded, glancing at Qing Ling with a smile. Then you shall accept the legacy here. I shall not linger. Qing Ling eagerly nodded, yes. I shall obey. In the next moment, Lu Jian vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he found himself at the foot of the stone steps. He waved his hand to Qing Ling and the narrow-eyed figure, then departed from the scene. Outside the ruins, the branches shrouding the site began to stir slowly. After a brief moment, the grand formation that had enveloped everyone was lifted. Witnessing this, the crowd was filled with joy. However, after a brief period of excitement, they did not disperse. Instead, they eagerly gazed towards the entrance of the ruins. The formation had been dissolved, suggesting that the legacy within had reached a conclusion. They wondered which clan's inheritor had attained the legacy of this great demon. Everyone was curious to see the outcome. Even those who had not participated still wished to learn who the ultimate victor was. After a while, various cultivators emerged from the entrance of the ruins. It was only after the disciples of the demon and devil clans had exited that Lu Jian and the others slowly made their way out. The attention of the crowd was now focused on Lu Jian and his companions. Among the gathered cultivators, aside from Lu Jian, Qing Ling, and Zhuo, it seemed that no one else possessed the qualifications to contend for the ruins. As Lu Jian stepped out, the absence of Zhuo and Qing Ling sparked confusion among the onlookers. Who had acquired the legacy? Why were Zhuo of the demon clan and Qing Ling of the devil clan missing? Could it be that both had received the legacy? Upon overhearing the murmurs from the crowd, the demon clan members who emerged from the ruins glared at Lu Jian with hostility. Human brat, you claimed that Senior Yin perished within the ruins. Why are you the only one to emerge alive? You must have colluded with the devil clan to bring about his demise. Otherwise, how could he have died? In the final trial, aside from the terrifying pressure, there were no other dangers. Senior Yin must have been killed by you and Qing Ling together. Listening to the accusations from the demon clan members, the surrounding cultivators gasped in shock. They could hardly believe that Zhuo had perished within the ruins. Lu Jian cast a sidelong glance at the demon clan members, but refrained from responding. He could not reveal that it was the transformation of the great demon within that had killed Zhuo. Such a claim would likely be met with disbelief. You are speaking nonsense. To kill that Zhuo, our brother Lu wouldn't need to conspire with anyone. Did you not see him being thoroughly beaten by our brother Lu? How dare you embellish your own glory? If our brother Lu had wished to kill him, he would have needed no schemes. Hearing the words of Lu Jian's companions, the demon clan members were incensed. Yet they dared not approach. Lu Jian's strength was indeed beyond their capacity to confront. So you imply that he single-handedly killed Senior Ian. You have taken the life of one of our kin, and you shall pay for it. The demon clan members declared angrily. However, in truth, they were not overly concerned about how Injua had died. Their primary aim was to stall Lu Jian, allowing their clan's experts the time to arrive. Upon entering the ruins, they had already transmitted the message to eliminate Lu Jian, following Injua's instructions. If they could delay for just a moment longer, the demon clan's experts would soon arrive. And under the pretext of the situation, they could eliminate Lu Jian. Lu Jian understood the intentions of the relentless demon clan members. They clearly feared to confront him directly, yet they continued to harass him, likely holding some hidden agenda. It was inconvenient for Lu Jian to act now. If a powerful demon clan expert truly arrived, he would find himself in a predicament. Realizing this, Lu Jian immediately halted his eager disciples. "We must leave. There is trouble." Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, everyone felt a chill. They exchanged glances, as if sensing that something was amiss. Lu Jian signaled to them and began to move towards the outskirts of the crowd. However, just as they took a few steps, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped them. The crowd instinctively looked up to the sky. Not far away, a colossal dragon soared towards them, casting a shadow over the land. "Who dares to kill my demon clan's genius? You humans are too arrogant. Which one of you is Lu Jian? Step forward." The dragon descended upon the crowd, and as it drew closer, they realized that several figures stood atop it. They were demons, great demons. What kind of existence was Injua to warrant such a formidable assembly of great demons seeking vengeance? Seeing the dragon in the sky, Lu Jian felt a sense of impending trouble. He pondered whether he should log in with a high-level character once again. He glanced at Lu Linlang, who was hastening towards him. No, if she were to discover his true identity, it would be tantamount to a betrayal. Lu Jian then looked at the large yellow figure beside Lu Linlang. If the situation became dire, he would have to rely on the large yellow creature. After all, it was a member of the demon clan, and dealing with a few great demons should not pose a significant challenge. Upon witnessing the arrival of the demon clan's experts, the members of Qingluan Academy sighed in relief. "Master, he is Lu Jian. He is the one who killed Senior Injua." The demon clan members spoke in unison, pointing at Lu Jian. The dragon in the sky lowered its head, fixing its gaze on Lu Jian among the crowd. "It is you. You dared to kill one of my demon clan. You cannot escape." The terrifying pressure spread, and this time, its target was unmistakably Lu Jian. Boom! As the pressure descended, a surge of terrifying sword intent erupted from the ground. The two opposing forces clashed, creating a thunderous explosion that caused the gathered cultivators to stagger back several steps. "You demon clan, do not be too arrogant. What evidence do you have that Lu Jian killed Injua? Without proof, do not slander him here." The speaker was a young man clad in a long robe, wielding a pitch-black longsword. The sword intent that had just erupted had emanated from that very blade. Beside the young man stood several figures. Among them was Dean Qin of Tianshui Academy. Chapter 97. A wonderful immortal realm. The ongoing conflict between the demon, devil, and human clans had erupted multiple times even before the ruins had emerged. Thus, the appearance of human experts at the ruins did not surprise the gathered cultivators. After the dragon's initial attack failed, it ceased its aggression. With the arrival of human experts, the hope of resolving matters with Lu Jian here had vanished. From atop the dragon, a figure slowly descended, a young man with fiery red hair. What does it mean to have no evidence? Do we, the students of the Qingluan Academy, appear to be deceitful? Long before entering the ruins, this Lu Jian had already made a move against my demon clan. Who's to say he won't harbor other intentions within the ruins? The experts of the demon clan have received reports from several members of Qingluan Academy. Thus, they are fully aware of the prior circumstances. Upon hearing the youth's words, the sword-wielding human cultivator let out a derisive laugh. In battles within the ruins, casualties are inevitable. Even if your people were indeed slain by Lu Jian, what does it matter? Have your kind not suffered losses in the struggle? Why haven't you clamored for vengeance for them? I suspect your jealousy towards Lu Jian's talent has fueled your desire for violence here. The red-haired youth curled his lip, about to retort when a burst of laughter echoed from a distance. "Ha! It seems your demon clan shares this sentiment. However, your meandering demeanor is hardly impressive. Since you intend to fight, why not state your intentions plainly?" The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, spotting several powerful figures from the demon clan arriving. They had also received news from Qingling and rushed to this location. Upon seeing the demon clan, The expressions of several human cultivators shifted. They stepped forward, shielding Lu Jian and Lu Linlang behind them. Linlang gazed at Lu Jian with concern, and he smiled reassuringly, signaling that he would be fine. Lu Jian glanced at the nearby De Huang, subtly signaling it to prepare for action if necessary. De Huang flicked its tongue and nodded imperceptibly. This was not a difficult task. Even if it meant confronting everyone present, it wouldn't require much effort. What? Do you demons also wish to interfere? The leading human swordsman asked coldly. The demon clan spokesperson chuckled, pointing at Lu Jian. Apologies, but keeping this young man around is indeed troublesome. Should he mature, he could become a threat to both our demon clan and the demon race. Hearing the demon clan's words, the red-haired demon couldn't help but smile. That was precisely the intention. Realizing that the demon clan seemed to share their goal, the demon youth hesitated no longer. With the demon clan's assistance, the humans could not possibly protect this young man. The red-haired youth waved at the dragon in the sky, and several others descended rapidly. Friends of the demon clan, since we all desire this young man's life, let us not hold back. Strike now, lest we allow the situation to change. As a command fell, the red-haired youth took the lead and charged toward the swordsman. Boom! The clash of the long sword and palm created a violent explosion that distorted the surrounding space. The demon youth fought the swordsman with nothing but his bare hands. This physical prowess was astounding. He could contend with the Xiantian sword wielded by Lord Yi. Surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment, and at that moment, the other demon members joined the fray. Dianxin looked at Lu Jian with a grave expression and urged, "Find a way to escape amidst the chaos." Although the humans had numerous experts present, contending simultaneously with the demon and demon clan S elites placed them at a distinct disadvantage. Lu Jian nodded. He was the focal point of the battle. Once he departed, the human experts could naturally extricate themselves from the conflict. But just then, the demon clan had already blocked his escape route. They regarded Lu Jian, who was shielded by the crowd, with icy gazes. Seeing the dire situation, Lu Jian prepared to signal De Huang to act, but suddenly, a peculiar change swept across the chaotic battlefield. The fighters who had been locked in combat suddenly slowed their movements, as though affected by some unseen force. Their actions synchronized to a crawl. What is happening? What is going on? The human and demon participants retreated in terror, bewildered by their sudden immobilization. At that moment, a strange, raucous laughter rang out from the sky. "Ha ha ha! Cease your struggles. This human boy has caught my eye. Hand him over to me." The crowd looked up to see an old Taoist clad in tattered robes seated atop the dragon, lifting a large tripod and eagerly observing Lu Jian within the combat circle. The dragon beneath him roared in anger, attempting to shake off the old man. However, at that instant, the Taoist unleashed a terrifying aura, causing the dragon to instantly comply. The old man chuckled and gradually rose. "You have no objections to my earlier statement, do you? This young man and I share a connection, so I shall take him." As the words fell, he raised his hand, and the tripod swiftly flew toward Lu Jian. The human experts, though hindered, grasped their weapons, attempting to block the tripod. Yet, as soon as they made contact, they were instantly sent flying, unable to withstand even for a moment. The tripod descended upon Lu Jian, quickly enveloping him. Lu Jian cast a glance at Lu Linlang beside him, then pushed her away with force. The old man's target was clearly himself, making the situation simpler. If he could be taken away by this old man, he could later find a secluded place to deal with him. Lu Linlang, bewildered, watched Lu Jian's calm demeanor and rushed forward to grasp his arm. But just then, the tripod crashed down with force. Lu Jian's figure was trapped within, completely severing his connection with Lu Linlang. Witnessing this, the old Taoist atop the dragon smiled and waved his hand. The tripod swiftly returned to him. He glanced at the gathered cultivators before turning to leave. Dianxin, witnessing this scene, shouted anxiously, "Mysterious immortal. You demons must not be too overbearing. If you dare to refine my disciple into elixirs, I swear I will not rest until we settle this." Chapter 98. The auction house. The mysterious immortal atop the dragon paused, casting a disdainful glance at Dianxin. "Suit yourself." With that, he hesitated no longer and swiftly departed with the tripod. Observing this, the human experts were filled with regret. They had not anticipated such a formidable expert from the demon clan to be present. Lu Jian was surely in peril. They recognized the old Taoist with the tripod and understood his identity. The demon clan experts exchanged glances with the human cultivators, chuckling coldly. "It seems that senior mysterious immortal has fortuitously arrived here. This certainly spares us a great deal of trouble. Well then, let us depart. Do not hold on to any hopes. That Lu Jian is doomed. Senior Mysterious Immortal will not let go of such excellent alchemical material. As the demon clan members spoke, they swaggered away, leading the retreat. Hearing their words, Dean Qin's expression darkened. Yet, they were correct. This mysterious immortal was a master of the demon clan, renowned for his alchemical prowess and unfathomable cultivation. Even if they pursued now, it would be impossible to rescue Lu Jian from his grasp. No, I must go to the reincarnation manor and find my senior brother. I will urge him to exert pressure on the demon clan. We must retrieve Lu Jian. Upon hearing Dean Qin's words, the human experts could only frown in despair. This was indeed a plan, but the hope of success seemed slim. Even if the human race truly possesses unparalleled masters, the prospect of reclaiming Lu Jian from the hands of the demon clan remains exceedingly bleak. Observing the despondent expressions of her fellow humans, Lu Linlang felt her heart surge with emotion. She glanced towards the direction in which the enigmatic immortal had departed, then surveyed the assembly of experts around her. It appeared that a resolve had crystallized within her, and she turned to leave the ruins. In Linan Prefecture, Da Huang followed Lu Linlang until they arrived at the Immortal Academy. Within her chamber, Lu Linlang rummaged for quite some time before informing Qi Xinlan of her intention to embark on a journey of cultivation, then departed the academy. Before her departure, she entrusted Da Huang to Qi Xinlan, explaining that he was Lu Jian's dog and should be cared for temporarily. Da Huang feigned a silly demeanor, watching Lu Linlang exit the academy. Subsequently, he sees an opportunity to slip out as well, albeit at a distance, trailing behind her. Although uncertain of her intentions, he was resolute in his duty to protect the girl, as commanded by his elder brother. Following Lu Linlang back to Linan Prefecture, Da Huang noticed her entering a shop. Just as he was about to investigate the sign, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder by a passerby. What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be following your elder brother? Why are you getting distracted? Turning around, Da Huang saw a middle-aged man holding a folding fan, smiling at him. Mr. E, you have returned? I was following my elder brother, but he was captured by the enigmatic immortal. Before he left, he instructed me to safeguard his little companion. Mr. He gently waved his fan and inquired, "What is she doing now? Why is she heading to the auction house?" He had already spotted the shop sign and was curious. Da Huang shook his head in response. How would I know? After my brother was taken, this girl returned to the Immortal Academy and then came here. Mystery frowned, unable to comprehend Lu Linlong's intentions. He patted Da Huang's head and said, "All right, I understand. You can head back now. I'll handle things here." Da Huang shot Mr. Yi asi device cadence. Fine, I also need to return to the demon clan. Just keep an eye on this girl. If anything happens to her, it's not my concern, and you'll have to explain to my brother. Mr. E nodded with a smile before transforming his appearance right before Da Huang's eyes. Watching Mr. E saunter toward the auction house with a swagger, Da Huang sighed and left Linan Prefecture. Inside the auction house, Mr. E saw Lu Linlang holding a bundle and conversing with a woman. "Miss, this price is already quite high. Aside from these 5 transformation fruits, the rest of your items are rather worthless. We can only offer this amount. If you wish to sell for a higher price, we can auction them, and you just need to wait a few days." Upon hearing the woman's words, Lu Linlang shook her head. "No, let us settle for this. Give me the spirit stones." The woman smiled and gestured for a servant to fetch the spirit stones. Although she initially hesitated to make the deal, Lu Linlong's transformation fruits were undeniably valuable. The other items were of no interest to her, but since Lu Linlang was eager to sell, she took the opportunity to negotiate a lower price, ensuring a profit. "Please wait a moment. The spirit stones will be here shortly." The woman noticed Mr. E entering and approached him with a smile. "Is there something you wish to auction?" "Sir?" Mr. E smiled back and pointed at Lu Linlang. "We are friends." Curious, Lu Linlang turned to look, only to be met by an unfamiliar face. "Who are you?" Seeing her confusion, Mr. E smiled. "You must be Sister Lu. I am a junior brother of Brother Lu." He continued some time ago, "I borrowed Brother Lu's spatial ring to transport some items. Today, I have some matters to attend to and wish to return this ring to him. I want to wait here for him." As he spoke, Mr. E opened his palm to reveal a glowing spatial ring. Lu Linlang regarded it with curiosity, about to speak, when the earlier servant returned, holding another spatial ring. "Sir, I have brought your spirit stones." The servant waved the spatial ring, and piles of neatly stacked spirit stones appeared in the hall. Mr. E smiled, handing the spatial ring to Lu Linlang. "I won't disturb you any longer. I must hurry back." With that, he turned and left the auction house, having gleaned Lu Linlong's intentions. She aimed to venture into the demon realm, but the journey was long and required numerous teleportation arrays, necessitating a significant amount of spirit stones, hence her decision to sell all her treasures. Yet one thing puzzled Mr. E. As a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, even if she reached the demon realm and found the enigmatic immortal, how could she possibly rescue Lu Jian? Chapter 99. A lesson in novelty. After exiting the auction house, Mr. E did not stray far, but concealed himself once more. He understood that the enigmatic immortal was a fervent alchemist, often concocting potions with peculiar ingredients. Though he dared not turn Lu Jian into an elixir, persuading him to release his captive would likely prove challenging. Lu Linlang must be aware of these risks, yet she still intended to confront the demon clan, which caused Mr. E to furrow his brow. How could she possibly rescue her elder brother? Or was she merely seeking to sacrifice herself? With a sigh, Mr. E acknowledged that matters of the heart were beyond his comprehension, having never experienced them himself. Nonetheless, he was bound to fulfill his brother's command and could protect Lu Linlang along the way. However, traversing from the human realm to the demon realm would not be an easy feat. It was likely that Lu Linlang would turn back long before reaching the halfway point, given the plethora of races in the demon realm that harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans. After waiting for a while, Mr. E saw Lu Linlang exit again, prompting him to follow her at a measured pace. He needed only to intervene when her life was in peril, allowing her to navigate the rest of the journey unassisted. Once she entered the demon realm, she would likely retreat in the face of adversity. His task would be complete once he escorted her safely back to the human realm. Following Lu Linlang, he observed that she indeed approached the human teleportation array, her destination aligning with the territory of the demon clan. Meanwhile, the enigmatic immortal had already departed the battlefield of divine fall, carrying a large cauldron. Upon reaching the outskirts, he set down the cauldron and beamed at Lu Jian within, saying in a peculiar tone, "Do not fear. I mean you no harm. I simply cherish your talent immensely. If I can use you as a medicinal catalyst, I shall surely concoct an extraordinary elixir. I can sense a unique aura emanating from you, perfectly suited for alchemical purposes." Hearing the old man's words, Lu Jian sighed. "What unique aura? Is this what you mean?" As his words fell, a dark flame suddenly erupted from his palm, enveloping the cauldron. In an instant, the seemingly indestructible cauldron was reduced to nothingness by the black flame. Lu Jian rose slowly, gazing at the astonished, enigmatic immortal. "What are you staring at? Let's go. Are we not headed to the demon clan?" Upon hearing this, the mystical immortal realized and quickly prostrated himself, trembling as he spoke. "Heavenly Sovereign, I was unaware. I did not know you had entered the human realm, and thus mistakenly brought you here. I shall escort you back immediately." Lu Jian waved his hand dismissively, as a new thought sparked in his mind. Having spent a considerable amount of time in this world, he had yet to behold the true domain of the demon clan. This was a perfect opportunity to explore their territory. Moreover, his current identity had been garnering too much attention lately. Lu Jian contemplated whether to annul this identity and cultivate a new one. With a sigh, he gazed towards the battlefield of the divine. If his senior sister were to learn of his demise, it would surely sadden her. However, if he were to continue down this path, one day she would uncover his true identity, which would only bring her greater anguish. Thus, Lu Jian intended to seize this opportunity to sever this emotional bond. He glanced at the mystical immortal and smiled. "Let us proceed to the demon clan." At the demon clan's heavenly demon academy, the mystical immortal led Lu Jian deeper into the institution. Although he held the honorary title of elder, he seldom resided within the academy. This was one of his alchemical chambers, where he occasionally practiced alchemy and imparted knowledge. Within the depths of the academy lay a chamber specially crafted for the mystical immortal. Upon entering the chamber, he carefully set down the ebony cauldron and respectfully announced, "Heavenly Sovereign, we have arrived. You may emerge now." Lu Jian stretched within the cauldron and slowly rose to his feet. He surveyed his surroundings. The layout resembled that of the alchemical chamber in the Heavenly Water Academy, but was decidedly larger in scale. He leaped out of the cauldron and casually reclined on a lounge chair. He decided to remain here for the time being, using this chance to familiarize himself with the customs of the demon clan. If he found it tolerable, he might even consider making the demon clan his permanent residence. Glancing at the cauldron, he chuckled. "You truly are an alchemical enthusiast, carrying around a backup apparatus." The mystical immortal, feeling somewhat awkward, adjusted his robe and stepped forward, saying, "Heavenly Sovereign, I have no other hobbies. My greatest passion is alchemy, as you know. I always feel something is lacking without at least 10 or 8 furnaces at hand. Jian smiled and continued. How do you typically practice alchemy? The mystical immortal's face lit up with excitement as he promptly bowed in reverence. Though I'm obsessed with the alchemical arts, my skills are hardly worthy of your attention. I have heard you possess knowledge of many ancient alchemical techniques. I would not dare to embarrass myself before you. Jian was taken aback. He had merely asked casually, yet it seemed the old man had misunderstood, thinking he would impart some ancient alchemical secrets. What use is that ancient alchemical knowledge? He mused. I shall teach you something novel. Upon hearing this, the mystical immortal eagerly nodded. Receiving any guidance from the heavenly sovereign would be an immense blessing. He had unexpectedly turned misfortune into fortune, as the heavenly sovereign not only bore him no ill will, but also cared for him so attentively. The mystical immortal felt his journey had been extraordinarily worthwhile, having ventured out for a mere human medicinal herb, only to gain such an opportunity. Ignoring the mystical immortal's inexplicable anticipation, Jian examined the black cauldron and instructed, lift this cauldron. Without hesitation, the mystical immortal stepped forward and single-handedly raised the cauldron. Jian scrutinized him, pondering for a moment before correcting, your expression should be fiercer, and your aura more imposing. You must exude an air of dominion over the world. Though puzzled, the mystical immortal complied, altering his expression accordingly. After several adjustments, he finally achieved the optimal state under Jian's guidance. Chapter 100. The Demon Clan's city, Banshur followed Lu Linlang closely until they entered the territory of the Demon Clan, at which point Lu Linlang finally paused. Having journeyed from the human realm, she traversed several teleportation arrays constructed by humans, encountering no trouble along the way. However, upon entering the Demon Clan's domain, she had to tread carefully. The enmity between the Demon Clan and the Human Clan was long-standing. A human cultivator appearing in demon territory faced considerable peril. Although some mortals and cultivators of the Human Clan resided within the Demon Clan's realm, their status was lowly. Most remained due to necessity or other circumstances, as the cost of using the teleportation arrays was not something just anyone could afford. Attempting to walk or fly back to the human realm would likely lead to their demise before they even arrived. Upon entering the Demon Clan city, Lu Linlang aimed to exit the main city immediately. As she walked, peculiar-looking demon cultivators scrutinized her with unfriendly expressions. Unconsciously, Lu Linlang tightened her grip on her longsword, warily observing the actions of the surrounding demon cultivators. Fortunately, the demon city prohibited fighting, even against the human. Thus, the demon cultivators merely regarded Lu Linlang coldly, without further aggression. Human? And a nascent soul at that? Truly seeking death. Daring to venture into our demon city with such cultivation. The surrounding cultivators murmured, astonished at the rare sight of a human cultivator so weak within the demon city. Perhaps she seeks something we possess exclusively. They scoffed. These humans dare only tread within our city. Outside its walls, the rules do not apply. That little girl will likely not even comprehend how she perishes. Laughter erupted amongst the demons, who found great amusement in Lu Linlang's presence. Lu Linlang gritted her teeth, desperately suppressing her hatred for the demons, yet she trembled involuntarily. Witnessing her distress, the surrounding demons laughed even harder. Look at her, trembling in fear. If you lack the capability, do not venture into our demon realm. Your human customs hold no value here. You'd best return to your human realm. As Lu Linlang listened to their mockery and derision, she said nothing, merely lowering her head and continuing toward the city gate. Upon noticing Lu Linlang's intention to exit the city, those around her were momentarily taken aback. Exiting the city? Is this girl mad? With her cultivation, she's practically walking to her death. They lamented, what a pity, such a beauty, yet she seems a fool. Why embark on a perilous journey to our demon realm? One demon called out, hey, little girl, I see some potential in you. It will be a waste for you to die. Come to our blood demon manor. Serve our Lord well, and you shall have whatever you desire. Lu Linlang's face paled, filled with both anger and fear. However, she dared not confront these demons. Even if she managed to escape the city, she might still be intercepted and killed. As she displayed her conflicting emotions, the surrounding demons erupted into laughter once more. Ha ha ha, such a delicate appearance truly evokes a sense of compassion. I never imagined that the human race could produce such an exquisite woman. Come, accompany us. The lord of the mansion will undoubtedly be pleased with you. This time, the individuals speaking boldly followed closely behind Lu Linlang. Sensing the presence of pursuers, Lu Linlang immediately felt a surge of anxiety and hastily quickened her pace. The group behind her revealed smirks of mischief, but chose to remain silent, leisurely trailing her. Witnessing this scene, Ebanshur exhaled sharply, filled with disdain. How audacious! They dare to provoke the brother's woman. Clearly, they seek their own demise. These individuals had evidently developed intentions toward Lu Linlang, but due to the constraints of the main city, they could not act openly and intended to follow her out of the city. Ebanshur's gaze turned icy as he hastened to keep up with them. As he walked, he waved his folding fan. The surrounding demons, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly noticed a middle-aged man behind them unfurling his fan. Upon recognizing the fan, the expressions of the gathered demons shifted dramatically. Mr. E. Recognizing Ebanshur's fan, the demons hastily bowed in reverence. We have encountered Mr. E. Ebanshur let out a cold chuckle, disregarding the demons around him, and directly approached the few individuals trailing Lu Linlang. Hearing the commotion behind them, the group turned around. Upon seeing the cold-eyed Ebanshur, they were instantly rendered speechless. Mr. E. At that moment, Lu Linlang also heard the noise behind her and cautiously glanced back. To her astonishment, the demons who had been teasing her were now hushed. Respectfully bowing to the middle-aged man, Lu Linlang instinctively understood that he must be a significant figure among the demons. Noticing that he had no intention of causing her trouble, she seized the opportunity to shake off her pursuers and hastened towards the city gate. Ebanshur, while gently waving his fan, approached the group of demons. Are you from the Blood Demon Mansion? The group nervously nodded. It was their first encounter with such a prominent figure within their ranks. Although the man before them did not resemble the Ebanshur they were familiar with, the fan in his hand was unmistakable. In the demon realm, no one dared impersonate Ebanshur. Reporting to Mr. E, we are advisors of the Blood Demon Mansion. Ebanshur lightly nodded, again revealing a smile. It was chillingly terrifying. Advisors of the Blood Demon Mansion? How audacious of you to think that a mere lord can act with such impunity. You can simply take whoever you desire, as if you were the ones in control. Such grandiosity. Upon hearing Ebanshur's words, the group promptly fell to their knees. Mr. E, we do not dare. We merely spoke in jest. We harbored no real intentions. Even the most foolish among them realized the implication of Ebanshur's words. This human woman is undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, how could someone of Mr. Yi's stature intervene on behalf of a lowly human? Chapter 101. Blood Moon Forest. Ebanshur glanced at the group kneeling on the ground, and then at Lu Linlang, who had already distanced herself. You may go to your lord and accept your punishment. Upon hearing Ebanshur's directive, the group hurriedly nodded. Yes, we shall go at once. When they lifted their heads again, they found that Ebanshur had already vanished from sight. With no time to lose, Ebanshur followed closely behind Lu Linlang as she was about to exit the city. The next teleportation array was not within this city. Lu Linlang needed to travel to another city to reach deeper into demon territory. This journey was fraught with danger, as it was scattered with numerous small demon settlements and perilous locations. The demon realm differs significantly from the human realm. While humans also have similar forbidden zones, there is generally no activity from human cultivators within them. In contrast, the demons' forbidden zones are predominantly gathering places for bloodthirsty and murderous demons. Due to their unique cultivation methods, places deemed forbidden for others are, for them, paradises for practice. Ebanshur cautiously trailed Lu Linlang at a distance. She was careful not to approach even the human settlements unless absolutely necessary. Thus, they walked in tandem for 2 days, during which Ebanshur could not help but admire Lu Linlang's fortitude. Throughout the journey, she encountered rogue demons multiple times and faced peril, yet showed no inclination to turn back. Ebanshur sighed, realizing he could not allow her to continue onward. Truly a stubborn girl. Who knows what dangers lie ahead? Given Lu Linlang's cultivation level, it was almost impossible for her to traverse safely. However, if he intervened too often, it might raise her suspicions. With this in mind, Ebanshur resolved to create some difficulties for Lu Linlang, compelling her to retreat. This way, he could fulfill the task entrusted to him by his brother while ensuring Lu Linlang returned to the human realm. After Lu Linlang passed through another teleportation array, she proceeded towards yet another demon city. 2 days later, she encountered a human village once more. This time, Lu Linlang did not conceal herself, but entered the village directly. The village was inhabited by mortals, resembling hunters, with each household possessing various tools crafted from animal hides. Upon her arrival, the small village buzzed with excitement. They were mere mortals, considered the lowest tier in this world. Although they occasionally encountered some demon cultivators, it was their first time seeing a human cultivator. Celestial being, are you a human cultivator? An elderly man with a white beard looked at Lu Linlang with great excitement. Lu Linlang nodded, but felt a sense of wariness. How did you know I am a human? These are all mortals. How could they distinguish whether she was a demon or a human cultivator? Most demons resemble humans, and ordinary cultivators typically rely on their aura to discern their nature. Yet, the mortals before her evidently lacked such discernment. The elderly man smiled and explained, Celestial being, you may not be aware. Although we are all mortals, we have lived among the demons. Villages like ours choose a demon cultivator to rely upon, ensuring our survival in this realm. The elder gestured towards a peculiar tree in the village square. Celestial being, you see, this is the great being who protects our small village. Whenever a cultivator enters here, this tree will react. Just now, it informed me that you are a human cultivator. Observing the elder's sincere demeanor, Lu Linlang smiled and nodded. While it was true that a demon cultivator provided protection, one could assume their strength was not overly formidable. Furthermore, the demon cultivator was unlikely to be present in the village of the moment, so there was no need for excessive concern. Lu Linlang's purpose in entering the village was primarily to ascertain her bearings. Although she had prepared a map of the demon territory, for reasons unknown, her journey over the past 2 days had grown increasingly perplexing, causing her to feel somewhat disoriented. Lu Linlang retrieved a map of the demon realm from her spatial ring, unfolded it, and inquired, Elder, how do I get to Giant Deer City from here? Upon hearing Lu Linlang's question, the elder chuckled. He did not look at the map in her hand, but waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. I cannot make sense of all those convoluted paths. If you wish to go to Giant Deer City, that is straightforward. The elder pointed toward a nearby main road. As you proceed along this grand avenue, upon encountering a fork, take the left path. When you reach another fork, again take the left. After approximately 3 days of travel, you will arrive at the city of Julu. Lu Linlang furrowed her brow in confusion as she tucked the map away. Take the left at every fork? Wouldn't that lead to a circuitous route? Hearing Lu Linlang's words, the elder chuckled once more. My dear, you are unaware. The city of Julu lies to the west of our village. In the past, our villagers have always taken this route without ever going astray. Lu Linlang glanced down the avenue ahead and nodded helplessly. It was unexpected that even the map would prove useless upon entering the realm of the demons. For now, she could only follow the elder's advice, for those who had lived among the demons for generations surely possessed knowledge surpassing that of any map. After bidding farewell to the elder, Lu Linlang set forth along the path indicated, heading westward. Once Lu Linlang departed, Yi Banshur emerged from a nearby cottage with a smile. Who would have thought you possessed such a talent for deception? The elder scoffed upon seeing Yi Banshur. Humph, you went to great lengths to summon us merely to send this young girl down a treacherous path? Yi Banshur waved his folding fan and replied with a grin. Since we are idle, and you happen to be nearby, I had no choice but to trouble you. Hearing Yi Banshur's words, the surrounding villagers chuckled, and one by one, their forms transformed into innocent children. These children were none other than the members of the Child Demon Clan. The Child Demon Clan is not large in number, but they had recently gathered in this forbidden area of the demon realm, prompting Yi Banshur to enlist their aid. Creating difficulties for Lu Linlang was one motive, but he also had not seen his kin for quite some time. Watching Lu Linlang as she walked further away, Yi Banshur mused that this time, she would likely retreat upon facing challenges. After 2 more days of travel, she would arrive at a forbidden area of the demon realm, the Blood Moon Forest. Chapter 102. The Troll. The Blood Moon Forest is one of the 8 forbidden areas of the demon realm. It became a forbidden zone due to the presence of a unique race, the trolls, who dwell there year-round. The trolls hold a special status within the demon realm, being natural warriors, imposing in stature and fearsome in appearance. On the battlefield, they often serve to intimidate their foes. The trolls reside in the Blood Moon Forest primarily due to their unique cultivation methods. The forest is peculiar. On the 15th of each month, those within its confines witness a blood-red moon. This crimson moon emanates a unique energy. Ordinary demon cultivators cannot perceive it, but the trolls possess a rare talent that allows them to absorb this energy to enhance their strength. Thus, the Blood Moon Forest has long been the domain of the trolls, who do not permit outsiders to approach. Even other demons are not allowed within its bounds, which is why it has become a forbidden area. As Ban Sure indicated, after 2 days of travel, Lu Linlang arrived at the Blood Moon Forest. Standing at the periphery, she hesitated. The living habits of the demons are rather unique. They may not favor bustling city-states, but they certainly appreciate the raw essence of such forests. Lu Linlang was uncertain about risking passage through it. However, turning back to seek alternate routes would only waste more time. She had already exerted herself considerably on this journey. She feared that by the time she located Lu Jian, he might have been transformed into a medicinal pill by the eccentric alchemist. Although it takes time to prepare special elixirs, who could say whether that obsessed alchemist might discover an alternative method to expedite the process? Observing the serene forest before her, with a winding path leading deeper within, it felt akin to a colossal serpent coiled within the dense foliage. Taking a deep breath, Lu Linlang resolved not to waste any more time. Even if danger lurked ahead, she must press on. Rather than follow the conspicuous path, she concealed her presence and navigated through the dense woods. Though the path appeared safe, it was too obvious and likely to attract attention. Thus, she proceeded through the forest for half a day until dusk began to fall. Yet she still had not reached the forest's end. Standing atop a massive tree, she grasped the trunk anxiously, gazing into the seemingly endless woods. Something is amiss, Lu Linlang murmured to herself. She had traversed the path for quite some time, yet the forest showed no signs of concluding. During this time, she had attempted to retrace her steps, but curiously, she found herself unable to return to her original position. Each time she tried to backtrack, the landmark she relied upon had inexplicably shifted. The forest appeared alive, with trees and boulders shifting on their own. Upon realizing this, Lu Linlang attempted to fly away. But after several tries, she found her spiritual energy suppressed in this place. Logically, as a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, she should be able to fly freely. Yet here, she struggled even to ascend, only managing to hover a mere meter above the ground. Climbing atop a colossal tree, she sought to discern the forest's boundaries. However, as night fell, eerie black mist began to rise within the woods, completely obscuring her view. Looking up, the full moon in the night sky appeared strange, resembling a massive eyeball, slowly revealing grotesque, crimson veins. Human? Just as Lu Linlang's thoughts spiraled, a voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Startled, she turned her side, only to witness the massive tree beside her transforming. An eerie eye materialized upon the trunk, coldly observing Lu Linlang. You're alive? Lu Linlang exclaimed in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the living tree before her. The tree blinked its blood-red eye and spoke calmly. This is the territory of my troll clan. What audacity you humans possess. Even among my kind, few dare to intrude. How is it that a mere human cultivator dares to enter? As the tree spoke, it shook its trunk, and Lu Linlang suddenly felt a wave of dizziness before her body involuntarily tumbled from the tree. After casting her down, the tree began to twist bizarrely. In an instant, the tree morphed into a towering demon. Its appearance was peculiar, resembling an abyssal troll, instilling fear simply by its presence. I am but an accidental intruder and meant no disturbance. Please, show me the way out, and I shall depart immediately. Upon hearing Lu Linlang's words, the towering demon remained expressionless, stretching its colossal form as it replied, "Oh, then you may leave." Lu Linlang was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated this seemingly terrifying demon to be so accommodating. "Thank you," she said nervously, turning to distance herself from the demon. She walked backward for quite some time, reassured by the demon's lack of hostile intent, gradually relaxing her tension. Meanwhile, the crimson moon in the sky had transformed into a blood-red hue. The eerie red light enveloped the entire forest, casting a sinister pall over the surroundings. Gripping her sword tightly, Lu Linlang tread cautiously through the dense woods, enveloped in swirling red mist that obscured her view. Occasionally, she could hear strange, mocking laughter echoing from within the red haze. As she carefully sought an exit, Lu Linlang suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind rushing toward her. She hastily positioned her long sword at her side. Bang! In the next moment, a long spike, reminiscent of a thong, collided with her sword. Upon contact, Lu Linlang was sent flying, her sword shattering into 2 pieces. She crashed heavily against a giant tree behind her. Ignoring her injuries, she quickly rose to distance herself from the massive trunk. At that moment, A series of peculiar laughter echoed from all directions. The crimson mist began to dissipate, revealing the surrounding scene. As she discerned her surroundings, Lu Linlang involuntarily took several steps back. Chapter 103. Let us play a game in the surrounding darkness. Grotesque giants loomed, as if they had crawled from the depths of an abyss. They stood silently around Lu Linlang, their calm eyes flickering with a sinister crimson light. Human, what brings you to the Blood Moon Forest? Do you dare covet the treasures of my giant race? You mere Yuaning cultivator? A giant with its eyes shrouded in black fabric slowly lowered its head, bringing its terrifying visage closer to Lu Linlang. Huh, still just a little girl? It seems that although our giant clan has not waged war for many years, the sight of us still terrifies the humans. With her hands pressed against the ground, Lu Linlang staggered away. I am not here to seek treasure. I merely wish to pass through to Jilu City. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding giants slowly turned their heads, gazing at the pale-faced Lu Linlang. The blindfolded giant scoffed, its voice cold. Oh, you wish to go to Jilu City? We're not far from there. However, I fear you lack the courage to leave this place. Lu Linlang looked at him, questioning, what do you mean? Beneath the black veil, crimson seeped through as the giant murmured. It has been many years since I last saw a human. I miss those days of following the celestial master into battle. Turning to the other giants, the creature smiled. Let's play a game. None of us shall lay a hand on this human, and see if she possesses the courage to leave the Blood Moon Forest. At the giant's words, the others revealed cruel smiles. Excellent. In the past, humans would tremble in fear at the mere sight of us. Over the years, who knows if they have improved? Today, let us wager on this little girl, and see if she can walk out under our intimidation. Very well. I wager she lacks the ability. Not to mention she is merely a Yuan cultivator. Even a human in the transformation realm cannot withstand our pressure. The giants erupted in hearty laughter, clearly finding the game amusing. Killing Lu Linlang would be far too easy. That would be too mundane. Instead of ending her life directly, they preferred to witness the tremors of a human cultivator before them. Taking a deep breath, Lu Linlang slowly stood up. Will you keep your word? If I manage to leave, will you let me go? The giant scoffed at her, but did not respond. In their eyes, a cultivator of such low rank had no right to question their authority. What if we let you go? What if we don't? In the world of the demon race, strength is the only truth. The weak do not even have the opportunity to demand fairness. The blindfolded giant leaned closer again. Yet this time Lu Linlang did not retreat. The creature was taken aback by her reaction, letting out a soft "oh." Interesting. However, little one, no one here wishes to play a fair game with you. We offer you a chance. You must accept it, for the weak have no choice. Lu Linlang's body trembled slightly, yet she did not step back. Fine. What must I do? The blindfolded giant nodded in satisfaction. You humans claim you would rather die than be humiliated. Yet when faced with life and death, you are all the same. After all, if it means survival, what is a little humiliation? The blindfolded giant waved his hand to the other giants, who understood immediately. They opened their gaping mouths and began to inhale the thick crimson mist surrounding them. As they absorbed it, the once dense fog began to thin, revealing a small path through the forest. Only then did the giants cease their actions. Pointing to the path, the blindfolded giant mockingly stated, "Go on. This is the way out. If you manage to leave, you will only be a day's journey from Jilu City." Lu Linlang's beautiful eyes narrowed as she observed the surrounding giants, then resolutely stepped onto the path. As she walked, the trees and boulders around her began to exhibit strange transformations. Under the blood-red moonlight, the towering trees twisted and morphed into terrifying giants. Lu Linlang kept her gaze lowered, avoiding the sight of these monstrous forms. Yet, even so, she felt an omnipresent sense of oppression. It was as if she had encountered her natural enemy, invoking an instinctual fear within her. This sensation differed from the pressure of human cultivators. It felt more like a species suppression, causing her to break out in a cold sweat before she had even taken a few steps. Witnessing this scene, the giants shook their heads and chuckled. I thought humans would have made some progress over the years, but it seems they remain as pathetic as ever. Clearly, she will not go far. Our giant clan's pressure is unlike anything they have faced. I estimate she will lose her nerve before completing half the distance. Lu Linlang ignored the taunts of the giants, focusing steadfastly on the path ahead, taking one step after another. The further she advanced, the greater the weight upon her heart became. It felt as though a sharp blade were piercing her heart, each step driving it deeper. Lu Linlong's once pale face was now devoid of color, as the immense psychological pressure drained her with each advance. Despite her apparent fragility, she continued to press forward, her resolve unyielding, even as the giants observed her with dark expressions. We underestimated this girl. However, I suspect this is where it ends. She may still cling to her sanity now, but continuing down this path will not allow her to remain conscious. Watching Lu Linlang, who had covered half the distance, the blindfolded giant cast a veiled glance toward a cliff beyond the Blood Moon Forest. Atop the precipice, Ibangshi lightly waved a folding fan, his expression growing grave.